The autumn night was as tranquil as water, with darkness gradually enveloping the surroundings. Peering out from the seventh-floor window, despite the hour, the outside world shimmered with brilliant lights, as the nightlife was just beginning to unfold. However, the revelry belonged solely to others. Moser found himself devoid of any such merriment. He gazed at the disheveled figure on the battered television screen, who had just uttered words that reverberated across the nation. "I am Iron Man," proclaimed Tony Stark from the show. With a weary sigh, Moser looked at the scattered bills in his hand, feeling a tinge of helplessness. A mere $300 remains, barely enough to last through the month. How is it that I find myself worrying about survival after my arrival here? Am I destined to be mere cannon fodder, having been transported to this world only a few months prior? He inhabited the life of a typical Chinese-American sophomore named Alex Moser. "I truly am the most pitiable of all-time travelers," Moser lamented, just as he was lost in his musings. A series of impatient knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by the slurred voice of his landlord. "Hey, you Eastern kid, pay your rent. Your contract has expired for 2 days. If you don't settle it today, I'll throw you out." Gazing at the $300 on the table, Moser's lips curled into a grimace. If he were to surrender $200 for rent, he would surely starve. He called out towards the door. "I apologize, Mr. Landlord. Please grant me another chance. I shall seek employment tomorrow." Did he not wish to find work? As an ordinary student of Chinese descent, he faced constant discrimination, with others nitpicking at every flaw. Each job he secured lasted only a few days before he was dismissed. It seemed the landlord took advantage of his status as an outsider to bully him. The landlord pounded on the door with a fierce fist, as though poised to burst in and unleash violence. "No, you must pay today or pack your things and get out." The landlord's aggressive tone left Moser with no option for retreat. With a resigned sigh, he began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure, when suddenly a woman's voice resonated from the doorway, conversing with the landlord. The familiar sound prompted Moser to open the door, revealing a tall, blonde, blue-eyed Caucasian woman of remarkable beauty and stature. "Alex, I have some beef stew in my place. If you haven't had dinner, you should come and eat," she said. "I've taken care of your rent for this month. You need to find a job quickly. You can't continue like this." "Thank you, Peggy. You've been incredibly generous," Moser replied, ignoring the landlord's mocking grin as he expressed his gratitude to her. The woman before him was Peggy Carter, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. In this universe, she was the Captain America. In this timeline, the individual who successfully received the super soldier serum was not Steve Rogers, but rather Peggy Carter herself. Upon learning this revelation, Moser initially felt quite overwhelmed. He had anticipated traversing to a cinematic universe akin to many other time travelers. Yet he found himself in a reality where Peggy Carter was the Captain America. The timeline has undergone a significant alteration, and, consequently, a butterfly effect ensues, leading to a multitude of changes. What will transpire next remains a mystery to Mercer. Carter glanced at him, her gaze lingering momentarily on his eyes as she spoke. "I must depart on a mission. Please wash my bowl once you finish your meal." As she spoke, she handed him a key, and for reasons unknown, Carter seemed to possess an unusual trust in him, allowing him unrestricted access to her home. Was it perhaps due to his youth? Mercer accepted the key in a daze, pondering for a moment before asking with a complex expression, "Why are you so kind to me?" Carter appeared caught off guard by the question. Her gaze lingered on Mercer's face for a while, but she did not offer a detailed explanation. As she departed, she lightly remarked, "I find your eyes reminiscent of his." She left without clarifying whose likeness she referred to. The only one left in confusion was the landlord, who nudged Mercer with his shoulder and, with a mischievous expression, remarked, "Hey, young man from the East, it seems the most beautiful woman in our apartment has taken an interest in you." Before the lecherous middle-aged man could finish his thought, Mercer rolled his eyes and bypassed him, heading towards Carter's room, using the key she had given him to enter. Inside the room, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, the source unknown, perhaps a perfume. Standing before the mirror beside the shoe cabinet, Mercer noted that although he was a young man of Asian descent, his eyes were strikingly blue with hints of green, profoundly captivating. The person she mentioned must be Steve Rogers, Mercer mused, shrugging. It was evident that only Steve Rogers could captivate Carter's thoughts so deeply. The room's layout was quite standard, and Mercer soon located the kitchen. There, he discovered a pot of beef stew. Lifting the lid released an enticing aroma that tantalized his senses. After his stomach protested with a rumble, Mercer could no longer suppress his hunger. He hastily searched for a bowl and spoon. During this time, in an effort to save money, he had subsisted on discounted bread and milk from the bakery, which was becoming tiresome. He filled a large bowl with steaming beef stew, the delectable scent teasing his nostrils as he prepared to take a generous spoonful. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated nearby, and before he could react, it seemed as if the very floor around him had been breached. The immense force obliterated the far side of the room, leaving it eerily vacant, while Mercer remained with his spoon poised over the stew. "What in the world is happening?" he exclaimed, instinctively springing from his chair, not forgetting to clutch his bowl. As he surveyed the scene shrouded in dust, his eyes widened in shock. Emerging from the haze was a colossal figure, and as the dust settled, Mercer beheld the true identity of the intruder. Its abomination, a hulking figure adorned in gray, spiked skin, stood before Mercer, a sight he recognized all too well, one of the adversaries of the mighty Hulk, the Abomination. Although the circumstances of this encounter were perplexing, Mercer instinctively sensed he was in peril. He observed others in the vicinity, and they, too, were aware of his presence. Amidst the chaos, a seemingly ordinary individual was shockingly enjoying a bowl of beef stew, his astonishment juxtaposed against the menacing grin of the Abomination, who momentarily seemed taken aback. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the comedic animations of the 1990s. Despite the inappropriateness of the situation, Mercer could not help but admire Carter's culinary skills. The beef was tender, flavorful, and exquisitely seasoned. At that moment, the Abomination finally regained his bearings, letting out a low growl as he reached out towards Mercer, sending a shiver down his spine. "Good heavens, how is this even my problem?" Mercer thought, feeling like an ordinary citizen merely craving beef stew, now entangled in such chaos. In the Marvel Universe, the plight of the common man is indeed perilous. He stood paralyzed, watching as the enormous hand, larger than himself, descended upon him, a wave of acute anxiety washing over him as his life hung in the balance. Before he could react, an emotionless voice echoed in his ear. Detection of host's life-threatening situation. The Infinite Hero card system has been activated. Claiming starter pack, you have acquired the anti-hero card, Blacklight Virus. Chapter 2. I just want to quietly enjoy my braised beef. Mose shivered, as if something mysterious had entered his body. In the next moment, he noticed that the movements of the Abomination had inexplicably slowed to a crawl, akin to being played in slow motion. What was happening? Why were his actions so sluggish? He could even discern the subtle changes in his expressions. Mose was yet unaware of the specifics, but he understood that his auxiliary power had been activated. The Infinite Hero card system had yet to be thoroughly examined, but its immediate effects were already astonishing to Mose. The Blacklight Virus, a lethal contagion from his previous life, was known from a game called Prototype. Those infected would transform into horrifying zombies, driven solely by their bloodlust, or into enhanced zombies with specific bodily augmentations functioning as weapons. If utilized correctly, this virus had the potential to endlessly absorb and mutate, becoming a formidable force. In this Marvel universe, it would not be inferior to any entity. Mission initiated. Blacklight emergence, completion rate, 0/10. As he felt the terrifying enhancement brought by the Blacklight virus coursing through him, a smile gradually spread across Mose's face as he gazed at the Abomination. "So, you are the Abomination, are you? Have you never faced death?" Outside the building, Special Forces soldiers stood vigilant with rifles and heavy weaponry. Despite the security perimeter being established, curious onlookers remained, capturing the scene on their mobile devices. "Damn it, Langlo, where's the anesthetist?" Carter, clad in Captain America's uniform, anxiously urged the man beside her. She had only just stepped out when she heard the news of the Abomination's arrival in this area, which was populated by many civilians. This was dire. Mere bullets would not suffice to eliminate such a monster. They could only use the specially developed tranquilizer darts from SHIELD to subdue it, bringing it to a more human state. However, the anesthetist bearing the tranquilizers had yet to arrive, leaving them to suppress the creature with gunfire to minimize its rampage. Suddenly, a look of terror crossed Carter's face as she noticed the lights on in her room, now with a large hole smashed through it. She had left with the lights off, which meant Mose had entered. With a gaping pit now in her room, a chill ran down her spine. Alex, seal off the 2 blocks surrounding this area. Langlo, take your team to secure the perimeter, and the rest evacuate the civilians. Despite her rising anxiety, Carter swiftly issued a series of commands. Yes, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces responded promptly, immediately mobilizing to execute her orders. Carter removed her shield from her back, ready to rush in to save the people, but then a figure hurtled down from above, crashing violently into the opposite building. As the crowd remained bewildered by the unfolding events, all eyes were drawn to the half-destroyed building, from which a figure slowly emerged. The person stood a little over 6 feet tall, cloaked in a black hood, obscuring their features from view. Alex, only Carter, witnessing the figure before her, could recognize the young man as Mose. He was unharmed. Was this his doing? As he watched the abomination being sent flying, an absurd thought struck Carter's mind. She could hardly believe it. In her recollection, Mercer had always been a young man of modest strength. How could he possibly send an abomination hurtling through the air? At that moment, Mercer spoke, his voice laced with exasperation. Honestly, is it so difficult for me to enjoy a stew of beef? His youthful yet not immature words rang out, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence as Mercer emerged. I've read a novel where a fellow attempted to annihilate a village, only to be interrupted while the protagonist was eating noodles, resulting in a severe beating. Do you wish to try your luck as well? The abomination twisted its painfully throbbing arm and neck, its oversized pupils narrowing in disbelief. It had failed to react in time, and by the time it regained its senses, it had already been sent flying. Could an ordinary person truly have such power? It was inconceivable. Who are you? The abomination stammered, its words almost human, despite its monstrous form. I am merely a quiet youth passing by, eager for some beef stew. I must inform you, you've bitten off more than you can chew. The moniker Quiet Youth elicited a wave of incredulity among those present. Could a quiet youth truly accomplish such feats? Mercer flexed his muscles. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the system he had just acquired, the infusion of the blacklight virus had significantly augmented his physical prowess. It was no wonder he had effortlessly hurled the several-ton abomination. Now, he needed to address the immediate situation. Flexing his fingers, he felt a seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him. A grin crept onto his lips as he realized the blacklight virus was even more potent than he had anticipated. Let us see how effective this power truly is. He crouched slightly, channeling his energy, and in an instant, he launched himself forward with the speed of an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! The onlookers only heard the sharp sound of wind being sliced through as Mercer closed the distance in the blink of an eye, arriving before the abomination. With a powerful punch, his fist struck the creature's jaw, sending the abomination soaring into the sky, far beyond its own weight class. Witnesses even caught sight of a shockwave forming around the punch. What incredible speed! Impressive, Carter exclaimed, the only one among the crowd with enhancement abilities. Aside from this mutated oddity, she was the only one fully aware of the abomination's extraordinary weight. Could he truly send it skyward? She felt as though she were dreaming. Yet Mercer had indeed accomplished it. Had he been hiding his true strength all along? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she pondered whether she was still dreaming. But there was no one present to provide answers. Mercer pressed on, leaping effortlessly to a height of over 10 meters. Again arriving before the abomination in the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each one raining down upon the creature with tremendous force. The overwhelming pain rendered the abomination dazed. The intensity and frequency of the attacks were staggering. How could it be that 1 or 2 punches would suffice? Yet Mercer unleashed dozens, even hundreds, with such might? Even at full strength, it could not fathom producing such force. The abomination roared in its mind. Even with its enhanced body, it could not discern Mercer's movements. Just as he was about to raise his hand to block a punch, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, and the fist he despised was merely a fading shadow. The sheer size of his opponent restricted his speed, rendering him unable to retaliate swiftly. In contrast, Moser, with his ordinary physique, bore no such burden. Each of his punches struck like a speeding train, delivering resounding blows to the adversary, the sound echoing with a clarity that attested to their might. The two descended rapidly, with Moser's punches landing even faster, producing an abnormal cadence of thudding sounds in mere seconds, over 100 strikes. Each hit resonated with force, leaving one incredulous. Gradually, the adversary sensed something amiss. Chapter 3. The tumultuous blacklight virus. Each of Moser's punches was not merely a strike. They carried razor-like gusts, relentlessly pummeling the same spot. While a rifle had failed to breach his skin, Moser's rapid-fire punches surprisingly tore through it. The adversary could distinctly see his own blood, instead of splattering outward, eerily merging into Moser's fists. One drop of blood led to 2, and 2 to 4, until they finally reached the ground, at which point Moser ceased his assault. Upon landing, the adversary was left in a state of near death. His once mighty physique had shriveled considerably. Those unaware of the situation might assume he was merely returning to a normal human form, oblivious to the fact that Moser had absorbed a significant amount of his blood. Moser stood over him, adopting a victor's stance, gazing down with an air of superiority. The scene resembled a lamb standing atop a giant elephant, creating a striking visual impact. Could I possibly absorb him? Moser's body trembled slightly, not from fear of being watched, but from an insatiable desire for the blacklight virus, which thrived on absorbing biological entities for evolution. The adversary was an exceptionally rare source of sustenance. Yet, reason warned Moser against such an action. Observing the surrounding crowd, who were awestruck by his superhuman prowess, he realized that if he were to absorb his opponent, it would incite panic rather than admiration. The notion of absorbing and transforming a person was far too difficult for the masses to accept. Never mind, there will be ample time to act later. There is no need to do so in front of such a large audience. Moser shook his head in disappointment. He did not wish to become a public enemy. He glanced around, noting that even amidst the cordoned-off area, curious onlookers had infiltrated, some even capturing the scene on their phones. The consequences of casually absorbing such an entity were unknown to him, and in this public setting, he could not afford to experiment recklessly. Hey, are you done fighting? Weren't you quite capable just a moment ago? Get up and practice some more. Moser stomped down, causing the hard ground to crack and fissure beneath his foot. No more fighting, no more. The adversary, gradually reverting to a normal state, waved his hands frantically, inwardly lamenting that the rate of his blood loss was far more severe than being taken for experimentation. Thus, he dared not move, allowing the nearby Special Forces soldier to approach and inject him with tranquilizer darts. Observing the surprising compliance of the loathed figure, Moser curled his lip. It seemed this individual was acutely aware of his precarious predicament. The Special Forces soldier, noticing the transformation of the loathed one back to a normal state, hastily subdued him and confined him within a specially designed cage. Just as everyone assumed the ordeal was coming to an end, a sharp command pierced the air. Surround him. The Rapid Response Special Forces team led by Rumlow swiftly encircled Moser, their weapons drawn. For reasons unknown, Rumlow appeared more nervous than usual, as if the being before him was not merely a man but a ferocious beast poised to strike, capable of reducing him to mere bones with a single misstep. As Moser faced the man aiming a rifle at him, his eyes narrowed slightly, the urge to retaliate surged within him. Rumlow would later earn the moniker Crossbones. He was a prominent member of Hydra, the adversary of S.H.I.E.L.D., and in Moser's memory, he was one of the instigators of the Avengers Civil War. I strongly advise you to lower your weapon, Moser intoned, his eyes narrowing beneath his hood as he surveyed the surrounding special forces with a chilling demeanor. His imperfect English, laced with a palpable aura of menace, sent shivers down the spines of those present. Carter, the sole individual aware of Moser's true identity, watched the scene unfold with a complex expression. It was hard to reconcile the gravity of his demeanor with that of a mere 17-year-old. What are you doing? Lower your weapons, Carter commanded. Yet, Rumlow hesitated, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Moser. He managed to take down that hulking gray figure. Do you really think a rifle can harm him? Carter refrained from uttering Moser's name, for he wore a hood that clearly signified his desire to conceal his identity. Her insistence compelled Rumlow to lower his weapon, recognizing that Moser's rank surpassed his own and that he ought to heed her orders. Unbeknownst to them, This very action spared their lives. Had they truly fired upon Moser, he would not have stood idly by to be struck. Rather, he would have savored the opportunity to absorb others, resulting in a gruesome scene. With a disdainful huff, the assembled crowd lowered their rifles. Moser scoffed, his head tilting slightly beneath the hood as he surveyed the surrounding structures. In the next instant, he felt the red-black energy pulsating in his legs, propelling him into the air with a powerful leap. As he soared, Moser tucked his legs and spread his arms, gliding through the air like a flying squirrel, vanishing from sight. He's capable of flight, Carter thought, astonished by the boy's abilities. I must inquire about the nature of this power. As she contemplated Moser's departure, the farcical episode concluded, with many spectators capturing photographs of the spectacle. Intriguingly, amidst the throngs present, no one managed to photograph Moser's full face. The best they could achieve was a fleeting glimpse of his profile illuminated by the lights. Even with just that profile, Moser became a sensation online. Goodness, I have never beheld such a perfect profile. Observing the sharply defined contours of his jawline, one cannot help but wonder if he is not an actor deliberately brought in for this performance. Has the fervor of the fans above clouded their judgment? Just look around. There are no cameras in sight. In a fleeting moment, rumors concerning Moser proliferate across the internet, with speculation swirling about the identity of this enigmatic figure clad in black, whose presence eclipses even that of his adversary. Unperturbed by the unfolding events, Moser alights upon the rooftop of a towering building, surveying the urban expanse beneath him. After a moment of contemplation regarding the recent occurrences, Moser feels a surge of exhilaration. The long-awaited golden finger has finally been activated. He raises his right hand, and a dark, pulsating substance coalesces within his palm, forming a vessel the size of a beverage can, containing the blood of his nemesis. System detects a transformable entity. Would you like to proceed with the transformation? The sudden voice of the system echoes in his mind, momentarily startling Moser. Can this substance truly be transformed into a card? Why not? He muses. After all, he is uncertain of the consequences of direct absorption. It is better to experiment with the transformation than to risk becoming a grotesque version of his adversary. As the words leave his lips, the liquid in Moser's hand vanishes, replaced by a rectangular card of palm-sized dimensions. At its center, an artistic depiction of the vile blood is illustrated, resembling droplets cascading downward. While the top bears its name, Vile Blood, simultaneously, a dialog box appears before him. Card name, Vile Blood, level, grade, effect, grants a minor enhancement of vile attributes. Appears to synergize more effectively with the Darklight virus. Moser gazes at the text displayed in the dialog box, his curiosity piqued. Only grade? Isn't a creature of such formidable strength considered more than that? Chapter 4, Journey to S.H.I.E.L.D. Reflecting on the system's earlier words. Moser ponders for a moment before retrieving a sample of the Darklight virus, allowing the system to transmute it into a hero card. Card name, Darklight virus, level, effect, a super virus capable of infinite evolution, capable of absorbing various forms of life and energy, upper limit unknown. Upon witnessing the level of the Darklight virus, Moser finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. What does this level signify? Infinite? Is the Darklight virus truly this powerful? It stands to reason. Its premise is boundless absorption and evolution, having initially existed only within the confines of a game, constrained by its coded parameters. Now, having transitioned into reality and residing within this Marvel universe, its potential is indeed unfathomable. The situation has become abundantly clear. Moser must absorb more formidable entities. As a transmigrant, he possesses the foresight of impending events that will unfold in the coming years. Stark has just announced himself as Iron Man, indicating that the gathering of the Avengers is still some time away, granting him ample opportunity for development. With the Darklight virus at his disposal, one with limitless potential for growth, Moser feels a newfound confidence in navigating this realm teeming with extraordinary beings. Let us first explore the capabilities of this Vile Blood. Upon acquiring this card, Moser immediately comprehends its specific applications. He smiled broadly, holding a card in his hand, and with a gentle tap forward, the contents of the card magnified before him instantaneously. Moser strode ahead, the loathsome blood on the card seeming to find its host as it clung to him, burrowing into his skin. Before the ashen, vile blood could disperse and wreak havoc, it was engulfed by a colossal blacklight virus. Countless dark substances coalesced upon Moser's right arm, and guided by an extraordinary sensation, he suddenly swung his arms. The black matter instantly enveloped his limbs, transforming into a pair of gleaming claws that shimmered with a chilling radiance. This was undeniably spectacular. Gazing in astonishment at the black light claws upon his hands, Moser pressed one of the talons against the adjacent wall. The reinforced barrier, with minimal effort, was effortlessly sliced open, akin to a knife cutting through soft tofu. The incision was remarkably neat. Without high-precision instruments, it would be challenging to achieve such smooth cuts. If this were to grip a human, Moser squinted slightly, contemplating that had he possessed these claws earlier, the loathsome creature would have fallen much more swiftly. Merely absorbing a few drops of blood had been sufficient to reach such a transformative state. It appeared that this extraordinary blood truly bestowed significant changes. Upon examining his own transformations, Moser discovered that the enhancements were far beyond mere physical prowess. The absorption of the loathsome blood had granted him certain abilities characteristic of its original owner, including combat skills and linguistic proficiency. He attempted to articulate in English. His previously halting speech now flowed effortlessly. One could hardly discern that he had been a novice just moments ago. He sounded like a native speaker. Excellent. I can now converse fluently in English, eliminating any concerns regarding communication, and as for martial arts. Moser couldn't help but grin, executing several moves on the spot, each accompanied by a whistling sound, lethal with every strike. The loathsome creature had originally been a peak special operative, and with the absorption of its blood, Moser had inherited its capabilities. However, these abilities were merely the result of a few drops of blood. The information gleaned was limited, and he would require more. If I could absorb the entirety of the loathsome creature, I could potentially transform into him entirely. With this thought in mind, Moser felt a surge of excitement. He resolved to investigate the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. to seek out information, hoping to locate the loathsome creature. For this individual was undoubtedly a menace. That night, at S.H.I.E.L.D., within the Triskelion, Nick Fury, the bald man with an eye patch, observed the surveillance footage with a grave expression. The video depicted Moser's entire encounter with the loathsome creature, showcasing a seemingly ordinary human who had effortlessly sent a several-meter-high beast flying with a single punch. Nick Fury's mind raced, grappling with the emergence of yet another formidable adversary. Natasha, what is your perspective on this individual? He turned to the tall woman with wine-red hair standing beside him, seeking her insight. The woman, Natasha Romanoff, a senior operative of S.H.I.E.L.D., and one of Fury's most trusted confidants, scrutinized the footage and began to formulate a concise character analysis. I surmise that his age is likely around 20 or perhaps even younger. Judging by his demeanor, he harbors no intentions of seeking the limelight, thereby eliminating any direct connection to this incident. I suspect that, as those agents suggested, the man acted out only because this gray behemoth interrupted his enjoyment of beef stew. Upon hearing this, Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. If this were indeed the reason, then the disturbance was exceedingly unfortunate for him. Don't joke with me. I'm already feeling quite overwhelmed, she remarked. Observing Natasha's barely contained laughter, Nick Fury helplessly rubbed his smooth head. This was not a fortuitous turn of events for him. The preparations for the Avengers Initiative had only just commenced, and the emergence of such an enigmatic individual could potentially jeopardize their plans. After a moment of contemplation, Nick tapped his fingers against the table and continued. Let us proceed this way. Since the individual mentioned being disturbed during a meal, it implies he must be a resident of this building. Please investigate any pertinent information regarding him and see if you can locate him. Understood, Natasha nodded, confirming the address of Mercer on her computer before preparing to leave. Just as she was about to turn her body, an unexpected young voice resonated from the shadows of Nick Fury's office. I am right here. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Chapter 5. The deal. At the moment the voice materialized, both Nick Fury and Natasha instinctively drew their firearms, their hands firmly gripping the weapons aimed toward the source of the sound. their pupils dilated in shock. Cold sweat instantly beading upon their foreheads as they beheld the young man emerging from the shadows of the office. When had he arrived there? Neither Nick nor Natasha had detected his presence. If he had intended to kill them, they would have already met their demise. What terrifying stealth techniques had allowed him to elude both the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and its senior operative? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mercer, Alex Mercer. I wish to propose a transaction, Mercer said with a light chuckle. A bead of sweat formed on Nick's palm as he subtly moved one hand toward the table, intending to press the concealed alarm button. Suddenly, a swift whoosh sliced through the air. To his astonishment, a gleaming dagger had somehow been hurled toward him, precisely intercepting the space between his hand and the alarm button. I do not wish to see anyone else. I advise you against making any rash moves, Mercer stated with a smile. In his grasp was a dagger, fitting comfortably in his palm, sharp and menacing. When had he thrown it? What remarkable speed! Nick was stunned, realizing that had he extended his hand toward the button just a moment earlier, the dagger would have pierced through his palm. He turned to Natasha, who was equally taken aback, having also failed to notice the moment of his attack. What do you desire? Noticing that Mercer seemed to harbor no ill intentions, Nick withdrew his hand, signaling Natasha to lower her weapon as well. Mercer still held the small dagger, capable of conjuring sharp blades at will, something that was beyond the realm of their usual operations. In this realm where games have become reality, Mercer experiences a transformation within himself. It is indeed possible to meticulously control the blacklight virus coursing through his veins. He approaches a nearby sofa and sits down as if he has been here countless times before. It is only now that Nick Fury and Natasha truly perceive Mercer's appearance, both astonished by his youth and striking features. Although he possesses an Asian visage, his countenance is one that would earn admiration from Westerners. Particularly captivating are his eyes, a rare bluish-green hue that is quite extraordinary for someone of Asian descent. Just moments ago, a hulking figure causing a disturbance in District 4 caught Mercer's attention. He desires control over this individual, including information about his location and the distribution of his guards. While Nick Fury and Natasha are still reeling from Mercer's remarkable looks, his subsequent words cause their expressions to shift simultaneously. There is no subtlety in his request. The mention of the location and defensive arrangements is transparently ominous. Nick Fury furrows his brow and states, I trust you are not a fool. You understand the gravity of your words, do you not? The presence of this individual poses a threat to you as well. I do not believe you possess the means to handle him. Noticing their hesitation, Mercer shrugs nonchalantly and adds, Of course, this will not come without a price. I can offer you several pieces of information from the future. Information from the future? Nick Fury and Natasha exchange bewildered glances before turning back to Mercer, inquiring, What future information? Upon hearing this, Mercer remains silent, crossing his legs and nonchalantly sharpening his nails with the blade on his hand. Understanding the unspoken implication, Nick Fury contemplates for half a minute before turning to Natasha, saying, Natasha, retrieve the location information for the creature and withdraw all defensive personnel. It is unnecessary. Yet Natasha hesitates. Go, Nick Fury commands resolutely. After a moment of contemplation, Natasha nods and promptly accesses the computer to provide Mercer with the location of the creature. Mercer acknowledges her with a nod, appearing unperturbed, and states, Dr. Banner will be a significant asset to the Avengers in the future. Do not let his transformation into a green giant lead you to thoughts of violence against him. Stark is indeed worth recruiting, and Agent Carter possesses the qualities suitable for the role of captain of the Avengers. I anticipate a formidable force will emerge in New Mexico within the next month. You may wish to have Agent Coulson monitor that area. The Insight program is infeasible. I recommend its prompt cancellation. Mercer's revelations, regardless of their veracity, leave Nick Fury and Natasha in a state of shock. The Avengers and the Insight program are among our most classified operations, known to fewer than 10 individuals within the agency, all of whom are high-ranking officials. How could you possibly know this? Nick Fury exclaims, his emotions surging as he tightens his grip on the handgun he has yet to relinquish. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The Insight program is a closely guarded secret within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even Natasha is unaware of it. How could Mercer possess such knowledge? While merely being aware of the Avengers is not particularly astonishing, the knowledge of the Insight program is indeed rather extraordinary. I have already mentioned that this is information from the future. Otherwise, what would you have me say? The winning numbers for the next lottery? Moser remarked with a faint smile, showing no concern for the reactions of others, which he had anticipated. If they were not surprised, that would be truly peculiar. Thus, will these matters eventually come to light? After a moment of calm reflection, Nick Fury found the crux of the issue and promptly inquired. Moser had not disclosed his affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet his awareness of such matters could only imply one thing. These events would be exposed in due time, hence his knowledge. That is all I wish to convey. As for the veracity of these claims, time will reveal the answers to you. Farewell. Moser did not entertain Fury's questions any further. Instead, he exited through the front door, making his way to where the abomination was held. Fury, are we just going to let him leave? Natasha said, her mood fluctuating. The security of S.H.I.E.L.D. is notoriously stringent, yet here was an intruder who had brazenly entered and exited through the front door, which seemed excessively audacious. After a brief hesitation, Nick Fury replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. The fact that he can provide us with such information indicates he is likely not our enemy. However, do look into his identity, Alex Moser. Investigate him." As he spoke, he approached his desk and picked up the phone to dial a number. "Is this Coulson? I have a task for you. You need to head to New Mexico immediately." Noticing that Fury had begun assigning a task to Agent Coulson, Natasha refrained from further comment and promptly set about investigating Moser's identity. Unbeknownst to them, in the corner of the office, a small black slime, no larger than a thumb, lurked. After their conversation concluded, it wriggled out of the office. Chapter 6. Excessive absorption, though merely a small mass of slime. Its speed was remarkable. Within seconds, it caught up with Moser and melded into his body. This bald fellow is quite astute. Otherwise, I would have thought he aimed to take down S.H.I.E.L.D. in one fell swoop. After all, it has already been infiltrated by Hydra. Whether it dies sooner or later, it is doomed. Moser left behind a trace of dark energy in the office to eavesdrop on Fury and Natasha's actions after his departure. Observing that they had no intention of closing in on him, he felt relieved. A friend is preferable to an enemy, even if he harbored no fear. As for their investigation into him, it was a matter of little consequence. Moser was eager to reach the location of the abomination. He could hardly wait to experience the transformations that would come from absorbing it entirely. The facility where the abomination was held was not far, situated near S.H.I.E.L.D. As Moser arrived, he found the area vacated, allowing him easy access. In a vast white chamber, a massive cage stood at the center, within which a gray figure was furiously thrashing about. This formidable creature was the abomination, who, after being sedated, had reverted to its monstrous form, desperately attempting to break free from its confinement. As Moser advanced, he noticed a multitude of crimson liquids adorning the ground. It was unmistakably blood. It seemed that subduing the abomination was no trivial task, as at least 10 individuals had sustained injuries. Moser surveyed his surroundings and approached the abomination directly. Upon noticing Moser's presence, the creature visibly trembled. It's you. How could you be here?" Its expression conveyed a palpable panic. Despite being surrounded by an arsenal of weaponry, the abomination exhibited no fear. However, standing before this strikingly handsome young man of ordinary height, it was gripped by an overwhelming psychological terror. The sheer strength of this opponent was beyond comprehension. Even in its transformed state, it found itself ill-prepared to withstand Moser's assault, a fact that instilled dread within it. "I am here, and you should be more aware than anyone else," Moser declared, as dark energy coiled around his hand, manifesting into several sharp blades. With a swift flick, the abomination instinctively leapt backward into a defensive stance, fearing imminent pain. Yet, contrary to its expectations, no agony followed. Upon lowering its hands, the abomination realized that Moser's blades had merely destroyed the surveillance cameras in the room. "I have no desire for others to witness my abilities," Moser grinned, as the dark energy surged up his arms, transforming into a pair of colossal black claws. He leapt forward, aiming for the nearby metal bars. The sturdy structure, which had withstood the abomination's ferocious assaults, was effortlessly sliced through by Moser's strike, as if it were mere tofu. A piercing scream escaped the abomination as Moser grinned wickedly, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a wolf among sheep. Despite the stark contrast in their physiques, it was the abomination that found itself fleeing. "Damn it! I will not be outdone by you, you little monkey." Faced with Moser's relentless advance, the abomination grew desperate, gazing at the neatly severed metal bars. It realized that Moser's arrival spelled trouble. With a surge of adrenaline, it shouted to bolster its courage and launched itself at Moser in a final, desperate gambit. Unfortunately, the disparity in their physical capabilities was insurmountable. While the abomination possessed a mutated physique that exceeded that of an ordinary human, it paled in comparison to Moser, who had seamlessly integrated the dark energy virus into his being, allowing it to function as an extension of himself. This powerful virus also enabled his brain to operate at peak efficiency. As the abomination made its last-ditch effort, Moser unleashed an explosion of dark energy from his legs, delivering a forceful kick to its abdomen. The impact resonated with a deafening thud, propelling the abomination backward into a metal pillar. The overwhelming force caused it to spew forth a copious amount of blood, bending the pillar significantly. Do avoid wasting blood. Spoiling it would be a shame, Moser remarked. The last words the abomination heard before losing consciousness. With blinding speed, Moser closed the distance, his blades descending swiftly, severing the creature's head from its body in an instant. Hatred possesses a certain capacity for regeneration, albeit not as formidable as that of the Hulk. Once severed, it cannot be reattached. With a fierce thrust, the claws plunged into the chest of Hatred. Mercer pulled apart with brutal force, tearing the seemingly invulnerable body into two halves, which were eagerly absorbed by the pre-prepared blacklight virus. As the ashen blood splattered, tendrils formed from the blacklight substance ensnared and reclaimed every drop, leaving not a single drop wasted. Bang! A sudden, heavy sensation struck Mercer's heart as the blood of Hatred coursed through him, causing his limbs to twitch involuntarily. Drawing a sharp breath, hiss! This substance is surprisingly potent. Glancing down at his arms, he observed the skin gradually turning a pallid gray, visibly morphing into raised, hardened patches, reminiscent of a tortoise's shell. Small spines erupted from the skin. Wherever the skin turned grayish, these spines protruded. This was the skin of Hatred. However, this peculiar transformation did not persist for long. Within mere seconds, a crimson-black substance emanated from Mercer's heart, swiftly enveloping the ashen skin. The pathogens lurking beneath the pale surface seemed to struggle against the ravenous consumption of the blacklight virus, but they were utterly overpowered. In just 5 seconds, the surface of Mercer's body transitioned from grayish-white to a deep crimson-black, as the hardened skin enveloped him like a suit of armor. At the joints of the blacklight armor, crystalline tubes pulsated with flowing crimson-black liquid, ever ready to transform into weapons in the blink of an eye. Following this metamorphosis, Mercer felt a sense of stability. He gazed in astonishment at the blacklight armor enveloping him, marveling at how its transformation aligned with his thoughts. With a mere mental command, the armor receded. With another thought, it recloaked him. This level of portability could only be rivaled by Stark's future innovations, perhaps the Mark 85? What elated Mercer further was the realization that this powerful equipment, typically acquired only in the later stages of the game, had unexpectedly come to him at this moment. In an instant, a vivid segment of memory surged into his mind, flickering like a slideshow. "Emil, the experiment has begun. Please refrain from moving. Do not increase your own suffering. Pierce, you never mentioned it would be like this. I thought it was merely human trials. You are quite humorous. Is this not a form of human experimentation? Just a rather extraordinary one." In his recollection, Alexander Pierce, the head of Hydra, was leading a group of scientists conducting experiments on a man, the human form of Hatred, known as Emil. Emil struggled incessantly, yet his limbs were firmly restrained, leaving him helpless to witness the grayish liquid from the vials around him being injected into his body. The subsequent events unfolded as a relentless cycle of mutations, transforming him into the grotesque entity known as Hatred. Mercer could vividly sense the despair and agony encapsulated within these fleeting fragments of memory, further intensifying his disdain for Hydra. Indeed, they were the orchestrators behind this. Moose pondered that it was he who had caused the abomination to vanish. Hydra would undoubtedly seek him out. Yet he was not one to be trifled with. Mission accomplished, excessive absorption. Chapter 7. Generous rewards. Moose's joy had yet to subside when he heard the system's voice resonate within his mind, reminding him of his system tasks. Before he could check, the voice continued to echo. Black light emerging, completion rate 100, 000, 1000, receiving excessive rewards. Acquired item card, Star Wars Dark Saber. Acquired character card, Transformers Lockdown. The interdimensional card collection branch has been unlocked. The sudden influx of rewards left Moose momentarily stunned as 2 cards and a book appeared before him, prompting him to instinctively reach out and grasp them. The first card depicted a plasma beam sword radiating black and white light, while the second showcased a Lamborghini supercar. Moose was well acquainted with these items. The Dark Saber was a unique lightsaber from the film Star Wars. Its design was far more aesthetically pleasing than most lightsabers, resembling a true sword rather than a mere glowing tube. Lockdown, a robot assassin from Transformers, was capable of severely injuring Optimus Prime, boasting formidable strength. The Lamborghini in its supercar form was equally captivating. As for the interdimensional card collection branch, it was not the appropriate time to delve into that, lest it draw undue attention from others. He decided to leave for now, intending to explore the interdimensional card collection branch at a later opportunity. Moose carefully stowed the 2 cards away. He was still on someone else's territory and deemed it unwise to utilize such items just yet. As he stepped outside, he encountered Nick Fury and Natasha approaching, their expressions somewhat off-kilter. Upon spotting Moose, Nick Fury bypassed him and entered the room, only to find it utterly vacant. He could not help but inquire, "Where is that guy?" "I took care of him. That was part of our agreement," Moose replied nonchalantly. "You resolved it this quickly." Nick Fury scrutinized the room once more. Aside from the solitary cage and the sterile white space, there was no other place to conceal anyone. He had intended to observe from the monitor to see how Moose would handle the situation, but since the latter had sabotaged the cameras, Nick Fury had to come in person. In a matter of mere minutes, after Fury entered, the abomination's form had completely vanished. How could this be possible? Nick Fury began to suspect that there might be hidden passages within the room. Otherwise, how could such a substantial being simply disappear? "Well, I have no further business here. I shall take my leave." Moose had no intention of lingering, as he was eager to examine his precious dark saber and beloved vehicle, leaving no time to dawdle. "Alex, please wait," Natasha called after him, tucking her hair behind her ear as she softly remarked, "May I have your phone number? If you ever need anything, feel free to call me." Her words carried an ambiguous undertone, especially coming from Natasha. A woman of exceptional beauty and alluring figure, most men would find it hard to resist such an invitation. Moses is not an ordinary young man. For women, they merely influence the swiftness of his swordplay. "No need. Thank you. Goodbye." With these simple 3 words, Moses turned and departed, his movements as fluid as flowing water, leaving Natasha momentarily stunned. She turned to Nick Fury with a wry smile and remarked, "I never imagined I would be rejected by such a young boy." Having searched the room in vain, Nick Fury, holding a fragment of the metal prison door severed by Moses's black-clawed weapon, commented, "This fellow is indeed extraordinary. How many secrets does he harbor?" Setting aside thoughts of Moses for the moment, he inquired, "By the way, how is the personal information you collected while undercover at Stark Industries?" With that, the 2 returned to discussing the formation of the Avengers, temporarily placing Moses's matter on hold. Given the vast difference in their abilities, all they could do was monitor. They could not intervene. After Nick Fury and the others departed, several figures appeared at the door. Observing the empty cage, the leader made a phone call. "Mr. Secretary General, this is Rumble. The target is missing." "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." After a series of nods and bows, Rumble promptly dialed another number. "It's me. Begin preparations." After exiting the SHIELD headquarters, Moses sprinted a short distance. Once certain he was beyond the surveillance range of SHIELD, he retrieved the confinement card he had just acquired. With a tap of the card, a brand new gray Lamborghini materialized before him. No young man could remain indifferent to a supercar presented before him, especially one that belonged to him. Gazing at the sleek vehicle, Moses felt as elated as a child who had just received a new toy. Eagerly opening the door and sliding into the driver's seat. Enchanted by the exquisite interior, he couldn't help but touch every surface. Suddenly, the dashboard lit up, and a mechanical voice resonated within the car. "Creator, greetings. I am Confinement." Moses was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. After all, this was a transforming vehicle, and its speaking was quite normal. The term creator referred to Confinement's previous owner, but now, as Moses had assumed ownership, it addressed him as such. Stepping out of the car and glancing around, Moses noted that he was in a park and it was already late at night, with no one in sight. "Transform into humanoid form," he commanded. Immediately, the luxury car complied, morphing into a robot approximately 6 to 7 meters tall. Upon witnessing Confinement's humanoid form, Moses couldn't help but facepalm. It was rather unsightly, with disproportionately long and thin arms and a lack of adornments on its head, resembling a baboon. If the car form were to receive a perfect score of 100, the humanoid form would plummet to a mere 60, barely passing. "You should revert to your vehicle form. Your humanoid appearance is not very appealing." Confinement responded, "We Cybertronians do not define individuals by their appearance. You Earthlings are quite peculiar, always emphasizing looks." It still believed it resided in the realm of Cybertron. "Are you loyal to me?" Moser inquired, recalling that Jinx was a bounty hunter who worked for money. However, being utterly destitute himself, he had no means to hire him for protection. "Indeed, my programming dictates loyalty to you. Yet if you insist on compensating me, I would not refuse," Jinx replied. Chapter 8. Ambushed on the road. The first half of Jinx's statement momentarily pleased Moser, while the latter half left him somewhat speechless. It seemed that even though summoned by the system, Jinx's inherent character as a bounty hunter remained unchanged. "All right, transform back into the car," Moser commanded. Jinx complied, reverting to a Lamborghini supercar. Settling comfortably in the car, Moser took out the dark sword for inspection. Inadvertently triggering the light blade, he was fortunate that Jinx reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the blade would have shattered the window. "Creator, please exercise caution," Jinx exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Haha, my apologies," Moser chuckled. Observing the light sword in his hand, he felt a surge of excitement. It undoubtedly represented a significant enhancement to his combat prowess. The sword's design was something even Stark could not replicate, and its extreme temperature likely exceeded 200 million degrees. It was improbable that any material could withstand its cutting force. In the early stages, there would surely be situations where claws would be ineffective or inconvenient. And at such times, the light sword would prove invaluable. Moser contemplated the prospect of clashing it against Carter's vibranium shield, curious whether this dark sword could sever that shield. Driving the Lamborghini, Moser swiftly returned to his former apartment building. Although it was still cordoned off, he found it effortless to slip inside. "Fortunately, I only have my clothes to retrieve. It truly is convenient. Being so poor, I have little to pack," he mused, chuckling to himself while humming a tune as he gathered his belongings. Suddenly, he halted his movements and, without turning, asked, "How long have you been sitting there?" Turning to look, he saw a graceful figure concealed in the shadows. The gentle moonlight cascaded upon her, highlighting her exquisite form. As she stood and approached him, the moonlight illuminated her face, revealing her identity. "Captain Carter, I was pondering your usual behavior. You certainly know how to hide," Carter remarked in an elongated tone. Her blonde hair and blue eyes made it difficult to look away as she spoke. The passage of time had not diminished her allure. Rather, it endowed her with a unique charm. After all, not every woman could endure the super soldier serum and then be frozen for decades to emerge in the present day. "I had no intention of concealing anything. It's just that plans often fail to keep pace with change," Moser shrugged, acknowledging the truth in his words, as he had not anticipated activating the system at this moment. "Where do you plan to go next?" Carter inquired, noting Moser's continued packing. Moser paused, realizing he had yet to consider his destination. Despite possessing numerous valuable items, he remained impoverished, with no apparent place to stay. As he pondered his next steps, he abruptly tilted his head back, as if something had just swept past him. Carter and Mercer simultaneously turned their gazes toward the opposite wall, where a small hole, no larger than a thumb, was visible. Sniper. The word surged into both of their minds, prompting them to swiftly seek cover within the room. Was that bullet aimed at you? Who did you offend to provoke a sniper? Mercer pondered, grimacing at the bullet mark, which indicated that the assailant was utilizing a silenced rifle. Despite the frequent portrayals of snipers in films, the deployment of such lethal marksmen is reserved for extraordinary circumstances, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Previously, when Mercer had deftly concealed his visage while addressing the matter of disdain in front of the crowd, he now contemplated the identity of the perpetrator. Could it be S-H-I-E-L-D? Impossible. Nick Fury is not one to act without discernment. The information Mercer had provided was sufficient to astonish him. Acquiring an ally is always preferable to gaining another adversary. Such wisdom is not lost on him. Thus, there was but one conclusion to draw. Mercer swiftly deduced that upon his exit from S-H-I-E-L-D, only one faction could possibly be privy to his whereabouts: Hydra, which had long since infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D. The rapidity of their arrival caught him off guard, yet he felt no obligation to extend them courtesy. Mercer smirked inwardly, grateful that the blacklight virus within him possessed an instinctual awareness of self-preservation. Consequently, the moment the bullet was discharged, it sensed the murderous intent and instinctively evaded the projectile. While he pondered these thoughts, Carter scrutinized the exterior and soon deduced the sniper's position. The shooter was situated atop a high-rise building, approximately 800 meters away, a distance too great for them to ascend and neutralize him. Gazing up at the towering structure, they realized that by the time they reached the rooftop, the sniper would have already made his escape. Mercer, do you have any ideas? Carter turned to inquire, only to witness Mercer artfully tossing his backpack into his hands before deftly maneuvering to the window and leaping out without hesitation. This is the 7th floor. Before departing, Mercer left behind a parting remark. I'll deal with him. You stay here and wait for me. With that, he leaped into the abyss, unwavering. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Mercer dashed through the night with extraordinary speed, albeit in an unusual manner, along the side of the building. Despite the verticality of the wall, he ran upon it as if traversing level ground. This ability to scale walls was the primary reason he could infiltrate the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, having developed the blacklight virus that enabled him to traverse surfaces with ease. 800 meters, if approached conventionally, would necessitate ascending the building. However, by the time Mercer arrived, the sniper had indeed evaded capture, yet now capable of sprinting along the edifice. He exerted himself slightly and leapt onto the adjacent building as effortlessly as one might hurdle a minor obstacle. Atop the skyscraper, a man clad in a black suit lay prostrate, his sniper rifle aimed steadily at the building opposite. This fellow is adept at concealment, but I've effectively sealed off his escape route. From the 7th floor, he has nowhere to run, the man declared confidently. Due to his aversion to the figure that had smashed a large pit into the building, Mercer and his companion found themselves positioned just beyond the door. To exit, they would need to traverse an unobstructed corridor, and he was utterly confident that he could eliminate any threat that appeared there. Indeed, such confidence radiated from him. Chapter 9 pursued. A sudden sound reverberated through the otherwise tranquil floor, startling the man whose pupils constricted in an instant. He instinctively reached for his waist, drawing a handgun, and without turning, fired several shots. A metallic clang echoed behind him, prompting the man to finally turn around. Behind him, Mercer had conjured a shield nearly the height of a man, deflecting each bullet that was aimed at him. This was a manifestation of his malevolent blacklight shield. Although Mercer believed he could recover even if struck, he had no desire to experience such pain. What on earth? The man's surprise was palpable as his bullets were effortlessly thwarted. Before he could execute any further offensive maneuvers, Mercer charged forward, delivering a swift punch. So fast, the man discarded his gun and raised his arms defensively. The punch struck his forearm with tremendous force, eliciting a sharp pain that made him wince and gasp, his astonishment deepening. Such strength could only belong to a being beyond the ordinary. The impact felt as if a speeding motorcycle had collided with him head-on. In one blow, He had rendered his forearm nearly incapacitated. Attempting to raise it again was futile, as the searing pain compelled him to abandon the thought. Have I still not mastered my control over strength? A voice tinged with disappointment emerged as Mercer shook his head in regret. His intention had been to temper his own power, assessing the effectiveness of the combat techniques he had absorbed while in a less formidable state. Yet, despite having suppressed his strength to a mere fraction, the punch he delivered had still resulted in a devastating blow, far beyond the capacity of a mere mortal to withstand. Though the man was a killer, his physical abilities remained within the realm of humanity, incapable of enduring Mercer's strike. Wait, let us discuss this under more favorable conditions. The man raised his painfully numb hands, hoping to deter Mercer from continuing his assault. Before he could finish speaking, a simple yet powerful kick loomed larger in his vision. Thud! The kick landed squarely on the man's head, producing a dull thud as immense force flattened his skull. Cracks radiated from the point of impact, spreading across the ground, a testament to the sheer power behind that strike. This was an overwhelming, one-sided battle. After crushing his opponent's head, Mercer's foot glowed with the essence of black light, merging with the lifeless form beneath him. The man transformed into a stream of black and red liquid, assimilating into Mercer's being. In the blink of an eye, Mercer had assumed the man's appearance. Indeed, he was one of the agents dispatched by Hydra. As the memories of the man replayed in his mind, Mercer realized that this individual was a hired assassin collaborating with Hydra, intent on eliminating or subduing him. Hydra. It seemed necessary to make time to confront this organization. With his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an aura of danger, Mercer had no desire to antagonize Hydra. Yet they had provoked him. This malevolent force had already been spared his wrath, but now they sought to provoke him further. Mercer had no qualms about eradicating this malignant presence. After tidying up the remnants on the ground, Mercer unceremoniously took the sniper rifle with him. It would be unwise to leave it behind. Although he had no use for it, it could serve as an intriguing addition to his collection. Upon returning downstairs, Mercer called for Carter, informing her that the matter had been resolved. The swift resolution did not surprise Carter, for Mercer was known for his ability to effortlessly subdue foes. The roar of an engine approached, and the vehicle known as Closure arrived, coming to a halt beside Mercer. Are you getting in, or just taking a leisurely stroll? Is this your car? Carter inquired, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the open door, as the car had appeared empty just moments before. Mercer smiled, gentlemanly in demeanor, and opened the opposite door for Carter, gesturing for her to enter. Carter hesitated, her perception of this young man growing increasingly ambiguous. Not long ago, he had presented himself as a mere impoverished high school student. How had he come to be driving a Lamborghini now? Closure, this is Carter. Please extend your greetings, Mercer said while fastening his seatbelt. Carter, puzzled, suddenly heard a mechanical voice emanate from the car's interior. Hello, Miss Carter. I am Closure. The voice startled her. Is this artificial intelligence? She wondered, curiously inspecting the interior of the Lamborghini. She had encountered artificial intelligence before, notably Stark's AI, J-A-R-V-I-S. I possess my own consciousness. Please do not conflate me with those rudimentary technologies, Closure's haughty voice retorted. Carter replied, artificial intelligence is considered rudimentary technology? Currently, AI is hardly widespread on Earth. The most common devices among civilians can only answer basic queries. To declare AI as inferior, one must possess a considerable level of advancement. Let us take a leisurely drive first, perhaps explore where houses are available for sale. Securing a place to stay is essential, Mercer instructed Closure. And the vehicle began to move. Inside the car, the two engaged in casual conversation, primarily revolving around their pasts. Mercer's history was rather unremarkable. Thus, he mostly listened to Carter recount her experiences. Creator, we are being followed, Closure's voice suddenly interjected, as the rearview mirror adjusted automatically, revealing a black van trailing them. This vehicle had been shadowing them for 2 blocks, maintaining a consistent speed. Given the current circumstances, it was unusual for a car to pursue them for such an extended period. Through the rearview mirror, both Mercer and Carter observed the ominous van trailing behind them. The front window offered no glimpse of the interior, an unusual circumstance for a standard vehicle. That is bulletproof glass. Carter exclaimed. This glass serves not only to withstand bullets, but to conceal the occupants within, preventing any exposure. Let us try to shake them off, Mercer suggested. The Lamborghini surged forward, swiftly merging into a lane bustling with traffic. A Lamborghini stands out distinctly in such a crowd, not solely due to its speed, but also because of its exceptional driving prowess. It deftly navigated through the gaps in traffic, leaving the pursuing van struggling to keep pace after a few turns. Oh dear. It seems they are no longer inclined to waste time with us. Two vans suddenly appeared 300 meters ahead, and Mercer recalled a scene from a film he had watched in his previous life. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Nick Fury was cornered by several vans from Hydra. It appeared that these vehicles shared a similar intent. He calculated quickly and remarked to Optimus, "There are foes ahead. You should recognize who they are, right, Creator? If such trivial matters can daunt me, you underestimate my reputation as Cybertron's foremost assassin," came Optimus's slightly indignant response, eliciting a chuckle from Mercer, while Carter remained oblivious to their plans. "Very well, you handle the vehicles in front, and I shall take care of the ones behind." "No problem." Their exchange was rapid, reaching a consensus in moments. Mercer turned to Carter with a smile. "Get ready. We're about to launch." Launch? As he spoke, the sports car's roof flipped open. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Carter was catapulted out of the vehicle. Fortunately, as a seasoned warrior, she remained composed mid-air, quickly adjusting her position to ensure a safe landing. "Is that the same car we were just in?" While still suspended in the air, Carter glanced back at her previous location, a chilling sensation creeping over her. This is no mere artificial intelligence. It can transform? The Lamborghini underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, transforming into a towering robot over 6 meters high. Once Optimus shifted into his robotic form, his headpiece altered as well, with a cannon emerging from his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a barrage towards the two vans ahead. Boom. Two resounding explosions echoed as the projectiles struck their targets with deadly precision. The special forces within had no time to evade, meeting their demise in a fiery inferno. "Damn it, they've discovered us. Engage." The soldiers in the van, witnessing the explosions, cursed vehemently as they swiftly readied their automatic rifles, preparing to break and attack. "Look, that person, is he the target?" The driver, a special forces soldier, turned pale with fear upon spotting a young man standing in the path of their vehicle. According to the speed of the van, even with the application of brakes, it would inevitably collide with him. The headlights of the van illuminated Moser's face, and the group of special forces, caught off guard, could only see a perplexing smile on his countenance. In the next instant, a card flickered into existence in his right hand, which then transformed into a short, dark-hued blade. With a firm grip, Moser summoned a black beam of light to extend from the hilt of the dark sword. As the vehicle sped towards him, Moser remained entirely unfazed, raising his hand to deliver a decisive strike. The van, fortified with special metals, was rendered as fragile as flowing water beneath the beam of light. Moser hardly exerted any force before he sensed a substantial liquid-like substance emanating from the blade, akin to a gentle push from a wave. In an instant, the van was cleaved in two. The inertia propelled the halves to collide with closed shops on either side until they finally came to a halt. Astonishingly, this light sword proved to be remarkably powerful. Moser gracefully wielded the energy blade, its rhythmic swings producing a soft, melodious hum that was quite delightful. He glanced to either side, selecting a direction from which someone was emerging, and proceeded towards it. The Special Forces soldier, who had just crawled out, observed Moser staggering towards him and promptly drew the dagger strapped to his calf. With a few shouts to bolster his courage, he charged at Moser. The sharp dagger sliced through the air, each thrust imbued with lethal intent. Yet, despite his efforts, the soldier failed to even graze the hem of Moser's garment. No matter how forcefully he attacked, Moser effortlessly evaded, appearing calm and composed. To Moser, the soldier's movements seemed excruciatingly slow, enhanced by the blacklight virus. His dynamic vision had significantly improved. Having consistently battled mutated foes, he had not perceived a substantial disparity between himself and ordinary individuals. Now, however, it was evident that the gap was far greater than he had imagined. He could effortlessly reach the pinnacle of human capability, while the standard form of the blacklight virus far surpassed that of an ordinary person. The soldier's attempts to strike him felt like mere child's play. He hardly took them seriously. Within less than half a minute of exchanges, the Special Forces soldier was already engulfed in despair. Is this the level of a Hydra warrior? Upon uttering this phrase, the breathless soldier suddenly lifted his gaze, disbelief etched in his eyes. Though he remained silent, the astonishment within him was palpable. Realizing he was exposed and had no chance of escape, the Hydra soldier coiled his tongue and prepared to bite down on a hidden venomous tooth. Just as he was about to break it, an immense force struck his left cheek, violently dislodging the venomous tooth from his mouth. How have the Hydra trained you to be so obedient, to the point of succumbing to death? You speak of Hydra, but I know nothing of it. As he watched the venomous tooth being sent flying, the Hydra soldier found himself utterly bereft of options, casting a venomous glare at Moser, as if to will him to death with his eyes. You wish for death, do you? I possess 100 methods to ensure your demise. Would you care to test them? In that fleeting moment, the expression on Moser's face shifted as he subtly adjusted his position, revealing himself solely to the Hydra warrior before him. Just a single glance was enough to terrify the Hydra warrior, who scrambled away in sheer panic, exclaiming, "Devil! Devil!" The warrior's voice, laced with terror, echoed down the street as he beheld Moser's visage, transformed into the most horrifying entity imaginable, the demon Satan. In truth, this was merely an image Moser had encountered in a painting. It was not the real Satan. He had harnessed the dark essence within him to manifest such a form. Nonetheless, to the Hydra warrior's eyes, Moser appeared as if the genuine Satan had descended, embodying the epitome of terror. Kajino? How could it be you? A voice of astonishment emerged from behind Moser as Carter hurried forward, recognizing the warrior's features and instinctively uttering his name, clearly indicating prior acquaintance. At the moment Moser turned, he restored his countenance, extending the poisonous fong in his hand towards her, saying, "This was extracted from his mouth. You should be familiar with it, no?" Carter was taken aback upon seeing the object Moser presented. Is this a poisonous fong? The mere mention of it conjured unsettling memories. In her past, she had faced an adversary whose warriors were all embedded with poisonous fangs. In dire situations, they would resort to self-poisoning rather than surrender. It was this very conflict that had led to Carter's prolonged entrapment in ice. The memory of that faction, Hydra, was indelibly etched in her mind. Yet, Hydra had been obliterated 70 years ago. Was it mere coincidence? A foreboding thought surged within Carter as she observed the onlookers who had gathered, prompting her to lean closer to Moser and whisper, "Spare this one. This isn't the place for confrontation. Let us depart." Moser nodded, delivering a swift strike that rendered the Hydra warrior unconscious, then handed him over to Carter. "He is in your care now. Interrogate him thoroughly, and I assure you, you'll uncover astonishing revelations." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the enclosure, who promptly transformed back into a Lamborghini, maneuvering towards Moser's side. They entered the vehicle and closed the door in seamless unison. As Moser drove away, Carter's expression was a tapestry of complexity, and after a long pause, she sighed. "Just how deep do you conceal your secrets, young man?" Chapter 11. The interdimensional card collection branch. Moser pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing the scene, leaving the ensuing matters for Carter to address. Naturally, this evening's events would not escape the lens of cameras, destined to spread far and wide. The striking supercar was remarkable enough, but the fact that it could transform into a fully functional robot was beyond comprehension. Although Stark had recently revealed himself as Iron Man, the spectacle of Moser wielding a lightsaber to sever a van overshadowed even him. This incident soared to the forefront of social media headlines, with everyone fervently discussing Moser and the enclosure, exclaiming their admiration for the coolness of it all. Moser, too, had a place to land. He sought out a safe house associated with his human form, recalling it amidst the loathsome memories. Upon arrival, he discovered an abundance of cash, amounting to several million. Among the items, there were several Swiss bank cards, each containing no less than $10 million, according to his abhorrent memories. Splendid. In an instant, he had become a millionaire. He took the cash with him, leaving behind some firearms in the safe house, items he had no use for at the moment. but he would return to retrieve them when the need arose. With newfound wealth, Mercer felt emboldened. He no longer had to worry about going hungry. He recalled the recent days when meals were scarce, constantly wary of battles between superheroes and supervillains, anxious not to become collateral damage. The thought brought tears to his eyes. He never expected such a transformation in just one night. First, he needed to rent a place, a stable base from which to operate. Mercer returned to his vehicle, setting off to find a suitable residence. Meanwhile, at a suburban villa, Tony Stark, the Iron Man, was engrossed in a video playing in the basement of his home. The footage depicted a recent confrontation on the streets, starring Mercer as the central figure. The entire event lasted less than 3 minutes, resolved with remarkable swiftness. Jarvis, is there any data on these two individuals in the SHIELD database, particularly concerning the Avengers Initiative? Stark inquired of his artificial intelligence. Initially indifferent, his curiosity was piqued when Jarvis mentioned Captain Carter's involvement, prompting him to watch the video. The content astonished him. Whether it was the transforming entity known as Shudder or the effortlessly cleaving lightsaber, Stark discerned that this was no mere fabrication. He recognized the immense difficulty in creating technology capable of producing such robots and weapons. Having just developed the arc reactor, he believed his technology was among the world's finest. Yet now, this new existence emerged, indicating a nation capable of such advancements must be well informed. None, sir. There is no information regarding either in the Avengers Initiative database. Jarvis replied. That is peculiar, Stark remarked, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as commands flashed across the screen. 2 windows locked onto Mercer and Shudder for analysis. Such advanced technology. Current capabilities could not produce robots of this caliber. Observing Shudder's performance on screen, a colossal robot resembling cinematic models, Stark understood the level of technology required for its creation. Even he would struggle to make something of such scale. Perhaps a smaller version might be feasible. Setting the robot aside, he focused on the lightsaber. Enlarging the video, Stark scrutinized the weapon. The beam erupted from the handle, maintaining a remarkably stable length. To cleave a metal van so smoothly, the temperature must reach at least 1,000 degrees, and surely not a degree less. Moreover, this is not a transient beam. Rather, it is maintained in a balanced manner, unwavering regardless of how it is wielded. What kind of technology could possibly achieve such a feat? Upon witnessing this formidable technology, Stark's curiosity was piqued. If it were a one-time laser weapon, he could effortlessly create it. However, a stable weapon akin to the lightsaber in the video was beyond his capabilities, at least with Earth's current technological advancements. Jarvis, please investigate this individual online. I wish to obtain his contact information and address. Certainly, sir. As he repeatedly watched the video featuring Mose, Stark's curiosity about the youth intensified. He felt compelled to pay him a visit. Meanwhile, Mose was blissfully engaged in selecting a house, entirely unaware of Stark's interest. Half an hour later, Mose settled on a modest villa located just 5 blocks from the city center. The house was not particularly large, yet he was astonished at how swiftly he acquired his own property. Sitting on the sofa, he let out a deep sigh. This villa was move-in ready, equipped with all the necessary amenities. Although small, it was by no means inexpensive. The villa cost over $8 million, however, given that it was acquired with windfall money. Mose felt no remorse in spending it. The reason he chose a villa was due to the availability of a parking garage convenient for his confinement, albeit it could only accommodate his vehicle in its modest space. After purchasing the villa, Mose took a shower and fell asleep. The events of the night had been overwhelming, and he craved a good night's rest, deciding to address matters in the morning. His sleep was sound. There were no disturbances from noisy neighbors, no incessant barking from bothersome dogs, nor the landlord's sporadic outbursts. Once tranquility returned, Mose finally had the opportunity to explore the recent updates to his system. Open the Otherworld card collection branch. No sooner had he spoken than the system responded. A luminous screen materialized before him, invisible on the black screen of the television. It seemed to be a vision only he could perceive. Focusing on the screen, he observed that the Otherworld card collection branch resembled a tree. Its trunk extended upward, branching out with only a few limbs, approximately 10 in number. At the end of each limb hung a card resembling the form of confinement or a dark sword. However, unlike those, these cards were dim, their designs appearing in shades of gray. They bore a striking resemblance to uncollected achievements in a game. Upon seeing this image, Mose gained some clarity. This tree adorned with cards represented his Otherworld card collection branch. Among the branches, only the card at the base emitted a faint glow, reminiscent of an achievement ready to be unlocked. Reaching out with his hand, he felt a peculiar sensation at his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, a gray-black card appeared in his grasp. The illustration depicted a colossal orange fox wreaking havoc upon a village. Upon encountering the fox, Moser was momentarily taken aback. His confusion did not stem from the fox's considerable size, but rather from the remarkable tale behind it. This was, astonishingly, the Ninetales. Chapter 12. The Kyber Crystal. Before opening it, Moser had speculated that this interdimensional card-collecting branch must involve gathering items from different realms. However, he never anticipated that the worlds accessible would include other animated series. The card before him originated from the Naruto universe, and what he needed to collect was not the Ninetales itself, but rather its chakra. Although he had prepared himself for such a scenario, the reality of it was still somewhat shocking. Nevertheless, having already traversed into the Marvel universe, this revelation did not astonish Moser for long. Gazing at the card in his hand, Moser looked up at the tree in front of him and reached out to grasp another card. Yet, before his hand could touch it, a sound akin to a heavy bell tolling reverberated in his mind, leaving Moser feeling as if the left side of his brain had turned to mush. A profound dizziness engulfed him, rendering him momentarily dazed. What was happening? What was this situation? After a considerable pause, Moser felt somewhat bewildered. His body was certainly not at a normal human level, generally speaking. Even if a super soldier like Captain America were to kick him in the head, he would not experience such a sensation. Yet now, merely attempting to retrieve a card induced an almost fainting feeling. Was this a protective mechanism, preventing him from acquiring too many cards at once? Or perhaps compelling him to collect them one by one? Moser's gaze lingered on the other cards, and after taking several deep breaths, he reached for a card positioned higher up. Thud! The sensation of impact surged through his mind once more, the intensity far surpassing that of the previous occurrence. It took Moser a full 5 minutes to regain his composure, solidifying his thoughts. Indeed, the system was instructing him to collect them sequentially. Attempting to take them all at once was utterly impossible. Rubbing his temples, the dizzy sensation in his mind was far more potent than that experienced after consuming several bottles of strong liquor. Staring at the Ninetales card in his hand, he resolved to first gather the chakra depicted upon it. The world of Naruto, how intriguing it must be. He was filled with anticipation. Fortunately, due to the enhancement from the blacklight virus, Moser's body felt no discomfort despite the busy night he had endured. How was he to utilize this? Perusing the card in his hand, Moser remained perplexed as it exhibited no further actions after its appearance. He attempted to flick it forward like the other cards. And at that moment, a beam of light shot forth from the card, revealing several lines of text before him. Card name: Ninetales Chakra. Status: inactive. Activation condition: input Ninetales Chakra. Teleportation location: Konoha Village. During the Ninetales disturbance, reflecting upon these lines of text, Moser meticulously read each word, whispering them repeatedly. The final line was underlined, resembling a hyperlink in a document, indicating the button for teleportation to another world. The Ninetales chaos coincides perfectly with Obito's return to Konoha to instigate turmoil. If this is indeed the moment, acquiring some Ninetales chakra may not pose a significant challenge. After some contemplation, Moser resolved his course of action. Once these matters have settled, he would venture into the world of Hokage to amass chakra. With his eyes closed, Moser quietly attuned himself to the changes within his body. He sought to ascertain the current state of the blacklight virus residing within him. As his thoughts delved deeper, he became aware of the blacklight virus, its form now intertwined with a tinge of gray, interspersed with numerous fine gray strands. The gray seemed to writhe, yearning to expand and amalgamate with the surrounding gray filaments, only to be swiftly engulfed by the dominant blacklight virus. A remnant of undigested abominable blood lingered, which could serve as a mere snack for the blacklight virus. As he donned the blacklight battle armor that manifested upon him, Moser gazed at the formidable suit enveloping his form. Had the blacklight virus not transformed into this armor, he might have wielded weapons akin to blades or flails. However, all resources had been devoted to the formation of the blacklight battle armor, depriving him of those weapons. Nevertheless, the armor's extraordinary strength might prove invaluable for his survival in alternate realms. Seated upon the sofa, Moser manipulated the blacklight virus, causing it to shift repeatedly upon his hand. While his mind wandered, the evolution of the blacklight virus involved the absorption of living beings. Yet he could not replicate the game's method of infecting an entire city to acquire evolutionary resources. In that world, the blacklight virus might be difficult to eradicate. But in the Marvel universe, the typical blacklight creatures might not pose a significant threat. Conversely, such an endeavor could backfire, rendering Moser a public enemy. It appeared that the sole solution lay in absorbing powerful antagonists. Perhaps he could even attempt to absorb energy entities. Speaking of energy, an idea sparked in Moser's mind: Infinity Stones. As the most formidable artifacts accessible on Earth within the Marvel universe, the Infinity Stones were the unequivocal choice. However, preparations were essential, as he had no knowledge of the consequences of absorbing the energy from the Infinity Stones. The blacklight virus was designed solely to absorb biological energy, continuously mutating and evolving. Other forms of energy represented an esoteric power, the nature of which remained elusive. Pondering this, Moser hesitated. If the blacklight virus were incapable of absorbing such energy, the encounter might resemble a mosquito meeting an electric swatter. Instant annihilation, a dire scenario indeed. If only there were some form of energy available for him to absorb. Lost in thought, Moser suddenly paused. A flicker of light danced in his palm as the dark sword materialized in his grasp. The core within the sword, the Kyber crystal, emanated a ceaseless flow of energy. Perhaps he could attempt to absorb this. This notion seemed somewhat fanciful, for neither in Star Wars nor in Prototype had there been precedents of absorbing energy or harnessing energy from Kyber crystals. Should Moser proceed, he would indeed be a pioneer. Grasping the hilt of the dark sword, Moser hesitated, uncertain whether this path was feasible. However, he recognized that this was the only avenue available to him. After all, fortune favors the bold. If he did not dare to take risks, how could he hope to grow stronger? Having steeled himself mentally, Moser took several deep breaths, his hands firmly clutching the sword hilt, and summoned the blade. In its activated state, the sword became a conduit for Moser to sense the presence of the Kyber crystal within the hilt. In the next moment, a stream of dark energy surged from Moser's palm, enveloping the hilt. Tendrils of this dark matter infiltrated the minuscule crevices of the dark sword, spreading forth until it enveloped the entire interior of the hilt. In the center, Moser perceived a dark crystal suspended within, its power continuously siphoned away. This was the Kyber crystal housed within the dark sword. Chapter 13. Satan, let us attempt this. Several strands of dark matter coalesced and drifted towards the Kyber crystal. As anticipated, when they approached within mere millimeters, the energy emanating from the crystal incinerated the strands into nothingness. Shall we enhance this with armor? A thought flickered through his mind, and the slender strands were cloaked in armor formed from the condensed dark matter. Though this armor was fine and delicate, its strength remained formidable. Even the thinnest black light armor could withstand the barrage of hundreds of rounds from an automatic rifle without faltering. Once prepared, Moser once more directed the strands towards the Kyber crystal. This time, they did not disintegrate instantly. Success. Moser's eyes brightened. While the strands cloaked in black light armor did show signs of being scorched, they at least endured a bit longer. Moser continued to manipulate the dark matter, forming protective armor around the strands as they advanced, ultimately reaching the surface of the Kyber crystal. Absorb. A force emanated from the strands of black light, drawing forth the crystal's energy. The black strands deepened in hue, continuously receiving energy from the crystal. An unending flow of dark matter was consumed by this energy, yet a small portion managed to integrate into the dark strands. The quantity was minimal, only 1/10 of what was absorbed remained, while the remaining 90% was incinerated in an instant due to lack of control. However, the ability to absorb indicated that this idea was viable. What had begun as a mere trial was now a green light for Moser to proceed without hesitation. The dark matter was continually consumed, reorganized, and absorbed. The energy intensity and temperature of the Kyber crystal were astonishingly high. Moser realized that absorbing it entirely would take a year at his current pace. The energy contained within the Kyber crystal far exceeded his expectations, allowing him to proceed with confidence. Moser's intent was not solely to absorb the crystal's energy. He sought to test whether the dark virus could indeed absorb energy and establish a degree of resilience. Otherwise, he would hesitate to recklessly consume energy as potent as that of the Infinity Stones. This process of absorption persisted for half an hour, during which the black light armor enveloping the strands grew increasingly thin, establishing the desired resilience. Excellent, this suffices. Thereafter, periodic absorption to bolster strength would be sufficient. Weighing the light sword in his hand, Moser stored it away, a glint of danger flickering in his eyes. The Hydra, should you dare to provoke me, must prepare for retribution. Mose stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the crescent moon suspended in the sky. The audacity of Hydra to dispatch snipers and elite soldiers to eliminate him surely stemmed from their belief that he remained ignorant of their secrets. In truth, he was acutely aware of their machinations. Creator, what shall we do? Shall we simply annihilate them? The violent whispers of the confinement echoed in Mose's mind. This unique telepathic connection between Mose and confinement was a phenomenon exclusive to cardholders, allowing them to communicate with their possessions. From the moment he acquired the card, he understood this bond, and his earlier summons to confinement at the old apartment building was a testament to their shared intuition. We cannot resort to such measures, however. I possess a superior strategy, Mose replied. After all, this matter was solely within his knowledge, unbeknownst to others. If he were to indiscriminately unleash violence upon the Hydra members, he would ultimately find himself the target of public scorn, branded a murderer. Producing his mobile phone, Mose dialed a number. It rang twice before being answered. Mose? It's me, Carter. Have you extracted any information from that individual? Carter. Currently ensconced in a secure chamber of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alongside Nick Fury and Natasha, had recognized the gravity of the situation upon discovering the venomous Fong. Thus, she confided only in the most trusted allies, Nick Fury and Natasha. The trio had detained the Hydra soldier in the chamber, employing every method conceivable to elicit information from him. Yet, a man prepared to face death remained resolutely silent, impervious to their pressures and tortures. As confusion set in among the three, Carter received Mose's call and promptly connected. After learning of the developments, Mose stated, I have a way to ascertain his secrets. Where are you? I shall come to you now. On the other end of the line, Carter, speaking on speakerphone, glanced at Nick Fury, who nodded slightly in affirmation, prompting her to respond, I will send you the address. Upon receiving the address, Mose descended and drove away. With confinement, the formidable racer, Mose need not worry about the distance. It would instinctively chart the optimal route. In approximately 6 minutes, he arrived at the safe house where Carter and the others awaited him. Spotting the familiar Lamborghini, Carter recognized that he had arrived. After parking, Mose followed Carter into the safe house and approached the room where the Hydra soldier was confined. Mose, I did not expect our paths to cross so swiftly. Nick Fury remarked, extending his hand to Mose. What method do you have to extract information from him? Skipping the pleasantries, Mose appreciated the directness of the conversation. He gestured for the others to step aside and approach the bound Hydra soldier, who was seated in a chair, his hands and feet restrained, bloodied and battered. He bore little resemblance to the state in which Mose had previously encountered him, evidently having endured severe torment. You still recognize me, do you not? Moser's gentle words rendered the Hydra soldier, who remained impervious to all forms of torture inflicted by Nick Fury and his companions, utterly pale. His lips trembled, struggling to articulate a coherent phrase, and only managed to stammer out 2 words, Satan. Satan. Witnessing such abject terror on the soldier's face, Carter and the others were taken aback. How profoundly afraid was he of Moser? I have just grasped a new skill. You shall serve as my test subject, Moser declared with a serene smile, as he clasped the back of the Hydra soldier's hand. In the next instant, the soldier leaned back violently, convulsing as if possessed. However, the chair was firmly anchored to the ground, and his limbs were tightly bound, rendering him incapable of escape despite his frantic thrashing. How could this be happening? The Hydra soldier's mouth gaped open in agony, desperate to scream, yet no coherent sounds escaped his lips. Nick Fury and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what transpired or the nature of the torment that could induce such anguish in a man of his stature. Their gazes fixed upon the young man before them. Even as the Hydra soldier exhibited such suffering, Moser maintained a faint smile, seemingly indifferent to the agony of his adversary. Chapter 14. Torment. Observing the torment etched upon his opponent's face, Moser felt a sense of satisfaction with his newfound ability. This skill had emerged while manipulating the blacklight substance to absorb the energy of the Kree crystal. It allowed him to transform the blacklight into countless strands, penetrating the soldier's body. These exceedingly fine blacklight filaments could execute the precise act of consuming the soldier's blood cells. Under Moser's control, he could also conjure corresponding materials to replenish the lost blood cells, thereby sustaining the soldier's life. Moser was unaware of the true extent of the pain inflicted. Yet in his imagination, it must have been far more excruciating than a sudden cramp in the calf during the depths of night, and at an intensity that was unbearable. In less than a minute, a foul liquid emanated from the Hydra soldier, his body succumbing to the torment and losing control. The soldier's gaze remained fixed on Moser, seemingly pleading for permission to divulge everything. However, Moser remained unfazed, his smile unyielding, and his actions relentless. It was a mercy, perhaps, that the other Hydra soldiers had perished in the explosion, yet this one, still alive, would bear the brunt of their suffering. The ordeal did not last long. To an outside observer, it appeared to transpire in a mere 2 minutes. Yet when Moser withdrew his hands, the Hydra soldier felt as though several hours had elapsed. Utterly drained, and he fainted. Perhaps Moser had been a tad too forceful, but he was confident that upon awakening, the soldier would divulge everything. Moser retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his palms, and smiled gently at his companions. Carter and the others were at a loss for words, incredulous at the understatement of a tad. The Hydra soldier lay unconscious, his expression still twisted in pain, having lost control of his bodily functions. Observing the smile on the youth's face, it seemed as if the torment he had just endured was a distant memory. What remarkable psychological fortitude he possesses. Are you in a hurry to return? Perhaps we should sit here for a while, Carter suggested hesitantly. She had not anticipated that Mercer would resolve matters so swiftly. From his arrival to the conclusion, scarcely 5 minutes had elapsed. Meanwhile, her own team had subjected the Hydra warrior to several minutes of torment. Conversing is acceptable, but I would prefer a different room, Mercer indicated with a gesture towards the soiled floor where the Hydra warrior had lost control. Of course, Carter nodded in agreement. Natasha and Nick Fury, recognizing the familiarity between the two, wisely opted to remain behind and attend to the aftermath. They believed that allowing Mercer and Carter to converse privately would yield more fruitful discussions than their presence would. Upon entering the adjacent room, which afforded a view of Nick Fury and Natasha, Mercer soon realized it was an interrogation chamber. They found chairs and sat down, and after a brief silence, Carter spoke first. Your abilities are quite formidable. At her words, Mercer raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Have you considered joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Carter inquired. Not at all, Mercer replied, shaking his head. I prefer the freedom of my own choices, unencumbered by constraints. Carter nodded thoughtfully, not surprised by his response. Through the one-way glass, Mercer observed Nick Fury and Natasha cleaning the room, then turned to Carter, saying, when that fellow awakens, what he reveals may astonish you. Are you prepared for that? This remark momentarily startled Carter, prompting her to recall the venomous tooth Mercer had given her earlier. She sighed. What does it matter if I am not prepared? Such events seldom wait for readiness. Mercer silently acknowledged her insight. She was correct. Just as she had not been prepared when she was frozen, he too had not been ready when he activated the system to acquire the blacklight virus. This night had brought forth an overwhelming multitude of occurrences. If things unfold as you and I envision, what will you do? Mercer's words hung cryptically in the air, incomprehensible to any bystander. Yet both he and Carter understood that their discourse revolved around Hydra. Carter's eyes radiated calm as she responded slowly, 70 years ago. I was their sworn adversary. 70 years hence, I remain so. As long as they endure, I shall not perish. This declaration brought Mercer a sense of relief, for it seemed that no matter the timeline, Captain America would never disappoint. He would always stand against Hydra, ever their nemesis. Yet, there seemed to be more beneath the surface of Carter's words, hinting at complexities beyond mere enmity. Carter fell silent for a moment before retrieving a bronze pocket watch from her pocket, roughly half an inch thick, and opening it. It was an unremarkable timepiece. Yet within its lid lay a photograph, carefully trimmed to fit. It depicted a slender man dressed in white. Upon seeing the watch and the image, Mercer's eyes widened slightly. The man depicted was none other than Steve Rogers. In Mercer's memory, the original Captain America was once depicted here. Now, an image of him occupies this space. Where previously it was Steve Rogers holding this pocket watch, and the photograph featured Carter. This was my comrade, who perished at the hands of Hydra. I had believed that Hydra had been eradicated 70 years ago, yet to my astonishment, they continue to exist. This implies that I have yet to avenge him. Carter gazed at the man in the photograph with unwavering determination in her voice. After a moment, she concealed her faint sorrow and mustered a slight smile, saying, "I apologize for revealing this to you." "It's nothing," Mercer replied, gently shaking his head. "Now, let us await the resolution of our affairs." Time passed slowly, second by second. The waiting was not prolonged. Approximately 10 minutes later, Natasha, carrying a bucket of water, splashed it onto the Hydra soldier, startling him awake. The torment inflicted by Mercer, coupled with such a brief respite, left the awakened Hydra soldier in a state of disorientation. If he were to endure any further agony, he might completely lose his sanity. "Now, are you ready to speak?" Natasha leaned closer to the Hydra soldier, narrowing her eyes as she inquired. The soldier, now too intimidated to maintain his defiance, recalled the brief yet excruciating period of torment he had just endured, an agony worse than death that even his mercenary experience had not prepared him for. After a moment of inner turmoil, he divulged all he knew. Natasha promptly retrieved a recording device, capturing his revelations in their entirety. The Hydra soldier spoke for about 10 minutes, disclosing everything he was aware of. Once he had spoken, a sense of relief washed over him. With his secrets now laid bare, he felt there was no longer any reason for them to torture him, even if they intended to kill him. It was preferable to the torment he had just experienced. Observing the soldier's newfound composure, Natasha exchanged a glance with Nick Fury, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Hydra had clandestinely existed beneath their very noses for so many years. They had even infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. At present, it appeared that at least 50% of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel were Hydra operatives, half of its ranks. Chapter 15. Shocked Nick Fury felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. He signaled to Natasha, and together they exited the room, making their way to where Mercer and Carter were. They stood at the door for a moment, lost in thought, before Natasha finally asked, "Fury, do you believe what he said is true?" Fury's already dark complexion grew even more somber. He dared not dwell on the implications, yet the reality before him demanded contemplation. Had Hydra really begun infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. 70 years ago? The current S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared virtuous on the surface, but in truth, it had long been compromised by Hydra. Under the guise of S.H.I.E.L.D., how many unspeakable acts had Hydra committed? Fury could scarcely bear to ponder it. Had Mercer not intervened, had Hydra not acted, how long would it have taken to uncover this truth? What consequences would have ensued? At that moment, Fury was engulfed by a wave of dread, his gaze toward Mercer laden with an unsettling mix of emotions. A seemingly ordinary high school student possessing such extraordinary abilities is perplexing enough, but how does he come to know such matters? He has no connections to S.H.I.E.L.D. Aside from a slight association with Carter, Mercer has never had any ties to any of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel. The term Insight Program suddenly flits through Nick Fury's mind, reminding him of Mercer's previous mention of future information. The Insight Program is unfeasible, which implies that at that moment, Hydra had already been exposed. Could it be that Hydra successfully utilized the Insight program to eliminate those who posed a threat to the nation and the world? Fury gazes at Mercer, his expression filled with confusion and astonishment. Even with his keen insight, he cannot fathom the boy before him. Not only he, but Natasha and Carter are also taken aback. They had presumed Hydra merely survived, never anticipating that the very organization which had been its fierce adversary, S-H-I-E-L-D, had been infiltrated. Such a revelation is beyond their imagination. Fury, what shall we do next? Carter inquires, recognizing that as the director, his guidance is essential in such times. For now, we shall remain still. Fortunately, this matter is known only to the four of us. Natasha, shortly you will fabricate a death scene, ensuring it appears as though that Hydra member took their own life, and then disseminate this information, feigning ignorance. Nick Fury instructs. They have captured the Hydra member, and it is certain that Hydra is aware of this. Now, Fury and his team must pretend to be oblivious, which would be advantageous for their subsequent actions. Given their uncertainty regarding the distribution of Hydra's members, recklessly declaring war would yield little benefit. Natasha nods in understanding and promptly sets off to execute the task. Carter, during this time, keep a close watch on Langley's movements. Their assassination attempt on Mercer has failed, and they may attempt again, so remain vigilant, Fury adds. Carter acknowledges with a nod. Finally, Mercer, on behalf of S-H-I-E-L-D, I sincerely thank you, Nick Fury states earnestly. Had you not informed us of these matters in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mercer does not decline the gratitude. With a calm smile, he gestures dismissively, it is nothing. They provoked me. And I informed you in hopes that you would handle it appropriately. Rest assured, we will manage this matter well, and no one will trouble you again, Fury assures. Extending his hand to shake Mercer's, his face reflecting deep appreciation. Having spent his life with an S-H-I-E-L-D, witnessing its growth over the years, Fury cannot allow it to be undermined. Mercer nods lightly, confident that Fury will manage the situation effectively. Those who hold such positions are not to be underestimated. Thereafter, he need not worry about the unfolding events. As he steps out of the safe house, Carter and Natasha rush up from behind, calling his name. What is it, ladies? Is there something more? Moser raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. The two women exchanged glances, and Carter took the initiative to say, we would like to invite you to join S-H-I-E-L-D. Moser furrowed his brow slightly, intending to decline, but Natasha preempted him, stating, the invitation is not merely to enlist your aid in eliminating Hydra. Rather, it is to facilitate your future endeavors. Having the identity of S-H-I-E-L-D could prove advantageous. Carter nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, consider it a complimentary pass. If you venture elsewhere, you could also access S-H-I-E-L-D's aircraft, which would certainly be swifter than commercial flights. Upon hearing this, Moser did not refuse but stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. It was indeed a commendable suggestion. What level of authority do I possess? He inquired. Level 8, Carter replied, casting a penetrating glance at Moser. Level 8? Moser echoed, astonished. To be a level 8 agent within S-H-I-E-L-D typically required at least a decade of service and was reserved for a select few. The fact that Moser was offered such a rank from the outset was a clear indication of Nick Fury's intentions to call upon him for any future predicaments S-H-I-E-L-D might encounter. Nevertheless, the choice lay with Moser, as S-H-I-E-L-D could not coerce him. It is preferable to possess an ally rather than an adversary. After a moment of reflection, Moser nodded, saying, very well. Please arrange for my credentials to be delivered to my residence. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to ask, by the way, you are aware of my address, correct? Carter and Natasha exchanged an awkward nod. They felt uneasy knowing his address without him having disclosed it. As a subject of interest to S-H-I-E-L-D, it was impossible for them not to have investigated where he resided. All right, then it's settled, Moser declared, nodding in agreement as he mentally summoned his closure and drove home. Observing his swift departure, Carter and Natasha exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken resignation in each other's eyes. He left so abruptly, without uttering a single extra word. Do we truly lack that much charm? Unfortunately, this sentiment was lost on Moser, who had not contemplated such notions. His only desire was to return home. On his way back, Moser stopped to buy some cola and fried chicken. Despite his wealth, his taste remained unchanged. On this late evening, cola paired with fried chicken was a perfect match. With his right hand laden with a generous serving of fried chicken, he opened the door to his home with a look of contentment. At that very moment, a shadowy figure lunged at him from the side, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind aimed at his face. This sudden assault did not startle Moser in the slightest. Even in the dark, his enhanced physique allowed him to adapt effortlessly, and with his free hand, he easily seized the incoming fist. The assailant, taken aback by Moser's swift reaction, attempted to withdraw and launch a subsequent attack, only to find their fist firmly grasped, as if ensnared within a stone wall. Sensing the texture of the hand he held, Moser uttered a soft exclamation. A metallic arm? Chapter 16. Rogers. The opponent wasted no time, quickly following up with another strike. A dagger, glinting with a cold sheen under the moonlight, was gripped firmly in his other hand as he pressed closer to Moser, aiming the blade at his abdomen. This method of combat bore the essence of a desperate warrior. Being so near to the target posed significant risks. If the opponent could react, the attacker would suffer considerable harm. Yet, there was an advantage in such proximity. Striking accurately became virtually assured, and the opponent's ability to counter was severely hampered, unless they possessed the skill to unleash a powerful attack in a fraction of a moment. As the dagger surged forward, the assailant was consumed by the intent to fulfill his mission, eager to hear the anguished cry that would follow the piercing of flesh. Instead, a sharp crack resonated through the air. The man paused, glancing down to see the blade embedded in a piece of black armor, the immense force causing the sharp tip to bend. A tingling sensation coursed through his hand. How could this be? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Moser's retaliatory strike arrived. He swiftly kicked the opponent's knee twice, the tremendous force shattering it with a resounding thud, a deep groan escaping the assailant's lips. Releasing the man's fist, Moser turned on the light and remarked nonchalantly, "Hydra truly is relentless, even sending assassins to my home." Upon illuminating the room, Moser was taken aback by the identity of his attacker. The man wore a black mask that concealed the lower half of his face, yet his striking blue-green eyes, identical to Moser's own, revealed his identity instantaneously. Steve Rogers? At the mention of that name, the man's body stiffened, confusion flickering in his eyes. Who was Steve Rogers? As he struggled to rise, Moser's assault on his knee left him without the strength to support himself. He could attempt to force his legs to bear his weight, but such agony was beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. Moser was equally astonished to find that the assailant was indeed Steve Rogers, the man who, in his memories, was destined to become Captain America. It appeared that their fates had been swapped, with Rogers taking Bucky's place. Observing Rogers' attire, Moser quickly deduced his current predicament. His friend Bucky must have met his demise on the very train that was supposed to bear Rogers to his own fall, and now Rogers had been discovered by Hydra, transformed into the Winter Soldier, frozen in time, and dispatched to eliminate Moser. Though the Winter Soldier possessed enhanced abilities, he was merely inferior to those imbued with the serum that created Captain America. Compared to Moser, he was akin to an ant facing an elephant, entirely outmatched. In a swift motion, Moser maneuvered behind Rogers and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. Rogers attempted to resist, but he was utterly incapable of withstanding Moser's strike, collapsing into unconsciousness. Gazing at the fallen figure, Moser fell into a moment of contemplation, scratching his head, pondering what to do with such a large individual. Dispose of him? That was certainly out of the question. Well then, for now, he would simply leave him here. Moose was at a loss for a solution, so he simply stepped over the man and made his way towards the hall. After taking only a few steps, he abruptly turned back, gazing at the man lying on the floor, and let out a soft sigh. "All right, I shall assist you this once." With that, he raised his right hand. A small orb of dark energy materialized in his palm, bouncing its way onto Rogers, where it seamlessly integrated into his body. Having completed this act, Moose finally departed, leaving Rogers to lie there alone. After all, he couldn't allow the fried chicken to grow cold. He found a film he enjoyed on television and began to savor the fried chicken, occasionally taking sips of cola. Such a simple life was precisely what he desired. Time passed, and Roger's eyelids fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. The unfamiliar surroundings filled him with confusion. A delightful aroma tantalized his nostrils, prompting him to struggle to his feet. His gaze fell upon his knees, and he couldn't help but exclaim softly. He recalled having his knees shattered. But in the moment of rising, he had paid it no heed. It was only upon standing that the memory resurfaced. As he touched his knee, he was astonished to find it perfectly intact, not at all resembling the injuries he remembered. Unbeknownst to him, his recovery was due to the dark energy Moose had released, which had mended his knee. Initially, Moose had no intention of performing such an act, but he was curious to see if his dark energy could heal others as well as himself. If successful, it would grant him surgical-like medical abilities, capable of remedying any traumatic injuries sustained by those around him. It appeared he indeed possessed this capability, as Rogers had already been healed. Rogers moved past the entrance and looked into the hall. There sat a young man on the sofa, thoroughly enjoying a cola and fried chicken. The delightful aroma he had detected earlier emanated from the fried chicken in the young man's hands. Moose noticed Rogers standing at the entrance, his expression one of bewilderment. He waved his hand invitingly. Care for a taste? Just as Rogers was about to decline, his stomach growled audibly. It was the first time he had encountered such an enticing scent, and he found it hard to resist. After a brief moment of hesitation, he nodded and approached to sit beside Moose, glancing at the gloves on Moose's hands. He too donned a pair of plastic gloves, mimicking him. As he bit into the fried chicken, Roger's eyes lit up, utterly captivated by the flavor, and he began to eat with abandon, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Moose, observing the man's voracious appetite, was not surprised. After all, during the time he had been captured, such fried chicken had not yet existed to people from that era. It was an exquisite delicacy. Seeing Rogers devour the food so ravenously, Moose joined in, and the two of them swiftly polished off the fried chicken on the table. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Rogers took the initiative to gather the remnants. Moose made no attempt to stop him, and once everything was tidied up, he finally spoke. Come, sit here. Let us converse. Rogers approached silently and took a seat beside Mercer. How much do you remember? Mercer inquired, eager to uncover when this world's Rogers had been captured and who had transformed him into the Winter Soldier. Since Carter had assumed the mantle of Captain America, this world diverged significantly from the Marvel universe that Mercer recalled. The reason Mercer refrained from dismissing Rogers outright was his desire to extract valuable information from him. Upon hearing the question, Rogers grimaced, clutching his head as if battling a multitude of conflicting thoughts. Had the brainwashing resurfaced? Noticing Rogers' distress, Mercer frowned. Had Rogers' moment of clarity been once again triggered by his words? Chapter 17, 3 Messages Assassinate Mercer? No, I cannot allow this thought to take control. Rogers clasped his head with both hands, his expression one of profound agony. It was evident that he was fighting against the insidious influence of the brainwashing within his mind. However, given that the Winter Soldier was Hydra's ultimate weapon, resisting its manipulative methods was no trivial endeavor. Gradually, the light in Rogers' eyes faded, leaving them hollow and devoid of spirit. He succumbed once more to Hydra's conditioning. This development did not surprise Mercer. If Rogers could have withstood the manipulation solely through sheer will, he would never have been brought here to kill him. Had he lost control again? Mercer shook his head slightly. Rogers' vacant expression clearly indicated that he had been ensnared once more. Huh. A low growl escaped Rogers' lips as he launched his metallic arm toward Mercer. Witnessing this, Mercer sighed in resignation. I just had a hearty meal. I have no intention of engaging further. You would do well to remain calm. I shan't entertain you. Standing firm with his hands in his pockets, Mercer suddenly conjured numerous tendrils of dark light from behind him, which swiftly ensnared Rogers, binding him tightly. No matter how fiercely Rogers struggled, he could not break free from the bonds formed of the shadowy substance. It's rather noisy, Mercer remarked, waving his hand. A small amount of dark light coalesced into a mask, sealing Rogers' mouth. Now, he resembled a black chrysalis. An onlooker might well be horrified, mistaking him for some mutated monstrosity. After leaving a vent for air, Mercer, observing Roger's futile rage and frantic thrashing, decided to disregard him and went off to wash up and sleep. The following day, he slept soundly until midday. Stretching lazily as he emerged from his room, Mercer realized that, after so long in this world, he had never experienced such a restful slumber. With his newfound wealth, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. While washing up, his old, battered phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Carter. "Your documents are ready. Are you home? I can bring them over." Carter's voice sounded somewhat weary, as if she hadn't rested throughout the night. "I just woke up. Feel free to come by," Mercer replied, surprised by her efficiency. "Great. Just open the door. I'm right outside," Carter responded immediately. "So soon?" Startled, Mercer approached the balcony and peered outside. There stood Carter, wearing a broad smile as she waved at him. Turning to the side, he noticed Rogers, mummified and resting on the ground, and he moved him aside. During this tumultuous period of conflict between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, Carter would undoubtedly be preoccupied. Thus, it was prudent not to release Rogers, as it might disrupt her focus. He resolved to keep him in his current state until the situation calmed down. For now, he would remain mummified, nourished intermittently by the dark matter. "I apologize for the inconvenience, my friend," Mercer murmured, patting the mummified figure, who struggled to escape in vain. Once everything was in order, Mercer leapt from the second-floor balcony, executing a stylish superhero landing before opening the door to welcome her inside, teasing, "You arrived rather swiftly. I trust you weren't waiting for me all night?" "Of course not." Carter shot him a glance, handing him a folder. "This contains your identification and some explanations regarding your privileges." Upon receiving it, Mercer observed that the S.H.I.E.L.D. handbook was a modest black booklet, the contents straightforward, listing both S.H.I.E.L.D. and his name. The rest was filled with inconsequential data, which he skimmed before storing the identification away. After a moment of hesitation, he gestured towards the house behind him. "Care to step inside for a moment?" Carter's gaze lingered on the house before shifting back to Mercer, her expression inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, she shook her head. "I have S.H.I.E.L.D. matters to attend to, perhaps another time." With that, they exchanged a few casual remarks before Carter departed. Watching her retreating figure, Mercer scratched his head, pondering whether she had misunderstood his intentions. He had merely suggested a brief respite inside. Not inclined to dwell on her thoughts, he returned to the house. Once inside, Mercer perused the additional documents from the folder and logged on to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s exclusive webpage. After entering his personal information, he was astonished by the vast array of information accessible to him. Although he could not view highly classified documents like those pertaining to the Insight program, the materials available were remarkably surprising. Among them were details about the Sanctum Sanctorum in Kamar Taj and a recent report concerning a boy who had been bitten by a spider, resulting in his mutation. It appeared that this world bore some similarities to what he had envisioned. Opening the documents, Mercer examined them meticulously. The reports were thorough, including personal details about the Ancient One. Ancient One, female, age unknown, sorcerer supreme, declined to join the Avengers, suspected of wielding a unique energy source. Classified as a high-priority target. Peter Parker, male, 16 years old, a typical high school student from Queens, bitten by a mutated spider while at Oscorp, possessing extraordinary physical abilities. In New Mexico, an object of unknown origin, resembling a hammer, was discovered, emanating a significant level of gamma radiation. As he absorbed this information, Mercer was taken aback, realizing that the Ancient One was also on the Avengers recruitment radar. She declined to join, much to Mercer's lack of surprise. The duty of these mages is to safeguard the Earth from the perils of the magical dimension and to protect the Time Stone. Thus, joining the Avengers is out of the question. What astonished Mercer even more was the third piece of information, an object resembling a hammer descending from the sky. The moment he saw the word hammer, he immediately connected the dots. It was unmistakably emblematic. This was Thor's signature. This implies that Loki's invasion of Earth is imminent. Mercer murmured, When the god of thunder arrives on Earth, it will not be long before Loki conspires with Thanos to demonstrate his capabilities, leading his Chitauri army to invade Earth, thereby uniting the Avengers. He pondered whether he could absorb Thor's thunder. Previously, he had attempted to absorb the energy of the cosmic cube, which demonstrated that the blacklight virus could indeed absorb such energetic substances. Perhaps it was due to the absorption of the abomination that the blacklight virus underwent a unique mutation. The abomination was a mutated serum based on the Hulk. Although it lacked the latter's extraordinary ability to absorb gamma energy from the cosmos and grow stronger, it possessed a slight capacity to absorb peculiar energy. This effect was feeble in the abomination, but was amplified exponentially in Mercer's blacklight virus. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for the original blacklight virus to absorb the energy of the cosmic cube. Chapter 18. New Mexico. From the timestamp of this message, the events had transpired less than 2 days ago. Thor must have arrived on Earth by now. I need to attempt to absorb the power of the Thunder God before him. Had this been earlier, Mercer would have certainly been unable to draw any power from Thor's hammer. However, the circumstances have changed. Odin has placed a curse upon the hammer. Whosoever wields it, provided they are worthy, will possess the power of the Thunder God. Yet, Mercer had no intention of lifting the hammer. He merely sought to siphon some of Thor's power from it. Just as Mercer solidified his resolve and contemplated the timing of his departure, the voice of the hero card system echoed in his mind. Card collection mission activated. Before Thor raises his hammer again, infuse a sufficient amount of thunderous power into the card to randomly draw a thunder-related skill. Upon the system's announcement, light coalesced before Mercer, gradually transforming into a card. Accustomed to his system, Mercer reached out to catch it as the card gently descended into his palm. The card he received bore the title Thunder Collection Card, adorned with a gray lightning bolt, indicating that he needed to absorb Thor's electricity to activate it. This was fortuitous. Otherwise, the mere thought of absorbing thunderous power filled him with trepidation. Currently, he struggled to absorb even a minuscule fraction of the cosmic cube's energy, barely managing to grasp 1%. The prospect of absorbing thunderous power was indeed daunting. Moreover, he could not afford to absorb Thor entirely. Although he was merely a mortal now, he would eventually become a pivotal figure within the Avengers, and Mercer did not wish to shoulder his responsibilities. Moreover, behind Thor lies Asgard. Should he be absorbed, Odin would undoubtedly lead the Asgardian forces to eliminate him. Mercer is not yet in a position to contend with such power. However, with the system's rewards, he would gain the standing to rival Asgard. Having made his decision, he promptly set forth. Mercer first drove to New York Airport, booking the next flight to New Mexico. With his newfound wealth, he effortlessly secured a first-class ticket. The comfort of the seat compelled him to silently commend the advantages of affluence. The flight to New Mexico would take some time, so Mercer took a brief nap while introspectively assessing the progress of the blacklight virus within him. He contemplated his impending journey into the world of Naruto, determined to find a suitable refuge, as he did not wish to squander such a remarkable opportunity for the blacklight virus to evolve. The first-class cabin was notably serene, with few passengers aboard. Mercer occupied the front row, while a few others sat towards the back. The silence allowed him to overhear the hushed conversations of the other passengers, which, despite his disinterest, piqued his curiosity when he accidentally tuned in. "Stay alert, everyone. Once we arrive, we must coordinate effectively," murmured a man in a baseball cap, gently pressing his finger against his earpiece. "This is a crucial moment for Hydra. Mr. Pierce believes this hammer could elevate us to unprecedented heights, not far ahead." Another man cast a glance and replied quietly, "But it seems SHIELD has caught wind of our presence. Several colleagues have been reassigned from headquarters these past few days, and we haven't received any updates." A slender man seated elsewhere interjected, "That's impossible. We disguised ourselves well. For decades, we left no trace. Nick Fury couldn't possibly detect us. If he claims otherwise, it could be due to that individual." The first man hesitated momentarily before continuing. "Are you referring to the young man who inexplicably made the abomination disappear? He is indeed a ticking time bomb. Just yesterday, Mr. Pierce dispatched the Winter Soldier to assassinate him, and now there's no word on that either." Upon hearing this, The other two visibly froze, one exclaiming in shock, "The Winter Soldier? Isn't he our ace assassin? If even he cannot handle this individual, it is truly terrifying. After all, he is capable of single-handedly defeating the abomination." "I'm not surprised by this outcome," remarked the slender man. "In any case, let us proceed with caution this time and avoid any missteps." "Agreed." Mercer listened intently to their conversation, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction at the omnipresence of Hydra members. "Your reach is indeed extensive, as you seem eager to meddle in everything. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me, and your fate is sealed." With Mercer's presence, they would not even be able to disembark from this aircraft. During the journey, while the three individuals excused themselves to the restroom, Mercer stealthily followed, silently absorbing the trio. Once again, Hydra suffered the loss of 3 members. Although they later discovered that Mercer was on the same flight, no matter how they searched, the remains of these 3 Hydra operatives were nowhere to be found. They vanished from this world as inexplicably as their loathing. When it came time to disembark, only Mercer emerged from first class. The flight attendant, noticing the solitary young Asian man stepping out, mused to herself, "I recall there being 4 passengers in first class. How is it that only one has alighted?" She glanced back into the cabin, confirming her memory was indeed faltering as Mercer stood alone. At that moment, New Mexico was still quite warm. Mercer exited the airport and hailed a taxi, directing the driver to a location he had previously noted in SHIELDS files. Upon arriving in town, Mercer surveyed his surroundings and casually approached a burly man, inquiring, "Excuse me, could you tell me where I might find a hammer-shaped object that seems impossible to lift?" The man in the vest chuckled. "Brother, you've asked the right person. We just returned from there." He gestured in a direction, his tone tinged with regret. "That object was originally discovered by us, but it proved too heavy to lift. We had plans to enclose it and create a recreational area, but before we could commence, we were surrounded by a group of men in black." The man shook his head, his disappointment palpable. "They seemed to be from a government agency, and now they won't allow anyone near it. We attempted to take a look, but we were intercepted almost immediately." The individuals he referred to were likely SHIELD agents, and Mercer was aware that this operation was under the purview of Coulson. When Mercer relayed future information to Nick Fury, the latter promptly dispatched Coulson to monitor the vicinity. Within a day of the Hammer's appearance, it was already heavily guarded by SHIELD personnel. "Thank you." Mercer expressed his gratitude and turned to sprint in the direction indicated by the man. "Wow, is he really that eager? He's running awfully fast." The burly man remarked in disbelief as he watched Mercer vanish from sight. The distance from the town to the location of Thor's hammer was nearly 3 kilometers. For Mercer, this distance was easily manageable. He sprinted at full speed, arriving in just a couple of minutes. If he were to compete in a sporting event, he would effortlessly shatter all records. Even from afar, he could see the rudimentary structure, encircled by barbed wire in a pentagonal shape. As Mercer approached within 100 meters, 2 off-road vehicles arrived, deploying armed Special Forces operatives. Ahead lies a restricted area, inaccessible to visitors. A vigilant soldier, armed and alert, observed Mercer, who appeared to have ventured into this place alone, seemingly on foot, which was indeed surprising. "I am a member of SHIELD. Here is my identification." Mercer, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue, tossed his credentials towards them and stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing at them. The Special Forces soldier examined the identification, his expression one of astonishment. Faced with the remarkably youthful Mercer and glancing back at the identification photo, he found it hard to believe that such a young individual could be a member of SHIELD. However, the tangible quality of the credentials left no room for doubt. After a brief moment of hesitation, he said, "Please hold on a moment. I will verify the authenticity of your credentials." Mercer nodded indifferently. The soldier hurried back, and not long after, he returned, accompanied by a man. The man appeared to be in his 30s, and Mercer regarded him with slight surprise. "Greetings, Agent Mercer. I am Coulson, the head here." The man extended his hand and introduced himself. This man was, of course, Coulson, sent by Nick Fury. Upon seeing Mercer's credentials, he recognized their legitimacy without needing further verification. The director had informed him about an esteemed honorary member named Mercer and instructed that should he be encountered, his needs should be accommodated as much as possible. Realizing Mercer had arrived, Coulson promptly came out to greet him. This was someone the director had personally instructed to be treated with utmost respect. Although Coulson did not fully understand the reasons behind this, his relationship with Nick Fury led him to trust the latter's judgment implicitly. Whatever was said, he would comply. Mercer shook his hand and took back his credentials with a faint smile, saying, "Hello, I am Mercer. I would like to see the hammer." "Of course, please follow me," Coulson replied, leading the way while Mercer followed closely behind. Soon, he escorted Mercer to a temporary structure composed of white tents, where Mercer beheld the mighty weapon of Thor, Mjolnir. "So this is Mjolnir," Mercer murmured to himself, gazing at the hammer resting quietly on the ground. Few knew of its divine origins. "Is there anything amiss with this hammer?" Mercer inquired of Coulson. Coulson shook his head in resignation, replying, "The only issue seems to be that it cannot be lifted. We have tried numerous methods over the past 2 days, yet nothing has managed to budge it even slightly. Moreover, the hammer emanates a certain energy, releasing it at a steady, albeit minimal, frequency." After listening to Coulson, Mercer nodded and approached Mjolnir. He too attempted to lift it, but found it beyond his capability. To wield the hammer requires a heart of righteousness, and Mercer, whose strength derives from absorbing others, found little alignment with such virtue. "Very well. Let us first see how to absorb the lightning within," he contemplated. Morse turned to Coulson behind him and said, "I wish to conduct my research alone. Could you please clear the area?" "Oh, of course," Coulson responded, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. The director had instructed that this individual's requests be accommodated as much as possible, and what he asked for now was not unreasonable, nor implausible. Once everyone had vacated the vicinity, Morse ensured that no one was watching and that there were no surveillance devices before approaching the hammer, gripping the handle with both hands. In an instant, a surge of dark energy enveloped his arms, forming a glove reminiscent of Iron Man's armor. He exerted tremendous force to pull on the hammer. The intensity of his effort caused the ground beneath him to crack like a spider's web, and his feet sank into the earth. After a strenuous attempt, Mjolnir remained utterly unmoved. Goodness, Odin's enchantment is indeed formidable. It appears that not just anyone can lift it. Releasing his grip, he dissipated the dark energy from his arms, bringing his right hand together in a pinching motion, revealing a Thunder Collection card between his fingers. How does one go about using this? Morse pondered, noticing the card bore no instructions. As he contemplated its usage, he inadvertently let it slip from his grasp, and it landed perfectly on the head of Thor's hammer. In the next moment, he observed the dull Thunder Collection card begin to shimmer with a silvery hue. "It's starting to collect. So that is how it works." Realizing the mechanism of the collection card, Morse initially thought he would need Thor to wield the hammer and unleash lightning upon him to absorb it. Had that been the case, it would have indeed posed a problem. However, as fate would have it, a mere accident led him to discover the card's functionality. The card's color transformed rapidly, and the speed at which it absorbed electrical energy exceeded Morse's expectations. Within half a minute, the design on the card shifted from gray to a lustrous silver. Picking up the card, he felt as though the echoes of thunder still resonated in his ears. An intriguing sensation. Collection task complete. The host may choose one of the following lightning-based abilities. Lightning type Zanpakuto, Sirai Maru. Ninjutsu series, Lightning Release. Electromaster, Railgun. Natural Devil Fruit, Thunderclap. As he perused the options, Morse's gaze settled on the final entry, his expression one of astonishment. Each of these lightning-based abilities was exceedingly powerful. However, the first option was undoubtedly discarded. Morse already possessed the Dark Sword as his primary weapon and felt no need for additional blades. Following the ninjutsu series, he intended to venture into the world of Naruto to gather Ninetales chakra, where he might absorb from a few ninjas and perhaps even learn lightning release techniques. Thus, he dismissed the lightning release ninjutsu as well. Upon reviewing the third and fourth options, Morse swiftly made his decision. The fourth one, the Thunderclap Fruit. Chapter 20. The celestial being, though the Electromaster's railgun commands a staggering 1 billion volts of high-voltage electricity, it is not particularly intricate. Its most renowned demonstration is the moment when a coin is launched as ammunition. The Thunder Fruit is quite different. It possesses an array of developed abilities, all of which Moser recalls. Should he choose this option, he would swiftly adapt to the capabilities granted by the Thunder Fruit. Resolute in his decision, Moser raised his hand towards the fourth selection. The other three options dissipated into specks of light, while the fourth coalesced into a radiant orb larger than his palm. As the brilliance gradually faded, the entirety of the Thunder Fruit unveiled itself before Moser's eyes. It was a fruit of silver and pale blue hues, resembling an apple in shape, adorned with lightning-like patterns across its surface. Is this truly the Thunder Fruit? Moser pondered, weighing the fruit in his hand, examining it closely. This marked his first encounter with the Thunder Fruit in its physical form, prompting him to indulge in it for a while longer. After a moment of hesitation, he brought the fruit to his lips and took a bite. The initial sensation was one of utter distaste. It tasted akin to a shriveled apple. Its exterior appeared plump and well-hydrated, but biting into it felt like consuming a long-dried loaf of bread, leaving behind a texture reminiscent of sand. Were it not for the fact that this was a reward from the system, Moser would have surely spat it out at the first taste. It seems that all devil fruits are notoriously unpalatable. He needed to finish it quickly. Suppressing the urge to retch, Moser hurriedly consumed the Thunder Fruit. Upon finishing, he exhaled deeply, as if he had just endured a trial, while internally lamenting the appalling taste of this devil fruit. Moser's expression subtly shifted as he glanced down at his hands in astonishment. His slender fingers began to blur, disintegrating into strands of lightning that surged upward. To Moser's astonishment, his entire body transformed into a cascade of thunderbolts. On the ground, only his garments remained. The eerie silence did not linger long. After about 10 seconds, countless silver lightning bolts converged from all directions, enveloping the discarded clothing and reshaping it into a humanoid form, restoring Moser's appearance. However, now he stood with his eyes closed, motionless like a statue. After a moment, Moser slowly opened his eyes. Had anyone been present, they would surely have been astounded by his current visage. His once turquoise eyes had transformed into a brilliant silver, adorned with streaks of lightning. A faint rumble of thunder resonated around him. In the next instant, Moser's right hand abruptly scattered into tendrils of electricity, launching towards his rear. A resounding thud echoed from an otherwise empty space, as if something had been struck. As the lightning dispersed, a figure with a rather grim expression materialized. Loki, having finally usurped his brother's throne as the God King. Why do you still engage in such furtive antics? Upon uttering the name of the intruder, Moser noted that the figure's expression grew even grimmer. This unexpected arrival was none other than Loki, the god of mischief and the brother of the hammer's master. The reason he could sense Loki's presence was due to the recent dispersal of thunder, which had heightened his perception across the entire area. What was once a room occupied solely by Mercer now harbored another entity, one that was fixated on the very spot where he had originally stood, transforming into scattered bolts of lightning. Mercer carefully attuned himself to the being beside him and discerned that the energy emanating from this individual was unlike any he had encountered before. It was far beyond the capabilities of a mere mortal. Consequently, he became aware of Loki's existence and instantly recognized him when the latter materialized. Loki, with an expression of grave concern, regarded the young man before him, who not only called out his name, but also articulated certain facts that no earthling should possess knowledge of, sending a chill down his spine. Upon arriving in this realm, Loki sought the hammer of Thor, abandoned by Odin, and was eager to test whether he could lift it. However, just as he attempted to do so, he was interrupted by a cacophony of voices, heralding the approach of a group of humans. Loki was compelled to employ magic to conceal himself in a corner and waited quietly for their departure. Yet, one young man lingered behind, attempting to lift the hammer, only to find himself equally incapable. Remarkable. Odin's enchantment is indeed formidable. It appears not just anyone can wield it, Loki mused, a smirk of derision curling his lips as he thought, how could you, a mere mortal, ever hope to lift it? It's amusing that you even recognize your limitations. However, As he continued to mock Mercer's ineptitude, a sudden realization struck him, and the mocking smile faltered, replaced by disbelief. How did he know Odin had cast a spell on the hammer? In the next moment, Loki observed Mercer produce a card, which accidentally slipped from his grasp and landed against Thor's hammer. Astonishingly, the card began to absorb the hammer's energy. Loki watched intently as Mercer consumed the thunder fruit. You are aware of my identity, yet still dare to strike against me. Are you declaring war on Asgard? Loki's expression darkened further as he beheld the flickering lightning in Mercer's raised hand. The individual before him, fully cognizant of his identity, wore a smile that belied an unmistakable intent to kill. Golden light began to emanate from Loki, transforming his attire to reflect his Asgardian heritage. A radiant golden crown resembling that of a horned goat adorned his head, and an extraordinary spear gleamed in his grasp. Truly, he was the second prince of Asgard, equipped with formidable gear. Yet, you must first be a true god-king of Asgard to wield such power. As soon as he uttered these words, the lightning enveloped Mercer's hand, and he vanished from Loki's sight. Startled by the sudden disappearance, Loki's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Such incredible speed!" But before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard a crackling sound behind him, and in the next instant, he was hurled away by a bolt of lightning. The electric force was paralyzing, accompanied by an immense power that sent Loki flying through the air. Witnessing Loki's flight, Mercer swiftly pursued him. This commotion caught the attention of the guards, and armed soldiers swiftly surrounded the area. Coulson noticed that the two individuals standing ahead were Mercer and an unfamiliar person, prompting him to urgently instruct everyone to lower their weapons. "Mercer, what's happening? Do you require our assistance?" "No need. Just observe from there," Mercer replied, shaking his head. He cast his gaze upon Loki, who was struggling to rise, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Quite resilient, it seems. Perhaps I can test the strength of my thunder fruit." Chapter 21. The true god of thunder. Mortal, you seek your own demise. As a proud Asgardian, Loki had come to Earth with ambitions of ruling over what he perceived to be a primitive, inferior planet. He had not anticipated being bested by a mere human, which was a profound humiliation for him. A disdainful snort escaped Loki's lips as he felt the ground tremble beneath his spear, and a golden array materialized at his feet, expanding outward with him at its center. With a firm step of his right foot, several magical arrays soared into the air, unleashing streams of golden light toward Mercer. Thunderstrike. Mercer's eyes brightened as the lightning coursing through him surged dramatically, tearing through the air and generating a visible white shockwave that effortlessly neutralized the incoming beams. Loki's expression sharpened. Without hesitation, he infused his power into the array beneath him, conjuring a hexagram behind him, where golden magic coalesced before launching forth. A golden beam, too immense for a single person to embrace, surged toward Mercer, enveloping him in its terrifying pressure. In an instant, the golden light engulfed Mercer's form entirely. As the golden beam dissipated, Mercer had vanished from sight. Coulson, witnessing this scene, stood frozen in disbelief. He has turned to nothing? Not only he, but the surrounding Special Forces warriors instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Yet, they recognized that the figure before them was no ordinary human. The colossal golden beam, as thick as a tree, would undoubtedly leave them as mere ashes if it struck them. This was an overwhelming display of dominance. Some began to feel a surge of trepidation, retreating several steps. This was clearly not a contest of equal measure. Observing the spectacle, Loki let out a derisive snort. It appears he is merely a pretty face, easily dispersed. He glanced at Coulson and the other humans, whose expressions were laced with palpable anxiety, and felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he desired to see. "Mortals, kneel before your new king, Loki." Loki spread his arms wide, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. "New king? You?" A mocking voice rang out from behind Loki, causing him to furrow his brow. He intended to turn and confront the audacious speaker when he suddenly recognized the voice as familiar. Before Loki could fully turn, a powerful attack imbued with formidable thunder surged from behind, striking him forcefully in the back. This blow was even more potent than the one that had initially sent him flying. This time, the lightning did not propel Loki far. Instead, most of it pierced through his body, leaving a significant portion lingering within him. In an instant, Loki collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably into an unknowing observer. It might have appeared as though he were merely engaged in street dance. Amidst his struggles, he turned to glance behind him. There, a figure, enveloped in crackling thunder, stood resolutely, the lightning obscuring his features. Yet, Loki was acutely aware that only the human boy who had just sparred with him possessed the capability to unleash such formidable lightning. You actually decomposed your body into lightning to evade my magical assault? Loki's eyes were filled with disbelief as he summoned his divine power to resist the thunder coursing through him. After a few moments, the convulsions began to subside as he gradually rose from the ground. Observing Loki's slow ascent, the thunder-wreathed Moser was equally astonished. I must admit, I am genuinely surprised. I did not anticipate your assault to be magical rather than a dual dagger strike. Truly unexpected. Brushing the dust from his attire, Loki frowned at this remark. I am the foremost mage of the 9 realms. Would I stoop to attacking you with daggers? Surely, I am not that foolish. Upon hearing this, Moser could not help but chuckle, his laughter shrouded in mystery. None could fathom the source of his amusement. Only Moser himself realized that the Loki from his memories was indeed the very fool Loki referred to now. This world is remarkably intriguing, Moser pondered. It has become a tangible reality, and if I were to perceive it solely through the lens of my cinematic memories, I would undoubtedly find myself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he had recently consumed the thunder fruit, granting him the ability to decompose into lightning and evade the previous magical attack. With the blacklight virus ensuring his survival, he knew that restoration to human form would necessitate the absorption of the local populace, thereby amassing the energy required for his transformation. The blacklight virus boasted substantial physical resistance, but was woefully inadequate against magical assaults, making recovery from such attacks a daunting prospect. Having narrowly escaped death, Moser could not simply accept this indignity. Feeling the pure lightning that constituted his form, Moser's silvery body appeared robust and notably larger, exuding a formidable aura. A body composed entirely of lightning? What an impressive technique. Even that rascal Thor had never exhibited such prowess. Fixating his gaze on Moser, Loki was utterly unprepared for this extraordinary ability. Though Thor was heralded as the god of thunder, he had never executed such a maneuver, relying instead on the power of his hammer. When it came to pure lightning, Loki found himself at a loss for effective countermeasures. But did he think this would intimidate me? A glimmer of golden light flickered in his cold eyes as golden energy coalesced around his spear. With a swift kick to the spear's base, Loki propelled himself toward Moser. The dazzling golden light streaked through the air like a meteor slicing across the heavens, bearing an oppressive force that threatened to overwhelm Moser. As the meteor surged forward, it transformed in an instant, multiplying from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4. In the blink of an eye, it became a multitude of Lokis, each apparition radiating an unyielding intent to kill. Come at me. Upon encountering Loki, Moose stepped forward, his right foot advancing as flickering bolts of lightning coalesced in his hands, transforming into a thunderous warhammer that towered slightly above him. With a vigorous swing, the hammer, trailing arcs of lightning, was hurled towards the multitude of golden spears before him. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom. Loki felt an overwhelming force emanating from the spear. Despite his best efforts to grip it tightly, he could not mitigate the terrifying power transmitted by the hammer. He was forced to stagger back, unable to suppress the loosening of his grip, his limbs growing numb. Meanwhile, Moose remained steadfast, maintaining his hammer-wielding stance. What in the world is this? Loki cursed inwardly. His physical prowess, though not particularly remarkable in Asgard, far surpassed that of humans on Earth. He could effortlessly reach the pinnacle of human capability, augmented by his divine powers, allowing him to perform feats that would seem miraculous to mere mortals. Yet, in the presence of this luminous figure of thunder, even his esteemed identity as an Asgardian felt utterly insignificant. This is the true god of thunder. Chapter 22. Thor? Even though the figure before him was an adversary, Loki could not help but express his admiration. In contrast to Thor, Moose's mastery over lightning was impressively varied. Previously, Loki had only needed to guard against Thor's hammer-wielding attacks, as the latter rarely engaged in combat without it. Moose, however, was entirely different. His methods were wholly composed of lightning. Each technique he employed bore tremendous strength and a numbing electric charge, challenging even Loki's Asgardian constitution. The discomfort was palpable among Coulson and his companions as well. The sound of their weapons clashing resonated like a thunderous knock upon the hearts of all present. For ordinary individuals like Coulson, the noise struck their ears, leaving a sweet taste in their throats and causing blood to seep from the corners of their mouths. The very reverberations of the battle were enough to make these ordinary folk spit blood. This is truly a clash of deities. Coulson, clutching his aching ears, murmured to himself before promptly instructing through his earpiece, "Everyone, evacuate the camp immediately, 1 kilometer." This confrontation had nothing to do with them, mere mortals, and would only hinder their safety. The shockwave from a mere weapon clash had already caused them to bleed. Should they be struck directly, they would likely be reduced to mere mist. How exhilarating! How thrilling! Laughter erupted from within the luminous figure of lightning. The previous assault had inflicted minor damage upon Moose, but he would soon recover thanks to the blacklight virus. Finally, he had someone to test his abilities against, and he was thoroughly pleased, with no intention of halting. Clenching his fists, brilliant lightning erupted from Moose, quickly coalescing before him into a colossal beast of thunder. Thunder Beast, with a pointed finger aimed at Loki. The massive creature roared and charged forth, leaving charred footprints with each thunderous step. Heimdall, upon witnessing the roaring, fearsome behemoth, Loki's lips curled into a grimace. Sensing the impending danger, he hastily shouted towards the heavens. In an instant, a vibrant beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Loki in its embrace. The Thunder Beast collided with the radiant beam, causing it to tremble for a moment, yet it continued its ascent. As the beam dissipated, so too did Loki's figure vanish from sight. Observing the immense totem left by the Rainbow Bridge's light, Moser murmured to himself, "The ability of the Rainbow Bridge, is it? So he fled so easily. It seems the title of the foremost sorcerer in the 9 realms is one he has conferred upon himself. In this world, Loki indeed possesses magical prowess, though its potency may not be particularly formidable. Had he devoted himself to the study of magic, he could undoubtedly rival even the Thunder God. Yet, it appears he still has a long way to go." With Loki's disappearance, disappointment crept onto Moser's countenance. He had barely begun to harness half of the capabilities bestowed upon him by the Thunder Fruit. Rather than engage in futile practice, Moser yearned for genuine combat. Only through immersing oneself in battle can one truly discern the opportune moments for employing various techniques. However, with Loki having fled, pursuing him to Asgard was not a viable option, leaving Moser with no choice but to shake his head in resignation. As lightning coalesced around him, he reverted to his human form and donned his previous attire, then called Coulson's team back. On the other end of the line, Coulson, surprised by Moser's prompt call, inquired whether he had resolved the situation. "No," he escaped. "The denizens of Asgard are not so easily vanquished," Moser replied, shaking his head. "Asgard? The fabled realm of the gods, Asgard?" Coulson exclaimed in astonishment. Moser nodded affirmatively. Even for Coulson, such news was difficult to fathom. Asgard, a sanctified domain woven into Earth's mythos, was now revealed to be a tangible reality. Then who was that just now? Loki, the son of Odin. The son of Odin? Does that mean his brother is the master of that hammer? Coulson's mind raced. Loki's appearance in such a desolate place could only indicate a quest for that very hammer. His failure to seize it suggested he was likely not its rightful owner. Indeed, the true master of the hammer is Thor, who would become a significant ally for Earth. As Moser spoke, his tone shifted to one of uncertainty. If Loki truly had become a master of magic, what of Thor? Would he still embody that brutish persona, or had he undergone some transformation? The original Thor was known solely for his penchant for combat, a quintessential warrior. Yet, with the alteration of this timeline, Moser was left in the dark regarding Thor's current disposition. At the very least, it was clear that the relationship between Loki and Thor remained strained. Otherwise, Loki would not have stealthily ventured to this locale to attempt lifting the Thunder God's hammer. Sigh, overthinking is futile. As the saying goes, if one is to be present, one must find peace in the moment. Moser lacked the time stone, unable to glimpse the past or foresee the future. All he could do was take one step at a time. "Indeed, you all may withdraw now. I am tasked with guarding this place. And I am certain that Loki has further plans," Mercer declared. Coulson hesitated for a moment, recalling the earlier spectacle of combat between Mercer and Loki. He suddenly felt it was indeed a matter of that magnitude. In such a battle, no matter how many ordinary individuals were present, they would merely serve as fodder. He promptly made a call to Nick Fury to explain the circumstances. Upon hearing that Mercer was on site, Fury agreed without hesitation, leaving Coulson questioning his own existence. Ultimately, all equipment was removed, leaving behind only a simple tent and provisions for 15 days, as the town was not far away and supplies could be easily replenished. As night fell, Mercer sat cross-legged within the tent, his eyes slightly narrowed, his form occasionally dissipating into lightning before coalescing once more. Thunderous arcs, as thick as a wrist, rose from him, twisting like serpents around his body. Should an enemy approach, these lightning serpents would swiftly ensnare them and unleash millions of volts of electricity. Strands of electric energy gathered around Mercer, forming 6 slender pillars of lightning, each approximately the length of a finger and half its width. "Go," he softly commanded. And the 6 pillars of lightning shot forth from the tent. After traveling a kilometer, they formed an invisible hexagonal barrier around Mercer. He would sense anyone who dared to step into this circle. Suddenly, Mercer detected a vehicle racing toward him from outside. He refrained from utilizing the lightning pillars to intercept it, as it was evidently occupied by ordinary individuals. There was no need for such measures. Perhaps they were visitors drawn by these hammers. I shall persuade them to leave once they arrive, Mercer mused. Minutes later, footsteps echoed outside, drawing near to the tent. The sound was light, not deliberately muffled, but rather a result of the speaker's slight weight, which rendered their footsteps almost silent. "Thor, are you certain this is the right way?" "I am certain. When my father abandoned me, my hammer was left nearby." "What hammer? Why not simply acquire another?" "It is not the same. That hammer is forged from the core of a dying star in the wood of Yggdrasil. It is the weapon that best channels my power. And I have wielded it for over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years? Just how old are you? What is there to be astonished about? The average lifespan of us Asgardians is around 2,000 years. As the voices grew closer, the speaker paused upon spotting Mercer's tent. Half a minute later, someone lifted the tent flap, and a voice filled with excitement broke through. "My hammer." Hearing this, Mercer furrowed his brow, for the voice sounded distinctly feminine. He opened his eyes to find 3 women before him, the foremost among them exuding delight, with golden hair and garb reminiscent of the descriptions in Norse mythology. "Are you Thor?" Chapter 23 The Great Symphony Beyond the World. Upon encountering the golden-haired woman before him, Moser stood in a daze for a moment before stammering. "Do you know me?" Surprised that the other party was aware of his name, Thor nodded, but was puzzled by the strange expression on her face. "Truly, this world is a grand symphony beyond comprehension." Moser inwardly scoffed, astounded that the mighty Thor was, in fact, a woman. Moreover, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman, with golden locks and azure eyes, her hair cascading effortlessly over her shoulders, dressed in attire reminiscent of Norse mythology, accentuating her figure magnificently. Initially, Moser had braced himself for a version of Thor that might be a capricious man, yet he had never anticipated that the Thunder God would be a woman. Nonetheless, having witnessed Captain Carter as a replacement for Steve Rogers, Moser did not linger long in shock. After a brief moment, he regained his composure. "I am a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., here to oversee this hammer," Moser stated coolly. "Not long ago, your brother visited." "Loki? How could he come here? Are you all right?" A look of concern crossed Thor's face as she hurriedly approached, scrutinizing Moser's physique. As she drew near, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Not of earthly perfume, but likely from Asgard. Her tender concern made Moser somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to step back. For the transformation from a Nordic warrior to a Nordic beauty was a challenge for him to reconcile. Carter was an existing character who merely took Steve Rogers' place as Captain America, thus Moser found it relatively easy to accept. However, the transformation of Thor from a male deity to a female one was a striking shift, and an aesthetically pleasing one at that. In the Marvel Universe, Moser had previously considered Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, to be the most beautiful woman. Yet now he found that the most stunning woman was indeed the female version of Thor before him. Centuries of battle had imbued Thor's physique with the marks of rigorous training. Her form was voluptuous where it needed to be and elongated where appropriate. Such a captivating figure placed in the mortal realm would undoubtedly garner immense attention on social media. Compared to her, even Victoria's Secret models would pale in comparison. I'm fine. Just a trivial matter occurred, but he has already returned to Asgard, Moser replied, gesturing with his hands to indicate for Thor to maintain her distance. His actions elicited curious glances from the two women accompanying Thor, the astronomer Jane and her friend and assistant, Daisy, who found Moser's behavior quite odd. After all, Thor was a striking beauty that left them in awe, yet this young man seemed unfazed. Jane, this guy is quite handsome. Daisy nudged Jane's shoulder and whispered, I noticed. But we are not here to flirt with young men. We have important matters at hand, Jane asserted, though her gaze lingered on Moser's face. Even with his Eastern features, Moser's appearance was undeniably among the most striking of men, garnering considerable attention. Are you here to investigate my identity? Perhaps you should first attempt to lift this hammer, he suggested. As Thor contemplated what else he might inquire of himself, Mercer deftly redirected the conversation. She let out a soft "oh," nodded, and approached the hammer situated in the center of the tent, grasping it with one hand and attempting to lift it. It remained utterly immobile. Thor's expression suddenly darkened, and he joined in with his other hand, his face contorting into a more fierce demeanor. Yet, despite his strenuous efforts, the hammer did not budge an inch. After several attempts, Thor stood dejectedly to the side, sighing, Has my divine power truly diminished to the point where I cannot lift it? Let me try. Daisy, who had been watching Thor struggle, was eager to take her turn. As soon as he stepped aside, she excitedly approached, turning to Thor with an inquisitive glance. Thor offered a wry smile and shrugged nonchalantly. Daisy, filled with enthusiasm, stepped forward, gripping the handle with both hands and pulling with all her might. Can this really be lifted? She exclaimed in astonishment, feeling as though the hammer had fused with the ground, as if it had always been part of the earth. Thor sighed, explaining, This is the seal placed by my father. Only those with special divine attributes can lift it. I have lost my power because I cannot raise it. Then why not just excavate this piece of land and take it with us? Daisy questioned. Her suggestion garnered agreement from Jane, who also thought it a sound idea. Although it could not be lifted now, at least it could be moved to a safer location, as leaving it in such an uninhabitable place was ill-advised. Thor shook his head, clarifying that the seal was not merely a matter of lifeless entities being able to lift it. If any conscious being attempted to raise it, no matter the means, they would be constrained by the seal. Its weight was not substantial. It could easily hang from a coat rack. But if one tried to indirectly lift the hammer by grasping the coat rack, they would find themselves unable to lift even that. Daisy stood in stunned silence, unable to help but exclaim, truly a celestial artifact, shrouded in mystery. Mercer, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. What are your plans moving forward? Loki is already aware of the hammer's location and knows you will come here. How is your relationship with him? Thor sighed and shook his head, understanding the implication behind Mercer's inquiry. If their relationship were amicable, Loki would undoubtedly seek him out upon arriving in this realm, aiming to devise a way for Thor to reclaim the ability to wield the hammer. However, the reality was different. Loki had come quietly, only to flee after being confronted, showing no inclination to assist Thor. My brother has played tricks on me before, such as transforming into my favorite serpent and, in moments of joy, unexpectedly reverting to his true form to stab me in the abdomen, all while exclaiming in delight, surprise. Mercer, Jane, and Daisy exchanged glances, reflecting on Thor's words. In the past, with divine essence, his jabs were merely a nuisance, but now, as a mortal, a single strike from him could very well be fatal, Thor lamented. You siblings have quite the extraordinary relationship, Jane remarked softly. Could an ordinary person truly accomplish such a feat? To disguise oneself as the very object of one's sister's affection, only to emerge and strike her with a blade. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly astonished by this remarkable familial dynamic. After a brief pause, Mose, seated nearby, abruptly stood, his expression grave as he gazed skyward. What is it? Sol began to inquire, but before he could finish, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears. Boom. The sound resonated through the night like the tolling of an ancient bell, piercing and jarring. The four hurriedly exited the tent, their faces filled with astonishment, as they beheld two vibrant beams of light descending from the heavens. As the brilliance faded, two formidable figures emerged before them. Upon recognizing the visitors, Soul's countenance darkened. These are the Destroyers. Chapter 24, Thunderous Armament. These two figures hailed from Asgard, guardians of the treasury, known as the Destroyers. Formidable weapons of annihilation. Soul swiftly elucidated. These beings originate from Asgard, crafted from the same exceptional metal, you, as my hammer. Its hardness is such that even your nuclear weapons on Earth would prove futile against it. They possess no life, no capacity for pain, and can emit high-energy beams without restraint. That scoundrel Loki, there are only 4 destroyers in the entire celestial palace, and he has the audacity to deploy 2 at once. Truly honoring me as his sister. Soul clenched his teeth, yet Mose entertained an alternative perspective. Perhaps Loki's decision to mobilize 2 destroyers was not in deference to Soul, but rather for his own sake. Moreover, these destroyers were not necessarily dispatched to eliminate Soul, but rather to target Mose. After all, the events of the day had unfolded, and now the destroyers had arrived. Loki could not have anticipated that Soul and her companions would venture into such a place at night. Thus the singular truth remained. These 2 destroyers were aimed at Mose. Sigh. It truly resembles a child who, unable to win a fight, resorts to calling for reinforcements. Mose muttered. Boom. The bell-like sound reverberated once more, and another rainbow beam cascaded from the sky. This time, it heralded the arrival of Loki and a multitude of Asgardian sentinels. As the radiance subsided, Loki momentarily froze upon spotting Soul, perplexed by her presence in this location. Following the appearance of the destroyers, he had now brought an entire battalion. Loki, you were truly fearful that I might perish, Soul remarked with a narrowed gaze, her voice laced with sarcasm. Hearing this, Mose felt a touch of embarrassment, scratching his head. How could Loki have known Soul would be here? His arrival was solely motivated by his own interests. Everyone, step back a bit. He is targeting me. You should retreat and seek an opportunity to escape, Soul whispered to Mose and the others. Mose intended to articulate a response, but Soul stepped forward, shielding the 3 behind her, and called out to Loki. If you wish to kill me, then do so. They are innocent. Do not burden them. Her words rendered Loki's expression somewhat grim. This woman dared to speak so boldly. Mose could only exclaim in disbelief. The quarrels between these siblings were rarely laid bare for all to witness. After all, Asgard was but a small realm. And should news of Loki and Soul's rivalry for the throne leak, their reputations would be tarnished. They are all devotees of Odin. For Odin proclaims who shall ascend as the next king of the gods, rather than it being a contest between Thor and Loki. Thus, upon hearing Thor's boisterous exclamation, both Thor and Mercer were momentarily at a loss for words. It appears that she is not typically silent. Rather, she simply lacked the opportunity to voice her thoughts, as Loki's previous antics had not truly harmed her. However, it is only now that she has become a mere mortal, vulnerable to death, that Thor has so naively shouted out. Thor? What brings you here? Loki glowered at Thor, his expression darkened. Do you always arrive to thwart my endeavors? Speaking to your sister in such a manner, are you not here to slay me? Loki's words, laced with confusion, left Thor momentarily stunned. Was this grand spectacle not intended for him? If not, then for whom? Our grievances can wait for another time. I have come for this individual. With his spear pointed directly at the direction indicated by Loki, Thor turned to see none other than Mercer. What vendetta do you hold against him? This human has dared to challenge the dignity of Asgard. I have brought my army to demonstrate what Asgard truly embodies. The spear struck the ground with a resonant authority, as Loki now adopted the demeanor of a sovereign. If Mercer had not previously driven him away, he might have genuinely believed this. What a farce, challenging the dignity of Asgard. It is merely that you cannot best me, so you scurry back to rally support. How utterly disgraceful, Mercer retorted, punctuating his mockery with a dismissive TSK. This incensed Loki, who clenched his teeth, gripping his spear even tighter. Amidst the derision, Mercer clandestinely scrutinized the opposing forces. The destroyers appeared as he had anticipated, yet the likeness of the Asgardian royal guards diverged from his memory. In his recollections, the Asgardian guards wore round helmets, truncated at the top. However, The current design sported a pair of curved goat horns, reminiscent of Loki's crown, albeit much shorter. What manner of troops are these? Is this the armor worn by your Asgardian army? Mercer inquired softly to Thor. Thor shook his head gravely, responding, "No, these are trained by Loki himself. Built upon the foundation of the original Asgardian warriors, now augmented with a degree of magic, quite formidable." This incarnation of Loki continuously surprised Mercer. Not only had he truly become a sorcerer, but he had also led a battalion of guards he had trained, a remarkable revelation. This universe's Loki is indeed powerful. He is entirely distinct from the Loki of the cinematic realm, Mercer murmured. What? Nothing. You should leave now. As a mere mortal. You cannot be of assistance here. I will handle this. Mercer cracked his neck and stepped forward, preparing for the confrontation. You will handle it. But what? Before Thor could finish. He was astounded by the scene before him. Radiant lightning surged forth from Mercer's being, pulsating with a sentient grace around him. On a previously cloudless and serene night, a vast expanse of tumultuous storm clouds rolled in, obscuring the final source of light on this earth, the moon. With each step he took, the lightning coalesced around him, forming a suit of silvery armor that adhered to his body. After a mere dozen strides, the entirety of Mose was enveloped in this armor forged from lightning. A succession of thunder and lightning echoed, heralding the arrival of the true god of thunder. In the blink of an eye, he resembled a celestial being, his silvery form exuding an unwavering steadiness akin to an iron tower. Lightning armament. Indeed, this layer of armor possesses strengths that rival the blacklight armor, each with its own merits. Mose marveled. The protection afforded by the blacklight armor is unparalleled in its physical defense, while the armor crafted from the lightning of the thunder fruit also shields against physical harm. Mose discerned an even greater advantage, magical protection. In a brief skirmish prior, he had already noted the formidable anti-magic properties of the thunder fruit. Chapter 25, Stealthy Learning faced with the Asgardian Loki's royal guard and two formidable destroyers. Mose did not retreat. Instead, he advanced steadily. This audacity instilled fear in all present. Loki snorted derisively and declared coldly, "You may exhibit some bravado now. But once I capture you, you will experience a fate worse than death. Charge." With a command, the nearby royal guard soldiers drew their longswords, their battle cries piercing the heavens as they charged toward Mose. The blades shimmered with a faint golden light, seemingly capable of severing any obstruction. As they ran, the two destroyers flanked the royal guard, their iron masks gleaming ominously, and then searing rays of light erupted from within. The scorching beams struck first, prompting Mose to raise his right hand, where lightning coalesced into a circular ring around his wrist. In an instant, a powerful bolt of thunder erupted from the ring, striking the two searing rays. Divine judgment. With a resounding crash, three potent energies collided. The fierce lightning unleashed by Mose effortlessly dissipated the two beams of scorching light, sending arcs of lightning crashing backward. Several Asgardian warriors who had rushed forward were rendered charred by this lightning, and even their Asgardian armor could not escape damage. Considering the formidable nature of the Asgardian warriors, Mose decided to elevate the intensity of his lightning to 10 million volts at the onset of this initial assault. Such a formidable thunderbolt would deter even the most stalwart Asgardian. The forward warriors had not anticipated that Mose's attack could possess such devastating power following the destroyer's searing rays. They brashly attempted to withstand the lightning column without evasion, only to be rendered unconscious by its overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, Mose found himself beside the Asgardian warriors. "Since you come with a resolve to perish, I shall not hold back on this offering." As the lightning dissipated from his hand, it was replaced with a viscous, black, unidentified substance. As the dark matter surged forth, it instantaneously enveloped the Asgardian warriors who were momentarily stunned by the lightning. In the blink of an eye, they vanished within the inky substance, shrinking as it contracted. The five towering men, each over 6 feet tall, inexplicably disappeared in an instant. This bizarre phenomenon left the women around Thor speechless, while Moisir wore an expression of sheer delight. The potency of such biological energy is truly beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. Moisir appeared entranced. If one were to quantify the biological energy of an average person and that of an Asgardian warrior, the former would merely score a 15, whereas the latter would begin at no less than 100, yielding dramatically different outcomes. Achievement unlocked. Delicious meat chicken. Acquired battle loss card. Deity of war. Upon the system's announcement, a flood of information surged into Moiser's mind, elucidating the function of the newly obtained battle loss card. A card that could be utilized only once? This was a first for him. Rather than merely being a one-time use, the energy contained within could only be harnessed once. Unlike the Black Light Virus or the Thunder Fruit, this card did not bestow Moiser with a lasting ability. He could only invoke the Deity of War when sufficiently energized. Presently, he comprehended the required energy, chakra. In the Marvel Universe, chakra did not exist. It was impossible to conjure something from nothing. The chakra accompanying the battle loss card was merely sufficient for a single use, without the training methods akin to those in Naruto. He realized he could not fathom how to cultivate chakra. It seemed his journey to the Naruto world needed to be expedited. While Moiser absorbed the information regarding the battle loss card, Loki, not far away, wore a ghastly expression. The elite guards he had personally selected and trained had just suffered the loss of 5 warriors in their initial engagement. An immense setback. Form the formation. First formation, hexagonal power array. The sword-bearing Asgardian warriors rushed to surround Moiser, while a few remained, exchanging their swords for magical staves, murmuring incomprehensible Asgardian incantations. Following a brief magical chant, golden energy emanated from the tips of the staves, enveloping the sword-wielding warriors in front. The warriors divided into 6 groups, arranging themselves in a hexagonal formation, their magical energies interlinked. In that moment, the aura of the sword-bearing warriors grew significantly stronger. They had effectively cut off all of Moiser's escape routes, poised to launch an attack at any moment. When one segment initiated an assault, the remaining 5 would channel their energy to bolster that segment, significantly amplifying its combat prowess. Should Moiser attempt to redirect his target, they could swiftly transfer their power to another segment. Indeed, a formidable strategy against a powerful individual. Is it truly the hexagonal power array? This is the terrifying formation that effortlessly felled a magma dragon with just 5 warriors. Loki has truly become serious, Thor murmured. The enhancement brought forth by the hexagonal matrix force has elevated both physical strength and defense to an astonishing degree. The magma dragon, a colossal creature towering several meters high, embodies ferocity and might, capable of obliterating entire nations within the realm of Middle-earth with its fiery breath. Once, a territory in Middle-earth was besieged by the infernal realm of the 9 domains, populated by numerous flame beings and several magma dragons. At that time, Asgard dispatched the sibling duo of Thor and Loki to quell the invasion. While Thor struggled to vanquish a single magma dragon, Loki, utilizing solely his self-created hexagonal matrix force, was able to surround and slay one with the strength equivalent to 10 ordinary Asgardian warriors, astonishing all. This was one of his proudest spells. Hence Thor's surprise at Loki employing the hexagonal matrix force so swiftly. Noticing Mysa frozen in place, a triumphant smirk spread across Loki's face. Ah, now you comprehend my prowess. Do you? If I were to truly apply myself, how could a mere human from a barbaric land contend with me? However, before he could finish his arrogant declaration, it abruptly ceased. His gaze fell upon Mysa, who appeared utterly astonished. Mysa's lips moved, though the distance rendered his mutterings inaudible, yet the visible transformation was undeniable. Much like the Asgardian warriors chanting their spells, a golden magical radiance enveloped Mysa, rising around him. In comparison to the hexagonal matrix force of the Asgardian warriors, the magic shimmering around Mysa seemed significantly weaker. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the magical aura emanating from him was indeed a hexagonal matrix force. You have stolen my hexagonal matrix force? How is that conceivable? Loki's expression darkened considerably, although his hexagonal matrix force was not the pinnacle of magic. It was a concoction of ancient Asgardian runes intertwined with external lexicons. For an ordinary individual, merely attempting to pronounce these incantations would require considerable effort, let alone accurately uttering them to invoke the corresponding magic. Loki considered this an absurdity, yet Mysa had evidently accomplished it. Have you absorbed the memories of my warriors? A flicker of shock passed through Loki's eyes. This was the only plausible explanation. Without having assimilated those warriors' memories, Mysa could not possibly know these magical incantations. If such a capability existed, it was indeed peculiar, for Loki had never encountered an adversary like this before. You are quite clever. This is one of my abilities. Amidst a storm of lightning, Mysa swept his hands to the sides, conjuring dark, swirling matter that morphed into sharp, ebony claws, crackling with electricity. Should one be struck by these claws, not only would flesh be torn asunder, but the searing heat of the lightning would inflict secondary burns, causing further harm. Since I am here, let me test the extent of my current power. With that, the lightning danced around Mysa as he charged towards one corner. Emboldened by the absorption of several Asgardian warriors that had familiarized him with the effects of the hexagonal matrix force, he felt no fear. Now, possessing the blacklight virus and the thunderfruit, he pondered where to find someone to hone his skills, and fortuitously, an opportunity presented itself. Moser was unwilling to let this chance slip away. As he launched a sudden and fierce assault, the Asgardian warriors found themselves somewhat flustered, their long swords thrashing about. Golden radiance flickering in their eyes and hands, enhancing their offensive capabilities and dynamic vision. Yet, despite their augmented perception, Moser's movements remained elusive, mere afterimages to their eyes. Previously, the enhancement from the blacklight virus had already propelled Moser's speed to a terrifying level, and now, with the added acceleration from the thunderfruit, he reached unparalleled swiftness. In this realm, only one individual could rival him in speed, the mutant Quicksilver. However, Moser remained uncertain whether Quicksilver was a mutant or a creation of the Infinity Stones, an ambiguity that lingered in this world. Do not underestimate Asgard. One warrior gritted his teeth and shouted, suddenly increasing his speed to keep pace with Moser, albeit a fraction behind. The velocity of both parties was astonishing, leaving onlookers only able to hear the clash of weapons. Meanwhile, Loki stood at the rear, incessantly urging the enchanted warriors to channel more magical energy into the formation. This fellow was hardly engaged in the fray. Not far away, Thor squinted, a seasoned veteran of millennia of battle, immediately discerning Moser's intentions. Why is he not surrounded? Daisy and Jane were perplexed. They saw Moser encircled by the warriors, and despite his ferocity, their formation remained unbroken. Is this considered not being serious? Thor mused, observing Moser as the Asgardian warriors surrounded him. He strikes here, then there. Whenever he sees fatigue in one, he swiftly transitions to another corner to engage. Those who could not comprehend might assume the warriors were employing a wheel battle strategy against him, but in truth, it was Moser orchestrating the wheel battle against the warriors. Upon hearing Thor's insights, the two women were astonished. So, he had been effortlessly handling these adversaries all along? They had initially believed that Moser would gradually falter and be captured by the warriors. Yet, after Thor's revelation, they began to notice the razor-sharp claws that were difficult for the naked eye to track, each strike delivering formidable force, leading one to wonder whether this individual ever tired. Having fought so persistently without pause, this was a realization only Thor seemed to grasp in the moment. Nevertheless, even Loki, despite his sluggish reaction to the battlefield's dynamics, could not have remained oblivious for so long. Observing the fierce combat from which Moser continued to relentlessly attack, Loki's expression darkened as he began to understand Moser's strategy. Destroyer. Arise, leave no survivors. With Loki's shifting command, the warriors who had been channeling magic into the hexagonal matrix suddenly redirected their focus to the two destroyers. The golden energy abruptly transformed into a rich shade of green, enveloping the legs of the destroyers. They bolted forth, moving with a speed incongruous with their massive forms. The Asgardian warriors of the hexagonal matrix, upon witnessing the scene, collectively retreated, ceasing their battle with Myser. They dispersed, transforming from a hexagon into a circle, their long swords plunging into the ground, intertwining to form the edge of an arena. At that moment, the destroyer surged into the circle, raising its colossal iron fist, larger than Myser's head, aimed directly at him. The oncoming assault bore an oppressive weight that took Myser by surprise. He had not anticipated that this turret-like automaton could unleash such terrifying speed. With a swift sidestep, Myser evaded the destroyer's massive punch as it swept past him from the left. The destroyer did not falter, its facial armor shifted downward, and an intensely heated beam of flame began to coalesce within. Instantly, the fist of the destroyer unfurled, reaching for the back of Mysur's head, intent on delivering an Asgardian-style kiss of heat. But lo, a surge of dark energy erupted from Mysur's back, morphing into a gigantic black hand that grasped the destroyer's palm, rendering it immobile. A brilliant silver light flickered in Mysur's eyes. Within half a second, a battle axe forged from lightning materialized in his grasp, striking unerringly toward the destroyer's head. The proximity of the attack, infused with over 1,000,000 volts of electrical energy, exhibited immense power. The very air around them seeming to tear as the axe, trailing arcs of lightning, descended upon the destroyer's cranium, with a resounding thud. The audience beheld as the destroyer's head was cleaved from its body by Mysur's lightning axe. Subsequently, a black and white longsword appeared in Mysur's hand, and he pivoted to deliver a horizontal slash. The second destroyer's form was instantly marked by a grievous wound, a sword cut piercing through. The temperature of the dark sword rivaled that of the destroyer's flames, combined with a measured intensity of lightning. The dark blade's innate ability to slice through steel was amplified severfold. While the destroyer was forged from formidable materials, Mysur's weapon was not mere trinketry. These artifacts were substantial even in their original realm, and in Mysur's hands, they transcended their inherent strength, ascending to an entirely new echelon. Chapter 27. The celestial being to prevent the destroyer from reactivating, Mysur did not conclude his assault there. With a dark sword in hand, he unleashed a dazzling display of swordplay, cleaving the dismembered destroyer into fragments. Two towering figures had vanished, leaving only a scattering of metallic debris. Even Thor, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chill run down his spine. Though defeating the destroyer was not beyond Mysur's capabilities, the true challenge lay in fragmenting such resilient metal into minuscule shards. Even in Asgard, specialized stellar temperatures were required. The temperature necessary to vaporize an ordinary human on Earth ranges from 8,000 to 10,000 degrees per millisecond, precisely sufficient to sever such metal. Yet, Mysur's sword appeared to slice through effortlessly. Could it be that the blade's temperature exceeded 10,000 degrees? They remained unaware that the actual temperature of the dark sword exceeded 200 million degrees. The magnetic field confinement within the handle prevented the blade's beam from radiating heat outward. Otherwise, even someone with Mosei's physique could not withstand such extreme temperatures. At such close proximity, even Thor and Loki would struggle to endure it. The formidable presence of the opponent was clearly beyond that of an ordinary being from any common planet. Loki had anticipated Mosei's strength. Thus he had brought along his elite guard, yet he never imagined that even this would not suffice to inflict harm upon the latter. Just how high were Mosei's limits? Do you still wish to fight? Mosei asked with a smile, while Loki's expression had grown increasingly grim from the start. The situation was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Casting a ruthless glance at Mosei, he gripped his staff tightly and declared, "We shall depart. This matter is far from over. You will regret this." The radiant light of the Bifrost once again descended from the heavens, enveloping the Asgardians, even taking the shattered destroyer along with them. The incident had come to a quiet resolution. Thor's feelings were beyond mere shock. Her gaze uncontrollably scrutinized Mosei. In her astonishment, she pondered the true nature of Mosei. With a power greater than her own, the ability to consume others with dark matter, and a lightsaber capable of cleaving through the URU metal of the destroyer, Mosei had become an enigmatic figure. The sudden emergence of such a powerful individual on Earth, only now coming to her attention, left Thor feeling utterly bewildered. How could someone of such stature remain inconspicuous? Meanwhile, Mosei, having stowed away his divine abilities, turned to see Thor and was momentarily taken aback. Wait, I recall that Thor regained her divinity when Loki commanded the destroyer to kill her. Now, with my intervention, that event has been averted. How then did she reclaim her divinity? The realization dawned on him that his arrival had disrupted the timeline, and there was nothing in the ensuing events that could lead to Thor selflessly regaining her divinity. This posed a significant dilemma. If Thor did not regain her divinity within this time frame, it would diverge further from the timeline etched in Mosei's memory, which was not a favorable outcome. Suddenly, he recalled the effects of the God of Destruction card he had just acquired. The card's power allowed for the subtle manipulation of others, permanently altering their thoughts and will. If Thor were still a deity, she might have had the means to resist such a mental assault. However, as she was now merely a mortal, she would be utterly defenseless against this otherworldly form of psychological attack. Very well, it is worth a try. With that thought, Mose acted swiftly. The battle damage card materialized in his hand, adorned with a crimson background and a black, boomerang-shaped eye, resembling the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon the appearance of the God of Destruction card, Mose's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. "What is happening to your eyes?" Thor inquired. Startled by the change in Mose's gaze, her words faltering as she stood frozen in place. "What eyes? What is happening?" The other two women approached, glancing at Moser's eyes, both astonished. "Wow, are you not of Eastern descent? How come your eyes are a mesmerizing blue-green? They are truly beautiful," Daisy exclaimed with a hint of infatuation. Moser blinked and chuckled lightly. "It's natural. I'm not quite sure why they are this way." After saying this, he subtly turned his head, narrowing his eyes. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan lasted less than a second before vanishing, and even in that fleeting moment, it left Moser with an overwhelming dryness in his eyes, compelling him to close them for a brief respite. Soon after, he felt a constricting sensation at his temples, a consequence of the divine power he had just invoked. Truly, as the most formidable illusion in the original narrative, its mental toll was staggering. Rubbing his temples, Moser had not anticipated such severe repercussions from this battle-worn card. Even with his constitution, he was not spared from a wave of dizziness. "Sore, what's wrong?" Jane noticed Sore lost in thought and gently shook her shoulder. It took several attempts before Sore came to her senses. "Ah, what is it?" Sore replied, her expression somewhat dazed. "What do you mean? What is it?" "I am asking you what's the matter. Why are you just standing there in a daze?" Jane replied, somewhat exasperated at Sore's vague response. "I seem to be fine," Sore said, shaking her head. Under Jane's incredulous gaze, she turned to look at the hammer inside the tent. Hesitating for a moment, she lifted her hand towards the tent, her fingers slightly curling. The hammer of Thor, which had been resting on the ground, suddenly emitted a faint humming sound, and in the next instant, it flew from the tent and landed in her hand. Simultaneously, thunder rumbled above, and bolts of lightning descended from the sky. "What on earth is this chaos?" Moser swiftly pulled Jane and Daisy aside, narrowly avoiding the aftershock of the thunder. Observing Sore enveloped in the radiance of lightning, Moser felt a sense of helplessness. One should be mindful of those nearby while showcasing one's prowess. Had he not intervened, these two women could have been reduced to cinders. With a mix of relief and resignation, witnessing Sore regain her divine power eased Moser's worry. As the thunder struck Sore and the brilliance faded, she now donned a suit of silver armor that offered ample protection while accentuating her form, exuding the majesty of a celestial being. "You actually lifted it. Is this your attire in Asgard? It looks amazing." Daisy could not contain her excitement upon seeing Sore wield the hammer, revealing her admiration for both men and women alike. Sore, gazing at the hammer in her hand, wore an expression of confusion. Just a minute ago, she felt disconnected from her divinity, and now, it was as if it had suddenly returned. She had attempted to grasp the hammer, and to her astonishment, it had indeed been summoned. Daisy, seeing the lightning dissipate from Sore, hurried over, chattering excitedly around her. Although Jane felt somewhat exasperated, she joined in the commotion. Only Moser stood a short distance away, deep in thought. He was perhaps the most profoundly affected by the sight of the thunder god reclaiming her divine essence. To my astonishment, this deity truly possesses the capability to accomplish such feats. Its prowess in the Marvel realm is undeniably on par with that of Odin or the sorcery of the Ancient One. Chapter 28. An unexpected invitation. Morse employed the deity's enchantment upon Thor, instilling within her an unwavering belief that she could wield the hammer of the god of thunder, a feat attainable only by her. This was initially a mere experiment, and Morse harbored little hope, considering the seal was personally cast by the All-Father, Odin. To my surprise, the deity indeed succeeded, altering Thor's mindset, enabling her to act selflessly, despite lacking the requisite past experience. This latent quality, previously absent in Thor, emerged, allowing her to lift the hammer once more. "Ah, how fortunate," This restores the timeline to a more familiar state. Morse gazed towards the horizon. While Thor had reclaimed the hammer, the fate of Loki remained uncertain. Having been driven away, should he return, one could only speculate what manner of assault he might unleash. Judging by recent events, it was evident that Loki was not a magnanimous individual. His decision to bring an army against Morse hinted at potential chaos ahead. Well, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, Morse murmured to himself, turning to Thor and inquiring, "What are your plans henceforth?" Thor weighed the hammer in her hand, casting her gaze skyward. "I must return to Asgard. Having regained my divine powers, it is imperative that I do so at once, lest I remain oblivious to Loki's next move." Indeed, Morse nodded. With Thor present, the mischief maker would likely not pose a formidable threat. "Thank you," Thor remarked, casting a profound glance at Morse, uttering a statement that left bystanders perplexed. Noticing the intriguing glint in her eyes, Morse smiled, "Until we meet again by fate." Indeed. With that, Thor stepped back a distance and called out to the heavens, "Heimdall." In an instant, the radiant light of the Bifrost descended, whisking Thor away. As he watched the female version of Thor depart, Morse let out a sigh of relief. This matter had finally reached a resolution. However, before he could fully relax, a feminine voice suddenly resonated behind him. "It appears my journey was in vain. I did not anticipate that Mr. Alex could single-handedly drive away the army Loki commanded." Her refined British accent exuded elegance and nobility. Turning to face her, Morse raised an eyebrow. "Ancient One, what brings you here?" The woman standing before him was the supreme sorceress of Earth. If Loki was formidable, surely this world's Ancient One must be even more powerful, Morse mused. "I am surprised that Mr. Alex is acquainted with me," the Ancient One replied, her tone tinged with astonishment. "When Loki brought his royal guard to Earth, I felt compelled to investigate. Now that matters have been resolved, you may take your leave," Morse stated nonchalantly. "Since Mr. Alex has time to spare, why not join me for a cup of tea?" the Ancient One suggested with a gentle smile. This version of the Ancient One remained bald, devoid of eyebrows. While such a visage might appear peculiar on others, it suited her unexpectedly well. Tea. An invitation to tea from a stranger was indeed an intriguing proposition. "Is the tea you mentioned legitimate?" Mose inquired. Gui paused for a moment, then smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Mr. Alex, it is merely a cup of tea, and I wish to engage in conversation with you." With that, she raised her hand adorned with a magical ring, while her other hand traced circles in the air, opening a golden portal. She gestured for Mose to enter. Without hesitation, Mose stepped through. Gui nodded in acknowledgement to Jian and Daisy, who followed Mose into the portal. Left behind were Jian and Daisy, exchanging glances. "They've left just like that? What does it matter? What I witnessed today has truly expanded my worldview. Worth it." Daisy replied, "Indeed, let us depart. We are uncertain when Thor will return." Little did the two women know that their next encounter with Thor would transpire amidst a fierce battle. On the other side of the portal, they found themselves in a somewhat antiquated study, meticulously cleaned, yet the furniture bore the marks of time. "These are the tea trees I have cultivated, brewed with spring water." To give it a try, Guyi's voice drifted from the side. Turning to look, they saw her seated at a tea table, wisps of steam rising from her cup. Mose observed her for a few seconds before approaching and sitting down, lifting the cup to his lips. The tea's fragrance instantly enveloped his palate, lingering with a subtle sweetness, amplified by a hint of bitterness. Although Mose was not well versed in tea, he could not help but exclaim, "Excellent tea." Gui chuckled and refilled his cup with a graceful lift of the teapot. The two shared little conversation, simply enjoying the tranquility of tea. After a few rounds of sipping, Mose set down his cup and looked at Gui. "What prompted your invitation? Surely it's not merely for tea tasting." After finishing the contents of his cup, Gui replied with a faint smile, "Tea is but one aspect. Primarily, I wish to discern what manner of person you are." "Mr. Alex, have you discerned anything?" he asked. "Indeed," Gui responded with a gentle smile, "you are not a villain, yet neither can you be deemed a virtuous person." Her ambiguous words provoked a raised eyebrow from Mose, who gestured for her to elaborate. The ability to absorb others' powers and memories, along with that formidable thunderous strength, frankly. In all my years, I have yet to encounter anyone with such capabilities. Moreover, Mr. Alex, you seem remarkably familiar with me and others in this world. The information you relayed to Nick Fury from the future, the presence of those automotive transformers utterly foreign to this realm, and your immediate recognition of my name all indicate that you are quite extraordinary. A typical high school student would not possess such knowledge. Though her tone was casual, it conveyed much. The attributes Mose exhibited were beyond the scope of his original identity. A regular high school student, should they suddenly acquire such powers, might be considered fortunate. However, to maintain composure in the face of Loki's forces and to articulate Gu Yi's name without hesitation suggested a prophetic ability, rendering such knowledge improbable otherwise. So, what are you implying? Mose inquired with a smile, his expression unchanged by her observations. Ancient One's gaze flickered, unwavering as she regarded Moser, and she spoke slowly. Mr. Alex, from which universe do you hail? Might you enlighten me? Chapter 29. The Request of Ancient One. What prompts such an inquiry? Moser did not respond directly, but smiled at her instead. Ancient One, unfazed, replied in a leisurely manner. You are surely aware of my duty to protect the earth from the encroachments of the magical realms. Concurrently, I frequently employ the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse into the future. While I do not interfere with its course, I am curious to witness what transpires ahead. The other day, as I once again utilized the Eye of Agamotto, the once clear visions of the future suddenly became obscured. Obscured, the other day. Moser pondered. The time frame she referred to coincided precisely with the day she activated her system. Thus, it could be inferred that from that day forth, the timeline began to diverge in unforeseen directions. It is now confirmed that this world is indeed unlike the one I previously understood. Noticing Moser's contemplation, Ancient One did not linger in silence for long before continuing. I have been searching for the cause of this obscurity and ultimately traced it back to you, Alex Moser. Your presence has rendered the timeline I perceive indistinct. There are only two possibilities for such an occurrence. 1. A powerful magical entity is disrupting the timeline. Or 2. A being from another universe has arrived, thus altering the original timeline. I suspect you, Mr. Alex, belong to the latter category. This statement caused Moser to pause momentarily in the act of raising her teacup to her lips, a subtle smile gracing her features as she finished the tea and replied, Indeed, the you of this universe is quite formidable, Supreme Sorcerer. I do not contest your title. Such near acknowledgement prompted a slight arch of Ancient One's brow. While the outcome was anticipated, it still took her by surprise. How did you arrive in this world? Were there others accompanying you? Ancient One inquired with a hint of urgency in her tone. It was not surprising that she expressed such concern. Moser alone was already exceptionally powerful, and Ancient One dared not presume she could entirely surpass him. Through their brief exchange, she discerned that Moser was not malevolent. However, if there were others of his caliber among the extraterrestrial beings, they could pose a significant threat to Earth and indeed this universe. Rest assured, I came to this world alone, and I believe I am the only one here, Moser stated confidently. She did not entertain the notion of another traveler. If there were, that entity would surely be of a higher echelon. However, I do not intend to reveal my origins. Are you planning to compel me to do so? As she spoke, tiny arcs of lightning danced at her fingertips, the cup still held aloft. Of course not. This time, I truly invited you merely for a conversation. Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. One could not help but admire the composure of the Supreme Sorcerer, who, despite witnessing the flicker of energy at Moser's fingertips, remained unperturbed. As she had stated, it was simply an invitation for tea. Having absorbed the insights of so many individuals, I have also acquired the perspectives and views of others. Gazing deeply at the Ancient One, I discerned that she harbored no malice, and the lightning at my fingertips dissipated. May I request a favor from you? The Ancient One suddenly inquired. A favor? I raised an eyebrow, astonished that the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme would seek my assistance. What could possibly warrant such a request? Please, go ahead and explain. I was not in a rush to acquiesce. I needed to first understand the nature of the matter at hand. Are you familiar with Stephen Strange? Upon my nod of acknowledgement, she continued. This individual will eventually become my successor. Ordinarily, he will encounter an accident that leads him here to study, ultimately taking my place as the master of this domain. As I listened, I nodded in understanding. I was already aware of these developments. Yet, hearing them articulated by the Ancient One felt peculiar. Akin to two actors revealing plot twists from a script. I fear he may not survive that incident, should he fail to emerge unscathed. I hope you will lend him your support, at the very least preventing him from straying onto a misguided path. You might even consider eliminating him. Her resolute words took me by surprise. If Doctor Strange did not survive that car crash, how could he have arrived at the sanctum to learn sorcery? If that were the case, his performance in Avengers Endgame should not have been limited to merely mending the waters. After all, one could grow stronger even through corruption. I mused, observing the myriad expressions flitting across my face, grave one moment, peculiar the next. The Ancient One, though unaware of my thoughts, could sense they were intertwined with her concerns regarding Strange's potential corruption and my own vision for the future, hence the complexity of my expression. With a resigned sigh, she acknowledged her limited options. Looking across the earth, if Strange were to encounter peril in the future, the Avengers would undoubtedly prove unreliable. The disparity in combat prowess was stark. A master of magic, particularly one who had succumbed to darkness, could eliminate everyone without a sound. One moment, he could be sharing laughter with allies, and the next, he would step into a realm of illusions. In such a scenario, the individual in question would exhibit no reaction. Akin to abruptly falling asleep, without external disturbance, one would remain oblivious to the fact they had just drifted into slumber. This, indeed, was the true reason the Ancient One had invited me for tea, not due to my potential threat to Earth, nor out of fear of otherworldly beings akin to myself, but rather out of concern that Strange might not be fit to assume the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. Why must you insist on him becoming the Sorcerer Supreme? You are formidable in your own right, I remarked, refraining from immediate agreement. This was no trivial matter. Emotions have long been a variable prone to fluctuation. Should I consent? I would ultimately confront a corrupted Doctor Strange, and the challenges he would present were truly unfathomable. Do you know how I have survived until now? The Ancient One queried. I glanced around to ensure we were alone before whispering, Dormammu? The mere mention of that name caused the Ancient One's typically composed demeanor to shift, revealing that my knowledge surpassed her expectations. Gui chuckled softly, shaking her head. The sensation was truly intriguing. It seemed as though I could conceal nothing from you. From which universe do you hail? Mose lifted her teacup and took a sip, feigning mystery and remaining silent, noticing that the other party was already aware of everything. Gui candidly declared, Indeed, I have survived by harnessing the magic of Dormammu. Although this has granted me life for several centuries, it is ultimately a dark entity of a higher dimension, and I cannot perpetually draw upon its energy for sustenance. Initially, I absorbed it due to the absence of a suitable successor. Now that one has been found, I am finally able to cease my consumption of its energy, which can be regarded as an early retirement. Chapter 30. Full intensity, seeing the sincerity in the other's words. Mose did not rush to refuse, but instead contemplated the implications of what was being proposed. As Mose pondered, the voice of the hero card system echoed once more in his mind. Mission issued. Learn any spell within the Supreme Sanctuary to receive item card 1. Upon hearing the sudden announcement in his mind, Mose raised an eyebrow. This indeed facilitated his decision-making. Learning magic from within the Supreme Sanctuary seemed to be a worthwhile endeavor. Having absorbed several Asgardians, he possessed a certain magical affinity, making it worth a try. After weighing the feasibility of mastering magic, he reflected that had this task been presented before he absorbed the Asgardians, he would undoubtedly have declined. Struggling with English was already a challenge, let alone deciphering magical glyphs in an unknown language, which seemed utterly fanciful. However, now it appeared to be a viable option. After a moment of contemplation, Mose spoke. I can agree, but I have one condition. What is it? Gui inquired. I wish to borrow the magical tomes from your repository for perusal. Mose articulated his request. Gui hesitated. This was no trivial condition. Yet her own demands were equally significant, as she sought to thwart a corrupted supreme sorcerer, a task far from simple. Gui mulled over the feasibility of Mose's proposal. If I were to master the magic within the repository, I would possess the means to counter Strange should he succumb to darkness, would I not? Noticing that Gui did not flatly refuse his request, Mose seized the opportunity to press further. Gu Yi internally lamented. Indeed, you could do this, but it also implies that our magic may become ineffective against you. This is a gamble. Even if Mose agreed, it would merely be a verbal commitment. Drafting a contract was out of the question. For individuals of their stature, signing a contract seemed absurd. However, an alternative form existed, a pact. Yet, this was also unfeasible, as such binding agreements severely restricted personal freedoms. Had Mose and Gu Yi been long-standing friends, entering into a pact would have been straightforward. However, their relationship was merely one of chance acquaintance, with Gu Yi seeking his assistance. In this context, demanding that the other party enter into a pact would be rather unreasonable. While Gu Yi deliberated, Mose refrained from pressing for an immediate answer, instead observing her quietly, awaiting her response. In the span of a couple of cups of tea, the Ancient One made a decisive resolution. She gazed earnestly at Mose and declared, "Very well, I shall comply, though I sincerely hope Mr. Alex does not renege on his word. Of course, I shall not falter. There is no need for me to deceive you about such matters. Moreover, should Strange succumb to madness, I harbor little faith that the Avengers could resolve it." Both were somewhat aware of forthcoming events in their eyes. The formation of the Avengers was an unavoidable eventuality, thus they spoke of it candidly, despite the fact that the Avengers had yet to make any formal announcement. "Let us endeavor to practice some magic," Mose suggested, his expression tinged with excitement. When he had previously watched Doctor Strange, the magic had appeared formidable. Yet the execution had left much to be desired. He was eager to discover what capabilities he might possess once he learned. His enthusiasm momentarily caught the Ancient One off guard, reminding her that he was merely a high school student. Within a brief interlude, the two had settled these significant matters. "Let us venture outside," the Ancient One gestured, and the previously tranquil atmosphere was suddenly filled with shouts and cheers. Upon stepping outside, they beheld a group engaged in combat, wielding weapons that shimmered with golden light. "These are magical artifacts. They do not seem particularly potent," Mose remarked. Despite the golden radiance, the weapons appeared to lack the formidable strength he had anticipated, unlike his own dark sword, which emanated extreme heat. The dark sword easily cleaved through the magical artifacts. The strength of a magical artifact is contingent upon the wielder's magical prowess. Since their training is superficial, they have not fully harnessed the artifact's potential, the Ancient One explained. "May I give it a try?" Mose inquired. "Certainly," she replied, gesturing towards a nearby rack of weapons, from which a black short staff soared into her hand. The staff was adorned with brass rings at its center, with black ends resembling a handle. "This is the staff of the Court of Life. Some magics are too formidable for ordinary sorcerers to master, hence we infuse them into artifacts." As she spoke, the Ancient One gripped the staff and pulled forcefully. The staff elongated, revealing luminous strands reminiscent of golden webbing connecting the brass rings. With magic infused, the weapon could assume various forms, contingent upon the wielder's technique. Handing the staff of the Court of Life to Mose, she noted its substantial weight, suggesting it was crafted from a material far beyond ordinary metal. The staff appeared ancient, likely older than Mose himself. One could only surmise that after enduring years of magical infusion, commonplace metals would have long since cracked. "What does it feel like to infuse magic?" Mose asked, pondering the latent magical energy within him. Though he had absorbed the power of a few Asgardian warriors, he had yet to learn how to wield it effectively. With a master of magic at his side, he believed it would be an opportune moment to learn. "It is difficult to articulate. Typically, we entrust spellbooks to apprentices, allowing them to ponder their contents independently. An ordinary individual can discern the existence of magic within a month. Learning how to store these spells and feeling the magical energy coursing through their veins, which can be naturally channeled into a magical artifact." As she spoke, she summoned a robust man with dark skin. "This is Modu. You may practice with him. I sense the magical energy within you, and through practical combat, you can infuse that energy." Modu, standing under 1.8 meters tall with a buzz cut, donned the training attire of the Supreme Sanctuary, his brawny arms exposed. He silently nodded at Moser, acknowledging his presence. Handing over his short staff to Moser, Gu Yi stepped back, clasping his hands behind his back. a smile illuminating his face as he observed them. Please, let us begin with the basics. Moser raised a hand to interrupt. No need. Let us go all out from the start. Chapter 31. The outsider Moser was brought by Gu Yi, and it seemed he was merely a novice in magic. To request full intensity right away appeared rather audacious. Moda looked at Gu Yi with a hint of reluctance. He had not intended to escalate things this way. Yet upon glancing back, he found Gu Yi deep in thought, not rejecting the proposal. What does this mean? Is he truly suggesting I unleash my full strength? After a moment, Gu Yi turned to Modu and said, It's fine. Use all your might. Even if you injure me, I can heal. Modu looked at Moser with a peculiar expression. If you accidentally harm me, please do not take offense. Moser smiled and nodded, stepping back to maintain a safe distance. Due to their impending battle, Gu Yi had instructed the other apprentice mages to pause their training and gather on her side to witness the duel. Upon seeing Gu Yi's companion immediately engage Modu, the apprentices regarded Moser with curiosity. Most were around 23 years old, and in comparison, Moser appeared remarkably youthful, which piqued their intrigue. Why would such a young man challenge one of their best, Modu? What is Gu Yi up to today? I will hold back a bit. Modu initially thought, but in the blink of an eye, Moser flickered before him, covering the 10 or so meters in an instant. Before he could finish his thought, an overwhelming sense of urgency surged within him, prompting him to raise his life tribunal staff defensively. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated as Moser's staff struck Modu's. However, Modu noticed that Moser's staff remained unaltered, seemingly devoid of infused magic. Oh, this strike lacked magical energy? It seems this one to be straightforward, Moser remarked softly. He refrained from launching another attack, stepping back to maintain a safe distance. Moser continuously examined the life tribunal staff in his hands, seemingly studying how to channel magical power into it. On the other side, beads of sweat the size of mung beans trickled down from Modu's forehead. He had not anticipated that Moser would possess such remarkable speed. Was this a pace achievable by an ordinary person? This boy was extraordinary. Truly a force to be reckoned with. It seemed I could no longer hold back. With that thought, Modu shifted his offensive strategy, channeling his magical energy into the life court staff and launching an assault on Moser. What transpired next left onlookers astounded. No matter how Modu attacked, Moser always found an unexpected angle to neutralize his strikes. Moser had no intention of counterattacking. Once he deflected the assault, he simply stood there, seemingly lost in thought as he fiddled with his staff. Modu had never experienced such overwhelming frustration. He could discern that Moser was not aiming to win, but rather was engrossed in discovering how to channel magic into the life court staff. After a dozen exchanges, Modu resignedly raised his hand in surrender. What? Why? Moser asked, his face a mask of confusion, still unaware of how disheartening his actions were. I haven't even touched you yet. How can you concede? Modu replied. Ancient One chuckled softly, beckoning Moser to her side. She took the staff from his hands and said, It seems using this all at once poses a bit of a challenge. Perhaps you should try this instead. As she spoke, Ancient One conjured a dark golden double-finger ring in her right hand. This is the suspended ring. It serves as both a means of attack and a transportation tool for us mages. I used it to open the portal when I came to find you earlier. Receiving the suspended ring from Ancient One, Moser was not unfamiliar with it. After all, it was the very object he had encountered when Dr. Strange first visited this place. However, it also required concentrated focus, otherwise, it would be difficult to wield. As Ancient One continued explaining the usage of the suspended ring, she noticed Moser had already donned it and was attempting to draw circles like a novice. Before she could finish her sentence, golden light flickered before his fingertips, and astonishingly, after a few circles, he opened the portal of the suspended ring. Staring at the portal, Ancient One's jaw dropped slightly, momentarily rendering her speechless. After a moment, she gazed at Moser and slowly inquired, Were you pretending not to channel magic into the staff just now? Moser felt a tad embarrassed. He had just failed to channel magic earlier, so why had the portal opened so effortlessly? It seemed rather amusing. I simply drew a few lines casually. And the portal opened, he replied, shrugging, his words leaving others dumbfounded. Many apprentice mages who witnessed this scene regarded Moser with newfound respect. For many of them, It had taken over a week to open the portal after acquiring the suspended ring, while others struggled for a month without success. In contrast, Moser had opened the portal within 2 minutes of obtaining the ring, and his nonchalant remarks only added to their disbelief. Perhaps magic does have a degree of adaptability. It is not uncommon for someone to master one spell instantly while being unfamiliar with another, Ancient One remarked. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Moser's mind. You have obtained item card 1. Upon hearing that sound, Moser let out a silent sigh. Regretting not having taken the suspended ring earlier, he had overestimated the power he absorbed from those Asgardian warriors. Although he now possessed a certain degree of magical energy within him, he remained ignorant of its utilization and had yet to explore their memories. Holding the staff of the Court of Life felt no different than wielding an iron rod, just as Gui was about to impart further cautionary advice. She noticed a change in Moser's demeanor, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. After a brief moment of surprise, they both turned their gaze toward the horizon. There, a streak of fire descended from the sky, landing upon a nearby mountain. What could that be? Moser pondered, intrigued by the sight. Let us investigate. Without a moment's hesitation, Gui retrieved the suspended ring and opened the portal, leading Moser through it. As they emerged from the portal, they surveyed their surroundings. There it was. Moser pointed, and Gui followed his gesture, spotting an enormous creature lying upon the ground. Her expression turned grave, and she nodded in acknowledgement before reopening the portal, bringing them beside the colossal being. Upon witnessing the massive creature, Gui and Moser exchanged glances, both registering the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. This monstrous entity, resembling a small hill, was a deep emerald hue, taking on an irregular, liquid-like form, yet maintaining cohesion. Atop this small mountain, 2 gigantic eyes, each at least as tall as a person, stared vacantly at Gui and Moser. Slime. They both exclaimed in unison, recognizing this enormous, green creature as a slime. A liquid monster. While Earth has a few, their numbers are scarce, and collectively they would not amount to even a fraction of this one. This massive being must have originated from another planet. However, such creatures possess minimal combat prowess. Any planet that has entered the age of firearms can easily deal with them. After observing for a moment, a crisp voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Are you here to steal my food? Chapter 32. The girl, just as those words left her lips, Moser and Gui swiftly darted to the side, golden magical weaponry manifesting in Gui's grasp. Simultaneously, a soft sound emanated from Moser's body, where silver lightning intertwined across his form, shaping into a fitted lightning cloak, while a lightning battle axe appeared in his hand. Gui was taken aback by Moser's adept control over energy. Although the cloak appeared delicate, the energy it contained was formidable. She sensed that even the slightest touch would result in a shocking surprise. What is it? Moser inquired, noticing Gui's gaze. Nothing. I am simply astonished by your mastery of energy. It is remarkably proficient and distinctive, Gui replied candidly. It's nothing. Such feats are commonplace for us in the realm of fantasy, Moser responded with a light smile. There merely swings his hammer mindlessly, unleashing thunder and lightning. I, on the other hand, can conjure a myriad of techniques using lightning. The thunder fruit itself comes with numerous abilities, and I am still poised to develop even more. The two individuals remained vigilant as they observed the girl who had unexpectedly appeared behind them. As she gradually approached, her true identity became apparent to them. The girl appeared to be around the same age as Moser, approximately 18 or 19 years old, standing at about 1.60 meters. She wore an outfit primarily in shades of purple and adorned her head with an extraordinarily large purple cylindrical hat. From the sides of the hat protruded 2 pointed objects, a strikingly iconic accessory that momentarily disoriented Moser. It reminded him of someone. No, rather, a deity, a being whom even 10 monsters would stand no chance against. The young girl's fair visage was partially concealed by a delicate purple veil, and her violet eyes scrutinized Moser and his companion for a brief moment. A soft voice emerged from her rose-red lips. Indeed, I have pursued it for quite some time. This creature possesses limited combat strength, but excels in evasion. Initially, it aimed to descend upon a densely populated city, but I managed to divert it to this desolate wilderness. Otherwise, it could have inflicted significant harm upon your planet. Both Gui and Moser were momentarily taken aback by her words, realizing that she had considered the welfare of Earth, especially Moser, who sensed that he might have gleaned some insight into the girl's identity but was not yet certain. After all, if she were truly connected to that formidable deity, matters could become quite complicated. "Mr. Alex, what are you doing?" "Stop staring at her," Gui subtly prodded Moser, who had been fixated on the girl. A rather impolite behavior given their lack of knowledge about her background. Moser snapped back to reality, acknowledging that he had indeed been lost in thought. Of course, he would never admit that it was her appearance and form that captivated him. Rather, it was her attire that evoked a figure from the recesses of his mind. This was one of the 5 primordial deities from the Marvel Universe, known for subsisting by devouring planets, and humorously referred to as a unit of combat power by numerous netizens in Moser's previous life. The girl's outfit, with its distinctive pointed cylindrical hat and her ensemble in purple, bore a striking resemblance to that figure, matching it by an astonishing 90%. "All right. Whatever it is can wait until I finish my meal," the girl in purple exclaimed cheerfully as she hopped over to Moser, giving his shoulder a playful pat. Standing before the massive slime, she appeared diminutive in comparison. This petite girl opened her mouth, and the sizable mound of slime before her transformed into a stream of energy, flowing into her mouth. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds, after which the massive slime vanished from the sight of the three. Moser and Gui stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, as they watched the girl in purple, who, with a pained expression, rubbed her stomach. "Alas, this little bit is hardly enough to satisfy me." Her belly, smooth as jade, showed no sign of having consumed anything at all. Observing the girl's adorable, pouting face, Moser took a deep breath and inquired, "Is your father the planet devourer?" Upon hearing these words, Gui turned her head in astonishment, her face reflecting an indescribable surprise. Naturally, she was familiar with that name. Such a being could effortlessly annihilate the Earth. Even Gui, when confronted with such an entity, could only surrender, utterly incapable of resistance. How could Moser possibly be aware of this elusive existence? The young girl's expression mirrored her surprise, as she had not heard or spoken this name in a long time. "How do you know this?" The inquiry led her to scrutinize the human boy before her with renewed seriousness. After receiving the purple-clad girl's firm affirmation, Moser refrained from directly answering her question, growing increasingly wary, for this was precisely the response he dreaded most. "This is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your father survives by devouring planets." "Did you come here solely for this slime?" Moser could not divulge that his knowledge stemmed from a previous life, as that would be the most peculiar revelation. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic to another matter. At this juncture, Gui fixed her gaze on the purple-clad girl, equally concerned about her purpose for visiting Earth. Moser and Gui observed the girl with vigilant expressions, prompting her to pout slightly as she remarked, "I am not like my father, who disregards life. There are countless beings on Earth, and I could never bring myself to harm them." This statement astonished Gui, for in her recollection, planet devourers would prey upon any world inhabited by life, yet here was his daughter expressing such a stance. Conversely, Moser's expression changed, a slow smile creeping onto his lips as if he were concocting a scheme. Suddenly, he raised his palm, gathering lightning into a sphere the size of a thumb, tossing it playfully in his hand. "Why not accompany me? I can offer you delightful treats." Moser tossed the lightning sphere, resembling a dubious uncle attempting to entice an unsuspecting girl. Had it not been for Gui's acquaintance with him, she would have considered alerting the authorities. Moser, too, felt the sweat trickling down his brow. Should this venture succeed, he would undoubtedly navigate the Marvel Universe with ease. In the myriad challenges awaiting on Earth, no villain could compare to the prowess of this girl. Retaining her by his side would yield immeasurable benefits. The lightning sphere in his hand held no extraordinary effects. It merely contained pure lightning energy, and if one insisted on labeling it, it could unleash a massive explosion when thrown. "Is this sphere in your hand what you mean by delightful treats?" "I need to sample it first," the girl stated. Moser did not refuse. He conjured several more spheres and tossed them to her. The girl received them without hesitation, immediately popping one into her mouth. Chapter 33. Transformation. Is this thing safe? Gui leaned closer to Moser, her expression tinged with uncertainty. Before them stood a formidable deity, and she dared not treat the situation lightly. If there were anything amiss with the sphere Moser had given her, both of them could meet their demise. Rest assured, I have not tampered with anything. Moser's initial assurance relieved Gui, yet the latter part of his statement sent shivers down her spine. It was merely an energy bomb capable of obliterating a medium-sized city. A medium-sized city? You offered her something like this to consume. The tone of Gui was tinged with astonishment. If such words had been spoken by another, she would have dismissed them with a scoff. Yet now, the one uttering this statement was Mose, and Gui found it hard to doubt him. Observing Gui's anxious demeanor, Mose smiled gently and reassured her. Do not worry. While this substance poses a threat to us, it is not so for her. This is pure energy. Its explosion would indeed be detrimental. And for those with frail constitutions, it could result in catastrophe. However, what if the one consuming it derives sustenance from energy itself? At this juncture, Mose paused, and Gui grasped the implication. Indeed, for an ordinary person, this would be as perilous as a nuclear bomb, yet the girl before them thrived on energy absorption, perhaps rendering it beneficial for her. As they engaged in casual conversation, the girl regained her composure, her expression marked by excitement. This orb is truly remarkable. The energy within rivals what I would gather from 10 heaps of slime. Upon hearing this, Mose's face broke into a beaming smile, though internally, he felt a myriad of emotions. Only 10 heaps? I can infinitely condense thunder into these orbs, he mused, realizing he had understated his capabilities earlier. The thunder orb could indeed annihilate a medium-sized city, yet he was capable of producing even more. When Mose had crafted this orb, he sensed an abundance of energy within him. Launching 7 or 8 at once was well within his means. Therefore, with a strategic placement, he could potentially obliterate a large city. The girl hesitated, sensing that the energy contained within the thunder orb was unlike anything she had previously absorbed. It was of an entirely different caliber. Had it been a mere energy entity, she would have possessed the ability to seek it out herself. The energy within Mose's thunder orb was extraordinarily unique, far surpassing any energy she could find in the cosmos. Although she yearned for the orb, her rationality remained intact, prompting her to inquire, if I follow you, will I have access to such treasures? You wouldn't ask me to commit any nefarious acts, would you? Of course not, Mose replied with a smile. To be candid, one of my abilities involves consuming things, and with you by my side, I can more effectively seek out sustenance. However, the way he tossed the thunder orbs resembled that of a dubious figure, and Gui, observing from the sidelines, was left speechless, questioning how such a being could remain in close proximity. Should one commend his youthful audacity or lament his ignorance? The girl's face reflected uncertainty, prompting Mose to patiently await her decision. In truth, he felt a twinge of nervousness. If he could persuade her to stay, it would undoubtedly bolster his security in the shifting cosmic timeline. Thus, Mose endeavored to convince her, knowing that should any insurmountable challenges arise in the future, she would serve as a formidable trump card. Just don't delay in providing me with sustenance, the girl remarked, causing the corners of Mose's mouth to subtly rise. It's settled then, he exclaimed with delight. Rest assured, I will take care of it. I will gain even more abilities in the future. So ensuring your well-being should pose no difficulty. With that thought, Mose suddenly realized he had yet to learn her name. Indeed, my name is Alex Mercer. What is yours? I am Gonetta. Gonetta, a lovely name. Well, since matters have been resolved, let us return. Conversing in this desolate wilderness is quite troublesome. Mercer turned to gaze at Ancient One. After a moment of contemplation, Ancient One inquired, back to the sanctum? Of course, I have yet to learn many of your spells. Merely possessing a floating ring is insufficient. Mercer produced his floating ring and opened a portal, stepping inside with Gonetta. A being of such divine stature was effortlessly taken by Mercer, leaving Ancient One standing alone in the wind, bewildered. The world of gluttony is beyond my comprehension. He sighed and followed suit, opening the portal to depart. After an indeterminate period of silence, the land where the slime had once resided began to stir. Tiny green particles rising from the earth, 1, 2, a multitude of green specks emerged with consciousness from all directions. After nearly an hour, they coalesced into a football-sized dark green slime. This entity gazed in the direction Mercer and the others had departed, before slithering away in the opposite direction. Upon returning to the Sanctum Sanctorum, Mercer fervently delved into the study of magic, although he harbored little affection for magic itself. Preferring the tangible manifestations of energy or the enhancements of physical prowess, he found the incantations required for magic rather cumbersome. "Ancient One, do you sorcerers cultivate your powers independently?" he queried, flipping through the pages of a spellbook while glancing at Ancient One, who was brewing tea nearby. Ancient One poured a cup for Ganada and replied, "Not entirely. For the human body cannot directly communicate with cosmic energies. While we can absorb minuscule amounts through meditation, transforming them into magical energy, this method is excessively slow. Therefore, we often forge contracts with beings from other dimensions or directly open dimensional gateways to absorb their energies and convert them into magic." As she spoke, she cast a knowing glance at Mercer, an exchange understood only between them. This glance implied that the energy Ancient One used for immortality was derived from absorbing Dormammu. Relying solely on human cultivation, one could only extend their life to a mere 120 or 30 years. Living for centuries was utterly unattainable. Absorbing energy from beings of other dimensions? Mercer mused, perusing the spellbook. He was not opposed to the idea of harnessing the magical energy of other dimensional entities. Rather, he felt a sense of curiosity. He had reluctantly acquiesced to Ancient One's request due to a system task, and if Doctor Strange were to turn to darkness, he would take action. His current reading was an endeavor to discover spells akin to summoning. After all, he recalled that his fundamental ability was the Blacklight virus. If he could summon beings from other dimensions and consume them with the Blacklight virus, Mercer's strength would experience a terrifying enhancement, possibly granting him the capability to contend with ancient deities. As he pondered these matters, he harnessed the energy of the rumble fruit to coalesce into a sphere of lightning, occasionally tossing it to Ganada, who received the lightning sphere with delight, akin to a child receiving candy. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two, Ancient One felt her worldview profoundly transformed. In this sacred chamber, the revered deity remained surprisingly docile. Chapter 34. A Night of Restlessness. As night fell, Gu-Yi assigned a room to both Mo-Se and his companion, for neither intended to return, rendering a night spent in the living room impossible. Fortunately, the Supreme Sanctuary boasted numerous vacant rooms, providing ample accommodation for them both. The silvery moonlight cascaded through the window, and Mo-Se chose not to illuminate the room, allowing just a hint of moonbeams to suffuse the space. Gazing out at the enchanting moonlit scene, he eventually lifted his hand, pinching the air lightly with his thumb and forefinger, summoning the item card he had previously acquired from the system. After examining the card for a moment, he gently tapped it, revealing a line of text before his eyes. Acquired item, Sharingan, 1 Tomo. To his astonishment, it was indeed the Sharingan. Although it was merely a single Tomo for Mo-Se, it still represented a formidable skill. This reminded him of his previously utilized item card, the BT Anshin Battle Damage card. Grasping it in his left hand, he summoned it forth, contemplating the two cards in his possession for a brief moment. He brought them together, prompting another line of text to materialize before him. Current Sharingan does not meet the level required for fusion with the Battle Damage card. Fusion? Mo-Se was taken aback. He was aware that BT Anshin was a technique associated with the Sharingan. His knowledge of this connection had led him to retrieve the Battle Damage card upon discovering that the item he had acquired was the Sharingan. To his surprise, the Battle Damage card could indeed be fused with the item card. However, the requirement of achieving a certain level posed a formidable challenge. To employ BT Anshin through the Sharingan, he would first need to unlock the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which necessitated progressing through two intermediary levels, the 2 Tomo and 3 Tomo. Gazing at these two levels, they seemed relatively easy to upgrade. Yet, the Sharingan possessed a particularly cruel stipulation. It required a profound emotional stimulus, specifically the intense suffering resulting from the misfortunes of loved ones. For Mo-Se to endure such anguish, it would be preferable to forego the upgrade altogether. Perhaps it would be best to proceed one step at a time, if it truly came to the point of losing a friend or family member. He would rather avoid such a fate. With a wry smile, he acknowledged that despite his musings, he had no one of significance in this world. The foster family he had previously known offered him no support. he had been left to fend for himself, indifferent to his existence. Upgrading the Sharingan seemed an insurmountable task. With a soft sigh, Imose decided to utilize the item card, presenting it before him with a gentle tap. The card transformed into a swirl of crimson light, flooding into his eyes, causing him to instinctively squint. After a brief moment of stillness, he opened his eyes, his once azure-green irises now transformed into a vivid scarlet, with a small Tomo nestled in the lower left corner of the pupil. This was indeed the one Tomo Sharingan. Surveying his surroundings, Imose noted that the arrival of the Sharingan did not yield any substantial changes. If anything, it merely enhanced his vision in the darkness. The true application of this newfound ability would only reveal itself in the crucible of battle. Given the inherent resilience of his own body, the Sharingan's abilities transcend ordinary perception. It allows one to observe the flow of chakra, cast and discern illusions, as well as replicate various techniques, including non-bloodline limit jutsu. Among these myriad skills, the only one of potential utility for Mercer is the ability to cast illusions. The rest are entirely superfluous to him, for the Marvel Universe lacks chakra and, consequently, the use of ninjutsu. As for enhanced perception, he had already acquired that capability upon the onset of the Blacklight virus. Unless he were to evolve into the Mangeki Sharingan, the single or double Tomo Sharingan holds little value for him. Nevertheless, having it is preferable to not having it at all. If only someone could assist him in testing its capabilities, Mercer mused. Although this single Tomo Sharingan does not qualify as a formidable skill in his eyes, he would not dare employ it indiscriminately on ordinary individuals. It goes without saying that he could not practice with Ancient One. And the same applies to Mordo and his cadre of sorcerers. While Mercer deemed the single Tomo Sharingan weak, it may not necessarily be ineffective against them. Should any mishap occur, it would be challenging to account for it to Ancient One. Suddenly, Mercer glanced towards the window near the outer corridor, his expression shifting to one of exasperation. There, he spotted a small head cautiously peeking in, stealthily observing him. Their eyes met, and the individual was startled, hastily attempting to retreat. In the next moment, a surge of lightning appeared before her, blocking her path, as it reformed into Mercer. "Ganata, did you see everything?" The voyeur was indeed Ganata, who, upon being discovered, awkwardly scratched her head and lowered her gaze, hesitant to meet Mercer's eyes. "I was bored. Unlike you humans. I don't need sleep. Being cooped up in that tiny room is dreadfully dull, so I thought I'd take a stroll and see what you were up to," she explained, her innocent demeanor eliciting a mix of irritation and amusement from Mercer. He felt as though he were striking a marshmallow. "What did you see?" he inquired. "Huh?" Ganata blinked, quickly recovering as she exclaimed, "I saw 2 cards suddenly appear in your hand, then one vanished while the other transformed into a red light and drifted towards your eyes." As she spoke, Ganata suddenly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she scrutinized Mercer's gaze, eager to discern any changes. It appeared she could not see the text on the cards, meaning only he could perceive the words that emerged from them. Mercer pondered. "Well, you saw it. So come in," Mercer declared, seizing Ganata and pulling her into his room. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Wait." Ganata's protest was cut short as the door closed behind them. The following day, in Mercer's room, he leaned against the headboard, drenched in sweat, while Ganata gazed at him with palpable excitement, her eyes still yearning for more. "That was fun. Your eyes are amazing. Just one glance and I was entrapped in an illusion, although the intensity was quite weak. Any ordinary person would surely be unable to withstand it," she marveled. That night, Mercer had conducted experiments with his Sharingan on her. Initially, Mercer believed he had captured a free laborer, but after several exchanges, he realized that he was the one ensnared. The Sharingan indeed possesses the ability to weave illusions, ensnaring its victim without their awareness. Even Ganata was not immune. However, despite her attempts to evade, she retained her divine mental fortitude. Although Mercer was powerful, he could not penetrate such divine intellect. To her, Mercer was akin to a pirate ship, inducing a slight sense of disorientation yet ultimately ensuring her safety, posing no threat to her existence. After several attempts, Mercer contemplated ceasing the endeavor, yet Ganata found it amusing and insisted on continuing under the pretext of training him, compelling him to engage for an entire night. After a night spent utilizing the Sharingan, Mercer felt as though his eyes were no longer his own. Chapter 35, The Art of Vishani. Mr. Alex, breakfast is ready, a voice from outside announced, belonging to an apprentice mage. All right, Mercer replied, turning to Ganata. Shall we? You ought to partake in the meal, correct? How rude. Of course, I shall eat. Until I feel that pang of hunger, I eat like any ordinary person. Cuisine is among the most irresistible delights in this world, Ganata retorted with a light scoff. Mercer chuckled awkwardly, murmuring an agreement as they proceeded to the dining area. Mr. Mercer, you may join Master Gui for breakfast. She is awaiting you in her previous chamber, he was informed as he was about to enter the communal dining hall. Mercer flashed a friendly smile at the speaker, nodding to Ganata, and the pair altered their course toward another location. In a moment, they arrived at the room where Gui resided. On the central table lay 3 breakfast servings. The meal was simple: 2 slices of toasted bread, a glass of milk, and a small bowl of nuts. Just as Mercer was about to indulge in his breakfast, having picked up a slice of toast, he felt a gaze piercing from beside him. Turning to look, he noticed Ganata's plate was already devoid of food. You finished already? Mercer exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Ganata replied innocently, nodding, her eyes fixed intently on the toast in Mercer's hand. That was merely 10 seconds, Mercer thought to himself, silently placing his remaining slice of toast onto her plate. After a moment's hesitation, he also offered her the milk and nuts. Eat slowly. Once it's gone, it's gone, he advised as Ganata eagerly gathered the items before her, consuming them in dainty bites, contrasting sharply with her previous rapid consumption. Observing her nibbling on the toast, Mercer turned to Gui and inquired, what brings us here? It cannot solely be for breakfast. Indeed, Mr. Mercer, your perceptiveness is commendable, Gui responded with a slight smile, her right hand raised in the air, fingers curling as she turned them to the right, causing a 3-dimensional triangle to materialize at the center of the table. Your revelation of the Hydra-S infiltration within S-H-I-E-L-D has precipitated a clandestine conflict between the 2 factions. What was once their greatest weapon, hatred, has now been thwarted by your intervention. As she spoke, a hint of ineffable meaning resonated in the voice of Ancient One. It was precisely from that fateful day onwards that she found herself unable to foresee the events of the future. The Hydra would undoubtedly not surrender so easily. Among them were individuals who had mastered an ancient dark art, attempting to summon a creature from a lower dimension into this realm. Should they succeed in their summoning, the situation would become dire, for even the capabilities of S-H-I-E-L-D would be utterly inadequate to confront such an entity. When discussing this matter, Ancient One initially maintained a grave demeanor, fully aware of the seriousness at hand. However, upon glancing at the fervent gazes of Mercer and his companion, she was momentarily taken aback. Ganata, did you hear that? We have something delicious coming. Wow, that's splendid. When do we go? The 2 food enthusiasts, instead of expressing fear, were filled with excitement upon hearing such news. Could you 2 take this more seriously? Ancient One expressed her exasperation. We are talking about a creature from a lower dimension. If we do not treat this with the gravity it deserves, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. A creature from a lower dimension? Mercer cleared his throat, redirecting his focus to this matter, as it was an area he had never encountered nor comprehended. In the Marvel Universe, such lower-dimensional beings could only be akin to the likes of Dormammu. Why don't you go? Mercer inquired, realizing that such an entity would be beyond his current magical prowess, incapable of inflicting any harm upon it. Ancient One shook her head with a wry smile. I could have gone, but I lack confidence in leaving this place. I fear that if I abandon the sanctum, it may come under attack. There are 3 sanctums, and if one were to be breached by our enemies, Earth would be devoid of magical protection. Is it truly that severe? Mercer furrowed his brow, contemplating the gravity of her words. Ancient One sighed. Thus, I wish for Strange to assume my position as swiftly as possible. This way, at the very least, my duties can be alleviated, ensuring greater safety for the Earth. Her statement left Mercer momentarily speechless. Alleviate? You aren't suggesting you intend to die, are you? Even with Ancient One's composure, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at his remark. Why would I wish for death when I am quite well? I merely meant that finding an heir would spare me the burden of eternal suffering, allowing me to age naturally. Do you think that upon finding an heir, I would immediately seek death? Mosere felt a twinge of embarrassment, as in his recollections, the previous Ancient One had met her demise rather hastily. Had she not perished so easily, that purple-headed entity would never have dared to approach Earth so soon. Her words led Mosere to realize that the former Ancient One had indeed passed away too abruptly, while the current Ancient One possessed the thoughts and perspectives befitting a rational individual. After sharing a few chuckles to steer the conversation elsewhere, Mosere asked, "Since we are dealing with a creature from a lower dimension, how shall we subdue it? What is there to discuss? With me here, there is nothing that cannot be resolved," Ganata declared, shaking her tiny pink fist. While Mosere did not oppose her sentiment, he recognized the considerable risks involved. After all, they were dealing with a being from the realm of magic. Relying solely on physical attacks would likely prove insufficient. "I have a plan," Ancient One stated, raising her left hand into the air. With a graceful sweep from left to right, an ancient tome materialized out of thin air, floating majestically before them. The tome is titled The Book of the Emperor of Veshin, and it contains the most potent white magic and defensive spells known to the world. Rather than leaving you to fumble through the grimoire like a headless fly, allow me to assist you in selecting a spell. The incantations inscribed within are formidable. I trust you will wield them wisely." Mosere reached out to accept the book, its weight substantial, approximately the thickness of a hand laid horizontally. As he flipped through its pages, he was met with an array of archaic script, intricate and challenging to comprehend. He continued to speak, noting that the spells contained were rather complex and suggesting that, with his guidance, mastering a couple of the initial spells within a short span would be commendable. "Take your time with the rest. Are you listening?" Noting Mosere's persistent gaze upon the book in silence, Gui felt a twinge of curiosity. Was he truly so captivated? Just as she pondered this, Mosere lifted his head, and Gui found herself momentarily frozen, captivated by the crimson hue of his eyes, each containing a swirling jewel-like pattern. Veshin Emperor's law, punishment. Though he did not utter a word, Mosere's voice resonated from all directions. Immediately, an overwhelming magical pressure erupted from his eyes. Ganata, with her elevated mental prowess, remained unaffected by this magical intimidation, but it struck Gui, causing even her formidable presence to stagger back a few steps, astonishment evident upon her visage. "Why you have learned it." Chapter 36. The evolution of the Sharingan. Just moments prior, Gui had professed her intention to instruct Mosere in the spells with her assistance. Yet in the blink of an eye, he unleashed a wave of magical pressure. The first spell of the Book of the Emperor of Veshin was precisely that, utilizing magical pressure to oppress adversaries. It is the inaugural spell and the most arduous to master at the highest level. Unlike direct attacks or defenses, releasing mana as an intangible pressure that expands outward is the greatest challenge. It requires continuous output. Unlike other spells that simply necessitate channeling a certain amount of mana into a formation for activation, Gui had initially intended to bypass this spell and begin with the second, yet she was taken aback when Mosere grasped it at a mere glance. Could it be attributed to his extraordinary eyes? She had never encountered such magic before. She recognized that Mosere's swift mastery was undoubtedly linked to his unique ocular abilities, which she had not previously seen him utilize. Throughout history, no wizard was known to cast spells solely through their eyes, a subject that lay within Gui's realm of ignorance. Mosere too was astonished. After calming his thoughts, he narrowed his eyes and, upon reopening them, they had returned from the Sharingan to their normal state. Remarkable. This Sharingan evidently aids in the acquisition of magic and is exceptionally potent, he mused. As he first beheld the Book of the Emperor of Veshin, he felt a sudden shift, and the Sharingan activated autonomously. Soon after, a vague silhouette materialized in his mind. Surrounded by a dense throng of figures, Mosere perceived a multitude of vaporous energies swirling around him before this vast cloud erupted forth from the figure. The multitude of dark figures knelt prostrate on the ground, rendered immobile. At this juncture, the scene abruptly ceased. Witnessing this, Mosere absorbed the technique of the Veshin Emperor into his Sharingan, harnessing its formidable ocular prowess to unleash it. Due to the peculiar nature of chakra combined with the magic of the Veshin Emperor, even the venerable Ancient One found it challenging to withstand this extraordinary magical pressure. At that moment, Moser suddenly sensed a peculiar sensation in his eyes, akin to the satisfying feeling of awakening from a deep slumber. Could it be that studying the magic of the Marvel Universe could facilitate the evolution of my Sharingan? Ignoring Ancient One's astonishment, Moser was far more preoccupied with this revelation. Although not overtly manifested, he was certain that this sensation indicated an enhancement of his ocular power. Perhaps this was the system correcting the method of elevating his Sharingan. Otherwise, if it continued to rely on pain for improvement, he feared he would have no opportunity left. That kind of suffering was something Moser was determined to avoid. He decided to try again. Moser turned to the next page of the Tome of the Vetian Emperor, and once more, a similar experience unfolded in his mind. Albeit with a different form of magic this time. He resembled a machine, mechanically flipping through the pages of the book, and with each turn, he assimilated and executed the previous spell. The astonishment on Ancient One's face transformed into numbness. Many spells she had spent centuries deciphering, Moser grasped with just a glance. And his proficiency was already on par with her own. A prodigy, a true anomaly. Ancient One repeatedly mused within her mind, tinged with a hint of regret. The astonishment Moser elicited in her was greater than all her centuries combined. She even contemplated appointing him as the supreme sorcerer. She believed he would excel in such a role, destined to become the most formidable supreme sorcerer in history, unmatched by any. However, after their brief interaction, she realized that Moser would undoubtedly not remain at the sanctum as the supreme sorcerer. His future was far too grand for this modest establishment to contain. In just half an hour, Moser had closed the book, squinting his eyes slightly, quietly digesting the magic swirling in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, Ancient One beheld that his previously single Tomo Sharingan had now transformed into a 3-Tomo variant. Your eyes, she pointed at his gaze. What is the matter? Have they transformed into 3 Tomos? Moser inquired calmly, unperturbed. Indeed. Are you aware of this transformation? Yes, it signifies the evolution of these eyes. Having absorbed the entirety of the tome's magic, Moser's eyes had evolved from a single Tomo Sharingan to a 3-Tomo Sharingan, just as he had surmised in this Marvel universe. The evolution of the Sharingan could indeed be facilitated by utilizing it to learn magic. All these spells would manifest through the Sharingan, and to wield them, Moser merely needed to activate his eyes. Excellent. I have mastered them all. I am ready to confront that subdimensional creature, Moser declared with confidence. In the Tome of the Emperor of the Mountains, there exists a plethora of formidable spells. Although this illustrious book claims to be solely defensive, many of its protective formations unleash a terror surpassing that of conventional offensive spells. Kanata, shall we engage in some practice? Moser inquired, glancing at the seemingly bored Kanata, who was idly toying with her hair. Let us go. Upon realizing she had something to occupy her, Kanata sprang to her feet and took Moser by the hand, leading him outside, to the training grounds. If you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to inform me. We are merely practicing, not engaging in a life-and-death duel. Let us keep it light, Moser stated. Both were acutely aware that neither would resort to earnest combat, yet this was an unprecedented experiment with magic. And unexpected occurrences were always a possibility. Thus, it was prudent to preface their endeavor with a word of caution. Well then, bring it on, Kanata replied, bouncing lightly on the spot, her demeanor momentarily startling Moser. This was a classic maneuver from American military combat techniques. How could she possibly know this? Noticing Moser's astonished gaze, Kanata chuckled. If you think I'm merely a glutton, you underestimate me greatly. In this universe, there is no planet's knowledge that could truly confound me. As for Earth's martial arts, I can master them with just a glance. Surprised to discover that she was indeed a prodigious talent, Moser shook his head in amusement and said solemnly, in that case, I shall commence. Law of the Emperor of the Mountains, for directions suppression. An ethereal voice reverberated from all around. Moser's eyes widened as his 3-Tomo Sharingan activated. The formidable ocular power, combined with the magic of the Emperor's tome, conjured for massive rectangular blocks of dark gold in midair, one of which descended upon Kanata's head. Despite the dark gold block towering at 4 to 5 meters, Kanata effortlessly raised her slender arm and caught it. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Moser glanced aside, and another dark gold block plummeted onto the one Kanata was already supporting. The weight doubled. causing Kanata to let out a slight gasp as the ground beneath her feet sank significantly. The remaining 2 dark gold blocks, akin to magnets, swiftly drew together from either side. Thud. The 2 blocks merged instantaneously. Is she all right? This could end in disaster, an onlooker murmured, unable to shake the sensation of dread. Observing this scene with a tranquil demeanor, Gui, with hands clasped behind his back, whispered, "It's impossible for her to be harmed. If she were to perish under such circumstances, then such divine beings would no longer inspire fear." As soon as the words left his lips, the 2 converging dark gold blocks erupted violently, first shattering into fragments, then dissipating into wisps of dark golden mist. Kanata reappeared before the astonished crowd, her laughter ringing out joyously. "Haha, how delightful! Truly delightful." Chapter 37. A call for help. Observing the lively girl who incessantly chattered about the merits of her magic, it was evident that she had not suffered any harm from its use. Mosei's hands slowly clenched into fists. His recent assault had not been executed with the intention to kill. It was merely a training exercise. Nevertheless, he still pondered whether he could inflict even a modicum of damage upon her. Mosei was eager to ascertain whether he possessed the capability to contend with such a formidable deity. The 4-direction suppression was among the top 3 sealing techniques documented in the Book of the Emperor of Visha. Common beings would find themselves utterly exhausted and incapable of resistance after enduring even 1 or 2 attacks from dark gold giants, let alone 4. Mosei believed that even an entity as powerful as Loki could not dismiss the potency of this magic. Yet, such a formidable spell was effortlessly shattered by Janata. Truly, one cannot help but acknowledge her lineage as the daughter of a creator god. Sighing, he resigned himself to the fact that he simply had to engage in combat. With an understanding of his opponent's physical resilience, Mosei unleashed his attacks, recognizing that his strikes would scarcely inflict any harm on a being of Janata's caliber. However, he now felt significantly more confident that, should he face Loki, Thor, or even Odin, he would not falter against them. As Mosei and Janata engaged in their elaborate duel, the onlookers, a group of ordinary mages led by Modu, began to question their presence. In comparison to the 2, they realized that no matter their efforts, they would never manage to land a single blow. Modu, in particular, felt a tumultuous storm brewing in his mind. Just yesterday, this individual had claimed to possess no magical prowess. Yet today, he was wielding an array of spells befitting a supreme mage. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Their sparring session lasted a mere 10 minutes, during which the ordinary mages bore witness to an astonishing display of powerful magic that would astound them for a century to come. After experimenting with over 20 spells, Mosei gained a newfound understanding of his magical abilities, concluding that he was certainly no weaker than the likes of the Ancient One and could at least stand on equal footing. However, due to the nature of his training partner being Janata, he felt little sense of accomplishment. As their practice concluded, Mosei's phone rang urgently, the caller ID revealing it to be Carter. "Mosei, are you free? We need your assistance." Carter's anxious voice came through the line as soon as he answered. "Has the Hydra caused trouble again?" Mosei thought instinctively, knowing she was contacting him due to the Hydra situation. "Yes. If it weren't for the gravity of the situation, I wouldn't have reached out to you so casually. Are you available? If so, could you come to the SHIELD headquarters? Just inform the guards downstairs, and they will escort you up." "All right, I'll be there shortly." After ending the call, Mosei turned to Janata. "Let's go. We have work to do. Ancient One, we shall meet again. This pendant is quite useful. I shall take it with me." Without waiting for a response from the Ancient One, Mosei opened the portal to the pendant and departed the location alongside Janata. The individual, with his decisive demeanor, prompted Gui to shake his head in resignation. "Very well, it's merely a suspended ring, having already bestowed the Book of the Emperor of Vishanti. The ring seems trivial in comparison. One can only hope he will honor his commitments." Meanwhile, at the SHIELD headquarters in the operations room, Carter inquired, "Did he agree?" Nick Fury's gaze towards Carter revealed an undercurrent of tension. Natasha, present alongside them, mirrored his unease. The eradication of Hydra was no simple task. The trio had scarcely slept over the past few days, tirelessly commanding the front lines, fearful that a moment's slumber might bring unforeseen calamities, evident in the bloodshot eyes they bore. Carter nodded affirmatively, stating that they would arrive shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a towering golden circle materialized in a corner of the room. Observing this anomaly, several personnel instinctively drew their sidearms, directing them at the golden portal. Two figures emerged from within, followed by a voice laced with jest. "What a grand welcome you've prepared for me." It was Mio, sir. This unconventional entrance was a first for the onlookers. Upon recognizing Mio, sir, Nick Fury gestured to his companions to lower their weapons. The moment was accentuated by the arrival of a striking woman, Ganata, whose presence captivated the attention of all. Her allure stemmed not only from her beauty and physique, but also from her exceedingly eccentric attire. Miyosa recalled that Ganata had yet to change her outfit. Her flamboyant ensemble was bound to draw scrutiny. "Ah, please wait a moment. I shall take her to change into something more suitable." With that, Miyosa opened another portal, leading Ganata through, leaving Nick Fury and the others exchanging puzzled glances. Before long, the portal reopened, revealing Ganata clad in a fresh outfit. She sported simple denim shorts paired with a white blouse, her purple hair styled in a high ponytail, exuding youthful vibrancy. What was ostensibly a straightforward ensemble appeared impeccably tailored on her. "Now, this looks far less peculiar," Miyosa remarked, his satisfaction evident as he openly admired Ganata's appearance. "Your earthly fashion sense is rather commendable, far superior to that of other planets, and quite practical." Ganata assessed her attire, clearly pleased. "Do you like it? If so, I shall take you shopping for more," Miyosa offered with a grin, his newfound wealth evident in his demeanor, as he spoke of purchases with casual ease. "Absolutely yes," Ganata chirped, expressing her enthusiasm for the garments she had just seen. "Cough, cough, Miyosa, may we commence?" Carter interjected with a polite cough. "Of course, my apologies. I nearly forgot the matter at hand." Miyosa gestured for silence towards Ganata and approached Nick Fury and the others. "What is the current situation?" The group quickly shifted into action. Natasha began typing on a virtual keyboard, retrieving a video to play as she spoke. "In recent days, we have convened all those we can trust to collectively resist Hydra. However, amidst our meticulous preparations, an undercover agent has infiltrated our ranks, stealing a crucial item." An image of the object was projected, and before Natasha could introduce it, for words escaped Mercer's lips. "The Cosmic Cube?" Chapter 38. The Meeting. Are you aware? This artifact is one of S.H.I.E.L.'s most closely guarded secrets, and as an 8th-level operative, Mercer should not have known of its existence. Yet, he audibly named the Cosmic Cube without hesitation. Could it be that he was already aware of it? Mercer had no intention of elaborating on this. Instead, he directly inquired, "Was its location tracked after it was taken?" "To my knowledge, it emits gamma radiation, which S.H.I.E.L.'s satellites should easily be able to locate. Regarding this matter, we have enlisted the assistance of 2 top-tier technicians who have been tirelessly searching." Natasha regarded Mercer with a newfound respect, recognizing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed made the right choice in bringing those 2 individuals in, and it was through their research that the current results were derived. Mercer's immediate articulation of a solution showcased the value of the external aid procured through Nick Fury's 8th-level operative clearance. Top-tier personnel? The individuals whom Natasha referred to as elite suddenly conjured images of 2 figures in Mercer's mind. Could it be those 2? Nonetheless, the loss of the Cosmic Cube is undeniably grave. The cube is merely a vessel. The true significance lies in its contents, the Space Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, capable of teleporting to any location in the universe at will. Fortunately, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra remain oblivious to its specific application. According to what the Ancient One previously stated, Hydra intends to harness it to summon interdimensional beings, likely leveraging the immense energy of the Space Stone rather than its intrinsic abilities. Before Carter was encased in ice, the then leader of Hydra utilized the Cosmic Cube. You are likely aware of its formidable power. Such an artifact should be under stringent control. How could it have been so easily pilfered? Mercer had ceased to feign ignorance, openly revealing this military secret. Upon his revelation, the gazes of Natasha, Carter, and Mercer converged upon Nick Fury, with Carter's expression particularly intricate. Fury, is he speaking the truth? Has S.H.I.E.L.D. been using that artifact to develop weapons? She had witnessed the cube's might firsthand on the day of her entombment in ice. She led a team into Hydra's base. There, she observed Hydra employing the cube's energy to create a devastating weapon capable of reducing individuals to nothingness. At that moment, the leader of Hydra vanished beneath the radiance of the cosmic cube. Such a terrifying source of energy cannot be recklessly exploited at Earth's current technological level, if mishandled. The repercussions could be far more catastrophic than the simultaneous detonation of dozens or even hundreds of nuclear warheads. Contemplating this, Carter furrowed her brow, an unusual display of anger crossing her features. How could such a thing be casually utilized for weapon manufacturing? Nick Fury was acutely aware of the detrimental nature of utilizing the Tesseract to forge weapons. It was both excessively advanced and overwhelmingly potent. Should such weaponry come to fruition, unless wielded with utmost precision, it would spell catastrophe for humanity. This predicament was precisely what they faced now. As the Tesseract had been pilfered by Hydra for the purpose of weaponization, resulting in heightened tensions between both factions. Let us defer this matter for the time being, Mercer suggested, recognizing the futility of continuing this line of conversation, given Carter's experiences. Where are those two technicians? I wish to make their acquaintance. No sooner had Mercer uttered these words than he was greeted by the sound of footsteps approaching from afar, followed by a voice he found somewhat familiar. We have located them. They have not fled New York City and are still within the confines of the city. Turning around, Mercer was not the only one taken aback. The individual who had spotted him was equally astonished. It was none other than Tony Stark and Dr. Banner, although Mercer had anticipated this meeting. The actual encounter left him somewhat bewildered. Ah, so you are Mercer. A pleasure to finally meet you. I've long wished for this introduction, yet you were never at home, Stark remarked, stepping forward to scrutinize Mercer with an expression that suggested relief at finally encountering him. This demeanor puzzled Mercer, who inquired, We have never crossed paths. How do you know me? Just a few days ago, you were on the streets, and your peculiar black energy longsword along with your automotive robot went viral online. It has been trending just below me for days. I imagine it would be hard for you to remain unaware, Stark replied with a chuckle. To be truthful, Mercer had been entirely disconnected from the internet for the past several days, preoccupied with various tasks, and had not contemplated the happenings online. Had Stark not mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious. Allow me to introduce you to Dr. Banner, Stark said, gesturing to the man behind him. Hello, I am Banner. I have also heard of you, and coincidentally, I have some inquiries of my own, Banner stated. You have inquiries as well? Mercer was momentarily taken aback. He could comprehend Stark's interest due to the dark sword and his confinement, but why would Banner also wish to converse with him? What could he possibly discuss with someone of Banner's caliber, a super genius with multiple doctoral degrees, while he himself was merely an ordinary high school student? Banner surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that those present were trustworthy, and sighed before confessing, to be candid, I seek insight regarding the Hulk within me. I have heard that you managed to eliminate the abomination, and I wish to know how you accomplished this. Is it possible for me to rid myself of him? Or at the very least, to control him? Banner's expression of distress struck a chord with Mercer. For the current iteration of Banner, the Hulk was indeed a burdensome entity. However, with time, he would undergo a shift in mindset, recognizing the significance of the Hulk's power. In Mercer's recollection, Banner had come to accept the existence of the Hulk, even merging with him, embodying the form of the Hulk. What if I were to absorb Hulk's blood? What transformations might that entail? Mercer mused, his gaze lowering, as his mind wandered to the potential changes that could arise from such an absorption. Hatred is merely a diminished version of the Hulk, having undergone such a transformation. One can only imagine the terrifying consequences of absorbing the Hulk's power. However, this remains just a notion. Mercer would never truly consider such an act. He is not a ravenous man-eater like Hannibal, and while the Hulk undoubtedly holds great utility for him, establishing the Avengers is equally significant. Mercer has no desire to shoulder the monumental responsibility of saving the world. Thus, it is imperative that the Avengers are formed in a conventional manner. Otherwise, during future threats, he would be burdened with the task of intervening each time, which would be quite cumbersome. Nonetheless, the prospect of absorbing a small amount of blood is appealing, as even that could yield substantial enhancement. Chapter 39. Observe his teeth. After a moment of contemplation, Mercer smiled and said, "How about this? If you trust me, provide me with a vial of your blood sample. I will analyze it and see how I can assist you in controlling the Hulk." "All right," Banner replied eagerly, nodding vigorously as if fearing Mercer might change his mind. Although it was their first meeting, Banner held a deep trust in Mercer. He had previously watched the footage of Mercer entering the containment chamber of hate, and upon his exit, the room was indeed devoid of its presence. There were only two possible outcomes. Either Mercer had allowed it to escape, but given the chamber's specialized design, it was unlikely that any breach could have occurred without heavy artillery, or Mercer had employed some means to eliminate it and contained it, surely not through conventional methods, or there would be no trace left behind. Thus, if Mercer were not to be trusted, he could not possibly stand alongside them in their struggle against Hydra. It was precisely this accumulation of reasons that led Banner, meeting Mercer for the first time, to unhesitatingly offer him a vial of his blood. At this juncture, Banner felt utterly powerless against the Hulk within him and could only place his hopes in Mercer. It was obvious that they could not commence their work immediately, a fact Nick Fury understood. Observing the natural conversation among the three, he decided to forego his intention to facilitate their interaction, allowing them to engage further and deepen their acquaintance. Mercer and his companions did not converse for long, only exchanging casual remarks for a few minutes before steering the discussion back to the matter at hand. "Banner and I have utilized both SHIELD satellites and my own to develop a specific program designed to locate the source of gamma radiation signals," Stark remarked with a smile, glancing at the exasperated Banner beside him. "In addition to the significant signal source we have here, there is another source located at this address." Stark pointed to a spot on the map, revealing an address in Queens, specifically at the first high school. "A school? Why would they choose to act at this institution?" Nick Fury frowned. "The equipment necessary for such operations cannot be small. How could they possibly transport it into a school?" "You are correct," Stark nodded, shifting the content on the screen to display a news article. As illustrated, there is a technology exhibition occurring at their school in the coming days, backed by several major corporations. This includes my Stark Enterprises and the recently renowned Osborn Group. It is likely that Hydra exploited this advantage to transport their heavy equipment into the school. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of difficulty. The adversary's actions within the school serve as a shield, using the entire faculty and student body as a cover, making it challenging for them to effectively secure the perimeter. Students are the most easily panicked group. Once chaos ensues, the likelihood of accidents escalates significantly. This is indeed perilous. Our personnel cannot infiltrate the campus in large numbers, and if such an event were to occur, it would be arduous to identify the hidden Hydra operatives among the crowd. Should they intend to go down in flames and detonate their weapons at first high, the resultant devastation would be catastrophic. A heavy silence fell over the group. This was undeniably a grave concern. "Moses, what are your thoughts?" Carter turned to Moses, only to find him lost in thought. He called out to him several times, "Oh, please share your opinions first," Moses hastily replied. He had been daydreaming as the location stirred profound memories within him. Queens, high school, the Osborn Group. These keywords were all intricately linked to a particular superhero in Moses's recollection, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. "I wonder where Peter Parker, who has already been bitten by the spider, is. Perhaps I should seek him out," Moses mused. After pondering for a moment, he looked up at those engaged in a heated debate about how to infiltrate the school and suddenly suggested, "Let me sneak in and scout Hydra's position. My youth makes me more suitable." "Huh," Nick Fury replied, bewildered. "You are the least suited for infiltration, you know." "Indeed, you have now become a primary target for Hydra. If you appear at the school, their eyes will surely spot you immediately," Natasha concurred. "How about this?" Moses smiled faintly, brushing his palm across his face. In the next moment, the group gaped in astonishment. Moses's distinctively striking East Asian features instantly morphed into an utterly commonplace Caucasian visage, one that would be utterly unremarkable in a crowd. "You can change your appearance?" Carter stepped closer to Moses, scrutinizing his face with growing amazement. There were no discernible traces of disguise, had one claimed that this was his face since birth. They would have easily believed it. I can transform into several different identities, Moses continued, altering his appearance into various faces. Even Natasha, with her extensive undercover experience, was left in awe. She could not detect any signs of disguise. This art of transformation was unique to Moses in this world, as it was not merely a disguise, but a genuine metamorphosis into another person. This was the camouflage ability of the blacklight virus. The forms Moses assumed were those of individuals he had previously absorbed, merely adjusted to a younger age. In the game, such a feat was unattainable, but now, with the blacklight virus manifesting in reality, modifying the age of his disguise was utterly effortless for Moses. By harnessing the powers of the blacklight virus to diminish wrinkles and replenish collagen, even the elderly, aged 70 or 80, could have their youthful appearances restored by Moser. Just as Moser was showcasing his transformation, the sound of something crashing nearby interrupted the moment. The onlookers turned to see a staff member, his face a mask of shock, hastily crouching to retrieve his belongings, eager to escape the gaze of the crowd. Observing this figure, Moser furrowed his brow and softly commanded, "Garnata, restrain him." With a swift whisper of wind, Garnata, who had been standing amongst the crowd, instantaneously appeared beside the staff member, her hand gripping his throat tightly, lifting him effortlessly. The bewildered members of S.H.I.E.L.D. raised their rifles, tension palpable in the air as they fixated on Garnata. A girl, scarcely over 5 feet tall, was effortlessly constraining a man over 6 feet in height, rendering him immobile with her inhuman strength, a sight that left onlookers in awe. "Alex, what is happening?" Nick Fury gestured for the armed personnel to lower their weapons, turning his attention to Moser. "Look at his teeth." This seemingly casual remark ignited the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present, their weapons pivoting to aim at the staff member Garnata held captive. They were acutely aware of the precarious situation S.H.I.E.L.D. found itself in, as each individual present had been meticulously chosen by Nick Fury, deemed trustworthy. They understood that Hydra operatives could be venomous, and Moser's words carried weight in this context. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression darkened as he swiftly approached the staff member. Choked by Garnata's grip, the man could only open his mouth, powerless as Fury inspected his teeth. Moments later, Fury extracted a tooth from the staff member's mouth, his visage ominously grim. "This is a venomous tooth. Vamir, you were a member of Hydra all along, even during your years in S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's voice trembled with fury, revealing a personal connection to the staff member. "Well done, Garnata. Return," Moser instructed, and then conjured several orbs of lightning energy, tossing them to Garnata, who caught them deftly. "You still expect me to play the part of your servant?" Garnata huffed, unimpressed. Moser, with an awkward smile, quickly created more lightning orbs, chuckling, "I had no such intention. I merely reacted to the situation." Seeing Moser's earnest demeanor, Garnata accepted the orbs, her huff softened as she chose not to dwell on his comment. Meanwhile, as the venomous tooth was revealed, the man known as Vamir scoffed coldly. "That boy is truly astonishing. I lost control of my emotions and never anticipated that such a long-hidden truth would be unveiled in this manner. However, even if you discover this matter now, it is of no consequence. The ritual is already in progress, and you may all await your demise." A glint of madness and exhilaration flickered in Vimer's eyes, even tinged with a hint of reverence. "The entity we are summoning this time is an eldritch god from beyond Earth. When he descends upon this world, it shall be the day you bow in subservience. He is none other than the god of trickery, Loki." Upon uttering this frenzied proclamation, Vimer erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, utterly arrogant in his glee. Yet, it was not long before he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. An eerie silence had descended. He turned to face the few individuals before him, noting their diverse expressions. Some were astonished, others speechless, while a few wore looks of bewilderment. Notably absent was the fear and panic Vimer had anticipated. It was indeed Loki. Moser shook his head in resignation. Had he not prepared to confront a fearsome interdimensional being? He had spent an entire night mastering the techniques of the Vishani, only to be told that the visitor was Loki. He had already encountered him before and had even driven him away. What was there to fear? The trio from S.H.I.E.L.D. shared a moment of incredulity. Upon hearing the initial part of Weimer's declaration, their hearts had leapt into their throats, envisioning a fierce battle. However, the events that transpired in New Mexico had been thoroughly documented by Coulson, but only Nick Fury and his two companions were privy to the details. Previously, Hydra had dispatched agents to investigate the happenings in New Mexico, but those two had vanished without a trace, leaving Hydra in the dark. At that time, Nick Fury's trio was indeed taken aback, astonished by Moser's prowess to stand against an outer god without faltering, while simultaneously becoming aware of the existence of such deities. The atmosphere, once taut with tension, gradually relaxed. Nick Fury waved his hand, signaling for Weimer to be detained. The group then reconvened at the conference table to deliberate their strategy. Weimer, bewildered, was dragged away, completely oblivious to why they were not expressing astonishment at his words. 10 minutes later, the group finalized their plan. Nick Fury stated, "All right, Alex, our course of action is set. You will infiltrate the campus to ascertain Hydra's intended reconnaissance location. Then relay the information back to us. The subsequent matters will be handled by us." "Understood," Moser nodded. "Let us depart immediately. There is no time for further discussion." With the plans in place, the group set off without delay. Moser and Gonata proceeded towards the school. Originally, the latter was not to accompany him, as her striking figure and appearance would prove too conspicuous for stealth. However, when Moser inquired about her intentions, she produced a small flashlight and illuminated her face. Astonishingly, her divine beauty transformed into an ordinary visage. Aside from her figure, which remained unchanged, her disguise was flawlessly identical to Moser's, without a single flaw. As a technology enthusiast, Stark rushed over upon witnessing this device, eager to examine it, but Gonata swiftly moved the flashlight out of reach. Upon noticing the other party's reluctance to part with the item, Stark stood at the side, scrutinizing the flashlight with keen interest, inquiring, "Is this device capable of altering its form at will?" "Indeed," replied Natura. "I have visited numerous planets, many of which do not possess human-like forms. Consequently, I developed this technology that allows one to transform both their body and appearance." As she spoke, Natara demonstrated her invention, including Mercer. The onlookers were left in awe as they witnessed a plethora of alien life forms, wooden beings, stone creatures, and bestial entities, emerging within the span of a mere minute. "You claim to have created this?" Stark, astounded by the nuance in Natara's words, queried. "Such advanced technology is beyond my current capabilities, and yet this youthful girl before me, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, has accomplished it?" Natara was well aware of the implications behind his gaze. With a dismissive huff, she responded, "My age surpasses the combined total of everyone present, and my knowledge encompasses the technological prowess of all intelligent civilizations across the universe. In my eyes, Earth's technology is hardly remarkable." Mercer muttered from the sidelines, "So she is essentially a grandmother." Natara's purple figure flashed to Mercer's side, lifting him by his collar. "So many years. You're not even from Earth." Mercer, bewildered by the sudden disdain, would have erupted had another spoken such words. Yet, Natara's beauty, physique, and intellect completely captivated him. Observing Natara effortlessly lifting Mercer as if he were a mere chick, Stark felt a twinge of regret. It seemed futile to pursue her further. At the very least, he was determined to study her technology. Chapter 41. Old friends, could I borrow this device for research purposes? I assure you, I will not take it for free. Name your price. I will pay, Stark declared grandly, his demeanor reflecting that of a wealthy patron. No, I have no interest in your planet's currency, Natara retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Just as Stark was at a loss, his cheeks flushed. Natara tossed the transforming flashlight into Mercer's hands, saying, "Here, you may play with this. Of course, during the time it is in your possession, feel free to lend it to anyone you wish. Just remember to treat me to something delicious." Delicious? I have that as well, Stark thought, momentarily feeling a glimmer of hope, only to see Mercer pause for a moment before raising his hand, a dazzling bolt of lightning surging forth, which quickly condensed into a thumb-sized orb offered to Natara. Upon receiving it, Natara examined it with satisfaction, then consumed it. Stark watched in bemusement. Do all you deities enjoy such peculiar morsels? Is that merely a form of energy? Can such things be ingested? Yet, Stark's hope lingered. As Natara's words when handing the item to Mercer hinted at a potential opportunity. With renewed determination, he turned his hopeful gaze towards Stark. After being soundly reprimanded by Gonata, a conspicuous red handprint adorned Mercer's face. With this mark, he turned to Stark and cleared his throat, suggesting that once this matter concludes, they should deliberate on the issue regarding the flashlight. All right, Stark responded, recognizing the implication of their conversation, understanding that there was potential for collaboration. Although Gonata was not from Earth, Mercer certainly was, indicating that he still held an interest in monetary matters. A disguised flashlight had effectively bridged the gap between Mercer and Stark, transforming them into close confidants, whispering about prices in hushed tones. By the way, make sure to take this with you when you infiltrate the school. Stark suddenly recalled an important detail, dashing out only to return swiftly, clutching a round device the size of a bowl. This is a gamma energy disruptor. While I'm uncertain of its efficacy against such enigmatic forces, having an additional safeguard is prudent. It was developed in collaboration with Dr. Banner. Very well. As part of the same team, Mercer expressed no further gratitude, accepting the device and stowing it in the backpack that Carter had procured for him. Under Natasha's preparations, Mercer now donned a simple checkered shirt and shorts, carrying a black backpack with a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Coupled with his altered appearance, he resembled an ordinary student. Similarly, Gonata was clad in a comparable outfit, rendering it inconceivable to outsiders that they were two formidable entities. Excellent. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. I will lead the team encircling the school. Should anything arise, report immediately, and we will act accordingly. Understood. Following the tactical decisions, the group set forth toward their destination, Queen's First High School. The front entrance appeared unremarkable, suggesting that those from S-H-I-E-L-D had yet to catch on. Once we summon that malevolent deity, S-H-I-E-L-D will become our subservience, haha. By the way, do not lose focus on the mission assigned from above. That individual named Mercer might emerge to cause complications. Rest assured, given his appearance, he will undoubtedly be discovered upon arrival. Infiltration is impossible for him. As they spoke, the two men glanced around and noticed a young couple approaching. The boy was rather unremarkable, failing to capture their interest, while the girl, though also ordinary in looks, possessed an extraordinary figure, drawing their gaze towards her legs. They observed the boy speaking to the girl, but due to the distance, they could not discern their conversation. Nonetheless, they dismissed it, redirecting their attention to their surveillance. Hey, Natasha, it appears you are quite popular, Mercer chuckled. This affectionate address prompted Gonata to shoot him a sidelong glance, but did not deter her. Humph. I can't be bothered with those who think with their lower halves. Ha ha. Indeed. How could such individuals ever catch the eye of our sister Gonata? After all, you are a celestial being. Mercer continued to lavish praise on Gonata, recognizing her as an ally. Simple transactions would not suffice. He needed to strengthen their bond so that she might assist him in future endeavors. The all-encompassing flattery seemed to delight Gonata immensely. Gradually, Moser came to realize that while this young girl excelled in technology, she remained quite naive in social interactions. It was no wonder he had managed to keep her around with mere food, he mused, as they wandered aimlessly through the campus, attentively observing the changes in their surroundings. There were indeed numerous individuals. Every 10 meters, a Hydra-disguised checkpoint could be seen, indicating that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Moser's expression grew grave. Although the Hydra members were masquerading as teachers, staff, and visitors, their movements still betrayed the traits of agents or soldiers. For Moser, who had absorbed the skills of Hydra assassins, these nuances were easily discernible. Suddenly, his gaze was arrested by a familiar figure. Indeed, upon arriving at this school, it was inevitable he would encounter that person, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The astonishment on Moser's face stemmed from the fact that the Peter Parker before him was not the one from the Marvel Universe, but rather the Peter Parker from the Amazing Spider-Man. To think it would be him. Moser's voice quivered. This Spider-Man was his favorite version, portrayed by Garfield. He had not exploited his abilities for personal gain. Instead, he found himself in a passive position. Peter's girlfriend, Gwen's father, had perished, and soon after, Gwen herself had met her tragic fate, which had profoundly impacted this young Spider-Man. This was a poignant point that weighed heavily on Moser's heart. In the film's conclusion, Garfield's gaze at Gwen's grave through the changing seasons had pierced Moser's soul. If it were you, I would be willing to assist you. I shall not allow those regrets to resurface, Moser silently vowed. Noticing Moser's unwavering gaze fixed on a boy in the distance, Ganada inquired curiously, "So, you favor that type?" Moser chose not to elaborate on this jest. Instead, he slowly replied, "It's merely an encounter with an old friend." Chapter 42, Mockery and Old Friend? Ganada observed Moser with surprise, noticing the complexity in his expression, which did not resemble that of someone who had just met a friend. Of course, it was unlikely to be the gaze of someone harboring a crush. Ganada discerned that Moser was heterosexual, not homosexual. His current expression conveyed a sense of sorrow and regret, which left her somewhat perplexed. Let us address the pressing matter at hand. It was neither the time nor place to greet Peter Parker. After stealing a few glances, Moser led Ganada away, for there were more significant matters awaiting them. "Can you sense where the source of the energy is located?" Moser asked Ganada. "The cosmic cube must emit a trace of gamma energy, albeit in minute quantities. Most individuals would not perceive such energy, and SHIELD would struggle to pinpoint its exact location." Now that they had entered the school, the area of search had been considerably narrowed, and he hoped Ganada could still detect it. Ganada surveyed the campus, her eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, her slender fingers pointed towards a specific direction where a certain degree of energy was emanating. "What?" Moser exclaimed in astonishment. The location Ganada indicated was none other than the gymnasium, the site of the largest crowd. As a thought struck him, Moser furrowed his brow and hurried towards that direction, Ganada trailing behind him. Upon entering the gymnasium, the once spacious area was now teeming with people. In the midst of the crowd stood a colossal machine, enigmatic in its presence. The machine resembled a mountain, with two immense metal columns extending outward, far too large for a single person to embrace, while a slightly longer column stood at its center. Though its function eluded comprehension, the sheer scale of the machine was undeniably awe-inspiring. The Hydra had abandoned pretense, placing their contraption right at the heart of the throng. Moser's expression darkened. They had previously speculated that the Hydra would conceal the Tesseract. Yet, it was evident now that the Tesseract was not hidden at all, but rather displayed atop this very machine. At the center of the machine, a transparent glass compartment housed the Tesseract, radiating a subtle cosmic energy, a sight to behold. Had Moser not known what it was, he too might have found it captivating. "I could simply go up and take it," Ganada remarked, rolling up her sleeves, which sent a chill of dread down Moser's spine. He quickly gestured for her to refrain from such actions. "We cannot act here. More and more people are drawn to this thing," he urged, grabbing her arm and whispering. "If we engage here, many lives will be lost." "Are you joking? You can't be serious," Ganada replied, casting a sidelong glance at Moser's hand. Only then realizing he was still holding her wrist, she quickly pulled away, offering an awkward smile. If consequences were not a concern, Moser believed she could easily seize the Tesseract. With her physical prowess, resisting its direct energy would be feasible. However, the potential repercussions were daunting, necessitating a different strategy. After communicating the situation to Nick Fury, Moser and Ganada lingered near the machine, contemplating how to address the predicament. Evacuating the crowd? That was the least viable option. The sheer number of people present meant that even clearing half would alert the Hydra. "Excuse me, what is this?" a curious onlooker inquired, stepping forward. A Hydra operative, feigning goodwill, began to explain, "This is a new energy machine, manufactured by the Creation Corporation. If operated normally, the energy it produces in a single day is equivalent to that of a coal-fired power plant in an entire year." The proclamation elicited a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Was that not rather boastful? To claim that a single day could rival a year's worth of energy from a power plant? Many were skeptical. Yet, it must be said that it was an effective marketing ploy, for it attracted even more spectators. Something about this did not seem quite right. Just as Moser wrestled with uncertainty about what to do, a soft whisper suddenly emerged from beside him. Turning his head, Peter Parker was taken aback to find a perplexed-looking individual standing a mere 2 paces away, gazing curiously at the energy-emitting tesseract. What do you mean? Do you sense something amiss? Moser raised an eyebrow, edging closer. Could it be that Peter Parker had discerned an anomaly? Peter, scrutinizing the unfamiliar boy who had approached him during the tech exhibition, hadn't he given it much thought. It seems that the object inside is not merely an exhibit. It genuinely appears to be emanating a form of energy, and it does not seem to diminish. After uttering this, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. As if sounding somewhat naive, and quickly added, but didn't they just claim this was a new type of energy? Just dismiss my words as folly. Moser, while maintaining a facade of a smile and nodding, was inwardly pondering. This was likely the result of Peter's spider sense, enabling him to perceive the threat posed by the tesseract. After all, should he remain here when things took a turn, he too would become a victim. As they spoke, Moser's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Peter's chest. This was certainly not due to any perverse inclination. Rather, he had noticed a flash of red beneath Peter's shirt, the red of the spider suit. It seemed that by this point, he had already embraced his role as Spider-Man. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. had recorded information about him. Moser thought to himself, believing he was the only one privy to this secret, only to realize that he had long been under scrutiny. Fortunately, Peter Parker harbored no malevolence nor sought to exploit his powers for harm. Otherwise, he would soon find himself pursued by S.H.I.E.L.D. This would be an insurmountable challenge for the newly minted Spider-Man, likely leading to his surrender within 3 days for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s methods were indeed reliable. Hey, Parker, this kind of thing is beyond someone like you from the sticks. Better head home while you still can. A mocking voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, followed by laughter from several others. Moser could easily discern the source of this childish derision without even looking. It could only belong to one person, the school bully, Flash. This prompted a sigh from Moser, as Peter Parker, despite being a superhero endowed with extraordinary abilities, remained unable to escape the clutches of bullies at school. Under normal circumstances, a person would have dragged him into an alley for a beating, rather than allowing him to linger and mutter here. How could someone's words be so foul? Chapter 43, The Search Nearby. Wallace's face turned pale upon hearing the taunt. Quickly scanning for the origin of the remark, it didn't take long for him to pinpoint Moser, who had made a theatrical gesture of fanning his nose with his hand. Moser's comment had incited even more laughter, with several Hydra members monitoring the situation unable to contain their amusement. Though devoid of vulgarity, his words exuded an undeniable sense of embarrassment. Even Peter Parker found himself unable to suppress a laugh upon hearing it. Observing the mirth of those around him, Wallace's expression darkened as he approached Moser, flanked by his cronies. As Wallace approached with an imposing demeanor, Mose raised an eyebrow and maintained a smile while gazing at him, which only quickened Wallace's stride. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. This guy comes from a wealthy background. You cannot contend with him. Just as Mose contemplated how to teach this bully a lesson, someone tugged at his sleeve. Turning to look, he found it was Peter Parker who spoke. Don't worry. He can't harm me. You should leave first. I doubt he will spare you, Mose replied with a calm smile. Observing the fierce Wallace, Peter hesitated for a moment, seemingly making a decision, and instead of retreating, stood in front of Mose, surprising him. Wallace, if you're looking for trouble, come at me, not him. Peter understood that Wallace had targeted Mose because he was defending him, and he did not wish for anyone to be harmed because of his presence. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Wallace, without any hesitation, swung his fist directly at him. To both Peter and Mose, that punch appeared excruciatingly slow, easily avoidable. Yet, Peter did not evade. He could not reveal his strength. Despite the fact that the punch was easily dodged, he remained still, giving the impression that he was caught off guard. Just as the fist was about to collide with his face, Peter felt someone suddenly tugging at his backpack, pulling him back. Wallace's punch grazed Peter's cheek, missing its target entirely. You're quick to resort to violence. It seems you have a mouth full of nonsense and an empty head stuffed with filth, Mose remarked. This taunt provoked the towering Wallace, who could no longer contain himself. Ignoring the current situation, He commanded a few of his lackeys, "Go grab him." The lackeys hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Wallace's grim expression, they gritted their teeth and lunged at Mose. "Oh dear, why the rush?" A gleam of amusement sparkled in Mose's eyes as he faced the oncoming boys. He slightly shifted his body to the right and extended his foot. One of the boys, running ahead, was caught off guard by Mose's swift reaction and tripped over his foot, landing in a heap. The other two boys quickly adjusted their approach and lunged at Mose from another angle, seizing his collar. Unfazed, Mose, feeling their grip, pulled back with force as if to prevent his escape. However, he leaned forward as they expected, causing their combined weight to topple in his direction. Coincidentally, they fell right next to a machine housing the cosmic cube. Mose stumbled and fell alongside them, his hand reaching out towards the machine. To the bewildered onlookers, it appeared that Mose was merely trying to grab something to steady himself as he fell. Yet, to the closest observers, Ganada and Peter, a flash of light emanated from Mose's hand, swiftly merging into the machine. A smile appeared in Ganada's eyes as she looked at him with delight. Peter stood in astonishment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, as he seemed to glimpse a silver luminescence pulsating within Mercer's hand, though faint. The angle at which it caught the light was impeccable. If he had stepped back just a few paces, the glimmer would have been entirely obscured. Just as Peter contemplated speaking, he noticed Janata beside him, her delicate finger pressed to her lips, signaling for silence. The young spider was still in a daze. Had this girl noticed too? Who were they? He discerned that Mercer's movements were not those of an ordinary individual. The latter exuded an air of calmness, entirely devoid of the panic one would expect from a youth of his age. Could it be that he, too, was akin to Peter? Gazing at Mercer's silhouette, Peter felt a yearning for camaraderie. The burden of solitude weighed heavily upon him, and sharing even a moment of conversation would alleviate his sense of suffocation. He lifted his hand, intending to call out to Mercer, but reconsidered. This was not the moment, for the crowd was too vast, and he remained unaware of what Mercer had been engaged in moments prior. Perhaps he could seek him out later. "What's the matter? Do you still wish to fight?" Mercer inquired with a faint smile, observing Wallace. His subordinate had been swiftly subdued, revealing a hint of martial prowess, leaving Wallace's face ashen with fury. Yet, from Mercer's earlier actions, he recognized that confronting him would be futile. "Just you wait. This is not over." With no other recourse, Wallace shot Mercer an exasperated glare before retreating with his followers in disgrace. "How dull? Is that all?" Mercer scoffed, having expected more from his opponent, only to find him a mere effet de bravado. "Thank you for your help just now," Peter expressed gratefully as he approached Mercer. Mercer smiled in return. "It was nothing. I simply cannot abide such individuals." While he outwardly engaged with Peter, he covertly monitored the crowd's reactions. The energy from the thunderbolt he had just infused into the machine was intended to gauge the intensity of the cosmic cube's emitted energy, which was steadily increasing. This indicated that someone was persistently channeling energy, albeit with alarming inefficiency. Despite the prolonged stimulation of the cosmic cube, it had yet to yield the requisite power. Among those who had been oblivious to the unfolding events, or had merely cast fleeting glances before diverting their attention, were the spellcasters. Mercer had stepped forward to exploit this opportunity to identify the incantation's origin. With the throng ebbing and flowing, discerning the culprit was challenging. Thus, he needed to create some commotion to provoke a reaction. 10 meters to your right rear, black duckbill cap. Janata's whisper reached Mercer's ears, audible only to him. Mercer naturally turned his gaze toward the location she indicated, and as he did, a deep crimson hue emerged from the depths of his pupils, where 3 Tomo began to revolve. 3 Tomo Sharingan, activate. Since studying the Book of Vishanti, his Sharingan now possessed the ability to perceive traces of magical energy. In his eyes, objects imbued with magic shone like fluorescent paint in the darkness, exceedingly conspicuous. However, due to Peter's incessant chatter beside Mercer, his attention remained fixated on the latter, leaving Mercer no opportunity to employ his Sharingan freely. At the moment he turned, he immediately activated the Sharingan. Casting his gaze upon the individual mentioned by Janata, there it was him. Mercer's eyes suddenly locked onto a corner where an unremarkable middle-aged man stood. Beneath his duckbill cap, his eyes were intently focused on the cosmic cube, his lips subtly parting and closing as if murmuring something. Chapter 44. The Turning Point. Great Deity, please heed the call of your devoted follower. Descend upon this world and allow the foolish denizens to receive your baptism. Observing the man's lips, even the slightest movements were easily decipherable to Mercer, showcasing the pinnacle of the Sharingan's observational prowess. These summoning incantations seemed rather juvenile. Mercer felt somewhat exasperated. After all, what was Loki, the entity he sought to summon, but a petulant child unable to claim his throne? Was Ancient One jesting with him? Where did these interdimensional beings come from? He had anticipated something of substance. Regrettably, Mercer lamented that he had recently acquired the art of magic. And with Janata by his side as a safeguard, he genuinely wished to witness the prowess of such an interdimensional being. I need to use the restroom. After briefly explaining his departure to Peter, Mercer turned to Janata beside him and said, I have a plan now. I'll leave this to you. If anything goes awry, do your utmost to save as many as you can. Feeling somewhat inadequate, he added, 5 lives saved could exchange for a thunder pearl. To his surprise, this statement elicited an unhappy expression from Janata. Do you see me as someone who only knows how to eat? Am I unworthy of your trust? If that were the case, this planet would have long been devoured by me. Upon hearing this, Mercer was taken aback, realizing the error in his words. My apologies. I failed to articulate myself properly. That was my mistake. So, I leave this to you, my good partner. Humph, who is your good partner? Janata turned her head away, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a slight upward curve. The man continued to murmur his incantation, intending to utilize his acquired spatial magic, augmented by the immense energy of the cosmic cube, to summon a formidable dark deity. Just as he became engrossed in his chanting, a young man sprinted toward him, which he scarcely noticed. Judging by the boy's expression, he seemed to be searching for the restroom, likely approaching to inquire where it was. Having stood there for quite some time, at least 5 individuals had already asked him the same question. The man perceived this as an excellent disguise and offered no explanation, remaining unresponsive as the young man drew nearer. Are you looking for the restroom? He casually inquired as the boy reached his side, but before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the 3-tomo Sharingan swirling in Mercer's eyes. In that instant, he felt a disorienting wave wash over him, and a severe dizziness surged through his head, causing his body to stiffen and collapse forward. Sir, what is wrong? Someone help. This man has suddenly fainted. Moose, with a theatrical flair, called out loudly. And upon noticing the peculiar circumstances, several members of Hydra rushed over. Upon seeing the man collapsed on the ground, one of them bent down and extended a hand towards his neck, his pupils abruptly narrowing, then subtly shaking his head at the others. He is dead. A person had quietly passed away right before their very eyes? Their sharp gazes fixated on Moose, demanding to know what had just transpired. Panic and bewilderment flickered across their faces, while Moose was rendered speechless, resembling a child genuinely unaware of the situation. I merely wanted to ask him where the restroom was. As I approached, he fainted. I have no idea why, he stammered. One nearby Hydra member, intently scrutinizing Moose's expression, discreetly shook his head to the others, indicating that the boy's words bore no falsehood. Take him out first. Let us delay this matter. 2 Hydra members stepped forward to support the man, assisting him outside while one pressed an earpiece and murmured, All units, be advised, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents have infiltrated. Manton is deceased. Heightened security. For the others, this was merely a minor incident, and they paid it little heed. To eliminate an ordinary individual with mere ocular prowess was astonishingly effortless. I can truly kill with a glance now, Moose mused as he observed the man being taken away. Surely, there would be no further complications, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle the aftermath. Just as he believed matters were nearing resolution, the building suddenly trembled violently. Confusion swept through the crowd as they looked around in bewilderment. Only Moose, Ganata, and Peter turned their astonished gazes towards the nearby Tesseract machine. A blue glow erupted from the cube, striking against the seemingly sturdy glass shield. Though others were oblivious to the cause, they could sense it heralded ominous tidings, and they screamed as they rushed towards the exits. One person set off a chain reaction, and soon, a throng of individuals surged towards the outside. In such chaotic flight, Trampling was inevitable, and many were already seen falling to the ground. This is bad. Moose spotted a girl who had fallen, perilously close to being trampled. Suddenly, a white thread shot in from an unknown direction, ensnaring the ankle of the approaching foot, altering its trajectory just enough for the sole to barely graze her cheek. Shifting his gaze, Moose noticed Peter darting into a nearby emergency exit. In less than half a minute, a red and blue figure leaped through an open window above the gymnasium. Recognizing the figure clad in the iconic costume, Moose instantly identified him as Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man. With his arrival, the evacuation of those around became more orderly, preventing any further trampling incidents. Once the majority had exited, about 30 individuals remained inside, leaving Moose quite astonished. Among those who stayed, aside from Moose, Ganada, and Peter and his Spider-Man guys, the rest were all Hydra members. Far more than Moose had anticipated. What is happening with the device? Has it gone out of control? Several individuals rushed to the machine, their fingers flying across the keyboard in a frantic attempt to regain control. Yet, no matter their efforts, the vibrations persisted unabated. Was it you? Those remaining at the scene were clearly not ordinary individuals. Upon noticing the peculiar attire of Peter and Mercer, their expressions darkened. The recent events flashed through their minds, particularly the sudden collapse of the spellcaster. Mercer had approached him moments ago, and his continued presence here rendered the answer painfully obvious. The spellcaster's demise was undoubtedly his doing. Could he be affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yet, I had never heard of such a youthful member within their ranks. At that moment, both Mercer and Ganada underwent a transformation, reverting to their true forms. The Hydra members, unfamiliar with Ganada, recognized Mercer, who had just transformed from an unremarkable boy into their focal point of attention. No one anticipated the extent of his disguise. Several Hydra members who had been in proximity to Mercer had failed to notice any discrepancy in his appearance. Peter stood by, utterly astonished. The boy he had been conversing with moments ago now exuded an unexpected charm. However, attractiveness was secondary to the fact that they seemed intent on the blue cube. Isn't that merely an exhibit? Peter murmured, gazing at the tesseract, lost in thought. These scoundrels are to blame. His outburst was abruptly silenced as the glass casing containing the tesseract shattered under a sudden surge of energy, releasing a brilliant beam of azure light. At the terminus of the beam, spatial fluctuations heralded the emergence of a colossal portal, towering several meters high. In an instant, crimson phantoms reached out from within, ensnaring 3 unsuspecting Hydra members. Their piercing screams echoed as they were dragged into the portal. More phantoms emerged, revealing the true nature of this lethal entity. The writhing tendrils in midair were unmistakably tentacles, an embodiment of the old ones. Chapter 45, an unexpected turn of events with the appearance of these tentacles. An indescribable terror surged within the hearts of all present. The Hydra members, upon witnessing these appendages, contorted their faces in disbelief before descending into madness. They collapsed to the ground, shrieking like lunatics within the arena, uttering nonsensical phrases devoid of coherence. The only commonality among them was their frantic attempts to retreat, scrambling away from the portal, terrified to approach it. Glancing at Peter, it seemed that his mutation had afforded him some degree of composure compared to the Hydra members. He did not scream or shout, yet his arms and legs trembled visibly. Even Mercer, with his steadfast temperament, felt a shiver of dread at the sight of such an abomination. The old ones. How could such an entity be summoned? It was unfathomable. In the library of the Sanctum Sanctorum, he encountered tomes detailing these entities, with their most prominent feature being their tentacles, the great old ones. A formidable presence from beyond dimensions. They cannot merely be encapsulated by the terms alien or deity. A passage in the tomes of the Sanctum provides a description. Their complete form remains obscured, revealing only a congregation of indescribable beings adorned with tentacles. Those who gaze upon them, even briefly, may suffer from madness or, at worst, sudden death, should one encounter them. It is advised to immediately shut one's eyes and kneel until they depart. This passage, though humble in tone, would have been dismissed by Mercer had he found it elsewhere. Yet, its presence in the tomes of the Sanctum lends it an air of undeniable truth. This is not some fabricated notion from an encyclopedia or a compendium of curiosities. The existence of such writings within the sanctum affirms their reality. Furthermore, the latter part of the description is not merely a suggestion but a demonstration of humility, a plea for mercy from these great old ones. The tomes also recount a distant epoch when Earth faced an invasion by one of these entities. At that time, the pinnacle of sorcery was embodied in the supreme mage, who, through the merging of various magical forces, barely repelled the intruder. Notably, it was a narrow victory. This implies that each great old one possesses the capacity to influence an entire universe. To document their potency, the tomes classify the great old ones as entities of universal scale. Should they all emerge, the consequences would be dire. Nana, take that being outside. Then return to help me seal this portal. Understood. With a swift motion, Gonata appeared beside Peter, assisting him out before promptly returning to Mercer's side. Meanwhile, Mercer's gaze sharpened, and the three-tomo Sharingan awakened deep within his eyes. He placed his right hand over his left and struck forward. Technique of the Great Mountain Emperor. Boundless ceiling. An ethereal voice resonated, and rippling waves emanated from his eyes, expanding outward from Mercer, enveloping the entirety of the arena. Boom. A surge of purple energy erupted from Gonata, who was unaware of her purpose. However, knowing that Mercer required her, she understood that he did not intend for her to perform any magic herself. Thus, he sought only one thing: energy. He needed the vast reservoir of energy within Gonata to support his magical endeavors. On a prior evening during their training, Mercer had confided in her that, relying solely on his ocular and magical prowess, he could only conjure 2 or 3 spells at most, with limited range and potency. If a genuine crisis arose, he would need to harness her strength to enhance his magical capabilities. The energy within Gonata was cosmic, a fundamental force of the universe, distinct from the mysterious energy coursing through Mercer. The Thunder Fruit and Blacklight Virus were not products of the Marvel Universe, and thus, their energy could not directly fuel the Sharingan's invocation of the Great Mountain Emperor's tome. However, if it is the energy of Gonata, being of the same essence as the Marvel Universe, it can undoubtedly transform into the magical energy required for the techniques of Vishanti. I feel as though I am carrying a colossal power bank with me, murmured Mercer. No sooner had he uttered those words than he felt a sharp rap on his head from Gonata, and without needing to look, he knew she was glaring at him. Offering an awkward smile, he redirected his focus to the task at hand. With the boundary of the void sealed, I can freely wield my powers without concern for the outside world. Boom. Silver and black flames erupted from either side of Mercer's body, soaring high into the air, while the three-tomo of his Sharingan slowly rotated within his eyes. The lurking tendrils sensed an imminent threat from Mercer, and the previously flailing appendages swiftly changed direction. All aimed directly at him, with one darting towards him at great speed. Layers of lightning coalesced around Mercer's right fist as he struck out towards the oncoming tendril. Bang! A dull thud resonated in everyone's ears as Mercer's earnest punch surprisingly failed to inflict any damage on the appendage. Nevertheless, it recoiled significantly, evidently taken aback by the strength Mercer possessed. Mercer's expression grew grave. He had exerted at least 70% of his power in that punch. Yet it was insufficient to breach its defenses. This was troubling. Mercer remained perplexed. The outer god was indeed a being of a lower dimension, as Ancient One had stated. Yet hadn't the members of Hydra claimed they were summoning the malevolent god Loki? Could it be that they were lying? After a moment of contemplation, Mercer dismissed that notion, realizing that no matter how formidable Hydra was, they could only summon entities from this universe. To conjure a being from a lower dimension would require a sorcerer of Ancient One's caliber. Otherwise, it was merely a fanciful delusion. Could it be that he had been ensnared by Ancient One's machinations? Vishanti's art, fourfold suppression. Several dark, golden rectangular blocks appeared above the tendrils, crashing down with force, sending all the appendages crashing to the ground, where they thrashed violently. In the face of such an entity, his fourfold suppression would not hold for long, but his intent was not to truly subdue the opponent. Rather, he sought to buy himself some time. This would not last long. I must act swiftly. Mercer's figure flickered as he appeared before a member of Hydra, observing the frenzied individual before him. Frowning, he activated the power of his Sharingan, penetrating the mind of the Hydra member. The once murky eyes of the Hydra operative gradually lost their spark, and the thrashing movements began to wane as Mercer took control of the individual's thoughts, a feat most could not withstand. I ask you, who provided you with this summoning magic? I don't know. Alas, they cannot directly engage with such beings? Mercer shook his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to inquire further, the member's words left him momentarily stunned. I only know that the individual is a bald woman. Chapter 46. The highest temperature, a bald woman. Upon hearing this keyword, Mose's complexion darkened considerably. It became evident that this matter was orchestrated by the Ancient One. Yet the rationale behind her actions remained elusive. Just moments ago, during their conversation, she had requested his assistance in resolving the ensuing temporal anomalies concerning Doctor Strange. But now she was behaving in such a manner. Was it possible that Mose harbored an incredulous thought? The Ancient One had not adhered to the virtuous path of being the supreme sorcerer of Earth as he had once believed. It was highly plausible that during the years she sustained her life by absorbing Dormammu's power, she had succumbed to darkness, becoming a devotee of Dormammu himself. Never mind. This was not the time for such contemplations. The pressing issue was to address the situation at hand. Regardless of his thoughts, they were merely Mose's conjectures, and he needed to focus on dealing with the entity before him. He could not allow the portal to expand any further should the Great Old One breach this realm. It would spell catastrophic doom for humanity. Sensing the energy that Ganata had just imparted, Mose realized he could utilize it freely for this battle. Shauna, remain at the side and do not intervene. Allow me to handle this myself. This predicament had arisen due to him, and Mose preferred to resolve it without relying on the strength of others. Very well, but do exercise caution, since Mose had not instructed her to engage. Ganata merely stood by, observing. Were you at full power, even 50 of my kind would not be capable of vanquishing you. Yet now you possess only a few tendrils. With such limited means, you are far from formidable. A flash of light emanated from Mose's hand as two cards materialized before him, one bearing the image of a dark sword, the other depicting a confinement. The dark sword had already activated its beam blade, while the confinement took its battle form beside him. Without the need for words, the confinement understood Mose's intentions with a mere thought. The tendrils comprehended Mose's command, curling menacingly like a multitude of grotesque serpents targeting him. Slicing through the air in an instant, encircling Mose and the confinement within moments. Countless tendrils closed in, attempting to ensnare the two. These massive tendrils, several meters wide, would easily crush them into a pulp if ensnared. A cannon barrel emerged from the forehead of the confinement, while two submachine guns materialized in its hands from unknown sources, unleashing a barrage upon the advancing tendrils. Mose wielded the dark sword, asserting that these tendrils could not harm him. Yet the temperature of the dark sword surged to its zenith. With all its energy unleashed, the blade of light exhibited subtle distortions around it, reaching an astonishing temperature of 200 million degrees. On Earth, nothing could withstand the force of its strike. Not even a vibranium shield could endure such terrifying heat. Everything it touched would be reduced to nothingness. With a mighty slash, the ultra-high temperature strike of 200 million degrees severed a section of the enormous tendril that had previously withstood Mose's lightning-infused punch, causing it to fall to the ground, struggling for a moment before becoming still. From the gash thus created, Mose caught a whiff of a tantalizing scent reminiscent of grilled squid. How delightful, he exclaimed instinctively, inciting the ire of the tendrils further. The speed of the tentacles has risen to an entirely new echelon, appearing only as a fleeting shadow in midair. Swiftly raising his dark sword to guard in front of him, the tentacle struck fiercely against the blade of light. Its resilient surface quickly scorched to a charred black. The force transmitted from the tentacle was formidable. Moser gritted his teeth, his body dragged back several meters before he managed to stabilize himself. With a flourish of his sword, he broke free from the tentacle's grasp and struck out at it once more. This time, the tentacle, aware of the dark sword's searing heat, refrained from a direct confrontation, retreating backward and crashing onto the ground. This wretched creature was attempting to emerge. Moser instantly discerned its intent. 4 or 5 massive tentacles clung to the ground, pulling forcefully. causing the tentacles from the portal to extend several meters outward. With a surge of lightning coursing through his legs, Moser propelled himself forward, the ground beneath erupting with explosive force. Gripping the dark sword tightly, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the tentacle. Observing Moser's advance, the free tentacles lashed out at him. However, Moser's speed surpassed theirs. Although the colossal tentacles possessed immense power, they were sluggish, just as they seemed poised to strike him. He deftly evaded their blows, much to their frustration. In a display of agility, Moser executed a backflip, utilizing his downward momentum to drive the 200-million-degree dark sword into the tentacle. The intense pain sent the tentacle thrashing wildly, and Moser seized the opportunity to leap away. Even while airborne, his assault did not cease. The temperature of his lightning could not match the terrifying heat of the dark sword, so it transformed in his grasp into a slender chain, one end held firmly by Moser as he hurled the other end outward. Even in midair, Moser deftly maneuvered the dark sword to sever the tentacles, exhibiting greater dexterity and a wider range than if he were to hold it directly. Within less than 10 seconds of flight, upon landing, he had already severed 3 tentacles. My analysis was not mistaken. This ancient one is not particularly adept in close combat. It appears that their kind is renowned for their psychic assaults, Moser mused. Indeed, the ancient ones are powerful, their physical forms immense, even the largest creature on Earth. The blue whale would be reduced to a mere carcass by a single slap from them. Their true strength, however, lies in their psychic attacks. Were all these tentacles to manifest here in their true forms and unleash a psychic onslaught, Moser, with his current capabilities, would be utterly defenseless against such cosmic-level mental assaults. Yet, in this moment, only a few tentacles were present, not powerful enough to render Moser powerless. Upon landing, seizing the brief moment while the tentacles were still reeling from their pain, Moser summoned lightning once more at his feet, instantly flashing to the side of the cosmic cube. Observing the ceaseless energy emanating from the cosmic magic, his gaze was drawn to the magical array beneath the cube, where he discerned a glimmer of silver within the intricate design, the very lightning he had infused. Indeed, it was this spark of lightning at work. Ancient One, you truly are clever. You've ensnared me in your scheme. His lightning was not aimlessly wandering within the array, but rather moving in a methodical sequence. Upon witnessing this magical array, Moser did not exhibit any signs of impatience. Instead, a smile crept across his face. Ancient One, despite her extensive calculations, had failed to foresee that Moser possessed a Sharingan capable of instantaneously mastering all forms of magic. Perhaps upon observing Moser assimilating the entirety of the Book of Vishanti in less than half a day, Ancient One felt a twinge of panic privately. In Chapter 47, titled Violet Bones, Moser surmised that Ancient One's intention in presenting the Book of Vishanti was to impart 1 or 2 spells of the Supreme Sorcerer, thereby instilling a sense of confidence before venturing into such a perilous realm. However, she could never have anticipated that Moser not only mastered the spells, but comprehended the entire tome, utterly surpassing her expectations. The power contained within the Book of Vishanti was far more formidable than Moser had initially imagined. Truly, it was a superlative magic reserved for those of the Supreme Sorcerer's caliber. Regrettably, he still fell short of fully harnessing its might. Should he manage to do so, he would possess a confidence in his magical prowess that would rival anyone. Moser continuously contemplated this as he began to manifest all the spells he had learned. Observing the writhing tentacles tormented by excruciating pain, Moser refrained from casting the spells he had acquired. Instead, he sought to amalgamate those spells with his inherent abilities, aspiring to forge a unique magic of his own. Ancient One, I shall not let you off the hook once I emerge from this ordeal. A fierce intent radiated from his eyes. This was the first time he had been outmaneuvered since arriving in this world. Had he not obtained the Sharingan, relying solely on the initial spells from the Book of Vishanti, he would have been utterly incapable of restraining the tentacles of the Old One. While he might not meet his demise at their hands, he would undoubtedly return severely injured, leaving him defenseless against Ancient One's subsequent schemes. Thunderous roars echoed ominously in the distance, growing louder and clearer, as though reverberating directly in his ears. Moser, perplexed, gazed upwards. The space around him had been enveloped by his use of boundless ceiling, rendering it impossible for external storms to intrude. It emanates from within me. Upon investigation, Moser discovered that the thunderous sound resonated from the depths of his own heart. In the next moment, arcs of lightning flickered within his eyes, occasionally accompanied by flashes of darkness. Moser parted his lips as a peculiar sensation welled up from his core, unimpeded as it spread through his being. The following instant, these two energies were absorbed by the Sharingan, an unceasing influx of lightning and dark energy flowing into him. The three Tomo within the Sharingan began to undergo a transformation. They coalesced into a singular black sphere, interconnected by three black rings, with a small black dot situated at the center. Moser could distinctly perceive the alterations in his eyes. This was his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Not merely a replication of any character from the original narrative, these eyes were uniquely his, a brand new Sharingan. Originally, the Sharingan lacked the capability to actively absorb the energies contained within the Thunder Fruit and the Darklight virus. However, having been ensnared by Ancient One's machinations, Moser found himself on the brink of peril. That peculiar sensation was the precursor to the Sharingan's ability to absorb these two forms of energy. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of the system's Sharingan. The evolution requirements of the Sharingan have been met. The reason for this is extreme anger. The sudden voice of the system echoed in Moser's mind, illuminating the cause behind it all. It seemed that the emotions capable of triggering the evolution of the Sharingan were not limited solely to the sorrow of losing loved ones. Profound rage could suffice as well. The system did not specify the conditions for evolution, so Moser deduced the information on his own. Meanwhile, the tentacles, having recovered from their excruciating pain, were now engulfed in fury. Initially restrained by the 4-point suppression, several of these tentacles had now been severed by Moser. For a mere human to achieve such a feat was an unparalleled humiliation. The tentacles began to shift to a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a human's flushed face when consumed by anger, signifying their genuine wrath. Observing this, the once languid Janata gradually adopted a serious demeanor. Her form enveloped in a mist of violet energy. "Shona, do not intervene." Moser's voice resonated from a short distance, startling Janata. "You intend to handle this yourself? This situation is entirely different from before," she exclaimed, urgency lacing her tone. Bang! Bang! Two explosive sounds reverberated throughout the vast arena. The forceful gusts of wind shattering the floor beneath Moser's feet and raising a thick cloud of dust. "What is happening?" Janata fanned her hand, her eyes swiftly scanning the haze for Moser's figure. Upon spotting a silhouette emerging from the dust, Janata was momentarily rendered speechless. As the debris cleared, a colossal deep purple skeleton emerged, firmly grasping a massive tentacle. No matter how the latter struggled, the tentacle remained ensnared within the skeletal hand. Considering the size of the arena, the purple skeleton was not overwhelmingly large, yet it stood at a height of 5 to 6 meters. A radiant glow emanated from the skull of the skeleton, while the idle left hand grasped the dark sword in Moser's possession. The energy field restraining the sword's beam abruptly activated, causing the blade to expand rapidly. It grew to a size comparable to that of the purple skeleton, and the energy field within the hilt of the dark sword diffused once more, reconstituting the beam into a blade. This action took less than 3 seconds as the skeleton raised the enlarged dark sword high and cleaved down towards the tentacle. Previously, Moser had only managed to sever a fraction of a tentacle, yet now, with the immense dark sword akin to the purple skeleton, he effortlessly severed the tentacle from its base. The excruciating pain caused all the tentacles to writhe, much like a human instinctively curling their fingers in response to pain. "What on earth is this?" Janata exclaimed in bewilderment. She had never witnessed Moser employ such a power before. "Shona, it is indeed different now that it is enraged, but I too possess a transformation." Moser's voice carried a light-hearted tone. This enormous purple skeleton was none other than the unique ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. From the bones of the skeleton, an abundance of black threads surged forth, intricately weaving themselves upon the skeletal remains. The flashes of lightning and thunder resembled strands of blood intertwining, forming flesh and sinew. Once this flesh was fashioned, silvery arcs of lightning erupted from within, enveloping the surface in a veil of electric radiance. Were a member of the Uchiha clan, capable of manifesting Susanoo. To witness this sight, they would surely be awestruck by the Susanoo before them. This manifestation had ascended to its second form. It is exceedingly rare for one to transition to the second form immediately upon initiating Susanoo. However, the second form of Moxie's Susanoo diverges significantly from the ordinary. Crafted from the Thunderfruit and the Blacklight virus, this corporeal embodiment possesses resilience that rivals the original second form of Susanoo. In terms of offensive capability, the 200 million degrees of heat from its dark sword renders it nearly invincible. This Susanoo is destined to be the mightiest of its kind. Marvelous. Enraptured by his own transformation, Moxie wore a look of intoxication. It was no wonder that the second pillar favored this form of Susanoo before acquiring the power of the six paths. Its adaptability is unparalleled. Chapter 48. Valor. Moxie chuckled softly, unperturbed by the prospect of confronting the tentacles before him. With a swift motion, the spectral image of Susanoo appeared beside several of the tentacles, which were promptly severed and fell to the ground. The Ancient One realized that its current state, with merely a few tentacles, could not withstand Moxie's might. Two tentacles retracted, propping themselves against the portal, attempting to force it open slightly. Moxie would not grant it this opportunity. With a decisive stroke, he severed the tentacles supporting the portal. Let the farce come to an end. The kaleidoscope Sharingan unleashed its power, instantaneously dismantling the array that governed the cosmic cube, causing the portal to begin its contraction. Originally extending with 7 or 8 tentacles, the portal gradually diminished, the number of tentacles dwindling as they clung desperately to the portal, unwilling to be vanquished by Moxie. The intensely heated dark sword effortlessly sliced through the remaining tentacles, rendering their efforts futile. Ultimately, the last 2 tentacles were severed, and without their support in the operational array, the portal began to close. In truth, Moxie could have closed it the moment he perceived the array. Having mastered the entirety of the Tome of the Veshan Empire through his Sharingan, allowing him to easily discern the operational rules of the array. Naturally, he could have thwarted it with ease. However, the emergence of Susanoo spurred his desire to test its power, hence he delayed the closure. Now that the commotion had subsided and uncertain whether the Ancient One possessed further tactics, Moxie resolved to close the portal promptly to avert any unforeseen developments. The cosmic cube lacked autonomous consciousness. Once the magic array ceased to function, the azure magic enveloping it retreated within, settling quietly. As tranquility returned, Moxie exhaled in relief, reverting the dark sword to its ordinary size and relinquishing the Susanoo form. I must say, I am thoroughly impressed by you. You surpass my expectations by leaps and bounds. Ganata approached Moxie, curiously observing the man before her. Despite being significantly younger than herself, he possessed an array of hidden strengths. The recently encountered deep purple skeletal giant was an operation of which Ganata had never heard in this universe, and it hardly appeared to be a piece of advanced technology. However, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the necessity to prepare the battlefield. Moser surveyed the surroundings, a smile gracing his lips. Prepare the battlefield? Ganata questioned, somewhat perplexed. Moser leaned closer, whispering a few words into her ear. Upon hearing them, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, I want to join. 10 minutes later, the boundless lock was breached, and the door was swiftly smashed open. Moser. Carter's voice echoed from outside as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. flooded in, only to be taken aback by the chaos within. The arena was devoid of any intact space. It was marred by colossal marks of unknown origin and streaks of charred remnants. What was once a pristine floor was now shattered, with no segment exceeding a meter in size remaining whole, while the Tesseract lay abandoned beside a machine. There he is. Carter scanned the room, his gaze swiftly fixating on the center, prompting him to rush forward. Upon reaching Moser, he found him lying in a pool of blood, the thick crimson liquid presenting a harrowing visual impact. Moser's chest was severely caved in, and his hands and ankles bore grotesque distortions. The individuals present, seasoned as they were, had encountered death before. The sight of such a contorted body left no doubt in their minds that survival was impossible. Was this the work of Loki? What on earth has transpired? Such questions echoed in their minds, for this was not the handiwork of a deity of their stature, but rather that of a colossal being. The lifeless youth submerged in blood elicited a somber reaction from Carter, who slowly crouched down, trembling as he extended his hands to lift Moser. The sheer volume of blood loss rendered survival an impossibility. Gazing at the lifeless Moser, Carter found himself at a loss for words, merely choking back his anguish. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents remained silent, discreetly departing to clean the battlefield. Some retrieved specialized containment boxes, intending to secure the Tesseract. "You cannot take that. It belongs to me." A voice resonated from an unknown source as a golden glow emerged beneath the Tesseract, lifting it into the air. A golden ring materialized, a sight all too familiar to Nick Fury and his colleagues, as Moser had emerged from such a ring before. Moser? Those who knew him looked on with hopeful eyes, only to be met with disappointment as the figure that emerged was not the person they yearned to see, but rather a bald woman clad in a yellow bodysuit. It was none other than the Ancient One. This artifact has always been under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s custody. May I inquire as to your identity? Nick Fury stepped forward, assessing the reactions of those around him. The Ancient One cast a disinterested glance in his direction. Disregarding him entirely as she remarked, "It is far from easy to kill Moser. It seems one must resort to the teleportation array of an old one." As she spoke, she surveyed her surroundings, noticing the absence of Ganata, which struck her as peculiar. Could it be that she was sent away using the boundary seal? Humph. How curious it is that she chooses to spare others while neglecting her own safety, all the while feigning concern for the fate of Earth. Ancient One's soliloquy left the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. puzzled. They were unaware of the old ones. Yet they grasped that another had been responsible for the death of Morse. "What do you mean?" Carter, who had remained stoic, finally lifted her head, her cold visage marred by an intent of murder as her gaze fixed upon Ancient One. With a serene smile, Ancient One appeared unfazed by Carter's murderous intent. "This individual is an anomaly. If I do not eliminate him, how shall I claim dominion over Earth? I have long grown weary of safeguarding you feeble beings. If Morse were still alive, he would surely appreciate the gift I have prepared for him. I will kill you." Carter sprang into action. Her fists clenched as she aimed to strike at Ancient One. With a mere gesture, Ancient One sent Carter hurtling through the air, crashing against a nearby support pillar. Observing this, the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents drew their firearms, intent on firing at Ancient One, but as she raised her hand once more, their weapons were violently wrenched from their grasp as if struck by an unseen whip. "With such meager skills, it is best you kneel. You are not even worthy of standing." Ancient One chuckled, her eyes glinting with malice, causing all present to feel their legs weaken, compelling them to kneel as she proclaimed. Carter and her companions struggled to rise, yet the pressure upon them was unbearable. Even the slightest movement of a finger was beyond their capacity. "At last, I can claim dominion over Earth. With Morse dead, none shall stand against me." The sight of their futile struggles brought forth a derisive laughter from Ancient One, a laugh steeped in arrogance. Yet, before her laughter could fully dissipate, a light chuckle interrupted, silencing her mirth. "Is that so? Then allow me to present you with a gift." In the next moment, the spatial cube in Ancient One's grasp erupted with a cataclysmic force, yet instead of dispersing, the immense energy enveloped her entirely. As this sound echoed, another ethereal voice resonated alongside it. "Technique of the Veshan Emperor, boundary seal." In an instant, Ancient One vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Within mere seconds, she reappeared before them, kneeling on the ground. Her appearance was now one of sheer devastation. The arrogance she once displayed had vanished, replaced by a visage drenched in blood, her condition utterly pitiful. Her garments lay in tatters. And even if her injuries revealed too much, none dared to gaze too long, for the sight of her wounds was truly horrifying. Not a single unscathed patch of skin remained on Ancient One. Her body bore the scars of the explosion, charred and blackened. A cascade of dark inscriptions flowed across her surface. Perhaps these ominous markings were the reason for her survival. The black runes pulsed and surged into her wounds. And to the astonishment of onlookers, those horrific injuries began to heal at a visible pace. With a swift motion, Ancient One summoned two black garments that flew from the portal, effortlessly draping themselves over her form. Once she had adorned herself, her countenance darkened as she fixated her gaze upon a certain direction. There, the void of space rippled, revealing a young man, his face adorned with a smile, accompanied by a stunning maiden. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. It was Moser and Janata. In Moser's grasp, the cosmic cube emanated a radiant blue light, indicating that they had recently utilized it to conceal their presence. You deceived me, employing to spell all things in nature from the Book of Vishanti, did you not? Ancient One's voice dripped with malice. Just an hour prior, the two had engaged in amiable discourse, but the atmosphere had now become palpably tense. Moser tilted his head, a chuckle escaping his lips. Thanks to you, I have mastered the Book of Vishanti. It is indeed quite effective. I appreciate it. Although his words were ostensibly grateful, they lacked any warmth, their frigid undertone evident to all, especially to Ancient One, whose expression darkened further. Had it been a mere illusion, Ancient One could have easily seen through it. However, all things in nature was a premier illusion from the Book of Vishanti, capable of seamless disguise, a sophisticated magic indeed. Unbeknownst to her, Moser had acquired the kaleidoscope Sharingan, elevating his magical prowess to a level that rivaled, if not exceeded, that of Ancient One. With such mastery, employing a top-tier illusion rendered him undetectable to her. She genuinely believed Moser to be dead, which emboldened him to brazenly emerge, wielding the cosmic cube. Yet now, not only had he failed to seize the cube, but he had also dealt her a significant blow. Well done. You truly are remarkable. Ancient One's voice was laced with unmasked murderous intent, though she had lived for centuries and possessed the prowess of a supreme mage. Her corporeal form did not possess the transcendent qualities of Moser. At best, she was above the average human. Being shot or stabbed could inflict mortal wounds upon her. The recent explosion had triggered a life protection spell she had painstakingly woven years prior. Ancient One had not anticipated its activation at this moment, and she had no time to react. I never imagined that a former old one could not extinguish your life. You have truly surpassed all my expectations. Dark energy surged visibly from Ancient One, the surrounding space appearing to fracture under its intensity. I expended the vast majority of Dormammu's power to glimpse the one possible future using the Time Stone, crafting a plan accordingly. To think it would only inflict minor injuries upon you, truly befitting one who has altered the timeline. The onlookers were oblivious to the implications of Ancient One's words, aware only of her intent to eliminate Moser, who, however, detected something amiss. Dormammu's power? Moser's brow furrowed deeply at the mention of her arch-nemesis. Could it be that you? At this moment, Ancient One ceased her pretense, as the dark mark of Dormammu manifested in the center of her forehead, originally the size of 3 fingers. The mark rapidly extended across her visage, enveloping her face entirely, giving her an almost deranged appearance. How could you have been consumed by the power of Dormammu? Mercer exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the terrifying visage before him. A supreme sorceress, ensnared by the Lord of the Dark Dimension? Do not misunderstand. I merely seek to harness this power for my own purposes, and I have come to a realization. If I can absorb such formidable strength, why should I remain on this insignificant earth, safeguarding this feudal realm? I shall command the entire planet and become its sovereign. The once calm demeanor of the Ancient One had dissipated, replaced by an unimaginable madness that seemed incongruous with her being. I never expected even you to undergo such a transformation, Mercer remarked, disappointment lacing his voice. Humph, do not feign omniscience. Once I capture you, I possess myriad methods to pry open your mind and unveil its secrets. A thick, black energy surged from the Ancient One's hand, embodying pure malevolence. The dark energy spread rapidly around her feet. Those members of S.H.I.E.L.D. attempting to exit the arena found themselves unable to escape as the encroaching darkness seeped into their bodies. The most striking manifestation was their scara turning pitch black, rendering their eyes eerily peculiar. I did not perceive you to possess such capabilities, Mercer chuckled, standing still and making no move. The Ancient One disregarded Mercer's taunts. Her palm clenched, unleashing an endless tide of darkness that surged directly toward him. Mercer regarded her with a smile, and just as the darkness was about to envelop him, it halted abruptly 5 meters away, unable to advance any further. Have you forgotten what I wield? This space is already under my dominion. The azure energy subtly rippled through the surrounding area, preventing the darkness from encroaching upon Mercer. Book of Vishanti, calm the mind and clear the pathways. With Mercer's incantation, Those afflicted by the darkness regained their clarity. Before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, they experienced the disorienting sensation of missing a step on a staircase. Their vision blurring before they found themselves outside the arena. Inside the arena, the shimmering azure energy coalesced back into the cosmic cube, transporting everyone away. With the shattered arena now left with only Mercer, Ganada, and the Ancient One, Mercer declared, "Now, let us see what you are capable of in attempting to escape my grasp. I shall escape, and you, mere child, cannot possibly end my life." With her plans thwarted, the Ancient One carelessly gestured, opening a portal beside her and stepping through it. Observing this, Mercer sighed and shook his head slightly, dark energy surging from his right arm, which expanded significantly. With a swift motion, he reached back and seized the Ancient One's neck as she emerged from the portal, his immense strength causing her eyes to bulge in disbelief. How could her every action be so effortlessly captured? Did I not declare that this space is under my control? Chapter 50. Simplicity. It was only then that Ancient One discerned the faint azure energy swirling around the surrounding space, while Musette's hand, which clutched the cosmic cube, remained unchanged. This was no longer the original arena. The moment Ancient One stepped into this place, she found herself within an alternate dimension created by the cosmic cube. As Musette had stated, this realm, constructed through his manipulation of the cosmic cube, was indeed under his control. Within this space, any teleportation magic had become utterly ineffective. With a grip on Ancient One's throat, Musette forcefully slammed her to the ground. The immense force caused the ground beneath her to fracture like a spider's web, demonstrating the sheer power of the impact. Coughing violently, Ancient One spat out a copious amount of blood. Her body could hardly withstand such blows repeatedly. "Damn it! Do not underestimate me." A black and gold circular magic array materialized in layers within her grasp, imbued with vast magical energy, aimed directly at Musette's cheek. Yet, before she could unleash the spell, Musette swiftly stomped on her palm, shattering the magic array beneath his foot. The sheer force resulted in her hand's bones fracturing, eliciting a cry of pain from her lips. As the supreme sorceress, having drawn upon Dormammu's power, she was significantly stronger than before. Should the Avengers attempt to thwart her? Even if they succeeded by a stroke of luck, it would be with catastrophic consequences. Musette understood this well, which is why he never held back in his assaults. He fought with lethal intent. After all, the opponent had already harmed him once. Did he expect to show mercy? Musette was neither malevolent nor foolish. Such folly was beyond his nature. Curse that wretch! Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as a dark luminescence pulsed from her chest. Instead of gathering energy as she had previously, she unleashed a powerful explosion directly. The tremendous blast caused Musette to instinctively leap back a few paces, granting Ancient One the opportunity to distance herself. Escaping was certainly impossible now. She needed to create some trouble for him first, or else she would never find a way out. With this thought, she uttered a low incantation, slamming her hands onto the ground. A dozen golden and black magic arrays formed beneath her fingertips, lifted into the air, and with a sweeping motion of her hand, they erupted in brilliant beams of magical light, targeting Musette. "Is that all you've got?" Musette chuckled lightly, relinquishing his hold on the cosmic cube, instead using the lightning from the Thunder Fruit to counter the attack. With a mere thought, he activated the cosmic cube's abilities, causing the incoming magical beams to vanish as if they had sunk into the ocean. Just as Ancient One stood in astonishment, the space beside Musette rippled, and identical magical beams shot forth from it. Ancient One's expression darkened as she absorbed the oncoming magical rays. Their former might remained undiminished. The overwhelming magical energy left her momentarily dazed, realizing that Musette had utilized the cosmic cube to redirect her own magic back at her. This magic has completely lost its efficacy against him. No matter how much is used, it ultimately rebounds upon oneself. The power of this space gem is truly vexatious. Ancient One's expression darkened as she found herself utterly at a loss. The spells she wielded were all derived from the Book of Vishanti. Although their effects varied, the underlying principles remained the same. The kaleidoscope Sharingan had long been in operation within Imosu's eyes, regardless of the magic Ancient One attempted. He could effortlessly discern its essence. Could it be that? Upon seeing his even more peculiar eyes, Ancient One pondered whether this pair could penetrate the depths of all her spells. How outrageous! Even if one mastered magic, it would be implausible to counter every move with such precision. Could it be that Emosu had transcended the realm of magic? Curse be this fellow. He was nothing short of a monster, having mastered the Book of Vishani to perfection in less than a day. Truly, she had provoked the wrong person. Ancient One cursed inwardly, completely devoid of the composure she had exuded upon their first encounter. Had Emosu not mastered the Book of Vishani, she might not have been bested by him, but now it was far too late. The space was sealed by Emosu, leaving Ancient One with no escape. Her magical prowess was no match for his, rendering her unable to retaliate. Subduing Ancient One was astonishingly effortless. She was restricted at every turn, with no possibility of triumphing over him. With each punch landing on Ancient One's face, regardless of her attempts to escape, Emosu effortlessly neutralized her efforts from the outset, leaving her a mere passive recipient of his assaults. Minutes later, Emosu held the nearly lifeless Ancient One in his grasp, his eyes filled with pity. What a shame. I had hoped we would become good friends. Yet, you have lost your way, seduced by the allure of dark powers. You are so different from the Ancient One I once knew. Please, wait. I concede. Let me go, and I shall follow you, begging only for my life. Ancient One uttered in despair, sensing the murderous intent burgeoning in Emosu's words. If this continued, she would surely be slain. After hearing her plea, Emosu stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. Indeed, you are not yet dead, and you still possess some utility. At this, Ancient One's expression brightened momentarily, believing she had found a glimmer of hope. Just as she was about to press her advantage with more words, Emosu interjected, "Earlier, you urged me to battle it. Now, why don't you step in and try for yourself? If you can survive in your current state, then give it a shot." What? Emosu snapped his fingers, and the cosmic cube beside him, imbued with lightning energy, radiated azure waves, unveiling a portal. As he spoke, several writhing tendrils emerged from the portal. Observing this, Emosu unceremoniously cast Ancient One through the opening. The tendrils reached out, ensnaring Ancient One instantly and retracting her towards the portal, ensuring she could not escape. Emosu promptly closed the portal, a faint smile gracing his lips. You truly are ruthless, tossing her into the lair of that monster. We have just provoked it. Who knows how furious it may be now. The ethereal words of Ganata wafted through the air as she gracefully landed beside Moser. It was merely a transaction. With the Ancient One serving as a scapegoat, the Great Old Ones ought to refrain from troubling our realm. This was Moser's strategy, having severed numerous tentacles from the Old One. It would undoubtedly be enraged. If left unchecked, it could potentially instigate a second invasion of Earth. However, should there be a scapegoat to bear the brunt of its wrath, it might quell some of its fury. By the time it returns, Moser would not be at a disadvantage. But such matters were secondary. The pressing concern was what to do with those tentacles. Ganata pointed towards the severed appendages not far away, her face alight with anticipation. Of course, we should keep them. With so many delectable morsels, why should we share? Moser chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ganata leaped with joy, already plotting how to divide the tentacles from the Great Old One with Moser. With a sigh of relief, Moser felt the weight of the situation lift. This conflict had not only thwarted the greatest scheme of the Hydra, but had also neutralized a lurking threat. Now, surely I can enjoy a moment of respite? Yet, before Moser could catch his breath, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Task triggered. Rescue the Ancient One. Chapter 51. The curtain falls. The abrupt issuance of such a task left Moser momentarily stunned. Why was the task being announced now, rather than before the events unfolded? And why was it instructing him to rescue the Ancient One? He had just delivered her to the Great Old One, and now he was expected to retrieve her. Furrowing his brow, Moser contemplated the myriad possibilities. This was illogical. The system could not impose such a ridiculous demand upon him. Fully aware of the nature of the world to which he had sent the Ancient One, given his current capabilities, venturing into that realm could only lead to his demise. Yet, the system had issued this task. Could there be another Ancient One? A spark of realization ignited in Moser's eyes, after thorough consideration. This appeared to be the most plausible scenario. Otherwise, entering the dimension of the Great Old One would only offer one outcome: death. Unless the system intended to grant him some formidable boon upon his arrival, but that remained uncertain. The dimension of the great old ones was a perilous unknown, and he was unwilling to gamble with his life. Thus, Moser speculated whether there existed another ancient one, clinging to a flicker of hope that this version, clouded by malevolent forces, was not the true essence of her being. He resolved to visit the sanctum. Determined, Moser acknowledged that ruminating in vain would yield no results. He would be better served by examining the sanctum directly. While lost in thought, he deactivated the cosmic cube's barrier over the space. And once the vibrant azure energy enveloping the S-H-I-E-L-D agents dissipated, he cautiously surveyed the area before stepping inside. As they entered, they beheld Moses and Ganada, exuberantly transporting those colossal and grotesque tentacles, which they flung into a cerulean portal. "Moses, are you all right?" Upon witnessing the two engaged in such labor, particularly Moses, who appeared utterly unscathed, one would hardly guess he had suffered any injury. "Ah, Carter." The sight of Carter rendered Moses momentarily at a loss for words, vividly recalling her recent moment of grief while clutching her own lifeless form. Perhaps she harbored some peculiar sentiments towards him. Truth be told, it is indeed a fortunate man who captures the attention of such a striking woman. Yet, Moses understood that her feelings were more reflective of her connection to the man with the same striking eyes, Steve Rogers. Initially, Moses regarded her as a neighborly figure, without any inclination to consider a deeper relationship. Thus his heart, though stirred, was not greatly perturbed upon witnessing the scene. "Carter, I am grateful for your care these past days. Allow me to present you with a gift," Moses said with a gentle smile. "What is it?" Carter inquired, perplexed. Moses raised his hand, and a ripple of spatial energy materialized beside him, revealing a large black rat that startled the onlookers. "This is your gift. Take a look." Moses beamed at Carter. At that moment, Carter remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Approaching cautiously, she discovered it to be a mummy, crouching down to tap it. Receiving no response, trusting Moses, she proceeded to attempt to pry it open, unafraid of what might emerge from within. This entity was composed of the blacklight virus, and unless one were to obliterate it with an intercontinental missile, it was impervious to all but Moses' will. However, since it was Moses who had urged Carter to open it, she effortlessly succeeded. Removing the mummy's facial covering, she was met with the visage she had long yearned for, frequently appearing in her dreams, leaving her momentarily speechless. As the light broke through, the long-imprisoned Rogers surged forth. Yet, at the moment he was about to rise, the recently unsealed blacklight shell suddenly ensnared his limbs, forcefully pressing him back into the confines of the mummy's shell. "What happened to him?" Carter asked, retreating a few steps in bewilderment, casting an inquisitive glance at Moses. "He was brainwashed and controlled by Hydra, subjected to experiments akin to those you endured, and was subsequently frozen when not in use. Quite a tragic fate," Moses replied. Shaking his head, Carter stood frozen, watching the man struggle, his eyes devoid of the tenderness they once held for her. "Please, help him. He is a pitiable soul, coerced into becoming Hydra's weapon. The life he took is one you could never anticipate," Moses implored. "Who is it?" Nick Fury approached, intrigued, with Natasha beside him. Her rank sufficient to stand with Fury and hear classified matters. The remaining agents of S-H-I-E-L-D discreetly withdrew, fully aware of their place. While they were indeed trusted by Nick Fury, their responsibilities did not extend to such grave matters, and they were unprepared for the implications. Once they had departed, Mercer solemnly declared that he had killed Howard Stark. The namesake struck a chord with Carter and her companions, leaving them momentarily stunned. Howard Stark. They were certainly familiar with him, as the establishment of S-H-I-E-L-D was intricately linked to his support, having provided substantial financial backing. Additionally, he was the father of Tony Stark, a pivotal member of the Avengers, whose contributions to the team were invaluable. This development posed a significant dilemma. If Tony Stark were to learn of his father's demise at Rogers' hands, he would undoubtedly don his iron suit and seek vengeance. The carefree scion, despite his outward demeanor, had always harbored a longing for his parents, a sentiment perceptible even to Fury and the others. Beneath his frivolity lay a hint of self-destructive despair. "This is your concern now. I shall no longer involve myself. I wish to rest during the remaining hours, Mercer stated, his expression grim. The others, wearied by relentless duties, received no counsel from him. Even moments of respite, such as returning home for fried chicken, were overshadowed by Hydra's relentless pursuits. Though Mercer felt mentally invigorated and physically unburdened, a sense of annoyance began to creep in. He wished to contemplate how to best utilize the acquired tentacles of the squid. Very well. Let us attend to the forthcoming matters. I am extremely grateful. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out, Nick Fury expressed, shaking Mercer's hand in appreciation. Mercer nodded, snapped his fingers, and, amidst a ripple of spatial distortion, vanished alongside Ganata before the eyes of the assembly. This scene was witnessed by Peter, who had been lurking outside the arena, pondering the identity of the enigmatic figure with such formidable and peculiar abilities. He had intended to assist Mercer, but found himself thwarted by a barrier of azure energy that sealed off all entrances to the arena, forcing him to wander aimlessly outside. Relieved to see Mercer unharmed, he turned to leave when a sheet of white paper floated before him, inscribed with a single line, "If you wish to find me, proceed to the address below." Chapter 52. The shadowy path. Mercer did not return home, but instead made his way to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Ganata was reluctant to accompany him, so he first escorted her back to her residence. Presently, the sanctum, devoid of the Ancient One, was a place where Mercer could remain undetected, roaming the halls alone. The presence of the Tesseract enabled him to evade all scrutiny. No one could perceive him. Could it be that my hypothesis is flawed? Is it truly necessary to rescue the Ancient One? Mercer furrowed his brow, contemplating the task at hand, a mission he would prefer to forego. After a fruitless search, Mose sighed and was about to turn back home when he suddenly paused, a gentle breeze brushing against his face, prompting him to turn his head. He found himself on the highest floor of the sanctum, essentially the office of the Supreme Mage, a place seldom visited by anyone. The room was filled with numerous weapons and tomes, all artifacts of magic and spellbooks, which Mose regarded as nothing more than a pile of refuse. He approached the bookcase on the right, observing the shelves brimming with books, acutely aware that a breeze had indeed swept through moments ago. Gazing at the bookshelf for about 10 seconds, Mose smirked, already familiar with the sensation. He stepped forward, causing ripples in the space around the bookshelf, and passed through effortlessly. As expected, behind the bookcase lay a dimly lit passageway. The path was constructed of stone bricks, many of which were covered in moss, suggesting it had existed for quite some time, certainly not a structure erected in the past century. The atmosphere hinted at what awaited at the end of the passage. And with a swift motion, Mose propelled himself deeper. The passage was not long, and within moments, he reached the wall at its end. Dark, damp, and narrow, these were Mose's impressions of the corridor, a perfect place for confinement, almost villainous in design. "Who is there?" a frail voice echoed from the end. Startled by the sound, Mose looked up to see a small altar-like platform, flanked by two pillars from which black chains emanated. Trapped between the chains was a familiar visage, Gui. "You, how did you end up like this?" Mose rushed forward, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that Gui's form appeared somewhat ethereal. A soul form? Even an ordinary person would perceive the state of Gui before him. Her body was insubstantial, with her feet having completely vanished, leaving only her upper body intact, resembling a spirit. "You are the first person to arrive here in so many years. Who are you?" Gui's voice was exceedingly weak, her eyelids drooping. Were it not for Mose's ability to sense her energy directly, he might have thought she was on the brink of death. "This is not important. What matters is that I rescue you," he declared, moving to dismantle the two magical pillars beside her, but Gui stopped him. "Do not. Those pillars possess formidable protection. No one can breach them except for her." Mose instantly deduced who her referred to, revealing a grin that showcased his white teeth. "Fear not. I am quite adept in matters of magic." With that, Mose widened his eyes before Gui, and to her astonishment, his blue-green irises transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He scanned the two pillars with a smile, recognizing it as a simple trick. Raising his hands, he formed a series of intricate seals, golden magical energy coalescing before him into a palm-sized sigil. With a decisive motion, He pressed his right hand against the sigil and directed it towards the two pillars. The magical pillars that had imprisoned Agamotto for countless years shattered from top to bottom. Freed from his confinement, Agamotto collapsed onto the ground. Had the seal been broken? Agamotto gazed incredulously at the two pillars beside him, then turned his attention to the smiling youth before him, noting the unfamiliar attire he wore. Momentarily taken aback, she slowly inquired, "What year is it now?" In response, the youth hesitated briefly before replying, "It must be long past your era. I am rather curious to hear how you ended up trapped here." Agamotto let out a long sigh and recounted her tale. She was born in the mid-17th century, a time when she was still young and extraordinarily gifted, having become the most powerful sorceress at the tender age of 23. During that period, Agamotto was the most resplendent figure in the magical realm, renowned for leading sorcerers and repelling numerous attacks from magical forces originating from other planets or dimensions. It was due to the might of Earth's sorcerers that their reputation began to spread throughout the cosmos. Many extraterrestrial magical beings recognized Agamotto's most lethal limitation as a human, her lifespan. While Earthlings typically lived for around a century, many beings from other worlds could enjoy lifespans of 150 to 200 years. To protect Earth from these extraterrestrial threats, Agamotto established the Sanctum Sanctorum, earning her the title of Supreme Sorceress. As time passed, Agamotto began to seek new candidates for the position of Supreme Sorceress. While many possessed magical talent, none could ascend to the level of Supreme Sorceress. By the age of 50, Agamotto grew anxious, having yet to find a suitable successor. It was during this period that she encountered dark magic. For every righteous sorcerer dedicated to safeguarding Earth, there existed those who strayed from the path, drawing upon the malevolent energies of the dark dimensions. In her quest to eliminate these villainous sorcerers, Agamotto unexpectedly discovered Dormammu, the dark dimension's sovereign, who sustained himself by consuming the universe. His existence would later be documented in magical tomes as a multiversal-level entity. Should such a being unleash its full power, Earth would stand no chance of resisting. Amidst the peril, Agamotto discerned an unexpected advantage. She uncovered spells capable of siphoning Dormammu's power. Ordinarily, she would disdain the notion of absorbing such malevolent magical energy to enhance her own abilities. However, she realized that many sorcerers who sought to harness Dormammu's strength were motivated by the pursuit of immortality. Thus, Agamotto began to entertain the notion of drawing upon Dormammu's power for her own longevity. Once this idea took root in Agamotto's mind, it spread uncontrollably. Yet, should this information leak, it would deal a devastating blow to the entire alliance of righteous sorcerers. Chapter 53. The past of Agamotto. Agamotto had transcended her role as merely the leader of the Sanctum Sanctorum. She had become the spiritual pillar for many sorcerers. It was her presence that inspired those sorcerers to persevere. If the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme were to draw upon the powers of a malevolent deity to attain immortality, regardless of her intentions, trust in her would be irrevocably shattered. Yet, the circumstances compelled Doctor Strange to resort to such measures, leading her to retreat into the shadows. Withdrawing from the public eye, secretly absorbing the essence of Dormammu, she sought both longevity and a suitable successor. Upon finding the right individual, she would cease her current endeavors. However, the benefits of siphoning Dormammu's power were not without consequence, for the dominion of a dark dimension is not easily harnessed. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the detrimental effects of this power would only manifest after a considerable period. Upon reaching her centenary, Doctor Strange began to lose her mental clarity. The excessive absorption of Dormammu's essence causing her personality to fragment into dual aspects of good and evil. The malevolent persona that emerged was the very one encountered by Mordo. This sinister side argued that she ought to conquer Earth, dismissing the need to sacrifice time for the protection of such a world. In contrast, the benevolent side remained steadfast in her original purpose, tirelessly searching for the right candidate while awaiting the end of her own life. The situation evolved, with the bifurcated personalities each harboring their own agendas. Consequently, the malevolent Doctor Strange lay in wait for decades. Eventually, she erupted, engaging in a fierce battle with her benevolent counterpart. In that conflict, the malevolent Doctor Strange triumphed, forcibly expelling her virtuous self from their shared body and imprisoning her for her own amusement. due to the aftermath of the battle. The malevolent Doctor Strange was unable to immediately execute her plans for domination and instead focused on gradually replenishing her strength. As time progressed to the present day, her energy had fully restored, and she believed she was ready to initiate her scheme. However, when she utilized the gems to glimpse the future, the trajectory of the world eluded her vision. The future suddenly shifted, leading her to discover Mordo, while she secretly contemplated ways to eliminate him. Mordo was already aware of the subsequent events and nodded in silent acknowledgement. This unfolding was not entirely unexpected. Rather, he perceived it as a fitting narrative. Dormammu, as the ruler of the Dark Dimension, was the arch-nemesis of the Sorcerer Supreme. It seemed inconceivable that she would intermittently draw upon his power for immortality without his intervention. It now appeared that Dormammu was cognizant of the unfolding events and allowed them to transpire. Had it not been for Mordo's fortuitous arrival in this world, disrupting the established timeline, Doctor Strange would have inevitably dominated Earth, absorbing increasing amounts of Dormammu's power, ultimately becoming his acolyte and plunging the universe into his grasp. A being of multiversal caliber could not be easily challenged by mere mortals. By the way, how did you come to know of my presence here? Doctor Strange inquired. Her curiosity piqued upon seeing Mordo. He candidly recounted the chain of events leading to his encounter with the malevolent Doctor Strange, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and let out a long sigh. Impressive, truly impressive. As one might say in your country, heroes indeed emerge from the youth. You also comprehend the language of Huaxia? Mose expressed some surprise. Gu Yi's accent was remarkably standard Mandarin, so impeccable that he momentarily believed she was genuinely a native of Huaxia. Having traveled extensively across the globe, her linguistic repertoire had naturally expanded. Gu Yi chuckled dismissively and then inquired in Chinese, "How fares the world these days?" Mose smiled, "Quite well, although nations still engage in both overt and covert conflicts. It has undergone a transformative evolution compared to the world you once knew. The advancement of technology has been remarkable. It may take you some time to fully grasp it." Gu Yi waved her hand with a smile. "Conflicts among nations are perennial. I have grown accustomed to them. However, I am genuinely intrigued by the technological advancements. What form has it taken?" Mose smiled, choosing not to elaborate further on the matter, and led Gu Yi outside. Upon witnessing the profoundly transformed holy sanctuary, Gu Yi opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. Through the windows of the sanctuary, she gazed upon the forest of steel outside, captivated. "It appears I have truly missed so much. Fear not, you can catch up. Yet, I am curious about your current state. Will you perish in sunlight?" Mose inquired. "Rest assured, I am not the specter you envision," Gu Yi replied with a smile. Having visited Huaxia, she was familiar with its legends of spirits and deities, thus comprehending his implication. "The prior seal has been lifted. Within my collection of magical tomes, there are spells capable of materializing magic. I can simply recreate a vessel." Though her voice still bore a hint of fragility, her smile no longer reflected the previous exhaustion. Instead, it radiated a sense of carefree relief. Having been confined for centuries, she was not tormented but rather rejuvenated by the sight of this world, and Gu Yi felt a profound sense of contentment. "By the way, I have a question. Why did that version of Gu Yi not utilize the Time Stone during our battle?" Mose asked. Employing the Time Stone in combat poses a formidable challenge. It would periodically reverse time, effectively anticipating your actions. In such a confrontation, regardless of one's moves, the opponent could counter them effortlessly. Gu Yi chuckled lightly. She was unable to use it. During our prior clash, half of the Time Stone's power was sealed. Currently, it can only glimpse the future but cannot traverse through time. Because of this, each time she came to torment me, her demands doubled. She insisted that if I unsealed the Time Stone, she would release me. Who would believe such claims? Indeed, well done, Mose nodded. She had been wary of this matter, anticipating the moment she would deploy it, but was astonished to learn that the Time Stone was sealed and that the malevolent Gu Yi could not wield it. Suddenly, Mose recalled something, her tone shifting to one of urgency. "Oh no. I cast that Gu Yi into another dimension. The Time Stone won't be unable to follow her there, will it?" "Another dimension?" Gu Yi fell silent for a moment, squinting to sense the situation. She raised her hand and pinched her fingers together. revealing a gem radiating a green light that appeared in her grasp. The gem has lost its ability to control time, rendering it rather useless in practical combat. Hence, she chose not to take it. That is indeed a relief. Mercer exhaled softly, reassured that it was still manageable. Chapter 54. Joyful as a child as matters have been resolved, I shall take my leave. Should you require any assistance, feel free to seek me out. However, I shall not engage in menial labor. Haha, splendid. The sanctum shall always welcome your presence, and you shall forever be a friend of our sanctum. Ancient One extended her ethereal right hand, shaking hands with Mercer. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mercer utilized the cosmic cube to depart from the sanctum. Standing under the sun, Ancient One gazed at the world outside, murmuring to herself, "Where shall I begin to replenish my knowledge?" As Mercer stepped through the portal, he returned to his room, nodding in satisfaction at the closed portal. This device is truly remarkable, far superior to the suspension ring. Just the thought of that cumbersome circular contraption made him reluctant to retrieve it. He had already discarded it into the storage space created by the cosmic cube. With the cosmic cube, Mercer could effortlessly create numerous storage spaces of varying sizes to accommodate his belongings. This was particularly useful for storing the tendrils of the Ancient Ones, as such large items would be impractical to place elsewhere. When Gonata witnessed his method, she could only exclaim in awe. Truly a testament to someone hailing from a realm of fantasy. Task completed. Reward acquired. Obtained item card. Armor Summoner. Acquired game card. 8. Upon hearing a series of voices echo in his mind, Mercer felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He quickly raised his hand to grasp, and 2 cards materialized at his fingertips. Upon seeing the card, Mercer initially doubted his own eyes and promptly chose to use it. What appeared before him was a thick tome, and upon opening it, he found numerous entries that he struggled to comprehend. Yet, he was certain of one thing. This was a guide on how to play games. Such a thing exists. Moreover, I remember that in my previous world, the highest I encountered was 5. How could the system present me with an 8? Mercer had long waited for a 6 in his former life, and to discover that he could access games from his past in this new world, especially an 8, filled him with excitement. In this world, the gaming industry remains underdeveloped despite its advanced technology. Games seem to hover around level 2 for reasons unknown, which appears quite unscientific. As for the matter of the game card, Mercer decided to temporarily store the tome in his storage space to ponder over it at a later time. Currently, his eager gaze fell upon the other card, Armor Summoner, Flame Dragon. As a native of Huaxia, Mercer was intimately familiar with the concept of armored warriors. This was a nostalgic echo of his childhood. He hastily used the card, and suddenly, 3 items materialized, startling Mercer: the main Armor Summoner, several silver-edged badges, and a red crystal. Is this a fire crystal? Does this mean I can summon the Flame Dragon armor? Placing the fire crystal on a nearby table, Mercer sat down and scrutinized the Armor Summoner in his hands. The summoner resembles the Armor 1 style, featuring an antiquated telephone-like keypad on its reverse side for communication. Contrary to Moser's expectations, the front's circular viewing area is not red. Having acquired a fire crystal, Moser assumed it would summon the Flame Dragon armor. If that were the case, the circular area should be red. Yet, it appeared a dull gray, and the silver-edged emblems were blank, failing to display the insignias of the 5 sets of armor. Could it be that, holding one of the silver-edged emblems close to the fire crystal, a faint light emitted from the crystal, casting a beam directly onto the center of the emblem? Suddenly, the previously empty silver emblem blossomed with a fiery red hue, revealing the dragon head insignia. Is this how it works? Then I must gather the other lightstones. Moser glanced at the other 4 blank silver emblems on the table and felt a twinge of discomfort, as if the game was demanding a sacrifice of his resources. He chuckled to himself, contemplating a trial. Observing the Armor Summoner in his hand, Moser couldn't suppress a wide grin. Anyone nearby would surely be startled by his foolish smile. Ahem, it's coming, it's coming. With a serious expression barely concealing his delight, he stood in the room, fastening the Armor Summoner to his wrist and inserting the Flame Dragon emblem. With a decisive gesture of his left hand, followed by his right, he repeated the motion before shouting, "Flame Dragon armor, unite." Boom. The fire crystal erupted in a burst of luminous energy, enveloping Moser in its glow. The crimson energy traced the outlines of an armor, and soon more energy filled the gaps, transforming into the true armor. In the blink of an eye, Moser had become the Flame Dragon Knight. I've transformed. I've truly transformed. Reveling in the sensation coursing through him, Moser erupted into joyous laughter beneath the armor. This excitement surpassed any previous power he had acquired. The armor was laden with nostalgia. While its combat prowess might not be the highest, it certainly held the most sentimental value. What's happening? Moser, is that you? The resonant sound of the transformation reached the ears of Janata, who resided in the same building. Her voice grew closer as she pushed open Moser's door, only to behold him adorned in the Flame Dragon armor. Ah, you're here. Look, what do you think? Am I not strikingly impressive? Moser, feeling quite dashing, flashed a peace sign at her. Janata stared at the armor, her mouth agape, and after a moment, slowly closed the door. Just pretend I wasn't here. You enjoy yourself. TCH, you simply don't understand a man's romance. Moser paid her no mind, standing still as he explored the armor's contours. Up and down, left and right, he touched the gleaming surface, exhilarated like a child who had just received a new toy, with himself as the grand toy. Now, to test its power, Moser descended to the lower floor, where a small patch of open land lay behind the house, a deliberate choice made during his house hunting. It served as a perfect space for him to exercise or engage in leisure activities. He turned the knob on the right side of his belt, and in accordance with his thoughts, a red crystal card bearing the Taiji symbol emerged from the center of the belt, revealing a double-edged longsword. Reaching out toward the red crystal card, Moser grasped the double-edged sword within it, and to his surprise, the belt emitted a sound. Flame blade. Oh my goodness! Exclaimed Moser, thoroughly captivated by the belt's built-in sound effects. This was simply astonishing. Such a realistic toy was a privilege only he could enjoy. Thus, clad in the Flame Dragon armor, he played from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 8 in the evening, indulging in 5 hours of exhilarating fun. Observing this spectacle from the balcony, Janata's expression was complex. The manner in which the armor manifested was indeed peculiar, but 5 hours of play seemed excessive. Had she been mistaken in believing him mature? If not for her own hunger, Moser might have continued for another 5 hours. It was exhilarating, simply delightful. Throughout those 5 hours, Moser thoroughly acquainted himself with all the capabilities of the Flame Dragon armor. The armor's weaponry trio sword, bow, and dart, along with its ultimate abilities, including the skills in seal, were all mastered by him. The strength of the Flame Dragon armor appeared somewhat modest within this Marvel universe. Its defensive capabilities likely surpassed those of Iron Man's suit, but did not reach the strength of vibranium. However, given its practicality and arsenal of weapons and ultimate techniques, it could be said to completely overshadow Iron Man in ground combat, despite lacking aerial capabilities. Nodding in satisfaction, Moser reflected on his childhood. The armor's strength was just right for occasional play. Yet, the Zen Seal was an exceptionally powerful skill, capable of immobilizing time within a certain range, though he was uncertain about what entities it might fail to restrain. He had scarcely encountered such a skill in armor warriors, where it was often underutilized despite its evident effectiveness. Perhaps it was due to the energy consumption of the armor? The donning of the armor was not simply at the wearer's whim. It could be forcibly removed. Each suit had a specific combat duration, and the use of skills consumed the light energy within the armor. The rarity of employing a broad control skill like Zen Seal likely stemmed from its significant energy demands. Lost in thought, Moser produced the armor summoning device and executed an on-the-spot transformation. Armor fusion, he declared as crimson light enveloped him, and the armor descended. This thrilling scene ignited the fervor of the boys watching, while Janata maintained a look of exasperation. Could you refrain from such dramatic exclamations? Don't you realize how juvenile this seems? She remarked, demonstrating her understanding of the term juvenile. Hey, what's so juvenile about this? I've always imagined that if I had a suit of armor, I could outshine everyone else. Moser replied with a grin. Clad in armor, he stepped aside, his hands layered upon each other. Zenith Seal. The armor belt resonated once more, and simultaneously, the surrounding sounds abruptly ceased. The rustle of leaves in the wind, the occasional chirping of birds, and the distant honking of cars vanished entirely. Ganata focused her mind and soon regained her composure, yet she was not immobilized. Taken aback, she sensed the changes around her. Time seemed to be suspended. Observing her ability to move, Moser activated the Zenith Seal again, employing it several times. After the third invocation, the Flame Dragon armor disassembled automatically, confirming Moser's suspicions. It appeared to be intrinsically linked to the energy stored within the armor. Each transformation could only be utilized a maximum of 3 times, for excessive use would lead to disintegration. Once the fusion was undone, Moser found himself muttering to himself when he suddenly felt a resentful gaze directed at him. Turning around, he noticed Ganata, pouting in annoyance as she observed him. "What are you, an ancient hag of 1,000 years, trying to act cute?" A small, furious punch aimed at Moser's cheek, brimming with intense hostility. Moser gasped sharply, swiftly employing the cosmic cube to dodge aside, narrowly evading the blow. Gazing at the irate Ganata, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Had that punch landed, he would have surely been sent flying 800 miles away. "Hey now, I was just joking. Let's eat, let's eat." Moser chuckled nervously, offering her some kind words. And after some effort, he managed to placate the girl. Dinner that evening consisted of the tentacles of the Old One, a delicacy both Moser and Ganata anticipated. As they were no ordinary individuals, they set up a large bonfire in the clearing behind the building, presenting a tentacle at least 4 meters long and wide, which they began to slice with a dark blade. Naturally, this bonfire was no common fire. The flames of Earth could never cook such a tentacle thoroughly. Instead, they utilized a specially crafted boiler made from K-Burr crystals, capable of elevating temperatures to several thousand degrees. Though the tentacle was remarkably resilient to burning, it had already lost its vitality, and such extreme heat was sufficient to render it thoroughly cooked. Moser slathered a generous amount of seasoning, enough to make even a shoehorn taste delectable. Not bad at all. Quite chewy. Both Moser and Ganata nodded in satisfaction, discussing the flavor of the tentacle. If the Old One were to witness this scene, it would surely infuriate him. After a few bites to satisfy their appetites, the ensuing spectacle would undoubtedly terrify any onlooker. Ganata and Moser raised the massive squid tentacle, far larger than their own bodies, and unceremoniously stuffed it into their mouths. The tentacle transformed into a streak of light as it neared Ganata's lips, swiftly disappearing within. Even she could not help but widen her eyes, astonished by the energy contained within the tentacle. Noticing her expression, Moser felt a surge of anticipation. The dormant black light virus within him surged forth, enveloping the entire tentacle in a mass of dark energy that writhed ominously. The virus relentlessly decomposed and absorbed every particle of the tentacle's essence, leaving nothing to waste. The two individuals absorbed all the tentacles, with Ganata contentedly stroking her stomach beside him. Meanwhile, Moser stood frozen in place, acutely aware of the blacklight virus within him rapidly evolving. He gasped in horror. The tentacles from the ancient dominators bore an immense, terrifying energy, and not a trace of that energy was lost in the layers of disintegration brought about by the blacklight virus. The few he had absorbed initiated a mutation within him. What kind of evolution would it be? Would it manifest as weapons or perhaps skills? Moser was filled with anticipation, sensing the blacklight substance swirling ceaselessly within him. Just as he believed it was converging towards his arms, to his astonishment, it surged directly upward, flooding into his brain. For a moment, Moser stood dazed. Noticing his unusual state, Ganata approached and poked him. "Hey, what's wrong?" No response. "Come on, say something." After several attempts to engage him, Moser remained unresponsive, his gaze vacantly fixed on the distance, causing Ganata to grow anxious. Chapter 56. Fragile knowledge. While her physique could assimilate such entities without difficulty, the realization struck Ganata that Moser's body had not transcended to her level. Would he be able to withstand such an intake? Unaware of the transformations occurring within Moser, she feared that if this continued, it might jeopardize his life. Gathering purple energy in her palm, she intended to strike Moser's back, hoping to help dissipate some of the energy he had just absorbed. In that instant, an overwhelming, invisible force erupted from Moser. Although the range was limited, Ganata, being the closest, was directly struck by this invisible energy, propelled backward and leaving a deep mark upon the ground before coming to a halt. Regaining her balance with great difficulty, Ganata looked up at Moser in shock. What is he up to now? Externally, Moser appeared unchanged. The transformation was internal. The tentacles had not altered his physique. Rather, they had amplified his mental strength. Mental strength, the most challenging ability to enhance. In the realm of fantasy novels, only a select few can cultivate such a skill. In the Marvel Universe, it is even more difficult to increase. Most inhabitants rely on technology and cosmic energy. Except for the ancient dominators from subdimensions who are innately powerful in mental prowess. Ordinary individuals cannot find ways to enhance their mental strength. In the Marvel Universe, mental strength lacks a formal classification, though perhaps I could categorize it myself. Moser recalled seeing two tiers in the text at the sanctum, the singular universe level and the multiverse level, referring to the strength of these beings. It was a clear distinction. After contemplating for a moment, Moser decided not to elaborate further with Gonada. He dashed back to his room and began scribbling his conclusions on a piece of paper. Asteroid level, with lethality sufficient only to influence a single planet. Thereafter, subplanetary and planetary levels, capable of affecting one or multiple planets and mastering cosmic aerial combat abilities. Ascending further, one encounters the substellar and stellar tiers, exhibiting powers akin to stellar capabilities, with the potential to obliterate stars at will. The nebula tier holds a deterrent strength that can resonate throughout an entire nebula. Beyond this lies the father tier, whose existence is capable of effortlessly eradicating a nebula. Following that, we have the singular universe tier and the multiverse tier. These two forms represent the pinnacle of existence that Mercer's experience, either directly or indirectly, has encountered thus far. The ancient rulers of the singular universe tier and the dark monarch Dormammu of the multiverse tier. I should belong to this level, right? Mercer pondered for a moment, encircling the first term on the paper, substellar. Despite possessing a myriad of abilities, Blacklight Virus, Thunderfruit, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the Book of Vishanti, when viewed through the eyes of those deities, he would appear as nothing more than a child playing house. Clearly, he needed to enhance his power. Mercer murmured to himself. Learning something new at this juncture would be futile. Rather than accumulating flashy skills, what he truly needed was to integrate his various abilities. In the context of a fantastical novel, Mercer's current prowess was superficial, lacking a solid foundation. Although it may seem impressive, facing someone of equal caliber but superior technique would pose a formidable challenge for Mercer. Suddenly, he felt a tinge of envy towards Xiaohuahua. How wonderful it would be if he had a mentor within a ring to guide his cultivation. Mercer sighed. He possessed numerous formidable abilities, yet their applications rested solely on his own research. Most individuals would spend half a lifetime, or even a lifetime, mastering just one of these powers, a luxury Mercer did not have. In this Marvel universe, teeming with celestial beings, he needed to elevate his strength to a divine level swiftly. Observing the tier classifications on the paper, Mercer lightly tapped the desk with his pen. In this regard, beings like Thor and Loki barely reached the substellar level. After all, neither Thor nor Loki possessed the capability to singularly annihilate a planet. Although they referred to themselves as gods, the Asgardians were not gods in the truest sense, but rather beings of advanced technology, enhanced by an abundance of superscience. They have harnessed the energy of stars to augment and transform themselves. In the context of Earth, a relatively primitive planet, their self-proclaimed divinity is not entirely unfounded. However, when it comes down to reality, they are simply exceptionally strong mortals, susceptible to death once their lifespans reach a certain threshold. Let us begin by learning about weaponry. Mercer contemplated this decision, conjuring a dark sword into his hand. He was entirely unfamiliar with swordsmanship. The dark sword and its luminous counterparts possessed techniques. However, the system had not provided relevant information, implying that swordsmanship was something Mercer would need to learn independently. Yet, he could not recall any proficient sword masters within the Marvel Universe, which posed a challenge. Perhaps he should seek out someone for guidance. Mercer retrieved the Tesseract, using it to open a rippling portal, stepping directly through the Sanctum Sanctorum. Upon witnessing Mercer's sudden appearance, the Ancient One inquired, "Mercer, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Is there something you need? How long have I been gone? And you've already read so many books." Emose glanced at the modern newspaper she had just set down. It was merely a few pages long. Yet, on either side of her, a towering stack of books loomed. Gui was already immersed in a sea of literature. There is much knowledge to catch up on. I must hasten to keep pace with the times. Even the fight against darkness must evolve, Gui remarked with a smile. How do you manage that? Mose could not help but inquire. In such a short span, finishing 1 or 2 books is quite a feat, yet you have amassed so many. Gui chuckled softly, revealing the artifact hanging from her chest, the Eye of Agamotto. At that moment, the time stone embedded within radiated a verdant glow, already activated. I have significantly slowed down the passage of time between myself and the outside world. While I read for 10 hours within the realm of time, perhaps only 10 minutes have elapsed outside, Gui explained. You have been reading for that long, Mose murmured, converting that time, from her departure until now. Over 5 hours had passed. By that calculation, Gui had read nearly half a month's worth of material. Such determination was indeed rare among mortals. Putting that aside, your sudden appearance, has something occurred? Gui closed her book and circled around the desk towards her. Although she remained a spectral form, she appeared more solid than when Mose first encountered her, indicating that she had not neglected her physical restoration during those weeks. Oh, nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inquire if you know of any masters in swordsmanship. I wish to learn to wield a sword. Chapter 57. Learning the sword, learning swordsmanship? Gui expressed her surprise. What has prompted this sudden interest? It's not entirely sudden, Mose replied. Since I possess a suitable weapon, a sword, I wish to learn how to use it. Otherwise, wielding such a weapon would be a waste. I see. Gui nodded thoughtfully, her expression contemplative. After pacing the room for a moment, her hand pointed towards a particular bookshelf. An invisible force drew a book from the second shelf, which landed gently in her palm. The pages began to turn autonomously, and Gui's voice followed suit. During the days of my confinement, my other persona occasionally relayed news from the outside. In the early 19th century, a formidable assassin alliance emerged in Eastern Europe, with nearly all notable figures of the time entwined in their affairs. As she spoke, the turning of the pages ceased, and beams of light surged forth from the book, floating in midair and transforming into the projection of an old-fashioned projector. The screen displayed Eastern European architecture, steeped in the style of the 19th century. On the streets, children frolicked, nobles traversed in horse-drawn carriages, and a few elegantly dressed ladies strolled gracefully beneath small parasols. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle, vibrant with activity, seemingly hosting a grand ball. The host, beaming with joy, welcomed esteemed guests, and everything appeared perfectly normal, just as Mose was absorbing the ambience. A group clad in dark hooded cloaks burst through the doors and windows, charging towards the guests, each shadowy figure wielding a gleaming dagger. In an instant, chaos erupted, and blood was spilled. Strangely, amidst the approximately 30 individuals present, a massacre occurred without a single sound. It was as if a meticulously rehearsed ballet was unfolding, even while depicting a scene of gruesome violence that captivated the onlookers. The execution was executed with such precision and swiftness that not a flaw could be discerned. The assassins, upon entering, immediately identified their targets and struck with resolute decisiveness, delivering fatal blows. It was only 10 minutes after their departure that the guards outside, sensing something amiss, discovered the horrifying scene within. The sight left everyone astonished. Some of the deceased bore expressions of smiles frozen on their faces in death, evoking an eerie sense of terror regarding the execution methods employed. Even more bizarrely, these corpses had already desiccated into mummies. They resembled water bottles drained of both liquid and air, rendered frightfully shriveled. Yet, the autopsy revealed they had only perished between 10 to 30 minutes prior. At this point, the projection concluded, and Ancient One resumed speaking. My other personality had learned that these assassins hailed from a singular origin, the Assassin's Guild, a cohesive and infallible organization of terror. Furthermore, according to my other persona's insights, Hydra had intentions to summon the leader of the Assassin's Guild for a potential hit if they failed to eliminate you themselves. Their leader is an exceptionally skilled assassin, well-versed in various martial arts, and has never been replaced. Never been replaced? He has survived from the 19th century until now? Mercer exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that he had lived for several centuries. Ancient One nodded. confirming that historical texts documented a mystical spring that granted immortality to those who immersed themselves in it. However, it came with a caveat. One could not stray far and needed to soak for 10 hours every decade, resulting in a temperament increasingly savage and bloodthirsty. No longer resembling a typical human, Mercer found such matters hardly astonishing. In the Marvel Universe, anything is conceivable. If Ancient One could draw upon Dormammu's power for eternal life, then it was not far-fetched that the King of Assassins utilized a mystical spring for the same purpose. Should I seek out the King of Assassins to learn swordsmanship? Mercer pondered, nodding in agreement. Currently, there were indeed few capable of teaching him the art of the sword. Those available in the market were merely pretentious instructors, lacking genuine substance. Do you have their address? Mercer inquired. Of course, Ancient One replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards a book. A beam of light emerged, transforming into 2 lines of text. Kick Nigel, Yingchut Snow Mountain. The writing formed momentarily before dissipating into a glimmer that entered Mercer's mind, providing him with the precise location. After taking a moment to absorb the details, Mercer smiled and nodded, thanking her. Then I shall go at once. Just as Mercer was about to use the Tesseract to teleport himself, Ancient One called him back. Wait a moment. Carrying that around is rather cumbersome. Try this instead. With a pinch of her fingers, a pale blue ring materialized in her grasp. This was once a vessel for the Time Stone, but I found it too ostentatious. So I replaced it with the more discreet Eye of Agamotto. Now this is yours. As Moser grasped the ring, a subtle chill coursed through his fingers. Its appearance reminiscent of jade, yet a gentle flick revealed its metallic resonance. Intriguing indeed. Holding the lower end of the cosmic cube, he exerted force, shattering the glass-like exterior in his palm and unveiling the inner space gem. With 2 fingers, he lifted the gem above the ring, and an unexpected gravitational pull emerged, causing the gem to slip from his grasp and adhere to the ring. Upon donning the ring, Moser tightened his fist slightly, causing the space gem to emit a faint glow, conjuring ripples of spatial energy before him. It proved to be remarkably effective. He experimented several times, discovering that the mechanism followed his thoughts rather than requiring a clenched fist. Moser merely believed striking a pose was more aesthetically pleasing. Feel free to take it. I owe you a significant debt of gratitude, and such a trifle cannot be considered a repayment, Gu-E remarked with a smile. Moser nodded, refraining from further conversation, glancing at the time, and promptly set off towards the Nigel Mountains, specifically the Yinkyut Snow Mountain. As night descended, the mountaintop was ablaze with light. The ancient castle perched atop exuding an aura of immense authority. Numerous figures cloaked in black patrolled the castle's perimeter, and should a formidable presence be nearby, one might discern shadows concealing assassins. Even a casual observer would struggle to perceive their existence. These were the assassins of the Assassin Alliance, each capable of extraordinary prowess, easily fitting the role of a bodyguard for prominent figures. Yet, despite their presence, no one noticed a figure darting upwards from the base of the mountain. Each time someone attempted to gaze in that direction, the figure adeptly evaded detection. The defenses atop the mountain were quite impressive. This swift silhouette navigating through the forest was none other than Moser. He meticulously surveyed the defenses, narrowly avoiding detection multiple times, thanks to his timely use of the space gem for concealment. Chapter 58. The Castle on the Snow Mountain. Ultimately, he decided to unleash a wave of energy akin to a bat's sonar using the space gem, allowing him to sense all living beings within a 30-meter radius. Even with his eyes closed, as he ascended, the numbers increased, yet the concealment remained effective. Moser's ability to evade capture stemmed from the feedback provided by this energy, enabling him to infiltrate the castle with ease. Within the castle's corridors, guards periodically patrolled. One guard stationed by a door instinctively turned his gaze as the door adjacent to him swung open. Just as his head approached the threshold, 2 hands swiftly emerged from behind the door, one silencing his mouth, while the other seized his clothing, pulling him inside. The guard's eyes widened in shock as his right hand instinctively sought the dagger concealed at his waist, yet the strength of the hands gripping him proved insurmountable. He had no time to draw his weapon before being yanked into the room. The door closed silently. In the next moment, the guard emerged, impeccably composed, appearing unchanged. Was it truly possible for an ordinary guard's physical prowess to rival that of a special forces operative? Indeed, it is quite impressive. At least half the physical prowess of Carter. The current guard, now known as Moser, effortlessly consumed the unfortunate soul with the blacklight virus, marveling at the latter's formidable physical constitution. Achieving even half of Carter's bodily capabilities would allow one to effortlessly shatter various world records in athletics. Yet, this guard appears to be merely an ordinary sentinel, seemingly devoid of any extraordinary traits. It is astonishing that someone of such a nature possesses such remarkable physical attributes. The fountain of life, it appears, is the source of their enhancement, albeit with grave consequences. Moser perused the memories of this guard in his mind, discovering that this cadre of assassins consumes a substance known as the fountain of life, bestowed upon them by the king of assassins each year. A mere quantity, no larger than the cap of a water bottle, can induce significant changes in their physiology, enhancing their bodily functions and diminishing pain. However, this comes with a fatal flaw, an insatiable thirst for blood. They must periodically quench their thirst for human blood, otherwise their emotions spiral into uncontrollable fury and violence, an inevitable consequence of the fountain of life. Due to their limited intake, and with the fountain being available only once a year, they are compelled to suppress their impulses with blood. Should these urges erupt, even those who are their closest companions would be driven to slay them. Thus, Moser understood that the aristocrats he had witnessed as desiccated corpses in the vision of Ancient One had met their demise at the hands of these assassins, drained of their lifeblood. Fortunately, the blacklight virus is potent. Even after absorbing this individual, Moser remained unscathed by the sanguine pathogens within. In comparison to the blacklight virus, such trivialities seemed childish play. Assuming the guise of an assassin, Moser strode confidently through the castle. Anyone who dared to question his identity was swiftly subdued in a corner and absorbed. One cannot help but admire the absence of surveillance, as long as he remained silent. None would suspect his actions. Naturally, should the need arise to respond to inquiries or codes, Moser could easily comply, as he possessed their memories. The castle was sparsely populated, housing merely around 100 individuals, with a few more engaged in external missions, totaling barely 200. Although their numbers were few, each was a seasoned warrior. The absence of weakness among them was precisely due to the scene before Moser. He found himself in an inner sanctum where 5 assassins, clad similarly to him, encircled a solitary figure. The man at the center, somewhat lean and dressed in a flowing black cloak, stood with his hands braced against the hilt of a long sword, his narrowed eyes obscuring his intentions. The assassins exchanged glances, a silence enveloping them for a brief 10 seconds. Sensing the impatience emanating from the man in black, one assassin finally stepped forward. A sharp dagger slipped from his sleeve, gripped in reverse, aimed with lethal intent at the throat of the man clad in black. This maneuver was a death strike, fully directed toward eliminating the adversary. Faced with the fierce onslaught, the man clad in black remained utterly unfazed. It was not until the assailant's attack was a mere arm's length away that his body abruptly sprang into action. In a movement swifter than that of the assassin, the man in black deftly pressed his blade against the assailant's throat, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly severed it. He did not pursue any further action, but instead withdrew his weapon and closed his eyes once more, displaying an utter lack of seriousness. The remaining assassins exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before brandishing their daggers and advancing towards the man in black. Among them, only one assassin managed to evade his strike and ultimately survived. The others fell victim to his lethal prowess in a single blow. This man in black was none other than the current king of assassins, Occam. His attacks transcended mere slaughter, resembling an artful harvest instead. Those assassins who were eradicated did not even have the chance to retaliate, as their bodies convulsed. Their consciousness faded away. Despite being comrades, they still met their demise, a testament to the ruthlessness of the world's most formidable assassin organization. Their training methods were indeed extreme. Witnessing this scene, Mose understood, through the few assassins he had previously absorbed, that such battles occurred periodically. Each instance was a life and death trial. As long as one could withstand the initial strike from the man in black, the subsequent attacks would be less lethal, allowing for a more measured engagement. This was a test imposed by the man in black as their leader, a test not to be underestimated. For to underestimate it would mean paying with one's life. This was also why the assassins of the Assassin Alliance were deemed the pinnacle of killers. Every training assessment was a gamble for their lives. Surviving an encounter with the King of Assassins made subsequent missions considerably easier. It was no wonder that the ranks of the Assassin Alliance were few, although small in number. Each member was a formidable force, unlike the mercenaries of the outside world, many of whom appeared strong but were, in reality, quite weak. Mose could not help but muse that this was starkly different from the combat techniques he had mastered. Traditional martial arts emphasized direct confrontation. While there existed techniques capable of defeating an opponent in one move, they relied heavily on physical strength. Conversely, assassination was more of a technical pursuit, characterized by unique and potent methods that enabled them to exert minimal effort while achieving maximum results. What are you staring at? Come over here. The man in black, noticing Mose hiding nearby, beckoned him to approach. Seizing the opportunity for such a forthright engagement, Mose readily walked towards him, to the surviving assassin beside him. The man in black commanded, "You two, join forces. If you can withstand 3 moves, the Fountain of Life will be granted early." The first half of his statement caused the assassin to feel a twinge of resentment as he glared at Mose with disdain, but upon hearing the latter half, his expression shifted to one of intense desire. The early granting of the Fountain of Life meant better suppression of the bloodlust within and an enhancement of physical prowess, surpassing that of contemporaneous assassins. This would significantly increase their chances of survival in subsequent sparring sessions. Observing the man clad in black from a close distance, Mercer discerned that he appeared to be in his 60s, possessing an unremarkable visage devoid of any sinister features or striking attributes. Such an elderly figure would easily be lost among the throngs of the outside world. Who could fathom that he was, in fact, the king of assassins? Having lived for several centuries? "Lord Occam, I shall not hold back," declared the assassin. From the depths of his sleeves, 2 sharp daggers slipped forth, launching an assault upon the man in black with a dual-wielding technique. The angles at which the daggers were positioned were exceedingly cunning. Should one be defended against, the other would surely pierce the body in the next instant, indicative of considerable practice behind the maneuver. Yet, even in the face of such a fierce onslaught, the man in black maintained his squinting gaze, remaining motionless until the very moment the attack reached him. Despite his outward appearance of being over 60, the black-clad figure unleashed a velocity of attack that was entirely incongruent with his apparent age. With a swift step forward of his right foot, his right hand followed suit, expertly seizing the assassin's left hand with remarkable speed. Utilizing the force of the oncoming strike, the man in black thrust his back against the assailant. Have I succeeded? The assassin was momentarily taken aback, believing that if this continued, his other dagger would soon pierce the man in black. Had this been a common individual, he would have undoubtedly been impaled by the second dagger in an instant. However, within that fleeting second, the man in black twisted his waist at an astonishing angle, flawlessly evading the incoming blade. At the same time, his free elbow swung forcefully backward, striking the assassin squarely in the face. The tremendous force propelled the seemingly 30-something assassin into the air before he crashed heavily onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the assassin's face had sunk inwards, his features contorted in agony. Under such an incredible blow, his skull had been shattered. How formidable! Mercer could not help but marvel at the opponent's combat prowess. The title of the King of Assassins was indeed well-deserved. And you may join as well. The unremarkable man in black remained steadfast in his position, not having shifted an inch, as he awaited Mercer's attack with his eyes closed. Half a minute passed without any movement from Mercer. The man in black opened his eyes, scrutinizing Mercer with a furrowed brow. "What are you doing standing there? Attack!" To his surprise, Mercer simply stood with his hands in his pockets, exhibiting an air of nonchalance, seemingly disinterested in making a move. "Why should I go? You should come at me. If you want me to attack, I shall, but wouldn't that be rather undignified for me? Charles, have you lost your mind?" The man in black regarded the assassin before him with a frown. He could easily recall the name of the man standing in front of him, for he was well acquainted with all the inhabitants of this castle and was no ignorant ruler. In response to being called insane, Mercer rolled his eyes dramatically before performing a gesture that would darken any man's countenance. raising his right hand to extend his middle finger. This gesture, commonly recognized as an insult in Western countries, was well known even as far as Eastern Europe. It is more accurate to say that such a gesture has become universally recognized. Except perhaps in primitive tribes devoid of any electrical appliances, otherwise, who remains unaware of the significance of this gesture. Seeking death. This action ignited a fierce glint in the previously inscrutable eyes of the man in black. For the first time, Moser sensed a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from this man, a distinct presence manifested through an overwhelming sense of oppression. The recipient of such formidable murderous intent might find themselves paralyzed with fear, or, in more severe cases, be left with haunting psychological scars that drive them to madness. This was merely the release of lethal intent, devoid of any direct assault. Such an extreme aura of death can only be possessed by one who has emerged from the heaps of countless corpses. For an ordinary person, unless their resolve is exceptionally steadfast, it would be nearly impossible to withstand this menacing aura. In stark contrast, Moser remained unfazed. He casually examined his nails, his expression indifferent as he repeatedly glanced at his fingers, akin to a girl admiring her freshly manicured nails, showing no signs of disturbance from the lethal aura surrounding him. Are you going to strike, or shall I? I fear that if I unleash my power, you may lose your chance, Moser remarked disdainfully. Lethal intent? Even if 100 kings of assassins stood beside him, bombarding him with their murderous aura, it would merely tickle him. No matter how formidable the murderous intent of a king of assassins might be, could it possibly surpass that of a singular, universe-level old one? Certainly not. Although Moser had only absorbed a few tendrils of the old one, they contained at least 5% of its mental strength. While this may seem minimal in numerical terms, when considered from the perspective of humanity, Moser's mental assaults would equate to the might of at least 500 kings of assassins. The man in black sprang into action. In less than 10 meters, even the swiftest individual would be able to discern his movements. Yet this man appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Instantly materializing before Moser, his right hand flashing with a dagger aimed at Moser's throat. As the dagger's trajectory reached its midpoint, the man in black surprisingly released it. Stepping to the left with his right foot, pivoting his body to glide beneath Moser's armpit, swiftly positioning himself behind him. This was his true objective. By using the right hand's attack to divert Moser's attention toward the dagger, he aimed to capitalize on Moser's concentrated effort to block, only to abandon the dagger and maneuver behind him for the kill. Such a tactical approach could ensnare even the most seasoned combat veterans. However, the man in black did not anticipate that he was facing the most extraordinary individual on Earth. From the initiation of the attack, 10 meters away to the flanking maneuver, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 5 seconds. Just as the dagger reappeared in the man's hand, poised to pierce Moser's body, it suddenly halted in midair. It was as if the very air had solidified, rendering all of his efforts futile. The man in black lowered his gaze, and though Moser had not turned, his palm had reached behind him, firmly grasping the razor-sharp blade. Humph, did you think this would suffice to thwart me? My blade is coated with a lethal poison. Within a minute, you shall perish. Releasing the dagger from his grasp, the man clad in black leapt back a distance, a cold smirk adorning his face as he regarded Moser. He seemed to have anticipated Moser's tragic demise. Moser, gripping the blade, turned to face the man in black with a smile, remaining still as he held the dagger before him for a full minute. What did you just say? Care to repeat that? Chapter 60. The unexpected arrival. The mocking tone of Moser's voice caused the man in black to visibly falter. Moser raised his palm, revealing a mass of indescribable black substance writhing in the center of his hand, resembling something akin to feeding. This little poison, while indeed lethal to most, poses no threat to me. I could drink an entire vial without consequence. As he spoke, the black substance seemed unsatisfied, suddenly darting forward to snatch the dagger from the man's grasp, devouring it with a series of crunching sounds, and subsequently spewing forth a scattering of metallic fragments. Both Moser and the man in black wore expressions of disbelief. Such an appetite, to seize another's weapon for consumption as well. Clearly, this toxin was quite alluring to the blacklight virus. Who are you? When have I ever wronged you? At this moment, the man in black realized something was amiss. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary display. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. The intruder must know his identity and had silently infiltrated the castle, daring to provoke him, which indicated that the individual's strength was likely on par with his own, leaving the man in black perplexed, as he had not offended anyone of such caliber. Moser's attire shifted dramatically, returning to his original form, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Someone recommended I come to learn swordsmanship from you, but she does not understand me. Why would I need to learn when I can simply absorb others? The man in black, witnessing the transformation of what had just moments ago appeared to be an assassin into a 16 or 17-year-old youth of Asian descent, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Such an ability to change form was no mere feat. Absorb? The man in black instantly grasped the crux of Moser's words. What did he mean by absorption? Could it be that he could assimilate others and even possess their abilities? Observing the shifting expressions on the man in black's face, Moser chuckled softly. It seems you have a fair understanding of my abilities. Indeed, it is as you surmise. I can absorb others and transform into them. And the advantages of this power are manifold. This was troubling. The man in black instinctively took a step back. Such a capability was unprecedented and exceedingly bizarre. Quietly, the man in black clenched his right hand into a fist, summoning 3 black orbs the size of quail eggs into his palm, which he hurled with great force between himself and Moser. With a resounding thud, a dense cloud of black smoke erupted, obscuring their figures. Having resided in this ancient castle for over a century, the man in black could navigate it with his eyes closed. He shut his eyes to avoid the smoke's interference and sprinted toward a familiar direction, turning left, then right, leaping with remarkable speed and fluidity. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself still in the same spot. Moser gazed at him with a mocking expression, as if observing a fool. How is this possible? What have you done? The man in black looked around in disbelief, realizing he had not moved from his spot. Yet he had indeed dashed away moments ago. What was happening? You've merely been spinning in place, just like this. Moser raised his right hand, and a ring adorned with a blue gemstone glimmered faintly, causing him to vanish from the side of the man in black. As the man widened his eyes in confusion, someone suddenly kicked him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground in a disheveled manner. When he clumsily rose and glanced back, he found the area empty, only to catch a glimpse of a figure standing to his left without his notice. Before he could react, another kick landed squarely on his face, delivering a relentless barrage of 10 blows that left him utterly defenseless. The man in black spat several mouthfuls of blood, his fists clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with uncontained fury. After living for so many years, this humiliation was unprecedented. Damn it, what on earth is this? With his head bowed, he appeared dazed. Yet he was merely feigning weakness, mentally calculating his potential escape routes. You have no escape, my friend. Today, it is either I vanquish you or you vanquish me. Alas, the latter is beyond your capabilities. Moser, having discerned his thoughts, instantly materialized beside him and delivered a swift kick to his chin, propelling him into the air before seizing his throat. Breathless and weakened, the moment had arrived. It was time to absorb him, rather than subduing him to impart knowledge willingly. It would be far more advantageous to assimilate him entirely. This way, all of his knowledge would become Moser's, an absolute triumph. Apologies, brother, but before you carry out your intentions, I must press the pause button. Just as Moser was about to absorb the man in black, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Turning at the sound, Moser's expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing who stood before him. Before him was a man engulfed in flames, his head a skeletal visage, hollow eye sockets fixed upon Moser. The absence of eyes rendered it impossible to discern his gaze, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. This iconic fiery skull revealed the man's identity to Moser instantly. The Ghost Rider, Johnny, a man who had forged a pact with the devil Mephisto to wield hellfire. Although astonished internally, Moser maintained an outward calm, responding nonchalantly, Mr. Johnny, do you require my assistance? The flaming skull paused, taken aback that Moser knew his true name. Impressive. You are indeed the one who thwarted a lesser-dimensional evil god's descent. Your knowledge is vast. However, I am not here for you. I am here for him. His statement confirmed that he was aware of Moser's identity. The Ghost Rider extended his fiery skeletal finger, pointing at the man in black whom Moser had been gripping. Him? For what purpose? Moser continued to grip the man in black, displaying no intention of releasing him. Ah, you may consider this my accomplishment. This scoundrel has committed malevolence for years and has long been on my list. I have awaited his demise to harvest his soul. Please relinquish him to me. The Ghost Rider spoke earnestly. No, Moser replied decisively. Although the blacklight virus had not explicitly stated that absorbing a soulless individual would yield no effect, he was unwilling to take the risk, especially with a high-value target like the man in black. In this world, none excelled in the art of the sword more than he did. Their conversation resembled a mundane negotiation over the price of goods at a street market, entirely disregarding the man in black, whose face was contorted with rage. The man in black, with an unknown source, produced a slender needle and thrust it directly towards Moser's forehead. To his astonishment, the needle bent upon impact. Moser frowned and seized the hand holding the needle, applying a forceful twist that resulted in a grotesque contortion. The man in black, grasped by the throat, was rendered voiceless, the intensity of pain nearly causing his eyes to bulge from their sockets, leaving him to emit only incoherent sounds. Observing Moser's youth yet formidable strength, the Ghost Rider's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This was not someone easily deceived. You didn't seek him out when he was vibrant. Now that I am on the verge of ending his life, you expect to claim his soul? Such fortune is not for you to seize. As he spoke, the space gem on Moser's ring began to emit a faint glow, and the space surrounding him radiated with undulating ripples. Today he must belong to me. Not even Jesus can save him. Mark my words. Chapter 61. One Sword Style. Upon hearing such audacious words, the Ghost Rider rubbed his fiery head, his tone turning icy. It seems I must resort to forceful means. Forceful means? Moser chuckled rather than expressed anger at the mention of this term. Some always sought to provoke him. Well, he was eager to test his newfound swordsmanship. In the next moment, Moser exerted force with his right hand, and the once struggling man in black, the legendary king of assassins, met his end at Moser's hand. The ever-impulsive blacklight virus surged forth, eager to absorb and digest him, with the intention of taking it. Could Moser afford to engage in further conversation? He absorbed the soul directly. Enveloped entirely by the blacklight virus, the man in black was swiftly consumed, offering no resistance. How dare you? The Ghost Rider's hollow eyes flickered with a flash of furious flame as he witnessed Moser completely disregard his words and absorb the man in black. He tore off 2 iron chains, each as thick as a man's forearm, which ignited in flames and were hurled toward Moser. The blacklight material instinctively formed a massive shield beside Moser, blocking the oncoming chains. However, upon contact with the flames, the blacklight material failed to hold its ground, suffering significant damage as it was seared away. Noticing the deficiency in the blacklight material, Moser promptly retracted it. Moments ago, I was scorched by a flame chain, resulting in the loss of a blacklight substance roughly the size of a basketball. This marked the first depletion of the blacklight material, which left Mose somewhat displeased. How audacious it was for someone to not only steal his belongings, but also injure his blacklight virus. Mose found himself both angry and amused, having never encountered such arrogance before. Could it be that the blacklight virus feared fire? He pondered, recalling that the original narrative did not suggest such a vulnerability, especially considering it was a potent virus capable of surviving even a nuclear explosion. The temperature of the Ghost Rider's flames, no matter how intense, could hardly surpass the approximately 100 million degrees Celsius generated by a nuclear detonation. His flames, originating from the inferno of hell, inflicted eternal torment upon the guilty, while the blacklight virus was an insidious entity that continually absorbed and evolved from others. Although the flame's temperature was not exceptionally high, its inherent quality of judging sin perhaps contributed to the blacklight virus's incineration. Mose deduced the cause and effect, affirming that the hellfire inflicted significant damage upon the blacklight virus, rendering it unsuitable for offensive or defensive use in future confrontations. As Mose was deep in thought, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind, and several lines of text materialized before him. The individual absorbed by the blacklight virus can unlock branches. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Acquire the lifelong knowledge of Gil's Occam, allowing the blacklight virus to evolve. Option 2. Cancel the rewards of Option 1 and consolidate all rewards into a swordsmanship reward, Zoro's one-sword style. Without a moment's hesitation, Imose opted for the second choice. Zoro's swordsmanship? Although it was termed swordsmanship, it actually involved the use of a blade. In the land of the rising sun, swords and blades were indistinguishable. Had he wielded an ordinary sword, he might not have chosen this option. However, with the dark sword in his grasp, he was confident in its ability to execute these techniques. How splendid it was that, though he could not witness the conclusion of One Piece in his past life, he now possessed one of its skills, thus somewhat alleviating the longing of a devoted fan. It is no exaggeration to assert that, within the earth he now inhabited, no one could rival his swordsmanship, destined to reach its pinnacle in due time. There was no doubt regarding the prowess of his blade. The moment Imose made his decision, the system immediately infused the corresponding reward into his mind. The dark sword flashed into his hand. Previously, when he held it, he perceived it merely as a formidable weapon without any extraordinary sensation. Yet now, he could distinctly sense the weight of the hilt and the state of the blade. At this moment, he felt akin to a swordsmanship master who had dedicated many years to his craft. No matter how accomplished the swordplay of the man in black was, it remained within the realm of human capability. In Zoro's world, the one-sword style was a flamboyant spectacle. In an instant, the Ghost Rider standing before Imose felt an unusual intensity in the gaze directed at him. Why did he sense a hint of excitement from Imose? And why did that weapon appear so extraordinary? As the blade gleamed with a silvery light, revealing a dark sword at its core, the Ghost Rider felt no warmth emanating from it, yet he understood that whatever Mercer had drawn forth at this moment was surely not in his favor. Hey, I hope you can withstand a bit more. Don't collapse after just a few moves. Mercer's voice rang out. Before the Ghost Rider could respond, Mercer propelled himself forward with the swiftness of a released arrow. One-sword style, Aryang bird. Just as the Ghost Rider braced for a direct confrontation, Mercer abruptly halted, unleashing a crescent slash that transformed from azure to ebony. The crescent cut expanded as it soared through the air, growing from mere seconds of flight into a towering arc of 2 to 3 meters, continuously enlarging. Cold sweat streamed down the Ghost Rider's brow as he hastily sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the crescent strike that grazed past him. Had it not been for the hellfire within him instinctively guiding him aside, he might not have reacted in time. He turned in astonishment to behold a massive, leaf-shaped gash where he had just stood. A chill of dread coursed through him. What a formidable combat technique! Mercer surged forward, his fists enveloped in the electric brilliance of the thunder fruit, striking the Ghost Rider with an explosive sound that sent ripples through the flames atop his head. The Ghost Rider crossed his arms, conjuring a shield of hellfire before him. The thunderous impact collided with the fiery barrier, dissipating the lightning but sending fierce gusts of wind cascading around, demolishing the ancient castle on either side. The onlooking assassins were inexplicably caught in the aftermath, flung away without a trace of their fate. What a powerful attack! The Ghost Rider marveled for a moment, yet did not linger. He swiftly unleashed 2 fiery chains, radiating intense heat towards Mercer. Coming right up, Mercer's eyes sparkled with determination as he sheathed his dark sword at his waist, extending his right leg forward and bending his left, assuming a battle-ready stance. As the blazing chains approached, Mercer drew his sword with a sudden flourish. One-sword style. Lioness Song. The air was pierced by a series of sharp sounds as the 2 fiery chains shattered into fragments the size of mere fingertips, falling to the ground and dissipating into embers. A surge of exhilaration prompted a subtle smile to grace Mercer's lips. Truly, the swordsmanship inherited from Zoro was extraordinary. Even wielding a blade, he executed it flawlessly. Watching the Ghost Rider retreat in succession, Mercer let out a light scoff. This isn't over yet. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each accompanied by a sharp whistling sound and dazzling arcs of lightning, echoing even deep within the castle's confines. Those assassins, who believed they were safe at a distance, found themselves grievously torn apart by the mere gust of wind generated by Mercer's strikes, their fates tragically sealed. The Ghost Rider could only passively defend himself. After finally leaping a distance away, he gazed at the surrounding scene, utterly stunned. The power of that attack was astonishing. How could a person so young possess such terrifying explosive strength? Initially, He believed the opponent's combat style relied on magic, given that he was aware of their confrontation with an outer god. However, the nature of Moser's current attacks bore no relation to magic whatsoever. Was this not a mockery? Wasn't the objective to claim souls? His own soul was far superior to that of the other individual. Go ahead. Observing the Ghost Rider's immobility, Moser was in no rush to strike. A detached voice soon resounded, as black energy coiled intricately around the dark sword's blade, ever ready to unleash the next crescent slash. Witnessing the opponent's calm demeanor sent a shiver down the Ghost Rider's spine. The strength of Moser's recent assaults was extraordinary, inflicting immense damage, yet he appeared utterly unfazed. He had yet to land a hit, while Moser's attacks felt as if they were on a grand scale. Who could withstand such might? This time, I acted hastily. Though Occam is a very malevolent entity, I have no desire to offend another formidable opponent for his sake. That would be an unwise trade-off, the Ghost Rider mused. Since we are at an impasse, why not become friends? Flames materialized atop the pale, skeletal visage, forming a crescent with upward curving horns, seemingly a smile. Yet, this semblance of a smile appeared exceedingly eerie on his skull, devoid of any hint of friendliness. Moser smiled faintly, observing him. The Ghost Rider thought reconciliation was at hand. Just as he was about to inquire about Moser's name, the latter's next words left him momentarily speechless. Certainly, but you must relinquish some of your hellfire to me. As he toyed with the dark sword, Moser approached the Ghost Rider, the sword twirling gracefully in his hand. How could I possibly give that to you? I acknowledge that injuring you earlier was unfortunate. How about I treat you to a meal instead? The Ghost Rider retreated a few steps, spreading his hands in a gesture of goodwill. But that is not for you to decide. With a gesture of his hand directed at the Ghost Rider, Moser's ring, embedded with a spatial gem, emitted a faint glow. The Ghost Rider, confused yet sensing impending danger, attempted to move, but found himself immobilized, as if the very air around him had solidified. How could I allow you to escape so easily? Come here, Moser beckoned, his finger curling invitingly. The flames surrounding the Ghost Rider's head vanished mysteriously, leaving behind a bare skull. In the next instant, flames identical to those of the Ghost Rider ignited in the palm of Moser's hand. However, the manner in which they burned was peculiar. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were not burning normally, but were desperately struggling to escape from his fingertips. An invisible barrier confined the fiery entity, rendering it incapable of breaking free, regardless of its frantic attempts. Moser released the Ghost Rider, and the flames surged back to life around his head. Observing the flame in Moser's grasp, the Ghost Rider felt a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that Moser could truly achieve such a feat. He had never witnessed anyone capable of seizing flames before. Now, we are finally even. If you wish to continue the fight, let us see who prevails in the end. Mose said with a smile, eager for his opponent to engage him further. If he could not triumph over a mere Spectre Knight with all his abilities, he would find no reason to live and would rather end his own life. Well, you are indeed impressive. The Spectre Knight muttered through gritted teeth, his head bowed. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, and a flicker of flame ignited in his previously hollow eyes. The Eye of Judgment. He intended to sear his opponent's soul with hellfire. However, the anticipated cries of agony from Mose did not resonate. He remained standing there, a smile gracing his face. The Spectre Knight was momentarily taken aback. This technique could not be evaded by simply closing one's eyes. Even the blind could not escape it. How was it that Mose appeared unscathed? Upon closer inspection, the color of Mose's eyes had transformed into a pair of unprecedented crimson orbs. If one looked even more intently, they would perceive an invisible energy emanating from his eyes, creating a barrier in the air half a meter before him, repelling the advance of the hellfire. This phenomenon rendered the Spectre Knight's Eye of Judgment utterly ineffective. How could this be? Just how much do you possess? The Spectre Knight exclaimed in disbelief. The transcendent swordsmanship and the fists imbued with lightning were already astonishing enough. In ordinary circumstances, it would be nearly impossible to contend with Mose. The Eye of Judgment had never failed before, yet today it faltered against Mose. This was beyond the Spectre Knight's imagination. If you wish to know, I can reveal everything to you, provided you can endure it. Mose maintained a smile. A purple aura emanated from his eyes, enveloping him in a layer of purple armor that was slowly coalescing, seemingly awaiting the Spectre Knight's response. Consider yourself formidable. Until we meet again. Having had his flame stolen and the Eye of Judgment rendered useless, the Spectre Knight recognized the multitude of unknown abilities possessed by his adversary. With a lingering gaze at Mose, he turned and leaped from the castle, vanishing on his ghostly motorcycle from Mose's sight. How tedious! He fled just like that. Mose scoffed, feeling quite bored. He noticed the assassins lurking in the distance, observing the scene, and decided to use the space gem to project his voice. Come forth, he commanded. The assassins who had been observing the castle from afar, using telescopes, were startled by the sudden sound of Mose's voice, as if he were standing beside them. After a moment of internal deliberation, they resolved against fleeing, opting to return obediently, uncertain if they could escape from someone so overwhelmingly powerful. Aside from the assassins who had perished in the aftermath of the earlier attacks, all the remaining assassins within the castle approached Mose. Chapter 63. Subjugation according to your rules. Having slain your leader, I am now your leader, am I not? Mose said, hands in pockets. With his weapons sheathed, he appeared to be merely an unremarkable yet handsome youth. Utterly inconceivable as the one who had just decisively vanquished both the King of Assassins and the Spectre Knight. The gathered assassins exchanged glances, seemingly gauging whether anyone among them harbored dissenting opinions. After a thorough glance around, no one dared to utter a word. They had all witnessed the recent battle firsthand, where a mere flick of the hand unleashed an appalling, tangible sword chi. As members of the world's foremost assassin organization, they possessed knowledge beyond that of ordinary folks. They understood that this universe teemed with supernatural entities. Yet, the damage inflicted by that sword chi, larger than any human, lay starkly before them. Did they contemplate rebellion? Faced with such a strike, even 1,000 of them could not withstand it, destined to dissolve into nothingness under its might. How could they resist? Their only option was submission. One individual half-knelt, and shortly thereafter, another followed suit. Gradually, the entire assembly descended to their knees in perfect unison. How many are nearing the time to consume the elixir of life? Mose inquired. Though the purpose of his question was unclear, he was now the king. And several assassins dutifully raised their hands. Mose surveyed the group and counted 20 individuals. He nodded. Good. Step forward and report how many days remain until your consumption time. I have 1 week left. I have 5 days remaining. I have 1 day left. I must consume it today. As the last assassin uttered these words, his body began to convulse. Oh no, the blood poison has started to manifest. Is there any blood left in stock? Upon witnessing this scene, the assassins quickly grasped the situation, and one shouted, there was some, but now it's gone. A feeble murmur spread among the crowd, and they all turned their gazes toward a certain spot behind them. Where their eyes converged, an enormous pool of blood, defying reason, lay sprawled out, easily suggesting that some colossal being had been wounded to produce such a flow. The blood bank has been destroyed. A wave of horror washed over the crowd. That vast pool of blood was their accumulated lifeblood, reserved for this very day. If the man in black lost interest and denied them the elixir of life, this blood would serve as the antidote to suppress their primal ferocity. So this is what blood poison entails. The blood bank was annihilated in the recent skirmish. And I was completely oblivious. Mose approached the assassin afflicted by blood poison, whose eyes quickly filled with red veins, the whites turning crimson, and his expression contorted into a fierce snarl. As Mose drew near, the overwhelming bloodlust rendered the assassin incapable of rational thought, and he lunged at Mose with a grotesque mouth agape. This action sent chills through the onlooking assassins. A significant characteristic of blood poison is the corruption of the mind, compelling the afflicted to swarm regardless of the opponent's strength. Mose's earlier display in battle revealed that he was from an entirely different realm. A direct confrontation would yield a victory probability of 0. Excellent. A prime example lay before them. Mose waved his hand toward the attacking assassin, causing the air around him to solidify instantaneously, freezing him mid-lunge as if a pause button had been pressed. I disapprove of such bloodthirsty and violent control methods. Henceforth, let us no longer be troubled by this affliction. It is time for an upgrade. Mose then conjured a small, black orb the size of a pinky finger and hurled it toward the assassin. A dark orb affixed itself to the back of his hand, gradually merging with his body under the gaze of the onlookers. Witnessing this bizarre scene, everyone exchanged perplexed glances. Bewildered by the unfolding events, the spectacle appeared unsettling, suggesting no favorable outcome. Mose offered no explanation, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. A smile gracing his face as he observed the assassin before him. Moments later, receiving feedback from the released orb of dark energy, Mose dispelled the spatial confinement. The assassin, known as Carl, plummeted from mid-air, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath as he sensed the transformation within himself. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Am I cured? The bloodthirsty sensation has vanished." His words sent shockwaves through the crowd of assassins, who rushed towards him, eagerly examining his condition. The blood toxin had genuinely dissipated. Unbelievable. This was a poison that even the most potent remedies could not suppress, yet it had been eradicated. How could this be possible? The astonishment in their voices escalated. All present had suffered at the hands of the blood toxin. They had contemplated self-remedies, relying on potent potions and pills, but regardless of the dosage. They could not quell the onset of the toxin, often succumbing to overdose instead. Amidst their excitement, Mose raised his hand, unleashing a multitude of dark orbs, each landing squarely upon them. He was harnessing the devouring nature of the dark energy to absorb the blood toxin from their bodies. For these assassins, the dark energy was akin to a nourishing elixir, perfectly suited to replenish the recently lost essence while simultaneously exerting control over them. Mose chose not to retract the dark energy. Instead, he allowed it to remain within their bodies, effectively purging the toxin and enhancing their physical capabilities, thereby ensuring greater efficiency in future endeavors. The notion of subsisting on blood was absurd, akin to a vampire's existence, restricted to nocturnal outings. A minute later, the individuals felt as though the shackles binding them had been unexpectedly released, akin to the relief of dislodging food stuck in one's throat. The absence of the blood toxin's grip was overwhelmingly liberating, far more terrifying than any drug-induced episode. "We bow before you, master." One assassin immediately knelt before Mose, pledging fealty. "We bow before you." The group knelt in unison. Previously, Mose's confrontation with the malevolent knight had seemed trivial, but now, his aid in ridding them of the blood toxin felt like a boon. The combination of past trivialities and present blessings had won their hearts in earnest. Had their submission been compelled through force, perhaps dissent would linger in their minds. Yet the alleviation of the toxin that had plagued them for years extinguished any flicker of rebellion. Many had sought medical help, only to discover that this poison was deemed incurable. Yet Mose had triumphed, demonstrating that his prowess surpassed that of the former king of assassins. Such a figure commanded their respect. Seeing the multitude kneeling before him, Mose nodded in satisfaction. Before he could utter a word, a sudden voice echoed in his mind, solidifying the smile upon his face. "You have acquired a faction, the Assassin Alliance. Activate the card, Shadow Brigade." Chapter 64, Shadow Assassin. The name Shadow Brigade caught Mose off guard. Before him materialized a card, ethereal and elusive, unnoticed by the surrounding ninjas, seemingly visible only to him, as if the system had granted him exclusive sight. The card bore an enigmatic title, Shadow Brigade. The illustration confirmed Mose's suspicions. It depicted figures clad in dark ninja garb, their eyes a striking crimson, devoid of discernible emotion, exuding an aura of unrelenting malice. It truly was the Shadow Brigade. The decisive illustration astonished Mose. The Shadow Brigade was the very basic combat unit frequently summoned by the antagonist in Jackie Chan adventures. Although fundamental, their versatility was unparalleled, exhibiting a well-rounded combat prowess and lacking the bizarre traits of other shadow factions. This unexpected delight had never crossed Mose's mind. He had longed to establish his own organization, despite holding the rank of an 8th-level agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. He did not belong to their ranks and had no desire to join an organization susceptible to infiltration by enemies. If he were to cultivate a force, the Shadow Brigade was undeniably the most fitting choice. Nothing could surpass a ninja battalion wholly loyal to him. At that moment, Mose noticed a line of small print on the Shadow Brigade card. Note: the first use of this card requires initial assimilators. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4. And so on, ad infinitum. Assimilators? The term momentarily baffled Mose, for he had a cadre of assimilators right before him. A moment of reflection revealed the truth. He had obtained this card precisely because he had subdued the Assassin Alliance. Prior to Mose uttering a word, none of the kneeling assassins dared to move a single finger. This was their absolute obedience, as long as their leader remained silent. They could kneel for an entire day and night, until they could no longer endure and succumb to unconsciousness. Do you wish to possess stronger and more covert assassination capabilities? Mose inquired. Indeed, the assassins responded in unison without a moment's hesitation. Very well, then become my shadows. In this world, no place shall hinder your incursions. As the Shadow Brigade card glowed, tendrils of dark energy surged forth, enveloping all the assassins before him. Their appearances transformed. Shifting from their original assassin forms to those draped in dark ninja attire, their eyes now a haunting crimson, rendering their emotions inscrutable, while an overwhelming sense of bloodlust emanated from their beings. The sudden metamorphosis startled all the assassins, and after a moment of attunement to their new physiques, their faces displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. 1 minute to familiarize yourselves with your new bodies, Mose remarked nonchalantly. As the words left his lips, all those who had transitioned from assassins to ninjas instantaneously melded into shadows, darting towards the enveloping darkness around them. The hall was suddenly devoid of life. Yet Moser remained unhurried. He turned and walked towards the throne at the back. Upon reaching 2/3 of the way, he paused momentarily, but ultimately ascended the throne and took his seat. As he turned around, the group of assassins silently knelt on one knee in their original positions, not a sound escaping their lips. How do you find my new form? Moser inquired with a smile. Satisfactory. They all replied in unison. Satisfactory? Their feelings transcended mere satisfaction. The word could scarcely encapsulate the tumultuous waves surging within them. The impeccable art of disguise, coupled with an almost ghostly tracking method, allowed them to move without a whisper. No matter how one might hide, a shadow always lingers nearby, and wherever there is a shadow, they can emerge. It was simply impenetrable. For an assassin, the art of concealment is paramount. When stealth is perfected, even a 5-year-old wielding a fruit knife could prove lethal, let alone these highly trained elite assassins. The assassins retained their original attire, yet the color of their garments had shifted to a predominantly darker hue. A multitude stood in silence, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Moser nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. From this moment forth, the Assassin Alliance shall be renamed the Shadow Alliance. Yes, Moser mused. I should now be able to summon you from an infinite distance. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Shadow Assassins exchanged glances, wondering if such a feat were truly possible. Let us test it. Run far away, as far as you can, disperse. At Moser's command, the Shadow Assassins leapt into the void behind them and raced into the distance without uttering a word, blending with the night. Their speed reached a level that ordinary eyes could scarcely perceive. Moser silently counted the seconds. Within 5 minutes, the Shadow Assassins had covered nearly 5 kilometers, a remarkable enhancement indeed. When he felt it was sufficient, he thought, come forth. Dozens of black figures materialized beside him, transforming from shadows into fully formed figures. Not a single one was missing. They were precisely the same Shadow Assassins who had just sprinted away. Truly remarkable. Both Moser and the assassins were astonished. If the Shadow Assassins were to expand, it would be akin to carrying an army at his side. What place could withstand Moser's invasion then? Excellent. Now repair the damaged walls, Moser instructed, gesturing towards the wall he had just destroyed, offering a simple command before departing. He did not leave the vicinity, but instead made his way to the fabled spring of eternal life, often frequented by the King of Assassins. The fluctuations of the spatial gem spread throughout the castle, allowing Moser to perceive everything within, even the hidden safe houses beneath the ground. Soon, he arrived at an enormous chamber, better described as a cavern, emerging from the ancient, towering doors that appeared to be far older than himself. He was greeted by a cavern that remained largely untouched, merely smoothed around the edges yet retaining its natural ruggedness. It was no wonder that the castle was constructed in such a locale. It served as a guardian for this very spring. Mose marveled. At the heart of the cave, A spring gushed forth, its waters flowing gently. As he approached, he beheld the crystal-clear waters, surrounded by naturally luminescent stones, creating an ambience that, while not overtly bright, exuded an exquisite charm. Could this truly be the fountain of life? It diverged significantly from my expectations. Chapter 65. An unexpected fortune on his journey here. Mose had anticipated a grim forest scattered with bones. The so-called fountain of life was envisioned as a viscous, blood-red spring, a hauntingly sinister image befitting the notion of eternal life. Yet, everything appeared remarkably mundane now. It was his own thoughts that felt out of place. The spring before him was no larger than a bathtub, its size either a deliberate design by the former king of assassins or a natural occurrence, just spacious enough for a single individual to recline within. Is this truly the fountain of life? Observing the pristine waters, Mose extended his hand into the spring, and his palm became enveloped in a dark, luminous substance. The water level remained unchanged, yet its quality began to transform slightly. The once crystal-clear liquid gradually became murky. It was not that the water was contaminated. Rather, the microorganisms and bacteria within were beginning to vanish. "This water is indeed the fountain of life," Mose exclaimed. The dark substance continually absorbed the bacteria from the water, and without their protective presence, other impurities began to dissolve, resulting in the water's turbidity. Previously safeguarded by these peculiar microorganisms, foreign entities had been expelled, rendering them colorless and imperceptible. Hence, the water had appeared so clear, despite the absurdly high bacterial content it harbored. Following his absorption of the dark luminous virus, Mose also gleaned insights into their life cycle. Those who partook of this fountain of life would harbor these bacteria within their bodies. The notion of immortality was indeed accurate. These bacteria would consume the deteriorating cells and generate new ones to replace them. Ultimately, the majority of the human body would be composed of cells they had created. They did not fall ill nor devour themselves, thus requiring sustenance. Blood, or the essence of the fountain of life, constituted the essential nutrients they needed. If the host failed to provide blood, these bacteria would begin to consume the host's own blood, explaining the torment experienced by those afflicted with blood toxicity. If a new infusion of the fountain of life was not timely incorporated to restore balance, the host could be utterly drained, a truly terrifying fate. Such entities ought not to remain in this world. A surge of dark luminous substance flowed from Mose's hands, swiftly cleansing the spring of all bacteria, leaving not a trace behind. The dark substance also experienced significant restoration, regaining the portions that had been scorched by the flames of the malevolent night. The once pristine spring water has now become merely an ordinary stream. Having no interest in what has become obsolete, Moser turned his back and exited the dimly lit cave. As he stepped beyond the door, a ripple of energy enveloped him, and he found himself standing before another entrance. The door, cast in bronze, bore the marks of antiquity. Undoubtedly constructed several centuries ago, Moser had previously detected the treasures within this ancient fortress using a spatial gemstone, and the contents had sent a shiver down his spine. However, at that time, his quest for the fountain of life had prevented him from exploring further. Grasping the massive lock on the door, he exerted a slight pull, and it yielded effortlessly, as if it were nothing more than a prop. This was merely a specialized lock, rendered unnecessary for security in this fortress, as the shadow assassins could seamlessly blend into the darkness and breach the door from within. Pushing the door open, a flash of golden light dazzled his eyes. Gold bars, countless gold bars. The chamber resembled a grand university lecture hall, filled with shelves, each laden with thousands of gold bars. Numerous antiques and artifacts adorned the space, their collective worth easily surpassing $100 billion. This was merely Moser's estimation of the gold's value. The ancient paintings and collectibles, if auctioned, would fetch astronomical prices. These items were not carelessly strewn about like trinkets at a market. Rather, they were meticulously encased in specially designed glass enclosures. Such treasures, carefully safeguarded by the former king of assassins, could only be extraordinary in nature. "Let us take it all," Moser declared with a sweeping gesture, drawing the entire contents of the room into the spatial realm he had created with the gemstone. The once resplendent chamber, aglow with gold, was suddenly cast into shadow. Outside the room, The assassins awaited Moser's return, promptly following him as he emerged. They were well aware of the events within, and though they feigned indifference, their astonishment was palpable. Yet, given their newfound ability to merge with shadows, Moser's swift acquisition of the treasures was hardly surprising. "How many are currently executing missions outside?" Moser inquired as he walked. "4 in total," replied the shadow assassin to his left. "Fetch me their mission dossiers," Moser commanded. Each assassin's mission was independent, and communication regarding their tasks was strictly prohibited. This was not a realm that valued teamwork. Although they trained together regularly, emotional ties were scarce. For life was unpredictable and friendships were often fleeting, outpaced by the turnover of comrades. Soon, the shadow assassin returned, presenting 4 parchment bags to Moser. Upon entering the hall and taking his seat upon the throne, he examined the contents meticulously. 3 of the missions pertained to prominent corporate magnates, all marked as completed, while the final dossier bore the notation of mission termination. To his astonishment, the target for assassination was someone he recognized. Stark? Could it truly be him? Moser gasped, realizing that the person he encountered here was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. In the mission files, even the details of the employers are alarmingly thorough. Obadiah Stane, a shareholder in Stark Industries, harbored ambitions to usurp Tony Stark. After Stark utilized his self-made armor to escape from a band of robbers, Stane employed assassins to take action. Upon the payment of the final installment, he intended to forge a new suit from the armor Stark had used to flee the cave. Yet he met his demise in a confrontation with Stark, leaving the payment unexecuted and the mission terminated. Mercer recognized this individual in the memories of his previous life. He was known as Ironmonger, Stark's first formidable adversary in the cinematic realm. Stane's approach was one of direct confrontation, which is why Stark survived his onslaught. Had Stane maintained his composure and dispatched assassins to eliminate Stark, the latter's defensive measures would have proven futile. After all, Stark was accompanied only by his bodyguard, Happy. A frontal assault might have been thwarted, but an assassination would have caught even Happy off guard. Stark likely would not have had the opportunity to declare himself Iron Man before meeting his end. Mercer had absorbed several assassins and was acutely aware of their absurd combat methods. Killing without a trace was not merely a metaphor for them, it was their reality. He pointed at the 3 completed files and inquired about the meaning of the term infiltrated. Chapter 66. Fallen to Earth. The assassin replied that for missions involving corporate assassination, they always infiltrate their own personnel into key positions. This was part of their bargaining, beyond mere financial compensation. While the assassin spoke, Mercer glanced down at the files contained within the brown paper bags, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The 3 companies were internationally renowned enterprises, each excelling in shipping, food, and cosmetics. Their annual revenues were astronomical figures, unimaginable to the average person. Had the assassination of Stark succeeded, there would have been assassins lying in wait within Stark Industries, continually supplying resources to the Shadow Alliance. This would also grant the operatives a legitimate identity for future endeavors should they wish to eliminate high-profile figures, making their access markedly easier. Very well, proceed as usual. Investigate anyone connected to me in the vicinity, and ensure your targets are not inadvertently directed towards me, Mercer instructed. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Some individuals feigned ignorance only to strike unexpectedly. Naturally, the assassin responded respectfully, accepting the brown paper bags from Mercer. With little else to occupy his time, Mercer opened a portal and returned home. Phew, another fruitful day, quite satisfying indeed. Upon arriving home, it was already midnight. Mercer exhaled deeply, gathered a change of clothes, and headed for a shower. Janata was not present in the house, her whereabouts unknown. It seemed he ought to provide her with a mobile phone, otherwise he would be unable to reach her should she wander off. Despite her absence, Mercer was unconcerned, and after his shower, he promptly retired for the night. The following day, Mercer was stirred awake by the urgent ringing of his mobile phone. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he reached for the device placed beside his bed. His phone had been resting on the bedside, untouched, for there was the space gem that allowed him to access it whenever necessary, though there was little need for such a device. Upon seeing the caller ID, Moser was suddenly struck by the sensation of being yanked from a celestial realm back into the mundane world. When he answered the call, a sarcastic voice greeted him. Alex, I'm pleased to see your phone is still operational. I want to dwell on why you failed to answer my numerous calls. A woman's voice came through. And it was only then that Moser realized he had over 20 missed calls, having left his phone on silent amidst the whirlwind of his affairs. The voice continued. You'll be starting school soon. Are you planning to attend? If not, we want to be covering your tuition fees, which would be quite a waste of money. The speaker seemed to anticipate that Moser would declare his intent to forego schooling, thus absolving them of any financial responsibility towards him. Despite the extraordinary powers he had recently acquired, Moser's societal standing remained that of an ordinary sophomore. I must devise a way to elevate my social status. Otherwise, even if I possess the power to vanquish deities, I will still be perceived merely as an average student, he muttered to himself. What did you say? Came the unclear inquiry from the other end of the line. Oh, I said I won't be attending school anymore, that's all. With that, Moser felt no inclination to engage further, promptly disconnecting the call. During his previous struggles, that foster family had offered him no assistance whatsoever. His life had mirrored that of Harry Potter, yet in a more dire fashion. He felt less like a foster child and more like a servant they had taken in. Having moved out shortly after his arrival from another world, he wondered how the original owner had endured such a situation for so long. Now that he was in a better position, he had no desire to inform them, fearing the drama of a family saga. At this juncture, he no longer felt the need for academic pursuits. For ordinary individuals, education is a pathway to a brighter future. Moser, however, now possessed billions in gold bars and antiques at his disposal, rendering the question of schooling seemingly trivial. As he pondered this, another ring from his phone shattered his contemplation. He glanced at the screen to find an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a somewhat familiar voice greeted him. Moser, it's Stark. Is everything all right? Moser checked the time. It was still early morning for Stark to be calling. Weren't you supposed to be studying my sword? I can hardly wait and wanted to see if you're free now. Stark's laughter echoed through the receiver. No? Certainly, send me your address. And I shall come to you, Moser replied. You're coming to find me? Stark sounded surprised. Shouldn't I be the one visiting you, considering I have a request? Not at all a hassle. I'd like to see your Iron Man suit. Is that inconvenient? Moser inquired. Not at all. I would be delighted. Just come over. And I'll send you the address. You can drive right in, Stark chuckled. With that, both ended their conversation without further pleasantries, and shortly thereafter, Moser received a text message on his phone. Moose glanced around briefly before rising to freshen up and set out in his vehicle, the confinement mode disengaging as he exited. While he could have arrived directly using the spatial gem, he opted for the drive, taking his time. Such a fine automobile should not be neglected. It could still serve its purpose unless his destination was particularly distant. After a thrilling 40-minute drive, Moose arrived at his destination. Stark's mansion loomed far larger than Moose's modest villa, undoubtedly valued at several $1 million, not to mention the exquisite design within. As he approached the entrance, the automatic doors slid open, and a voice with a British accent greeted him. You must be Mr. Moose. Please, come in. Mr. Stark is awaiting you in the studio. Moose turned to the small camera perched discreetly on the eave, likely the artificial intelligence Stark frequently employed, Jarvis. Without further ado, he drove through the now open doors. Inside was a spacious studio. To his right, a work desk cluttered with materials, while to the left stood several of Stark's prized vehicles. However, a few of these cars bore scorch marks on their hoods, unmistakably the result of Stark's experiments with the Iron Man suit. One parking spot was conspicuously vacant, presumably reserved for Moose. He exited the vehicle, which automatically parked itself. At last, you've arrived, Stark exclaimed, approaching with a smile and extending his hand for a shake. Despite Moose's youth, Stark did not adopt an air of superiority. Is this the car that transforms into a robot? It looks impressive. Stark's excitement was palpable as he glanced at the vehicle, having noticed its capabilities during its parking maneuver. Indeed, Moose replied with a smile. Confinement. Show him your humanoid form. Oh, and remember to bend a bit. There isn't enough space for you to stand upright. The studio's height exceeded 5 meters, making it necessary for confinement to either sit or crouch. Acknowledging the request, confinement emitted a series of transformation sounds and morphed into its robotic form. As expected, it could not stand, and was compelled to crouch, resembling a somewhat dejected young man. Chapter 67. The meeting perfect, simply perfect. Stark circled confinement with enthusiasm. Had Moose not previously assured him that Stark was not a villain, confinement might have instinctively retaliated against a human circling it so closely. Did you create this yourself? It's astounding. With Earth's current technology, such a highly mobile robot is inconceivable. As one of the world's leading technological minds, Stark's admiration was well placed. The seamless transformations and advanced intelligence left Moose bewildered. Yet, for Stark, each aspect presented a challenge, the solutions to which remained elusive. While I did not engineer it, I alone possess this creation in this world. Indeed, it is the only one of its kind in the entire universe. Moser confidently declared that this was, after all, not a creation from the Marvel Universe, and he was not mistaken in his assertion. While Stark was preoccupied with the confinement, Moser found himself captivated by several suits of armor displayed in the exhibition cases. From left to right, the cases showcased the Iron Man armors numbered 1, 2, and 3. The first was a replica of the suit Stark used to escape from the cave. The second was his first serious design. And the third was the one he currently operated. It is often said that mecha represents a man's romance, and Moser's claim of disinterest would undoubtedly be a falsehood. Approaching the display case, the door slid open automatically, allowing him to reach inside and explore the armor. In his previous life, he had possessed several action figures of Iron Man, yet to touch the authentic armor was a delightful experience he could hardly resist. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Stark remarked with a hint of pride, observing Moser's delighted expression. Moser nodded, hesitating for a moment before responding. Indeed, it is remarkable, but it lacks portability. Should you encounter danger outside, this armor would be of no assistance to you. I am actually in the process of developing a portable suit. Stark gestured for Moser to follow him, leading them to a workbench on the right side of the studio. After a few taps on the virtual keyboard, surrounding projections illuminated, showcasing a suit of armor before them. This is my latest concept for a portable suit. It can shrink to the size of a briefcase. Its drawbacks include limited flight capability and energy power. In a real confrontation, it is still inferior to the third suit, Stark lamented while shaking his head. Though this suit may be somewhat fragile, at least it is not designed to withstand attacks directly with the human body, which offers some degree of protection. Moser smiled and replied, I recently acquired a suit of armor that is exceptionally useful, and I believe you would be quite interested. Stark's curiosity was piqued. Oh? Where is it? Did you bring it with you? Is it at your home? Given Moser's endorsement of its utility, Stark was immediately intrigued. The previous confinement had already astonished him, and the emergence of yet another suit of armor hinted at Moser's seemingly endless supply of extraordinary items. Moser chuckled softly, stepping back a few paces to maintain some distance from Stark. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned the armor's calling device from his storage space, expertly fastening it to his wrist and inserting the fire crystal badge. This time, he refrained from dramatically shouting a battle cry. Upon inserting the badge into the summoner, a radiant red, translucent light descended from above, piercing through the layers of protection in the room and enveloping Moser entirely. The sudden brilliance prompted Stark to instinctively raise his arm to shield his vision. As the crimson glow dissipated, Stark lowered his arm, revealing Moser standing before him, clad in armor, momentarily lost in astonishment. His gaze scanned the various components of Moser's armor, and after half a minute, Stark hastily approached him. What is this? Stark exclaimed, glancing up at the ceiling, which showed no signs of disturbance from the earlier red light, indicating that it was not aggressive. He reached out and tapped on the armor, producing a gentle metallic resonance. This cannot be ordinary metal. Is it an alloy? Which kind of alloy is it? To descend in a form of light is no longer a mere technological phenomenon, is it? I believe it transcends the boundaries of technology. After a moment of hesitation, Moser spoke. This armor is named Flame Dragon, derived from the fire crystal. To transform, I rely on a summoner that requires the insertion of a crystal card, which activates the fire crystal to emit energy for our fusion. This could be considered a manifestation of Eastern mystical powers. Even Moser found it challenging to elucidate the origins of the armor. After all, in his memories, there were no explanations regarding why such modern machinery was necessary for its activation. It was merely stated that a genius scientist invented the summoner, enabling individuals to autonomously summon their armor. Otherwise, lugging around a stone larger than one's head would indeed be quite cumbersome. Now it was Stark's turn to circle around Moser's armor, captivated by this extraordinary battle suit's arrival. How about we engage in a duel to observe the differences between our armors? Moser suddenly proposed, noticing Stark's continuous orbit around him. Chapter 68. Flame Dragon Hero and Iron Man. Since acquiring the Flame Dragon armor, aside from a brief exploration of its functionalities that day, Moser had yet to engage in actual combat. He remained unaware of the armor's combat data. Naturally, he could not practice with Ganata. Not only would she likely be unwilling, but her physical capabilities were far beyond those of an ordinary human, unlike Moser, who had managed to suppress his enhanced abilities to a normal level. He lacked the opportunity for real combat practice. Now, arriving at Stark's location presented an excellent chance for a spar. This is a splendid opportunity for practical experience. Moser exclaimed. Absolutely. Since my recent bout with Obadiah, I've been immersed in my workshop developing the armor and have been eager to refine my combat techniques, Stark replied. Having acknowledged himself as Iron Man and seeking opportunities to train or engage in real combat while donned in his suit. However, finding a worthy opponent was no simple task. All right, let us suit up. Moser could hardly contain his excitement. Sure. Stark nodded, ready to don his armor, when suddenly, a woman entered the workshop. Tony, how could you skip such an important meeting today? There are many matters regarding Obadiah's affairs that require your attention. The woman, dressed in a crisp white uniform, was preoccupied with writing on documents as she entered, looking quite flustered. Upon raising her head and spotting Moser clad in the Flame Dragon armor, she gasped, Tony, have you developed another suit of armor? Madam, this is not his creation. Someone is inside it, Moser interjected, waving his hand, startling her further. Allow me to introduce. Stark jogged over to stand between them. This is Pepper Potts, my secretary, and this is Alex Moser, my friend. Moser was familiar with the woman, who Stark affectionately referred to as Pepper. She was one of the few who genuinely cared for Stark and would eventually become his wife in a few years. Moser and Pepper exchanged nods, acknowledging each other. As she gazed at the armored miser, Pepper turned to Stark. Do you have something going on right now? Indeed. Miser wants to spar with me. I'm just about to don my suit, Stark replied, not lingering on the conversation as he rushed towards the Iron Man armor. With the assistance of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, he began to equip himself. It was quite exhilarating. It was the first time she had seen him exhibit such enthusiasm. Watching Stark, who was being assisted by Jarvis in donning his armor, Pepper found herself entranced by his smile. Aside from his endeavors in developing the suit, it was rare to witness Stark display such a pure expression of joy. Within a minute, Stark was fully clad in his armor, standing before Miser. Both men locking eyes in silence. Oh right, I should probably step aside. It would be dreadful if I got caught in the crossfire, Pepper thought, quickly making her way out. I'm heading upstairs. Call me when you're done, Tony. You have numerous matters to attend to. Don't let your mind be solely preoccupied with the armor. Yes, Stark replied, his voice tinged with exasperation beneath the mask, listening to Pepper's incessant reminders. She truly cares for you. Such devotion is rare, Miser remarked with a smile. Stark turned his gaze towards Pepper, who was heading upstairs. Upon noticing his glance, she gave him an encouraging gesture. Before leaving, she pointed to the documents in her hand, reminding Stark not to forget to handle the affairs of Stark Industries. It was indeed a rarity for a secretary to take such a personal interest in a CEO's responsibilities. As the two prepared to engage in combat, the bystander, Bunker, prudently scooted aside to avoid being caught in the fray. Shall we fight right here? Miser queried, gesturing towards a few luxury cars nearby. No worries, we can fight here. If anything gets damaged, it's on me. Stark replied with bravado, stretching his limbs and bouncing lightly, eager to begin. Very well. Then let us commence, Miser declared, shaking out his wrists. Taking a deep breath, he tempered the enhancement from the blacklight virus to a level within human norms. In his current state, even a normal punch could deliver ton-level strength, and with the armor's augmentation, it was no exaggeration to say he could potentially incapacitate Stark with a single blow. Only by reducing his capabilities to those of an ordinary person did a true duel become necessary. Otherwise, it would merely be a one-sided domination devoid of meaning. With a powerful stomp, the force emanating from the Inferno Dragon armor exceeded Miser's expectations. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance of 10 meters. Standing before Stark, as he raised his right fist, flames ignited, crashing down towards Stark. "Your fist is on fire," Stark exclaimed, completely taken aback by the opponent's agility. He quickly raised his hands to block, only to be pushed back by the searing blow. "Hey, you better be careful, my armor is no joke," Miser proclaimed. Though he too was somewhat astonished, such abilities were scarcely depicted in the television series. Chapter 69. The contest of fists and feet. The capabilities of the Inferno Dragon armor far surpassed its portrayal on screen, such as the ability to effortlessly engulf his fist in flames. As one of the 5 sets of shadow armor, known for its balance data, its combat capabilities are indeed formidable. Its potential is somewhat stifled by budget constraints, if given the freedom to unleash its power. The Flame Dragon armor could yield impressive combat results. From that recent punch, Moser quickly conducted an analysis and discerned that the armor's foundational performance was commendable. Well then, I shall not hold back. One strike is sufficient to demonstrate the strength of the Flame Dragon armor. Stark chuckled heartily as the thrusters on his hands and feet ignited, propelling him towards Moser like a swift arrow. The maneuverability of the iron armor is equally remarkable. After all, it can effortlessly breach the first tier of the sound barrier. Over this short distance on the ground, it exhibits exceptional agility. Upon reaching Moser, Stark did not unleash a simple punch. Instead, he thrust his left hand forward, releasing flames to stabilize his stance, while his right arm positioned itself before his chest, flames erupting from his palm as he pivoted, delivering a powerful elbow strike. Clang! At such close range, Moser chose not to evade, absorbing the impact head-on. The force from the elbow struck him with enough pressure to push his body back a fraction. Impressive speed and strength, Moser exclaimed, swiftly pivoting to execute a whip-like kick that sent Stark hurtling aside. In midair, Stark utilized the hand cannons to steady himself, avoiding a fall. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a red figure appear, with his left hand cannon continuously spewing flames to maintain his balance. The power of his right hand cannon surged, delivering a blow akin to before. Though simple, it must be said that this is a formidable finishing move. For an ordinary person, this strike could prove fatal. Moser sidestepped deftly, his right hand coiling into a fist, enveloped in searing flames that exuded an intimidating heat. The thrusters on his feet ignited, propelling Stark forward just enough to evade the fiery punch. The flaming fist swung through empty air, leaving a charred imprint on the ground, a testament to the devastating power that could have inflicted considerable harm had it connected. Truly impressive. I shall now engage earnestly. If anything seems amiss, do speak up, Stark's voice resonated. Moser extended his palm, beckoning him with a gesture. This action ignited the combat spirit within them both. In an instant, they clashed, engaging in close-quarters combat, with Moser unleashing the full breadth of his martial arts skills without restraint. Hands, elbows, knees, every part of his body utilized in the fray. The sound of metal colliding echoed around them. You are quite skilled. So many combat techniques. Surely they cannot all be self-taught, Moser remarked amidst the skirmish. Not entirely. I've personally learned a bit of Wing Chun, but most of my techniques were gleaned from online sources. Your fighting style is remarkable as well. The speed of your Muay Thai and boxing techniques is truly refined. Stark's voice brimmed with astonishment. He had Jarvis continuously analyzing Moser's combat style, a fact that Moser was well aware of and accepted. After all, the steel battle armor follows a high-tech combat strategy, utilizing artificial intelligence to analyze the opponent's fighting methods and techniques, all within permissible limits. Stark is merely an ordinary man unskilled in combat. Employing such methods to engage in battle is entirely acceptable. It is precisely for this reason that Stark can discern the origins of Mercer's fighting style, identifying the martial arts techniques from which it derives. If it were merely superficial strength, I would truly be underestimated, Mercer remarked with a light chuckle. The martial arts techniques he employs stem from those he previously absorbed, each possessing at least one or two fighting styles. Furthermore, since the practitioner is Mercer, who is influenced by the blacklight virus. He possesses an unparalleled understanding of when and where to apply these techniques. Even if his physical capabilities are reduced to that of an average person. Even with diminished abilities, Mercer remains a paragon among the ordinary. These two individuals are utterly relentless. Their ferocity in combat is astonishing. Observing the fierce clash between Mercer and Stark, Jinbe couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Were it not for his activation of combat analysis, he would have struggled to keep pace with their movements. The intensity of their battle escalated. Yet it was evident to the discerning eye of Jinbe that Mercer was the one dominating the encounter. This outcome was not surprising. The iron armor is inclined towards firepower suppression. Stark's agreement to engage Mercer in close combat was primarily driven by his desire to learn and hone his skills in such encounters. After all, close-quarters combat is an unavoidable aspect of future confrontations, and Stark was unwilling to let this valuable opportunity slip away. Moreover, the Flame Dragon armor is specifically designed for melee combat, placing Stark in a domain where Mercer excels. With a thunderous crash, the two combatants were forced apart. Both sustaining varying degrees of injury, scrapes and bruises were an inevitable consequence of their fierce exchange, as they were not pristine vehicles to avoid collision. Chapter 70. This is the worst I have here. I wish to test a weapon, but if you lack one, it would be inappropriate for me to use mine. Mercer stated. No worries. As long as you don't kill me, you may use it, Stark replied, his breath slightly labored. Realizing that Mercer's combat prowess exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin, he felt the true strength of Mercer, who not only possessed extraordinary equipment but also the skills to wield them effectively. And your weapon? Stark began to inquire about the location of Mercer's weapon, noting that Jinbe had already transformed into humanoid form, indicating it was not on him. Could it be summoned as well? Before he could finish his thought, Stark's eyes widened in astonishment beneath his mask as he witnessed Mercer twist a knob on his right side, positioning his fingers to secure an object that sprang forth from the central chi emblem on his belt, flinging it aside. A card emblazoned with a double-bladed knife floated beside him. To Stark's amazement, Mercer extracted the double-bladed knife from this very card. What kind of maneuver is this? This method of weapon retrieval was something Stark had never contemplated. Is this one of the abilities conferred by the armor Mercer wears? The very descent of such armor was already enough to leave him in awe. To Stark's astonishment, the weapon unexpectedly sprang forth from the belt, a manifestation of some enigmatic technological marvel. He felt a sense of numbness. The surprises that Mercer had brought forth were overwhelming, compelling him to assume a battle-ready stance. Perpetually on guard, grasping the hilt of the dual-bladed sword, Mercer charged forward. In cinematic portrayals, clashes often yield mere sparks as a visual effect, yet in reality, the sharpness of the flame blade was undeniable. A tearing sound resonated as the blade struck the steel armor, leaving a shallow gash on the resilient surface. How remarkably sharp! Stark exclaimed, taken aback. His armor, crafted from aerospace-grade material and reinforced with titanium alloy, could withstand the impact of a tank's assault without sustaining significant damage, only suffering superficial scratches at most. To witness such a formidable armor marred by Mercer's strike was astonishing. Mercer's relentless assault followed suit, each time he aimed to cleave Stark. The blade would momentarily pause, redirecting its arc to target another area. This pattern persisted with each swing. After half a minute, Stark found himself retreating, hands raised in surrender. I've lost. I cannot best you, Stark conceded. He recognized Mercer's restraint. Had the blade not hesitated each time it descended, he would have been unsurprised to find his armor cleaved in two. The initial gash was undoubtedly a result of Mercer's controlled strength, otherwise it would likely have pierced his armor completely. I yield, Mercer chuckled, disengaging from the armored state. Remarkably, he appeared unfazed by the encounter, having not even broken a sweat. Observing Mercer's composed demeanor, Stark approached the disassembly station to remove his own steel armor. Sweat beaded on his brow. The recent skirmish had indeed taken its toll on him. Here, take a look at this summoning device. Perhaps you can find a way to incorporate it into your armor, Mercer said, stepping closer to Stark, his hand reaching out to reveal a fire crystal, alongside the summoning device and badge, which he offered. Is this permissible? Stark stammered, momentarily taken aback. Such items should undoubtedly be classified as highly confidential, and yet Mercer was so readily entrusting them to him. I trust your character, and moreover, I require your assistance. If you could mass-produce them, even a few dozen sets would suffice, Mercer replied with a smile. A few dozen? Stark was at a loss for words. What did a few dozen sets would suffice even mean? The combat capabilities of the Flame Dragon armor could easily allow one to face thousands. With armor-piercing capabilities that could effortlessly breach even the most robust tanks. To mass-produce such technology would undoubtedly provoke conflict. No. I no longer manufacture weapons. I've even shut down my weapons factory, Stark thought, hastily pushing back the items Mercer had handed him. Given the portability of the Flame Dragon armor, should it fall into the wrong hands, it would be no exaggeration to say it could spell disaster. Oh, it's not as you might imagine. Mercer placed the items upon Stark's work desk and remarked, "This armor is the weakest piece I possess. If I were to initiate a war, I would have no need for such a trinket." As he spoke, Mercer demonstrated some of his other formidable abilities. For instance, the Thunder Fruit surged with electric energy within him, manifesting as a shimmering electric armor enveloping his form. Additionally, he showcased the Book of Vishanti within his Sharingan, a magnificent golden array spreading out beneath his feet. Although he did not explicitly reveal any powers, the latent energy emanating from him was enough to leave Stark feeling somewhat unsettled. This armor truly is your weakest? I had thought our capabilities were more closely aligned. Stark found himself at a loss for words, realizing the vast chasm between their strengths. With newfound assurance, he accepted the armor summoner, feeling a greater intrigue for it than for the dark sword or the confinement. His primary mode of combat stemmed from his battle armor, and if he could achieve such portability with it, it would be nothing short of splendid. Chapter 71. The Path to Mass Production upon acquiring the summoner. Stark immediately immersed himself in research, various intricate machines converging upon the device as he engaged in operations that Mercer could scarcely comprehend. Pepper, descending to call Stark, caught sight of his engrossed demeanor and, before uttering a word, resignedly shook her head and returned upstairs. Recognizing Stark's focus, she understood it would be futile to distract him. Once this technological enthusiast fixated on a task, he became oblivious to all else. As time elapsed, Stark found himself deep into his investigation for nearly 2 hours. Seated in his office chair, he flitted back and forth between the two sides of his computer desk, inputting a plethora of incomprehensible data. Boredom had driven the confinement to amuse himself with the vehicles in Stark's garage, which he treated as oversized toys, pushing them about with ease. "Any progress?" Mercer inquired, leaning against Stark's work desk, his palm resting on its surface. The summoner was connected to numerous data cables, while 2 robotic arms occasionally scanned the area. "The armor you wear is not merely metal in the conventional sense. It is a manifestation of energy," Stark continued, his gaze fixed upon the data on the screen. "This energy is emitted from the summoner when a badge is inserted, triggering the activation of the stored lightstone energies elsewhere, allowing it to descend upon the summoner and transform into armor. If we wish to integrate the Iron Man suit into this system, it must also be converted into that form of light energy." "Transformed into light energy?" Mercer paused, taken aback. "Is that feasible?" "Creating the badges and summoners poses no challenge for me," Stark replied, rubbing his aching temples. After 2 hours of research, he had thoroughly dissected the armor summoner. The era from which the summoner originated lacked the technological advancement of this world, being one of the foremost technological talents on this planet. Stark found it relatively simple to unravel the intricate structure of the armor summoner. It should have been straightforward. However, Stark's expression now bore a hint of exasperation. Observing the gaze cast upon him by Mose, he grasped a cup filled with green juice and took a generous sip before continuing. "The current challenge lies in my inability to evenly distribute the energy within the Shadow Stone into dozens of segments and subsequently channel it to all the armor summoners. If this issue remains unresolved, even if the armor summoners and badges are created, we might encounter a situation where there's an upper garment without trousers when summoning the armor. This indeed poses a significant challenge, and Mose was utterly at a loss for solutions. Is there a way to resolve this?" Stark furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before striking his palm with his fist. "Eureka! In case you find this difficult to grasp, allow me to elucidate with a scientific approach. We can modify the output power of the Shadow Stone, adjusting the available quantity at each output port, and construct individual ports for each summoner and badge. Such a scientific explanation was readily comprehensible, and Mose nodded in acknowledgement. He turned to the Shadow Stone and inquired, "But how do we implement this? It's not as simple as opening a computer case to swap out components." Stark stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I just noticed you were using a magic circle. Can your magic penetrate the Shadow Stone? If so, you can proceed as I instructed." "I'll give it a try," Mose responded, his eyes narrowing momentarily as his 3-tomo Sharingan activated. The peculiar transformation elicited a gasp from Stark, who curiously scrutinized the change in his eyes. Raising his hand toward the Shadow Stone, he activated his ocular power. A golden magic array illuminated the bottom of the Shadow Stone, extending outward as tendrils of golden threads rose from the array and made contact with the stone. "Ah!" Mose exclaimed in surprise, feeling his magic interact with the Shadow Stone, which exhibited a discernible resistance. Does the Shadow Stone possess its own will? The sensation of being both welcomed and rebuffed was peculiar. Mose's magic was not forceful, for otherwise such resistance would be inconsequential. Indeed, considering that the shadow armor is a manifestation of the will of the heavenly path, it is only natural for it to possess a semblance of consciousness. Nevertheless, attempting to obstruct me is entirely futile. Mose summoned his magic, forcibly penetrating the interior of the Shadow Stone. "What do you require me to do? Speak up." "Ah? So soon? All right, then do this." Stark promptly began to explain in detail what Mose needed to accomplish. The content was so intricate that one might mistakenly believe it pertained to some network-related topic. The will of the Shadow Stone was effortlessly subdued by Mose's formidable ocular power, allowing him to inscribe 42 energy output sources onto it. Among these, 41 sources belonged to Mose, while only one was Stark's. Originally, Mose intended to allocate a few more to Stark, thereby enabling the storage of additional sets of armor. However, Stark insisted that his armor would consistently evolve. Each upgrade necessitated a new engraving, while a single badge could be reused. Given his steadfastness, Mose refrained from further discussion, retaining one output source for himself, while the remaining 40 were prepared for the Shadow Alliance. Although the assassins possessed the shadowy capabilities of the Shadow Legion, their offensive power and methods remained at a human level. In the secular realm, this is entirely sufficient, however. It is likely that Moser will need to participate in the divine conflict thereafter. The Shadow Alliance must also evolve with the times, otherwise it will be of little assistance to itself. Moser's intention to mass-produce armor is precisely for this reason. He must bolster his own power. How long would it take to create an experimental armor summoner? With the energy transmission lines of the Light and Shadow Stone already established, Moser was eager to construct the armor summoner and test its efficacy. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. "Just give me another hour." Producing an experimental summoner in that time is certainly feasible, Stark asserted. "Very well, as soon as possible." Moser nodded in agreement. Stark immediately immersed himself in the development of the armor summoner. From the very beginning of analyzing the armor summoner, Stark had instructed JARVIS to contact suitable manufacturers to customize the synthetic materials he required. In the span of over 2 hours since the research commenced, the manufacturers had prepared the materials. There is nothing that money cannot procure. Stark had doubled the price, and as a result, the manufacturers prioritized his order, dispatching it directly to Stark's residence. "By the way, where is Banner? Do you have his contact information?" Moser suddenly recalled his promise to assist Banner in controlling the Hulk. "Yes, we exchanged contact details during our previous operations." "Are you looking for him?" Stark replied, "He is still at SHIELD. Ever since the last mission, he has remained there, likely due to the superior protection it offers him. Although Hydra's conspiracy has been resolved, its remnants still permeate the globe." Chapter 72. Self-preservation. Numerous Hydra members are still on the move in the outside world. In his ordinary state, Banner is merely a regular human. If he were to be subdued by Hydra and they were to control the Hulk, it would spell significant danger. Keeping Banner at SHIELD in earlier times would undoubtedly have led many to assume he was being imprisoned or monitored. However, Now that Hydra's existence has been exposed, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions are indeed aimed at safeguarding him. Nick Fury has taken Moser's words to heart. Banner and the Hulk should serve as a formidable asset rather than a threat. Banner himself is quite amiable and easy to converse with, though the Hulk poses some challenges. His immense strength combined with a lack of intelligence makes him a perilous entity when angered. Stark, seldom one to praise others, acknowledges Banner's intellect. With 6 doctoral degrees, Banner finds common ground with Stark in certain areas and is always willing to engage in conversation. Moser nodded. Leave him a message, if he has the time. He should come over. I shall see if I can assist him in addressing his physical issues. Is there truly a solution to this? If Banner could control the Hulk at will, he would indeed be both scholarly and martial, Stark remarked, somewhat astonished. This matter pertains to biological knowledge, which he does not fully comprehend, and he is curious to see how Moser intends to approach it. I believe it should not be too difficult. The specifics will need to be determined once he arrives. As the two conversed, J.A.R.V.I.S. prudently reached out to Banner at A.S.H.I.E.L.D. facility. Banner, how is the progress on the artificial tesseract? Nick Fury inquired as he approached Banner, gazing intently at the object before them. There, prominently displayed, was a cube strikingly identical to the cosmic cube itself. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Banner glanced down at the data on his tablet and replied, "So far, everything is remarkably stable. Our arduous efforts to preserve even a fragment of the cosmic cube's energy have not been in vain." Indeed, that's encouraging, Fury acknowledged. However, the energy we possess is surely insufficient to fully restore the cosmic cube. Achieving even 10% of its original potency would be an accomplishment. Fury's expression was a complex tapestry of concern as he scrutinized the artificial cube. On the day the old ones were driven away, Mercer had taken the cosmic cube, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had expressed no dissent. They did not dare. Mercer's power far exceeded their expectations, a force beyond their control. As long as Mercer remained unprovoked, they were grateful. They would not risk challenging him. While clearing the battlefield, S.H.I.E.L.D. had discovered this energy within Hydra's machinery. Fury had not informed Mercer of this, but had taken the initiative to collect the energy for their own purposes. Fury, is this truly the right course of action? Banner questioned, fully aware that what they were undertaking was a closely guarded secret, manufacturing a potentially terrifying portable weapon. Once developed, its destructive capacity could surpass that of nuclear arms. The implications of humanity wielding such power were profoundly unsettling, particularly when mankind had yet to venture beyond Earth. Such weapons might ultimately bring harm to those they were intended to protect. With a heavy sigh, Fury acknowledged Banner's concerns. Even incomplete, this level of energy, if harnessed as a weapon, presents a balanced risk. The potential downsides could indeed outweigh the advantages. Alas, Earth is vulnerable. We must possess formidable weapons. If another powerful entity emerges, we cannot rely on a second Mercer to assist us. Nuclear weapons may be potent, but the collateral damage they inflict is considerably severe. Our objective must be to develop a new energy weapon, one that ensures our planet's self-defense. Let us continue our research, Fury concluded. At the very least, we can ascertain that there are no moles within S.H.I.E.L.D. now, and even if we succeed in weaponizing this technology, it will not fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. Banner nodded, reflecting that he had initially declined this assignment. He was no expert in weaponry and had wondered why Stark had not been approached for such a task. When it came to weapon manufacturing, Stark was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the industry. Fury had answered that Stark had ceased all weapon production after his escape from that cave, and persuading him to create arms for S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely result in chaos. Thus, Nick Fury opted for Banner, who, despite being an amateur, possessed 6 doctoral degrees. With a mere consultation from relevant experts, his ability to grasp concepts surpasses that of an average individual by several, even dozens of times. While the two engaged in conversation, a short-haired woman clad in an agent's leather jacket briskly approached, extending a phone towards Banner. "Dr. Banner, you have a voice message. I believe you should listen to it." The woman before him was Hill, Fury's right-hand aide, managing numerous affairs that Fury could not attend to. "Thank you, Hill." Banner replied with a smile as he accepted the phone, aware that only a select few could reach him at this location. One of them was standing right in front of him, Nick Fury, while the other was Tony Stark. Upon accessing the voice message, the voice that resonated was indeed that of Jarvis, Stark's artificial intelligence. As he listened, the expression on Banner's face gradually transformed from a smile to one of exhilaration. "What is happening?" Nick Fury inquired, observing Banner's animated demeanor. "Moose has gone to see Tony. He asked me to come over as well, saying he wanted to help me figure out how to control the Hulk." Banner exclaimed, initially believing that the matter had slipped from Stark's mind. He felt somewhat hesitant to disturb others, especially to request such assistance upon their first meeting, which Banner later considered rather abrupt. If Stark had merely offered a polite acknowledgement, he wouldn't have been surprised. However, it was unexpected that Moose not only remembered the issue but was now urging him to address it. Without further delay, Banner relayed the situation to Nick Fury and hurriedly made his exit, not waiting for a response. "Fury, are we just going to let him leave?" Hill remarked, watching Banner's swift departure. "Indeed, what else can we do? Shall we imprison him?" Nick Fury replied with a resigned gesture. With S.H.I.E.L.D. severely weakened, it was imperative to maintain good relations with anyone who could be of assistance, especially with numerous Hydra members lurking in the shadows, biding their time. The Avengers' initiative must be expedited. The Earth necessitated a formidable super army to defend against external threats. They both proceeded outward, unbeknownst to them. As they exited the room, the artificial cube mounted on the apparatus emitted a visible blue ripple, as if it had been activated. Chapter 73. The upgrade of Iron Man. Banner arrived at Stark's residence, following a path similar to Moose's, entering the underground workshop. "Dr. Banner, it's good to see you again," Moose greeted with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. "Just call me Banner," he replied with a grin, glancing around before his gaze unexpectedly settled on the figure of a sentient entity not far away. Noticing his stare, the entity raised a hand in greeting. What is this?" Banner's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the sentient being. Although he had heard rumors of Moose possessing a luxury vehicle capable of transforming into a robot, he was unprepared for the high level of intelligence demonstrated by this creation. The way it acknowledged him suggested it was no mere machine. It resembled a form of life. "That is Banshee, my subordinate, a mechanical life form," Moose explained. Moose noticed the astonishment of his counterpart and introduced himself with a smile. Banner, unable to resist, stole a few more glances before redirecting his gaze. He observed 3 shapes displayed on the surface of the table, resembling a communication device. The fact that it remained active upon his entry indicated that it was meant for him to see. Banner inquired, "Are you researching new equipment? A communication device?" To an uninformed observer, the buttons on the inner side of the armor summoner could easily be misconstrued as merely a communication tool. The exterior embellishments gave the impression of a flashy design, devoid of any practical utility. "You are partially correct, Banner. This is a device that could alter the world's dynamics. You would be astonished if you saw the finished product," Stark teased, maintaining an air of mystery. "Given your excitement, is it ready?" Banner, intrigued by Stark's words, found his interest piqued. Stark glanced at his watch and then at the machine not far ahead, noting that only a minute remained for completion. The computer projected a countdown of 1 minute, and the 3 of them fixed their gaze upon the diminishing numbers. When it reached 0, the large machine ceased its operations. Stark quickly approached and retrieved the completed armor summoner. This machine, typically employed by Stark to forge his Iron Man suits, could not have its data entrusted to other factories. Otherwise, it risked exposure and potential disaster. Thus, he maintained a working machine in his studio, specifically for crafting Iron Man suits, though it was also capable of producing other items. The summoner in Stark's hand displayed the standard red and gold of his armor, with accents of gold trim. Alongside it was a badge engraved with the Iron Man mask. "This is the remarkable device you mentioned. It appears merely to be a communication tool, albeit somewhat extravagant," Banner remarked, inspecting it from various angles. Unable to discern its true intricacies, Jarvis analyzed the summoning process. Stark chuckled, sidestepping Banner's question as he urged J.A.R.V.I.S. to commence data simulation. Understood, sir, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, projecting a 3D model of the summoner as it began its systematic analysis. Moose and Stark were intently focused on the screen, while Banner, who had just arrived, looked on in confusion, realizing that the device had reached the testing phase. Banner refrained from further inquiries, opting instead to observe what the two were scheming. Minutes later, J.A.R.V.I.S. announced, "Sir, analysis complete. The summoner is fully capable of summoning armor and is ready for use." Moose and Stark's eyes brightened at this revelation. While J.A.R.V.I.S.'s results could not be deemed infallible, it possessed a level of intelligence comparable to that of supercomputers in major nations, often treated as definitive. "There's no need for further discussion. I shall test it first." Stark moved to an adjacent open space, eagerly fastening the summoner to his wrist and inserting the Iron Man badge into the device, mimicking Moose's earlier actions. The energy of light and shadow stored in the badge was activated, resonating with the nearby Fire Shadow Stone, from which a crimson beam of light shot forth, enveloping Stark. On the other side, the 3 suits of armor, under Jarvis's command, soared toward Stark, merging with the crimson beam before they reached him. As the red light dissipated, a new version of Iron Man emerged before the onlookers. The suit of armor showcased a fusion of styles from both the Iron Legion and the Flame Dragon armor, exuding a distinct Eastern flair. Delicate dragon patterns floated across the armor, adding depth, while the shoulder pads were gripped by 3-fingered dragon claws. The helmet, adorned with intricate dragon horns, transformed the formerly sleek armor into a more textured design. It was a success. Mercer and Stark exchanged a triumphant high five, leaving Banner in a state of bewilderment. "Wait, what just happened? How did your armor suddenly become equipped?" Witnessing Stark's transformation firsthand, Banner felt as though he could no longer comprehend this world. This was no mere technology, was it? Stark, no longer playing coy, clarified the entire sequence of events to Banner. Upon hearing that Mercer intended to mass-produce such armor, Banner's expression mirrored that of Stark's earlier shock. "If that many are produced, isn't that problematic?" Chapter 74. Disappointment. Stark, aware of Banner's concerns, echoing his own earlier worries, gently patted Banner's shoulder. "Don't worry, this is merely the weakest variant. The stronger models are beyond these suits. After all, wasn't it he who resolved the incident with the Cosmic Cube last time?" "Oh, is that so?" Banner's gaze flickered at the mention of the Cosmic Cube. Stark, noticing the reaction but not dwelling on it, assumed it was simply a painful memory for Banner. However, Mercer perceived it differently. His keen observational skills detected a nuance. The evasive look in Banner's eyes seemed less about recalling a bad memory and more indicative of some undisclosed actions that warranted avoidance. "The Cosmic Cube? Isn't that currently with me? Why would he react this way to the topic?" Mercer observed the two conversing. Whenever Stark mentioned the Cosmic Cube, Banner consistently diverted the conversation elsewhere, avoiding the subject. This behavior reminded Mercer of the original Marvel timeline, where S.H.I.E.L.D. had utilized the Cosmic Cube to manufacture weapons. Given that Banner had been with S.H.I.E.L.D. recently, while not being an arms expert, his intellect would undoubtedly contribute if he were to delve into such knowledge. Mercer had no doubt about that. In his memory of Avengers Endgame, Banner had even independently researched time travel, albeit unsuccessfully. However, he had indeed caused Ant-Man to experience childhood, adolescence, adulthood, and old age. Merely achieving such feats demonstrated Banner's extraordinary intelligence. "Well, I hope he knows what he is doing. I have no desire to interfere. The other party is already an adult. Even if engaged in dubious activities, as long as they do not affect him, Moser prefers to remain uninvolved. He is not like the old man in the ring, who would feel compelled to warn others about their misguided paths. At present, he is solely focused on extracting Hulk's blood. Let us return to the matter at hand, Banner. Please provide me with a sample of your blood," Moser stated. "Ah, how unfortunate. I completely overlooked that amidst my haste," Banner exclaimed, slapping his forehead, realizing only then the importance of Moser's request. "Tony, do you have any blood extraction tools on hand?" Stark shook his head. No. How could I possibly have such equipment here? This isn't a hospital. Then I'll go buy some, Banner said, turning to leave, but Moser called him back. No need. I have a solution. Moser beckoned Banner to come closer, and the dark matter in Moser's palm coalesced into a black syringe. He brought the syringe to Banner's wrist, where the dark matter adhered to his veins. Banner felt a sudden cool sensation at his wrist, realizing that his blood was being drawn, and could not help but marvel at Moser's capabilities. Soon, Moser withdrew the syringe, which contained a volume of blood approximately the size of a pinky finger. The blood was a normal shade of red, contrary to Moser's expectations of it being green. He stored the syringe in his space, an action that bore no direct relation to aiding Banner in controlling Hulk. However, it was a naturally obtained sample of Banner's blood, sparing Moser the need to forcibly extract it. Now, let us witness Hulk's true might. Before Banner could fully comprehend Moser's words, he caught a glimpse of a powerful punch hurtling towards him. The blow did not directly strike him, yet the sheer force of the punch sent Banner flying. This unexpected assault left Stark bewildered. What are you doing? Step aside. I will handle the situation from here. Moser advanced, and Banner was slammed against the wall, the tremendous impact causing the structure to crumble, leaving him embedded within it. A primal roar echoed from the shattered wall as a massive green hand emerged, pulling itself free. Before Moser stood the Hulk. Is this the Hulk? Not too shabby. Far more appealing than that grotesque abomination, Moser murmured to himself. In comparison, the abomination appeared haphazardly crafted. So hideous. Is it possible for a good person to mutate into something more visually appealing? Moser's mutterings went unnoticed by the Hulk, who bent his legs slightly, channeling immense power from his thighs, propelling his colossal form forward. With a thunderous swing of his enormous fist, he struck at Moser with great force. Stark, contemplating the scenario, realized that if he were the one being struck, the outcome would be dire. His lightweight armor would be utterly insufficient against Hulk's might. It seemed he too needed to begin researching armor capable of countering Hulk. If Hulk ever lost control, someone would need to intervene. In contemplation, Stark's mind had begun to form the nascent concept of the anti-Hulk armor. He redirected his focus to the present. Hulk's attacks were fierce, each punch carrying the force of a gale, capable of reducing a head to mere paper. Yet, in the face of such onslaught, Mercer remained remarkably composed. Hands tucked into his pockets, a smile adorning his face. Swiftly dodging, he occasionally landed strikes on Hulk, a punch here, a kick there. Poor Hulk was at his mercy, reduced to a state of impotent fury. Gradually, Mercer's initial nonchalance morphed into impatience. Disappointment began to creep in. It seemed that this Hulk was still the Na'vi version, not the one who grew stronger with rage. Mercer had anticipated some improvement in Hulk's characterization within this universe, yet he found it disappointingly unchanged. The Hulk of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had shed the notion of becoming mightier with anger, transforming instead into a being akin to a super soldier. Their brief engagement was merely a showcase of Mercer's agility, a humiliating treatment that should have provoked Hulk to become more formidable. Yet, his performance was akin to that of a muscular 5-year-old, impotently furious, which was profoundly disappointing. Enough of this farce. Mercer ceased his evasive maneuvers, seizing the moment. Hulk unleashed a powerful punch. Freeze. A gentle command, and Hulk became immobilized midair, unable to move. Upon witnessing Hulk's stasis, Stark approached, taking in the sight of the motionless giant, akin to a sculpture. Were it not for those eyes, which remained wide open and unblinking, one might truly mistake him for a statue. Gazing into Hulk's fiercely glaring eyes, Stark fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Keeping your eyes open for so long, aren't they dry? Hulk's lips twitched. I'm glaring at you with lethal intent, wishing to kill you with my gaze, and you inquire if my eyes are dry? I think you might be the one with a serious illness. Nearby, the confinement chuckled audibly. At that, the only eye of Hulk that could move blinked, finally breaking its death glare at Mercer and Stark. Mercer stroked his chin, lost in thought. Although he had readily agreed to help Banner control Hulk, he had not truly contemplated how to achieve it. His sole desire was to obtain Hulk's blood. While Hulk's blood was certainly potent, it did not meet Mercer's expectations. The formation of the Avengers could not proceed without Hulk. Unwilling to shoulder that responsibility, Mercer needed Hulk to survive. As he closed his eyes, a hint of crimson rose from the depths of his being. The most potent control effects he possessed stemmed from the magical tomes learned within the sanctum, particularly the Book of Vishanti. After a thorough search, Mercer found no powerful mind control spells. Disappointment surged within him, and he suddenly opened his eyes, inadvertently unleashing his gaze. An invisible yet formidable power erupted from his eyes, crashing into Hulk. The unfortunate Hulk found himself ensnared in midair by the space stone, unable to propel himself away to alleviate the overwhelming force, and was instead subjected to a jarring impact from an invisible gaze. Even Hulk's robust physique experienced an unsettling sensation, akin to his insides churning, with a trickle of green blood welling at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, my apologies, I have yet to master these eyes," he remarked sheepishly. Since acquiring his Sharingan, his few applications had either revolved around the mere study of magic or the summoning of Susanoo, lacking the nuanced control he desired. Noticing Hulk's sorrowful expression, Moser offered an awkward smile, sharing in the frustration of possessing an abundance of powers, each one formidable in its own right within their original narratives. It was not that these abilities were inherently weak, rendering them difficult to control. Rather, their overwhelming strength rendered them challenging to manage. Moser could unleash their devastating potential, but wielding them with precision proved elusive. This duality presented both advantages and disadvantages during confrontations. His assaults were immensely potent, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary foe to withstand. Yet, this immense power bore a perilous downside. Should Moser lose control over such energies, his attacks would become indiscriminate, endangering even his allies. Consequently, in every battle, he found himself restraining his own strength, deploying less than half of his true capabilities. The Kodoamatsukami. Suddenly reminded of his Sharingan, Moser recalled the existence of this supreme illusion technique. Now that his Sharingan had evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan, he could indeed employ Kodoamatsukami. As the pinnacle of Genjutsu within the Sharingan, manipulating Hulk's childlike mind would be a trivial task. The crux of the matter lay in whether it was worth the effort. The use of Kodoamatsukami demanded considerable energy, if it were merely to assist Banner in managing Hulk. Such a substantial favor seemed unwarranted. Unless, of course, I could aid Hulk in acquiring that trope of becoming stronger with rage. This thought flickered through Moser's mind, causing him to shiver. If Hulk could attain such a characteristic, his blood would be invaluable to Moser. Hulk's power stemmed from gamma energy. Currently, Hulk was merely exposed to gamma radiation, without tapping into the cosmic gamma power. Thus, his rage, though loud, amounted to impotent fury. If only he could connect with the cosmic gamma energy, Hulk would gain the true strength he was destined to possess. Yet, this notion left Moser in a state of indecision. If Hulk were benevolent, possessing such power would enable him to better protect others. But what if he were malevolent? A Hulk connected to gamma energy would rival even the mightiest of gods like Thor. Moser did not wish to create a true Hulk only to be forced to eliminate him. What troubles you? Have you devised a plan? Observing Moser's conflicted expression suggested that he had indeed conceived an idea. Chapter 76. Gamma power controlling him through Banner would be straightforward, yet my thoughts drift toward another matter. Moser shared his thoughts. Gamma power? Is such a thing within your capability? Stark exclaimed in astonishment. This energy is exceedingly rare and difficult to control, especially for someone of Hulk's considerable size. The quantity required must be immense. Moser nodded thoughtfully, casting his gaze upon his space gem ring. He could harness the space gem to draw gamma energy from the cosmos and infuse it into Hulk. By establishing a connection with the gamma energy of the universe, Hulk would be able to continuously tap into this power. In that moment, he would truly be formidable. However, such an endeavor carries significant risks. Stark furrowed his brow, pondering that even a normal individual might struggle to maintain a stable mindset with such power, let alone the mentally immature Hulk. Moreover, Banner's character, truth be told, was not fully understood by either Moser or Stark. Many present a faade while concealing their true nature, and predicting such duality is fraught with uncertainty. Stark regarded Moser, conveying his trust in Moser's capability to resolve the matter, urging him to proceed if he felt it feasible. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Moser nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan, ready to unleash the potent Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. Upon receiving Moser's gaze, Hulk's eyes turned a vivid crimson. The Jinjutsu was now in effect. The essence of the spell dictated that he coexist peacefully with Banner and safeguard the Earth. The simplicity of the illusion was sufficient to mitigate any threat Hulk might pose to humanity. If these conditions were met, he would emerge as a formidable member of the Avengers. After casting the Jinjutsu, Moser closed his eyes to attune himself. He needed to locate the gamma energy within the cosmos and extract it. With his eyes shut, Moser's breathing became increasingly tranquil, as the space gem radiated a brilliant azure light, enveloping him entirely. Witnessing this scene, Stark instinctively recoiled, his pupils dilating in astonishment. What was Moser doing now? Yet, Moser had no intention of explaining, for he plunged his consciousness into the space gem, instantaneously immersing himself in the expanse of countless stars in the universe. Is this truly the cosmos? Moser, bathed in azure light, gazed at the endless stars amidst the darkness, momentarily entranced. Each star could potentially be a nebula, with countless celestial bodies within. The Earth, so minuscule in comparison, was but a grain of sand in this vast universe. Having arrived in the cosmos for the first time, Moser found himself somewhat awestruck. The thought of being merely a part of that tiny planet. While the ancient entities he had encountered wielded the power to influence the entire universe, rendered him feeling quite insignificant. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to set aside those myriad distractions and focus on the task at hand. The azure energy emanated from him, expanding outward with each breath. This energy surged forward for miles, rapidly accumulating sufficient gamma energy. All right, this gamma energy should suffice. It is time to return. After assessing the energy he had gathered, Moser nodded in satisfaction, his form flickering before vanishing from the cosmos. 5 minutes after his disappearance, a silvery figure materialized at the spot where Moser had once stood. Observing the emptiness around him, the expressionless visage scanned the vicinity. Despite sensing the presence of a living being in this direction, how could it vanish so abruptly? Who could manifest in such a place? The silvery figure lingered momentarily, confirming the absence of anyone before muttering to himself, "Never mind. My current task is to locate Janata. Where could she have gone?" As he spoke to himself, he pressed down on the surfboard beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of silver light that vanished into the cosmos. Back on Earth, Moser opened his eyes, lifting his right hand with his palm directed towards Hulk. His fingers slightly curled as he tore through the fabric of space before him. The once empty air rippled as a section of space was rent apart. Invisible energy surged forth from the fissure, entwining itself around Hulk's body, inundating him with a torrent of power. Such an overwhelming force, even for Hulk's formidable physique, caused him to widen his eyes in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he remained bound and unable to struggle. Moser silently marveled at this rare display of suffering from Hulk. Were it not for his control over Hulk, he would surely be writhing in agony on the ground. Moser could even sense a faint tremor emanating from the space that ensnared Hulk. What kind of immense power could provoke even the most ordinary of spatial restraints to quiver? This slight change was enough to astonish Moser. He reduced the infusion of gamma energy to prevent overwhelming Hulk. As the gamma energy coursed through him, Hulk's once murky green skin gradually transformed to a translucent emerald hue. This transformation lasted merely half a minute before reverting back to its original dark green shade. "Stark, I'm going to release him to test the outcome. For safety's sake, step back a bit," Moser instructed. Stark nodded, promptly retreating to the wall and summoning his armor to transform. It was prudent to remain in transformation, as he could not afford to delay should anything unexpected occur. As the spatial confinement was lifted, Hulk's figure vanished from their sight in an instant. "He has gone," Stark exclaimed in disbelief. "No, he is just too fast," Moser replied, nonchalantly placing his hands in his pockets. Behind him, the space solidified by the space stone emitted a dull sound. Hulk's fist struck the barrier, making no headway. The tremendous force impacted the solidified air, dispersing explosively to the sides. 2 powerful shock waves sliced through the air, leaving deep imprints on the wall. Without hesitation, the green figure darted away, and the same sound reverberated from the opposite side of Mozart's body. This fellow's speed and strength have escalated beyond measure, Stark thought, awestruck by the sight, as he felt the residual waves brush past him. Had he not fortified himself with his armor? Even a fraction of Hulk's residual force could have put him in the hospital for half a year. It was precisely due to his anger, being ambushed by Mose, that Hulk found himself suspended in midair, his fury intensified by Mose's piercing gaze. All these factors combined pushed Hulk to the brink of exploding with rage. Now, freed from his restraints, he longed to unleash his wrath upon Mose, possessing immense strength. Yet still merely a clumsy brute, Mose chuckled lightly. Hulk, understanding the taunt, became even more infuriated. Gathering all his might, he unleashed a punch towards Mose, accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound. Chapter 77. Venom. This time, Hulk's green fist did not strike the spatial wall as before. Instead, it pierced directly into a void. In the next moment, Hulk's fist astonishingly emerged beside Mose's cheek. Without any reduction in force, he endured the same magnitude of power he had unleashed. Hulk was forcefully knocked away, demolishing several of Stark's luxury cars along the way, finally coming to a halt embedded in a wall. Stark lamented, "Why is it that during their clash, I am merely a bystander caught in the crossfire?" In contrast, Hulk had inadvertently knocked himself unconscious with his own punch. Although his physique had significantly enhanced, he could not withstand the impact of his own strike, as he had not held back at all. Mose swiftly moved to the side of the unconscious Hulk, drawing forth a dark blade that ignited with an intense heat of millions of degrees. Murmuring to himself as he swung the sword down, "I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to observe Hulk's recovery abilities." As soon as the words left his lips, the sword descended and severed Hulk's right arm. Hulk's bodily functions had indeed improved considerably, yet he could not endure the terrifying heat of millions of degrees, especially in his unconscious state, without the protection of gamma energy. With a single stroke, the arm fell, and Mose promptly stored it away in a spatial compartment. To prevent Hulk's arm from regenerating into a hole, Mose meticulously wrapped it in layers of spatial energy. Before them, Hulk's severed limb visibly began to regenerate at a noticeable rate. The process was neither fast nor slow, taking 3 minutes from the moment of amputation to complete restoration. The original Hulk would have never been capable of such recovery. "Is this the power of gamma energy?" Mose exclaimed, awestruck. The speed of regeneration was astonishing. As gamma energy circulated within Hulk's body for a longer duration, his physique would adapt, and his recovery would surpass even the current rate. Such a severed limb might heal within mere moments. "This is incredibly powerful. I fear we have created a monster," Stark remarked, approaching with his armor still intact, save for the removal of the headpiece. "For you, the intensity is indeed beyond limits." In truth, Mose was unclear about the true extent of Hulk's strength and the nature of gamma energy. Ultimately, in this realm of knowledge, he was merely an ordinary individual. His previous encounters with comics featuring Hulk were few and insufficient to provide a solid understanding. Mose's knowledge was limited to the cinematic universe's portrayal of Hulk. "Fear not. I trust in my illusions. Hulk's abilities cannot possibly break free," Mose asserted confidently. "The formidable power of the deity is undeniable. Only a master of illusion, akin to the likes of Kanatar, could possibly unravel it. Such a being is imbued with the formidable magic of the Book of Vishanti and the mental prowess of the Great Old Ones, rendering its strength extraordinary." The unconscious Hulk gradually reverted to his normal size, transforming back into Banner. Stark and Mercer rushed to his side, gently patting his cheek. As Banner slowly regained consciousness and noticed the two men surrounding him, he quickly sat up. What had just transpired? Rising from the ground, he surveyed the chaos around him. Had Hulk caused yet another disturbance? Stark and Mercer nodded in affirmation. Faced with the devastation, Banner's expression turned to one of despair. He bore no grudge against Mercer for his earlier actions, understanding that such measures were intended to coax Hulk forth, and that Mercer had no intention of truly harming him. "Does this mean I can no longer control Hulk?" Banner sighed heavily. If Mercer could not manage him, who could? "No, we have succeeded. You should now be able to communicate with Hulk's persona," Mercer replied with a smile. "I can speak directly to him?" Banner was taken aback, carefully attuning himself to the changes within. Suddenly, a green, solidified liquid emerged from his body, transforming into Hulk's visage, which bellowed, "Let me fight this man again." I refused to accept defeat. The sudden appearance of Hulk's head startled both Banner and Stark. "What on earth? Hulk, how did you become like this?" Banner exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't it your doing? Now Hulk can only emerge with your consent. You need to let him out. He wants to smash him." Hulk referred to himself in the third person, exhibiting a somewhat juvenile mentality. "This?" Banner pointed at Hulk's head, bewildered, and turned to Mercer. "Did you do this?" Mercer nodded with a smile. The manifestation of Hulk intrigued Mercer, reminding him of another anti-hero, Venom. Venom and his host, Eddie, share a symbiotic bond that allows for mutual communication. Mercer had initially anticipated their exchange to resemble an internal dialogue between personas, not this Venom-like interaction. "This is quite fascinating. An alternative Venom. How intriguing." Mercer chuckled at Hulk. "We will have ample opportunities to spar. Take some time to harmonize with Banner." Hulk insisted on a confrontation, yet Banner was reluctant. He now sought clarity regarding his relationship with Hulk. The two fell into a dispute. "Mercer, I still wish to examine your lightsaber. I find that energy source immensely fascinating," Stark whispered, sidling up to Mercer, initially distracted by the armor's summoner. Stark's interest was piqued anew upon witnessing Mercer effortlessly sever Hulk's arm with the dark blade, the sheer potency of the energy beam captivating him. The most pressing need for the armored suit is energy. Although it currently benefits from the rapid supply of a set of armor via the Fire Shadow Stone, the energy required still derives from its own nuclear reactor. The Light Shadow Stone merely provided the location for a portable suit without supplying any energy. Thus, the issue of energy remains a concern for him. Naturally, I could not accept this without compensation. I am aware of the immense value of that sword, which is worth $10 billion as a down payment. I will conduct my research on it and subsequently provide you with $100 billion, along with an unconditional 50% share of any future ventures related to the sword. What do you think? As Stark spoke, he promptly produced a bank card, evidently prepared in advance. Stark truly exemplifies the archetype of a wealthy technophile, casually discussing sums in the billions while offering a substantial profit share. This arrangement implies that Mercer stands to gain thousands of billions of dollars without any effort on his part, a clear case of benefiting without cost. Furthermore, the ability to provide such an amount indicates a strong intent to establish goodwill. With a smile, Mercer accepted the bank card and replied, "I won't hesitate to negotiate. I am quite satisfied with your terms. You may study the dark sword now, and return it to me when I require its use." As he handed the sword over to Stark, Mercer was unperturbed by the prospect of it being hidden away. Upon extraction, a blue luminescence enveloped the hilt of the dark sword. This was a spatial mark, allowing Mercer to retrieve items marked in such a manner. Chapter 78. The glass bowl head. After much anticipation, Stark eagerly accepted the sword, unable to take his eyes off it. No man can resist a sword that continuously extends and emits a buzzing sound. In a few days, I will relocate my studio to Stark Tower, as this place is no longer suitable for my work. Stark carefully stored the dark sword and surveyed the surroundings. The area had become dilapidated due to the recent battle between Mercer and Hulk, rendering it unfit for any further activity. Stark Tower? Indeed. I have already begun constructing a studio on several upper floors of that building, as the current equipment no longer meets my requirements. Stark busily organized his belongings, packing away items that needed to be moved manually. The majority of his data was stored in a private cloud, alleviating concerns about that. "Mercer, I truly don't know what to say. I am immensely grateful to you," Banner exclaimed, approaching with excitement. Though Hulk still resided within him, communication was now possible. From their earlier exchanges, it was evident that there were moments when he genuinely felt anger, yet Hulk did not emerge. This indicates that Hulk's emergence now requires Banner's consent, a significant favor indeed. "There is no need for excessive gratitude. I have already taken an arm as payment," Mercer replied nonchalantly. Banner, momentarily taken aback, repeated Mercer's latter statement. "Oh, all right. Taking an arm as payment is fine." Suddenly, he widened his eyes in realization. "What did you say? Take my arm?" In the distance, Stark's voice floated in, asserting that he had indeed severed your right arm, though it had swiftly healed. "Ah." To be precise, it was Hulk's arm, not yours. Banner moved his right arm, which appeared completely intact, seemingly untouched by any previous harm. Was Hulk's resilience truly so formidable? As they exchanged silent glances, Banner's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. He covered his mouth and spoke a few words into the microphone, then turned to look gravely at Mercer and the others. "We are in trouble." Mercer and Stark turned their attention to him, urging him to elaborate. After weighing his words, Banner continued, after Mercer dealt with Hydra's attempt to transport interdimensional beings. "We collected some residual energy from the Tesseract at the scene and fashioned it into a synthetic Tesseract." At this revelation, Mercer's pupils subtly contracted. Although the timeline had shifted, would those events ultimately unfold? Mercer spoke solemnly. "Has someone crossed over using the synthetic Tesseract?" This question struck Banner with surprise, and he nodded slowly. Mercer pressed on. "Who is it? Is it Loki?" "No." The unexpected denial left Mercer astonished. "Then who is it?" "I'm not certain. Fury sent me a video. Let us watch it together." Banner handed his phone to Stark, who took it, nodded, and connected it to his computer, then pulled up the sole video available. It was time-stamped 5 minutes after Banner had departed the location. In the video, the synthetic Tesseract, housed within a spherical container, emitted a brilliant blue energy wave accompanied by crackling sounds. All machines were powered down, eliminating the possibility that a malfunctioning device was responsible for the energy release. The voices of Nick Fury and the staff could be heard in the recording. "The Tesseract's energy has risen by 4 points. One staff member reported. "Shut down those machines." Fury commanded. "The machines have long been turned off. It is not a machine issue. It's the Tesseract emitting energy on its own." The urgency in their voices was palpable. Clearly, they had been investigating the problem without success. Suddenly, someone suggested, could it be that someone on the other side activated it? At this, everyone fell silent. They all understood that the Tesseract could connect with another place, even countless locations, since nothing had transpired on their end. There was but one possibility. Someone had activated the Tesseract's power from the other side. A dull thud resonated from the synthetic Tesseract. The surrounding blue energy formed a flickering vortex around it. The space around it began to exhibit signs of disintegration due to its rotation. Soon after, a half-meter radius around the Tesseract plunged into darkness, resembling the void of the cosmos. Witnessing this anomaly, the staff quickly realized the Tesseract was malfunctioning and hastily retreated. While armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surged in, guns raised, aiming at the synthetic Tesseract. The crackling sound emanating from the artificial cube grew increasingly pronounced, reaching a crescendo before a beam of light surged forward. Energy flowed relentlessly, ultimately transforming the cube itself into a part of this luminous projection. The energy beam, exceeding a meter in length, maintained its form momentarily before unfurling like a scroll, morphing into a rectangular portal. In the next instant, a figure emerged from within. It was a man, his head encased in a fishbowl. His face was entirely obscured by a vast circular dome filled with a misty white vapor, rendering his features indistinguishable, while his attire remained hidden. Upon stepping out, the man noticed a group of individuals aiming firearms at him, yet he exhibited no signs of alarm. Nick Fury approached cautiously, scrutinizing the enigmatic figure as he spoke. "Sir, please disclose your identity and purpose." The man, peering around the confines of his glass encasement, responded with a voice of captivating resonance. "Is this another universe? It appears quite similar." "Another universe? What do you mean?" Nick Fury sought to inquire further, but the man raised his hand, prompting a sudden commotion among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The firearms in their grips inexplicably transformed into serpents several meters in length, hissing menacingly at the startled agents. The chilling sensation of the cold metal sent shivers through their bodies, compelling them to discard their weapons in haste. As the serpents hit the ground, they produced a metallic clank. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were, in fact, the very guns they had been wielding. The agents attempted to retrieve their firearms, mere meters away, yet they found themselves unable to grasp them. "Damn it, what's happening? I can't reach my gun," one exclaimed. "Neither can I. It's south so close. Yet I can't seem to get to it." After a flurry of bewilderment, all eyes finally converged on the man with the fishbowl head. Aware of their gaze, He spoke again, his voice resonating with magnetism. "I shall first explore this world and observe your progress." With that, the man dissipated into a cloud of vapor, vanishing as if he had never been there. Chapter 79. The multiverse. Having viewed the video, Stark and Banner felt as though yet another adversary had emerged. Mercer, however, bore a contemplative expression. This individual was not unfamiliar to him. On the contrary, he felt a sense of recognition. "Mercer, what is the matter? Do you know this person?" Stark queried, noticing his demeanor. "Not exactly acquainted, but I am aware of his identity," Mercer replied, nodding before adding, "We should consult with Nick Fury about this matter." Agreed. The other two concurred, and under Mercer's guidance, the trio simultaneously vanished from their location. "Hey, what about me?" The bewildered figure, previously cowering in the corner, stood frozen in confusion. "Almost forgot about you," Mercer's voice echoed in the air, and soon, the figure was whisked away by a spatial transport. The scene shifted. Mercer and his companions materialized within the secret base. Among those present was Captain Carter, her expression revealing her disquiet. Upon their arrival, Nick Fury raised his chin towards a nearby individual, who nodded in understanding and subsequently departed. "Are we all aware of what transpired?" Nick Fury inquired. The group nodded in unison. "How could you even contemplate using such a thing as a weapon? It is a power that humanity cannot wield." Stark, an expert in weaponry, spoke with a hint of indignation. In an instant, he comprehended the terrifying implications of employing the Tesseract for weapon research. "What must I do?" Fury sighed. Since Thor's arrival on Earth, a series of events had unequivocally demonstrated the existence of formidable extraterrestrial beings in this universe, far exceeding Earth's capabilities. Even though the enemy had been repelled, we remained at a disadvantage. SHIELD cannot solely focus on terrestrial threats. We must prepare to confront any dangers that may arise from the cosmos. Thus, the Tesseract represents our greatest opportunity. We must master such advanced technology. Do you understand, Stark? Furthermore, your inquiry about borrowing Mercer's weaponry for research stems from the very fear of such entities returning to Earth, does it not? This statement rendered the three, including Mercer, speechless. Indeed, within the vast expanse of the universe, Earth's combat capabilities are still feeble. They could not place all their hopes on Mercer in times of peril. They could not simply beseech him for salvation. This notion prompted Nick Fury to decide on the creation of weapons using the Tesseract. Yet unforeseen complications arose before any weapon could be developed. Nevertheless, if it is the current SHIELD, it possesses the right to utilize the Tesseract for weapon construction, for at least you are all virtuous individuals now, Mercer remarked. Had it been the SHIELD before Hydra was exposed, Mercer would have vehemently opposed the agency's use of such artifacts for weaponization. Even though the Tesseract is artificial, the energy it harbors is considerably potent. In terms of sheer destructiveness, its energy may equate to that of several nuclear warheads. However, it possesses the unique characteristic of spatial manipulation, allowing a weaponized application to obliterate foes in an instant. Over 70 years ago, during the research conducted by Hydra member Dr. Zola, such a weapon was indeed developed. Unfortunately, for all these years, there has only been one Dr. Zola. After retrieving the frozen Captain Carter, Mercer noted that SHIELD had possessed the Tesseract for decades prior to his acquisition of it. Yet, even then, no one had succeeded in applying the Tesseract's energy for weaponry. Upon hearing Mercer's perspective, Stark refrained from further discussion on the matter. About that individual Mercer, Banner turned to him. You claim to know who he is? Mercer nodded, stepping forward, and with outstretched fingers, summoned a figure of lightning that coalesced into a person. The attire mirrored that of the individual seen in their video. This person, known as Mysterio, whose real name is Quentin Beck, is a charlatan who uses advanced technology to deceive people into believing he is a master of illusions. The Mysterio Mercer spoke of had appeared in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, specifically in Spider-Man, Far From Home. At that time, he was indeed merely a fraud. However, upon reviewing the video, Mercer could distinctly ascertain that this Mysterio was no mere trickster. He was a genuine illusionist. Observing his actions, This individual is not the Quentin Beck I once knew. Moreover, he hails from a multiverse, as inferred from his words. The group reminisced about what the enigmatic visitor had uttered upon stepping through the portal, another universe. Banner's interest was piqued. Are you suggesting that multiple universes genuinely exist? Moser nodded. Indeed, these universes resonate at the same frequency, vibrating in unison, unless one can surpass this vibration through extraordinary speed, or by utilizing specific artifacts or spatial magic to traverse to another universe. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it is simply not feasible. Additionally, I shall divulge that I, too, originate from a different multiverse, though I shall refrain from specifying which. The revelation that they were mere characters in a film was too incredulous for anyone to accept. How could they believe that their extensive lives were merely constructs of another's imagination? You are an alien? The group stared at him in disbelief. Moser shrugged. I am still a citizen of Earth. It is merely the universe that differs. Yet, what truly matters is that we are uncertain whether our visitor is friend or foe. You mentioned this individual is called the enigmatic visitor? Nick Fury turned to Moser. You should be able to locate him, correct? Moser nodded affirmatively. That is splendid. Please search for his whereabouts, and we shall proceed immediately. However, before Nick Fury could finish, Moser's cold retort interrupted him. Why should I assist you? You have made your own mess. Why should I clean up after you? When did I become a member of your S-H-I-E-L-D? These words rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Stark adopted an indifferent demeanor, staring blankly ahead, while Banner remained at a loss for words. Recognizing that they were indeed responsible for the predicament, Moser had participated in several events related to S-H-I-E-L-D, leading them to mistakenly perceive him as one of their own. Moser's unflinching revelation of this reality jolted Fury back to the present. Moser was not a member of S-H-I-E-L-D. This was a mess of their own making, and they could not demand his assistance in resolving it. Chapter 80. Reunion. I shall assist you only to this extent. I have enabled Stark and Banner to better harness their powers. Your Avengers initiative may commence, Moser declared. The original Avengers did not possess Stark's Iron Inferno armor or Banner's mastery over the Hulk. Furthermore, the Hulk had connected with the gamma energies of the universe, rendering him even more formidable than before. Should any real danger arise, reliance on the Avengers would be paramount. However, Thor was currently unaccounted for. Without her presence, the Avengers would lose a significant ally. Moser pondered whether this world's Thor was indeed a woman. The original Thor was male, and his relationship with Jane had fostered a bond with Earth. But now, with Thor transformed into a woman, their love story would never unfold. Thus, it appears that the narrative of the Reality Stone will not unfold. Suddenly, Mosei's eyes sparkled with realization. Reality Stone. How could he have forgotten this? The whereabouts of the Reality Stone are also on Earth and can be easily accessed. If memory serves, it is located in Greenwich, England. Mosei stroked his chin, pondering. There is no point in overthinking. I shall go there first. Resolutely, he conveyed to Nick Fury. All right, you all can handle the subsequent matters. I have pressing affairs to attend to. After stating this succinctly, Mosei immediately utilized the Space Stone to teleport away. Nick Fury, witnessing Mosei's departure, felt a sense of helplessness. He turned to Stark, saying, Shall we discuss this, Stark? What are your thoughts on the Avengers initiative I mentioned earlier? Stark laid out his conditions. I can join, but let me be clear. I refuse to be beholden to anyone, and my armor shall not be entrusted to anyone else. Of course, Nick Fury nodded, then glanced at Banner. What about you? I agree as well. It's time for Hulk to do some good, Banner responded. I am but your shadow. Hulk's green head emerged from within Banner, retorting harshly. This peculiar scene left Nick Fury dumbfounded. What is this state? A symbiosis? Mosei is assisting, Banner remarked. Nick Fury scrutinized them, finding this form quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, Mosei, having arrived in Greenwich, England through the Space Stone, wandered the streets, glancing around. Although he recalled that Thor, the Dark World, was set here, he was uncertain of the precise location of the Reality Stone. As winter approached, the air turned brisk. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, Mo's southeast felt out of place amidst the chill. Moreover, His striking appearance caught the attention of several young women. Unsure of where to find the reality stone, he wandered aimlessly before settling on a park bench, lost in thought. As he rested his eyes, a chorus of female laughter reached his ears. You go, you go? Why should I? I already have a boyfriend. I came with you all. Hey, he looking over here. Mose opened his eyes to see several girls giggling and nudging each other shyly upon noticing his gaze. Clearly, they were eager to initiate conversation. Offering them a slight smile, Mos Southeast intended to close his eyes again, but one of the girls caught his attention. Is she looking at Gwen? It seems so. Gwen, a handsome guy has his eyes on you. The girl, referred to as Gwen, responded with a teasing smile. He merely glancing in this direction. Don't jump to conclusions. I already have a boyfriend. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced up at Mose, who, however, had turned away, squinting slightly, seemingly unaware of her presence, his eyelids lowered. With narrowed eyes, Mose contemplated, what a coincidence, it's Gwen, Peter's girlfriend. How did she end up here? In Mose's memory, this girl represented Peter's greatest regret, as well as a poignant longing for many fans. Moose never anticipated encountering Gwen at such a moment. Gwen, I've brought you ice cream. A male voice reached Moose's ears. It was Peter Parker. Ah, Gwen exclaimed. Accepting the ice cream, she subtly pointed towards Moose's position and whispered, Look over there. There's a very handsome Asian guy. Could he possibly be a celebrity? How could he be a celebrity? We are here as exchange students, just wandering around. There's no way we would run into someone famous. Peter chuckled as he followed Gwen's gaze and was taken aback by the sight of the boy with slightly squinted eyes. Isn't he really handsome? Holly and the others want to approach him for his contact information, but they're too shy, Gwen remarked, mercilessly teasing the girls around her. With a guy like that, how could ordinary people like us even approach him? I know him, Peter suddenly declared. The playful chatter among the girls ceased, and they all turned to look at him. Incredulous. You know him? You must be mistaken, they exclaimed in unison. Peter nodded but refrained from disclosing where he had met Moose or the extraordinary powers Moose possessed. On that day, when he and the girl with purple hair departed, a card had appeared before Peter. It bore only a single sentence and an address, devoid of any additional words. Although no name was left, Peter was certain it was Moose who had provided it. He had intended to seek Moose out that weekend. Yet the school had arranged for them to attend a week-long exchange program at a high school in Greenwich, England, forcing Peter to abandon his plans. He had never expected to encounter Moose here. Such a handsome Asian guy. I've only seen one in my lifetime. I'll go say hello. Peter informed Gwen before striding towards Moose under the envious gazes of the girls. Hey, long time no see. Do you remember? Peter began, but Moose, smiling, interrupted him. Park. I can't believe I'd run into you here, Moose said, opening his eyes to smile back, the crystalline blue flecked with a hint of green, strikingly beautiful. Seeing that Moose remembered him, Peter's face lit up as he took a seat beside him. What brings you here? I'm looking for something. Moose replied with a faint smile. Looking for something? Hearing this, Peter lowered his voice. Are you searching for those artifacts? Moose paused, then chuckled. You're quite perceptive. Yes, I'm indeed looking for those. Once the topic was broached, Peter eagerly shared updates about events following the incident at school involving the old ones. Many had been privately requested to sign non-disclosure agreements, publicly attributing the occurrences to a machine malfunction. Yet, despite this, a few indiscreet individuals couldn't resist leaking fragments of what they had witnessed. Currently, numerous discussions concerning that incident were circulating online, rumors of indescribable tentacles, terrifying mental disturbances, and the sound of a baby crying when passing by at night. The tales diverged further from the truth, becoming increasingly absurd. Moose couldn't help but laugh. He realized someone was subtly steering the conversation's direction. The S-H-I-E-L-D cannot possibly be unaware of the exposure of such information. Rather than resorting to a series of bans, it would be more prudent to manipulate the direction of public opinion. A direct ban would inadvertently render the situation more tangible, inciting an even greater curiosity about the underlying truth. As it stands, the authentic events have been steered into the realm of eerie and terrifying tales, leading to a gradual deviation from the original narrative. Observing Peter engage in conversation with Mercer, Gwen and her friends were taken aback. Such a boy stands out as the most dazzling among a crowd of boys, even if there were attractive girls among them. They would hardly dare to believe they could captivate someone like him. "Gwen, Parker is truly impressive to know someone like that," remarked a girl with her hair styled in 2 buns, her expression one of astonishment. "I am equally surprised. He has never mentioned this to me." Gwen could hardly fathom the fervent exchange between the two. Chapter 81. The enemy. Their conversation did not last long, as a sudden explosion drew their attention. Both Mercer and Peter rose simultaneously, gazing towards the source of the sound. "What place is that?" Mercer inquired. Peter squinted in that direction, furrowing his brow. "I believe that is the Greenwich Museum." The girls rushed over, chattering excitedly about what could have happened to cause such an explosion. Why would the museum suddenly explode? Mercer disregarded their astonishment and quietly asked Peter, "Are you going?" Gazing towards the site of the explosion and then at Gwen beside him, Peter nodded slowly. "I must go." Seeing him maintain the decisiveness reminiscent of the Spider-Man in his heart filled Mercer with joy. "How do you plan to get there?" Peter pondered briefly before feigning surprise and addressing Mercer. "Did you say you wanted to invite me over?" "Sure." While Mercer was momentarily taken aback by this remark, Peter turned to Gwen and said, "It seems a bit unsafe here. You all should head back. I will visit him and return to the hotel before nightfall." Without allowing Gwen and the others a chance to respond, he grasped Mercer and headed in the opposite direction towards the hotel, observing Peter whispering to Mercer as they departed. Gwen felt somewhat helpless. Another explosion echoed from the museum, prompting shrieks from the girls, who then hurried back without a second thought. The two made their way to a narrow alley, where Peter swiftly donned his spider suit, which he had been wearing underneath his clothes all along. "Isn't it hot wearing that suit underneath?" Mercer finally asked the question that had lingered in his mind. Even in summer, Peter opted to wear it beneath his clothing. Was it truly not uncomfortable? Peter smiled wryly. "It is a bit warm, and I would prefer to take it off and stow it in my backpack. But I fear being discovered. It's too dangerous. It's better to keep it close to my body." This was merely a trifling concern on his path to becoming a superhero. Upon hearing his response, Mercer nodded in understanding without giving it much thought. Not wanting his true identity to be revealed before too many people, Mercer followed Peter's lead in maintaining his own disguise. The blacklight virus surged across his body, enabling him not only to transform into the likeness of others but also to alter his attire according to Mercer's desires. The virus writhed incessantly on his skin, cloaking his original garments and forming a mask upon his face. In no time, Mercer donned the guise of a robust figure clad in sleek black attire. Complete with a mask and emblazoned on his chest was a large emblem resembling a black creature with outstretched wings. "Is this a bat?" Peter marveled at Mercer's swift transformation into an entire outfit. Mercer chuckled. "I call this the Batman suit. Quite fitting, wouldn't you agree?" Mercer's physique was far from feeble. Enhanced by the blacklight virus, he exhibited a muscular build even in casual attire, and now, enveloped in the Batman costume, his form appeared even more striking. "Absolutely stunning," Peter exclaimed. As the two engaged in light banter, an explosion erupted from the museum not far away. They exchanged glances and hurried towards the scene, each employing their own method of travel. Peter swung through the air using his webbing, while Mercer propelled himself with powerful leg muscles, leaping several meters high and running effortlessly along the vertical surface of the wall. If obstacles obstructed his path, he would leap into the air and glide gracefully. Peter, swinging on his web, marveled at the variety of maneuvers available. They soon arrived at the museum, opting not to rush inside but rather to observe the situation from outside. Inside the museum, a figure clad in high-tech rhinoceros armor was busily extracting exhibits from the display cases. Nearby, several individuals lay in disarray, suffering various injuries and trembling in fear. "This fellow certainly has an appetite. He has taken everything. But why choose a museum instead of a bank?" Peter mused, despite the inopportune timing of his thoughts. "Indeed. It is quite peculiar," Mercer remarked, his eyes glinting with recognition. The individual in the rhinoceros suit was none other than a notorious adversary of Spider-Man, Rhino. Mercer pondered why this character had chosen to appear here, as it diverged from his usual behavior. Beneath the armor, the man was merely a petty thug. Setting aside the question of how he had acquired such technology, one could consider his motivations. Given his past, one would expect him to rob a bank, as it was the quickest way to acquire and subsequently spend money. Robbing a museum required the added complication of selling the stolen goods. Such a brazen act would draw attention, and the spoils would surely be coveted, making it perilous to find a buyer. It seemed Mercer was the only one contemplating this. As Peter exclaimed, "Let us go, Mercer." After observing that the rhino was preparing to leave with his loot, Peter boldly charged in, with Mercer closely following. Did the zoo forget to secure its gates today? Come along, big rhino. Let us get you back to the zoo. Peter quipped, playfully teasing the rhino upon their encounter. Chapter 82. Confrontation. The eccentrically clad villain paused momentarily upon seeing the oddly dressed heroes, but upon noticing the diminutive stature of Mercer and Peter, he could not help but burst into laughter. How could you two insignificant insects thwart me? Go home and drink your milk. This place is ill-suited for your kind. The rhino man secured his belongings and, with a powerful scrape of his right foot against the ground, charged towards the two. Two strands of webbing erupted from the launcher, and Peter ensnared one of the rhino man's feet, anchoring the other end to the wall. The rhino man stumbled and fell to the ground, trapped by the webbing. Damn little bugs, come down here. Struggling to rise, the rhino man glared at Peter, who remained perched on the wall, indifferent to his shouts. First, I'll deal with this fellow. He appears far more vulnerable. After a series of futile attempts to intimidate Peter, the rhino man realized he had no intention of descending, frequently firing strands of webbing to restrain him. If this continued, his escape would be impossible. Thus, he shifted his gaze to Mercer, who stood calmly by the doorway, arms crossed. Assuming Mercer to be an easy target, the rhino man prepared to attack. With astonishing speed, the rhino man charged at Mercer, his bulk causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Yet Mercer did not flinch. He remained rooted in place, patiently awaiting the rhino man's approach, for he perceived no threat in the impending assault. As the rhino man approached, believing Mercer to be paralyzed by fear, he grew increasingly brazen. Swinging his massive fist towards Mercer, he was met with a derisive gaze that seemed to mock his folly. Bang! The rhino man's fist collided solidly with Mercer's body, producing a resounding impact. For an ordinary person, such a blow would have sent them sprawling, unconscious on the ground. Instead, Mercer advanced, stepping forward as the rhino man felt as though he had struck an iron wall. The force of his punch rebounded entirely, leaving his arm numb. What? The rhino man exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his attack had been effortlessly thwarted by his opponent. You are far too weak, Mercer remarked, shaking his head. Enraged by the insult, the rhino man bellowed, You insolent wretch, dare you disrespect me? With that, he lunged forward once more, but Mercer suddenly vanished from sight. Where are you? The rhino man shouted, but silence answered him. Mercer's figure reappeared before him, lifting his right foot and delivering a crushing blow to the rhino man's steel head. The enormous weight of the rhino man sank several inches into the ground with that strike. Mercer then raised his leg, exerting tremendous force to hurl the rhino man aside. Crash! The rhino man's formidable steel cranium smashed against the hard marble wall, embedding him deep within it, his limbs hanging limply, even with the protection of his iron body. The ferocity of Mercer's assault was overwhelming. After a struggle, the rhino man finally managed to extricate his dazed head from the wall. Yet, before he could regain his footing, Mercer struck him again with a powerful sidekick. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed as the rhino man's body was once more driven deep into the unyielding wall. Mercer approached and delivered a series of forceful kicks to his head. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of 3 formidable kicks, the high-tech armor was utterly shattered, splintering into countless pieces. The pilot within succumbed to the sheer force, gravely injured and rendered unconscious. Was this truly the conclusion? Did even such advanced technology prove incapable of withstanding my assault? Mose sighed softly, reflecting on his own physical prowess. A charged kick could unleash a sonic boom. Yet, in this skirmish, he had barely utilized half of his strength. It was a dimensional strike, utterly mundane. After effortlessly dispatching the rhino man, Mose beckoned Peter, who had been spectating from above. Peter leaped down to join him, his expression one of exasperation as he glanced at the incapacitated rhino man. I haven't had a chance to intervene since coming along with you, he lamented, arriving here only to shoot a web. He found himself reduced to mere spectator while Mose showcased his abilities. This left Peter pondering the purpose of his presence. This time, it just so happened that I was here. In the future, there will be ample opportunities for your own dilemmas, Mose replied with a gentle smile. But what about this fellow? Should we simply leave him here for the police to find? Peter queried, surveying the massive form of the unconscious Rhino Man, clearly a cumbersome problem. Mose turned his gaze to the Rhino Man and slightly clenched his palm. A brilliant blue energy emanated from within the armor, causing it to disintegrate into a heap of metallic debris. Such technology could easily be collected and repurposed, but Mose opted for its complete destruction to avoid future complications. Curiosity piqued. He examined the items the Rhino Man had pilfered. Amid the collection of ordinary ancient artifacts, one peculiar tool, a pickaxe, caught his attention. Is this vibranium? The resemblance to the one from the original narrative was striking, leading Mose to immediately recognize its significance. So, this was the Rhinoman's objective? The theft of numerous items appeared to be a mere smokescreen for this pickaxe. But why the boldness? Mose remained puzzled. The audacity of stealing the vibranium pickaxe starkly contrasted with the events of the original story. In that narrative, the individual who attempted to seize the vibranium pickaxe was named Ulysses Claw, who, in this timeline, should already have acquired a significant amount of vibranium. Wakanda, the land of vibranium, was presumably in pursuit of him. Logically, an establishment housing vibranium would warrant a stealthy approach for theft, not a brazen one. What is vibranium? Peter approached curiously, noticing Mose holding a pickaxe that appeared quite rusty. As Mose's right hand enveloped the vibranium pickaxe, an energy pulse emanated from his palm, eradicating the rust and revealing its true form. A gleaming, silver-hued metal emerged before them. This was vibranium, possessing a unique molecular structure that rendered it nearly indestructible. On Earth, if fashioned into armor, nothing could penetrate it, and it effectively dissipated heat and kinetic energy. This substance is astonishingly powerful. Peter, possessing a certain level of scientific acumen, quickly grasped the significance of the situation. The potential applications of such a discovery in the realm of science were vast. And if it were to be weaponized on a large scale, it would spell disaster for other nations. Was this fellow attempting to steal vibranium? How could the average person even be aware of its existence? Just as Mercer was pondering this, Peter suddenly seized his arm and pulled him aside. Mercer stumbled, about to inquire what was happening, when he noticed a large black mark where he had previously stood. A soft gasp echoed in the vicinity. How could he have predicted my illusionary attack? Chapter 83. Confirmation. The surrounding scene shifted dramatically. The once pristine museum, previously ravaged only by the rhinoceros men, now lay in utter ruin. It appeared as though the damage had been inflicted long before the rhinoceros men had arrived. The rhinoceros men on the ground and the vibranium pickaxe in Mercer's hand had both vanished. Particularly striking was the implication that someone had anticipated the illusionary assault. Who was meddling with forces beyond comprehension? A sharp exclamation escaped Mercer's lips as an invisible mental force emanated from within him. This surge of psychic energy was a result of the blacklight virus, which had enhanced his mental faculties after absorbing the old ones. Mercer now possessed a mental prowess akin to that described in fantastical literature. His psychic energy swiftly enveloped the entire museum, and he could distinctly sense two presences apart from his own. "Show yourself," Mercer commanded, his gaze fixed on a corner as his mental force surged towards it. The space shattered like a broken mirror, revealing a figure concealed within. The mysterious stranger. The name slipped from Mercer's lips. Before him stood the being who had traversed the multiverse using the S-H-I-E-L-D-S artificial cosmic cube, the mysterious stranger. "Ah, you managed to effortlessly pull me from the mirror space. Truly, you are worthy of being the possessor of the space stone," the mysterious stranger remarked with a serious expression. "You know me?" Mercer inquired. Of course, came the laughter from the fishbowl-headed entity shrouded in white mist. "The Infinity Stones exist in my universe as well, though they have been destroyed. I utilized an ancient magic to open a portal to other universes, only to discover it led to that artificial cosmic cube. The energy within that cube was merely sufficient for me to cross over, after which it dissipated. Following the residual energy, I found my way to you." Upon hearing this, Mercer narrowed his eyes, his Batman suit vanishing as he regarded the mysterious stranger from a distance, his words imbued with a hint of psychological pressure. "So, you intend to steal my Infinity Stone? Steal your stone?" No, no, no. Why would I engage in such an endeavor? The mysterious stranger waved his hands dismissively. I am here to deliver a warning. Your world is under siege by a group of creatures known as the Elementals. Should they unleash havoc, your world will be in grave danger, for that is precisely how my world met its demise. Elementals? Mercer was not unfamiliar with this faction. These elemental creatures, composed of the four fundamental elements of wind, water, fire, and earth, are referred to as the elemental multitude. Their existence resembles the thunder fruit that resides within Mercer, embodying the essence of natural disasters, rendering physical attacks futile against them. Is that so? Mercer remarked coldly with a smirk, uttering, Book of the Emperor of Mountains. For direction suppression. In an instant, four colossal golden blocks materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the mysterious figure. Before the figure could utter a word of protest, two beams of green light erupted from his hands, allowing him to sidestep the four-direction suppression. The suppression did not aim to directly crush him. Instead, upon his evasion, the four golden blocks fell around him, interconnected by golden magical lines that sealed off his escape. Mercer advanced step by step, each footfall resembling a tread upon an invisible staircase, appearing to defy gravity in the eyes of the mysterious figure and Peter. You possess the Book of the Emperor of Mountains? How is that possible? The mysterious figure exclaimed in astonishment. Mercer raised an eyebrow. You are aware of the Book of the Emperor of Mountains? I once asked that stubborn old coot, Ancient One, to lend it to me for study. But she steadfastly refused, clinging to her antiquated rules. The mention of this ire sparked indignation in the mysterious figure's tone. Had she imparted the Book of the Emperor of Mountains to me sooner, our universe would not have been obliterated by the elemental multitude. His knowledge of the book lent credibility to his words. This was a supreme magic accessible only to the highest-level mages within the sanctum, and one would need to be at least a half-step into Ancient One's realm to even contemplate studying it. By the way, regarding this matter, did you just conceal yourself using the sanctum's mirroring magic? Mercer inquired. The spatial distortion that occurred when he had revealed the mysterious figure was characteristic of the mirroring magic. Indeed, the mysterious figure nodded. Mercer continued, Did she permit you to learn it? The figure nodded again, affirming, yes. What proof do you possess to demonstrate that this was not taken from Ancient One? Mercer remained skeptical, his preconceived notions casting doubt upon the figure's words, imbued with a somewhat confrontational tone. This exchange prompted the mysterious figure to dismantle the four-direction suppression. Swallowing hard, the mysterious figure adjusted his fishbowl and removed it. A fair visage emerged before them as he alternated his hands, causing the helmet to vanish. Revealing his true appearance, the mysterious figure was strikingly handsome. Undoubtedly among the elite of Western men. You possess a spatial gem. I shall provide you with the polar coordinates of my universe. Use the spatial gem to verify the truth of my words, he proposed. Although traversing the universe solely with a spatial gem was a formidable task, a glimpse was still feasible. A small orb of green energy materialized in the figure's outstretched hand, containing the elusive polar coordinates, which could not simply be inscribed with pen and paper. The ability to directly import energy into one's mind is not particularly difficult to achieve. However, this is only applicable to individuals like Mose. Gazing into the enigmatic eyes of the mysterious guest, Mose raised his hand, summoning the energy sphere that floated towards him. A more formidable mental force surged into the green orb, confirming the absence of any ambush before Mose pressed it against his forehead. As the energy entered his mind, Mose closed his eyes and simultaneously summoned a protective barrier. A mere 10 seconds would suffice. Indeed, the ever-reliable assistant had arrived, albeit with a tone of resignation, subtly chastising Mose for only calling upon it in times of need. Nevertheless, the assistant could not disregard Mose's command. Instantly, a multitude of weapons materialized around it, all aimed at the mysterious guest. The barrels of guns and cannons were raised, poised to deliver swift retribution should the mysterious guest exhibit any signs of hostility. 10 seconds later, Mose opened his eyes. He gestured dismissively, and the assistant retracted its weapons, standing beside him. You are indeed from another universe, and you are not malevolent. Through the extreme coordinates provided by the mysterious guest, Mose ventured into that universe, only to be met with an expansive void. This void was indistinguishable from a universe devoid of substance. Had it not been for Imosei's possession of the space gem, which allowed him to sense fluctuations in space, he would have been entirely oblivious to the existence of this emptiness. This was a universe obliterated by unspeakable forces. Chapter 84. The black light pulsed. The annihilation of such a universe could result from only two possibilities. One possibility is that the life within the universe has reached its end. However, the lifespan of a universe is terrifyingly long. By the time such a moment arrives, the universe's energy would have been depleted eons earlier, rendering it impossible for any life to endure. Thus, it would gradually descend into decline until its inevitable demise. The other possibility is annihilation by a powerful entity. The Infinity Stones possess such capability, as do certain transcendent beings. There exists an overwhelming multitude of entities within this universe. Very well, I shall tentatively trust you. Imosei dispelled the four-corner suppression and indicated the surroundings. Did you cause this destruction? Not at all. The mysterious guest shook his head. It was already in this state before my arrival. I merely recreated the previous scene. Recreated? So this place has indeed been plundered. Imosei murmured. After surveying the area for a moment, he produced his phone and composed a message. The recipient was Nick Fury. And the content was succinct. The mysterious guest has neutralized the danger. Vibranium has been stolen from the Greenwich Museum. Having completed this task, Imosei turned to the mysterious guest. What do you intend to do next? The mysterious guest pondered for a moment before fixing his gaze on Imosei. Allow me to accompany you. Imosei was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected development. My name is Quentin Beck, and I wish to learn the Book of Vishanti. Please let me follow you and teach me. At the mention of the Book of Vishanti, the mysterious guest's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. Imosei did not immediately reject the idea, yet he did not fully accept it either. Establishing his own faction was a priority, and the mysterious guest would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset. However, the Book of Vishanti is directly stored within the Sharingan. And for Moz, utilizing it is as effortless as launching a game software on a computer. While the software exists within the computer, it does not imply that Moz possesses the knowledge to elucidate the game's underlying principles or teach its creation. This predicament leaves Moz somewhat perplexed. I understand that my sudden inquiry must place you in a difficult position. The mysterious stranger articulates a method of mediation. In any case, I have nowhere else to go. Why not allow me to stay with you? I can assist with any matters, and you may teach me when you wish. Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. Moz rubbed his aching temples, having anticipated a fierce battle upon his arrival. He had imagined engaging in a grand display of magic, only to discover that his counterpart exhibited no hostility whatsoever. Indeed, had there been any animosity, the mysterious stranger would have unleashed devastation long ago. How could he resort to the theatrics of transforming a weapon into a serpent to frighten others? Now, his companion intends to accompany him. This circumstance is entirely due to the Book of Vishanti. Without it, the mysterious stranger would not so readily follow him. Very well. As I am also in the process of establishing a faction, you shall be my first recruit, Moz declared. Splendid. Although Moz appeared significantly younger, the mysterious stranger felt no discomfort. He subscribed to the belief in the supremacy of strength. For individuals of his ilk, age bears no weight as a means of oppression. Only formidable power can command respect. Youth is inconsequential. Even an infant could overpower individuals of several decades. The tactic of relying on age is only effective in a society of normal human standards. Should an older individual attempt to assert authority in the presence of the mysterious stranger, it would be wise for them to tread lightly, lest they find themselves swiftly dismissed. After relaying the situation to Nick Fury, Moz stowed away his phone. All right then, let us depart. I have matters to attend to in Greenwich. Should I return to the hotel then? Peter inquired. Though he was unaware of Moz's pressing business, he was certain it did not involve him. And he did not believe he could interject. Until we meet again, Moz patted his shoulder. The two exchanged a few more words before parting ways. In midair, Moz stood suspended, empowered by the space stone, effortlessly hovering like a formidable combatant. The mysterious stranger conjured a green magical array to support his own levitation. Observing Moz's ability to stand effortlessly above the ground, a flicker of envy crossed the mysterious stranger's eyes. prompting him to remark, "How fortunate are those who possess the infinity stones, gliding through the air with such ease." Mo smiled but offered no reply. His gaze swept across the city below. He could not recall the precise location of the reality stone, only that it resided in a somewhat dilapidated, remote warehouse. "What are you searching for?" the mysterious stranger inquired. "The reality stone, also known as the ether particle. It should be familiar to you," Mose replied. "That thing?" the mysterious guest exclaimed in astonishment. "That thing is extraordinary. If I were to possess such an object capable of altering reality, I could effortlessly employ illusions to envelop the entire globe." Mose cast a brief glance at him, causing the mysterious guest to immediately close his mouth and offer an awkward smile. "I was merely speaking casually." Ignoring his words, Mose narrowed his eyes and gazed out over the land. The host can utilize the pulsability of the blacklight virus. After a period of enhancement, the blacklight pulse can detect certain special energies. It is worth a try. Chapter 85. Scene recapitulation. The long-absent system suddenly spoke, indicating to Mose that he could now employ his abilities in this manner. The blacklight pulse, one he had never utilized, emitted a form of energy akin to bat sonar, originally designed to locate human targets. Once a target was identified, it would create a fan-shaped wave centered around them, allowing Mose to perceive their presence. Since he had not needed to locate anyone, he had forgotten about this capability. Let us give it a try. With a mere thought, Mose felt a peculiar energy emanate from his mind, reminiscent of a mental pulse, radiating outward. Could it be? He infused a touch of mental energy into the blacklight pulse, which dramatically increased both its range and speed. Within moments, it enveloped a significant portion of the city. Oh, what a fascinating sensation! Through his heightened senses, he could detect the breath and movements of every individual, even counting the fine hairs on their bodies with clarity. Perceiving through walls was a trivial task. Thus, he also stumbled upon some rather inappropriate sights. Ahem, this is not the time for such distractions. I must focus on the task at hand. Mose cleared his throat, activated the blacklight pulse several times, and successfully located a place emanating energy similar to that of the space gem. There, he pointed towards a location and transformed into a streak of light, soaring in that direction. "Wait for me," the mysterious guest called out, hastily following. They arrived at an abandoned warehouse. Mose dashed towards the area pulsating with infinite gem energy, where he beheld the stone pillars securing the reality gem. His expression brightened. Indeed, the reality gem was situated between these two pillars in the original narrative. However, as he looked down, his joy was abruptly frozen. The gem was no longer present within the pillars. "Gone? Has someone already taken it?" Mose murmured. "I have a method. Let me take a look." The mysterious guest responded. A green magical seal formed on his right hand, branching into several rings that ascended along his arm. With a gentle twist, the surrounding scene began to transform, as if time were reversing. "Is this a magic for scene recapitulation?" Mose mused. The scene shifted, revealing a slender alien spacecraft stationed outside the warehouse. Shortly after, several exceptionally pale aliens descended from it. They approached the stone pillar, seemingly engaging in dialogue, after which the leading alien raised their hand towards the pillar. The reality gem within the stone pillar gradually flowed towards him, as if infused with life, entwining itself around his palm and merging into his being. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, the hue of the reality gem, and a look of profound satisfaction graced his face. This state endured for half a minute before he reverted to his original form, rejoining his subordinates on the warplane and departing from the scene. The imagery faded, returning the surroundings to their present state. "Who is this person to so effortlessly acquire the reality gem?" inquired the mysterious figure. Moses, his expression grave, turned to exit, realizing it was the Dark Elves. He hadn't anticipated their discovery of the gem's location, nor their swift retrieval of it. The Dark Elf clan, once the gem's possessors, sought to harness its power to plunge the universe into darkness, a notion that left Moses perplexed. What merit lies in darkness? A world shrouded in shadow, when the current beauty of nature is so vibrant and alive. It seems they are afflicted with a peculiar ailment. Shall we pursue? The mysterious figure's eyes sparkled with eagerness, displaying a readiness for confrontation. Moses shook his head. No, let's leave this matter to Asgard. It is their responsibility. Asgard, the legendary realm of the gods? The mysterious figure expressed astonishment, questioning the existence of such a place and its deities. You wield magic. How could Asgard not exist? Moses, about to jest at the figure's incredulity, sensed an inconsistency. Wait, when the elemental beings ravaged your universe, did Asgard not intervene? Not at all, the mysterious figure replied, shaking his head. When Ancient One and I struggled against the elemental beings, Earth saw only the emergence of sorcerers. No one else came forth, not even that spider boy who had been by your side. It's Spider-Man, Moses corrected, then fell into contemplation. No wonder. While the elemental beings were indeed a formidable force, Moses remained skeptical that such entities could easily obliterate the universe. From the mysterious figure's words, it became clear that in their universe, Asgard was merely a myth, and Earth lacked the existence of the Avengers. Only Ancient One and a handful of sorcerers stood vigil over Earth, the sole ones capable of inflicting harm upon the elemental beings. Is Tony Stark absent in your world? Moses inquired. Tony Stark? He exists, but that privileged heir knows only indulgence. What good is he? The mysterious figure expressed disdain. Moses nodded silently, recognizing the divergence of universes and the distinct paths of their respective characters. The Tony Stark of his world had never experienced abduction or the transformation into Iron Man. Chapter 86. Attire Information. Moses emerged from the warehouse, addressing the sky. Heimdall, can you hear my voice? The sky remained eerily silent, the stillness prompting the mysterious figure to cast an odd glance at Moses. Mercer had no intention of offering an explanation. Instead, he addressed the heavens, proclaiming, Heimdall, the reality stone has been seized by the Dark Elves. You must swiftly convey this to Odin. Should such a relic fall into their hands, the universe shall inevitably descend into darkness once more. Upon concluding his statement, the sky remained eerily tranquil. Under the intensely awkward gaze of the mysterious one, Mercer departed. Hey, wait for me. The mysterious one hurriedly followed. In the realm of gods, Asgard, Heimdall stood within the teleportation chamber of the Rainbow Bridge, his eyes as profound as the starry sky, scanning the cosmos. Suddenly, the voice of a human reached his ears. Heimdall, you can hear me, can't you? Shifting his gaze, Heimdall focused on a relatively small planet among the myriad stars, Earth. His vision penetrated the veil of existence, finally resting upon a singular human, Mercer. The extraordinary power of his gaze scrutinized Mercer, who possessed formidable mental strength and was acutely aware of the scanning. Heimdall, the reality stone has been. Upon hearing Mercer's words, Heimdall's pupils constricted, and he immediately retracted his gaze, drawing the sword he used to activate the Rainbow Bridge. Hastily departing in search of Odin, as the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, he was acutely aware of the catastrophic events that would ensue should the reality stone fall into the hands of the Dark Elves. In the Grand Hall of the Holy City, Odin was attentively listening to reports from his subordinates regarding matters from the other 9 realms, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Loki and Thor were also present, engrossed in their reading, though Loki bore visible bruises, suggesting he had recently endured a beating. Report. A voice rang out, drawing near, and Heimdall's figure appeared in the Grand Hall. Observing his disheveled appearance, Odin inquired, Heimdall, why have you abandoned your post at the Rainbow Bridge? Your Majesty, I bring grave news. The reality stone has been stolen by the Dark Elves. This proclamation silenced the previously murmuring hall, all eyes fixated upon Heimdall. From where does this news originate? Odin furrowed his brow. Earth, Mercer. Just 2 simple words revealed the entirety of the situation. Loki sprang to his feet, declaring, Mercer, I must confront him. Before he could take further action, Thor pulled him back down, saying, Come now, brother, be magnanimous. Last time, you brought your guards and it didn't tee in well. What do you expect this time? Last time was an accident. I underestimated him. I assure you, it will not happen again. Loki insisted, only to receive a derisive smile from Thor. Sister, your brother has been beaten, and you do not come to his aid. Loki remarked, I did not see you come to my aid when I fell to Midgard. Sit down, Thor retorted. Loki shrugged in resignation and obediently took his seat. Should Mercer witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astonished at Loki's newfound compliance. Rising from his throne, Odin gestured with his hand. Thor, Loki, you two shall immediately lead the army to search for the whereabouts of the Dark Elves. Upon discovery, execute justice on the spot. Yes. Humph, Dark Elves. It is fortunate I have refrained from annihilating your kind, yet here you are, harboring ulterior motives. Do not blame us for what is to come. Odin's cold words reverberated through the grand hall. After Thor and Loki departed, Odin continued, Heimdall, send a gift to that human named Mercer. As a token of gratitude for his revelation. Understood, I shall prepare it forthwith. Heimdall nodded in agreement. The gift would be arranged by the guardians of Asgard, to be delivered by Heimdall himself. Odin's whispers echoed within the hall, pondering, Mercer, an intriguing human indeed. I would relish the opportunity to meet him. On Earth. Mercer returned home with the mysterious guest. Upstairs, take a right. The first room on the right is yours to use at your leisure, Mercer said. Handing a key to the mysterious guest. The guest accepted the key, a smile blossoming on his face, but then suddenly recalled, by the way, I have no money for the rent. Just serve as my enforcer, and that will suffice, Mercer replied. No problem, the guest exclaimed, clutching his key, and dashed back to his room. Where have you been? Ganada's voice suddenly rang out. Mercer turned to see her standing just behind him. It's you. I haven't seen you around lately. Where have you been? He inquired. Oh, just wandering about. You had your business to attend to, so I kept myself occupied, Ganada replied. Who is that? She asked, noticing the mysterious guest who had just entered the room. This is Quentin Beck, my new subordinate and resident, Mercer introduced. Ganada nodded. You're quite impressive, recruiting a new ally in such a short time. Mercer chuckled. Let us celebrate this new addition by having a barbecue tonight. Chapter 87. Silvery smoothness. As night fell, the trio prepared ingredients atop the rooftop of the house. Mercer, now affluent, had procured the finest provisions, Wagyu beef, Kobe lobster, and everything extravagant imaginable. The mysterious guest gazed at the lavish ingredients, swallowing hard. This is the first time I've seen such high-end goods. Boss, you must be incredibly wealthy. This meal must cost several $1,000s. After an afternoon together, the mysterious guest had taken to calling Mercer boss, undeterred by the latter's youth. Let us eat. Grill whatever you wish, do not hold back, Mercer exclaimed with a hearty laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious guest and Ganada sprang into action, placing their desired items on the grill. For Ganada, the energy from these foods was negligible, yet when not in a state of hunger, she enjoyed eating just like any other person. After fulfilling the necessities of survival, one must also cater to the spirit. The exquisite ingredients and proper cooking methods could easily satisfy those needs. The trio laughed and feasted, the atmosphere brimming with joy. Hey boss, a shooting star. Quick. Make a wish. The mysterious guest suddenly pointed at the sky. Both Mercer and Ganada turned to look as a meteor streaked across the heavens. Oh please. What wish could you possibly make? That's just an ordinary meteorite, merely passing close to your atmosphere, Ganada scoffed. You do not understand. This is a custom of us earthlings. The mysterious guest glanced at Mercer, who nodded with a smile. It seemed that in this regard, their universes were aligned. They clapped their hands together, palms pressed in a gesture of wishing. The naive Ganada shot a sidelong glance at the two fools, gazing towards the horizon. When suddenly she froze, sensing something amiss. HM? A shooting star streaked across the sky, a commonplace occurrence, yet it abruptly veered back in Mercer's line of sight. Moreover, its trajectory was directed towards him. What on earth? The group wore expressions of confusion. Could danger be looming once again? This amused Mercer, as he thought about the seemingly endless stream of events. Should this entity be seeking trouble, he would unhesitatingly unleash his full power to obliterate it. As this thought crossed his mind, arcs of lightning began to swirl around his body, transforming him into a being of electricity. The mysterious guest watched this spectacle in astonishment, murmuring, "This does not appear to be magic. Truly, my esteemed leader is remarkable. Though young, he possesses an abundance of skills." As the shooting star drew nearer, its true form became discernible, a silver figure. A man enveloped in an enigmatic silver substance floated before Mercer, his body appearing exceptionally smooth. Standing atop a surfboard that towered over him, This unique silhouette instantly conjured a name in Mercer's mind, the Silver Glider. His superior was the Planet Devourer, who happened to be Janata's father. Fortunately, it was nighttime. Had it been day, they would surely have attracted a crowd. Observing the man aglow with lightning below, the Silver Glider descended gracefully before him, his voice devoid of emotion. Calm down. I mean you no harm. I seek Janata. Upon finishing his sentence, his gaze shifted directly to Janata. Janata, the celestial beings cannot interfere in interplanetary wars. I believe you are well aware of this. The Silver Glider's words were utterly devoid of sentiment, a reflection of the peculiar nature of his abilities. Acquiring this power was not a blessing for him. Rather, it was a form of confinement. He was human, yet devoid of emotions, incapable of distinguishing between good and evil. The existence of the Silver Glider served solely to locate suitable planets and relay their positions to the Planet Devourer, awaiting his arrival to feast. A rather tragic existence. I have not interfered in any affairs of Earth, thus you may leave. Janata appeared unwelcoming towards this individual who had always lingered near her father, her tone icy. The Silver Glider continued, Furthermore, you must accompany me. Your father wishes to see you. Janata, perplexed, inquired, See me? Why? Does he even remember that I am his daughter? This scenario felt reminiscent of a family drama. Mercer muttered under his breath, and as soon as he spoke, he caught Janata giving him an admonishing look, prompting an awkward smile from him, because it was indeed quite similar. The Silver Glider cast a few sidelong glances at Mercer, remaining silent for a moment before sharing fragmented information. Regarding the Divine War, I cannot elaborate further. You must return and inquire with your father directly. Divine War? To articulate such sentiments is akin to declaring war to the inhabitants of Earth, yet it resides on an entirely different plane. Those who inhabit that realm can unleash shockwaves from their battles that would effortlessly shatter countless planets the size of Earth. Should a divine conflict erupt upon our world, humanity would stand utterly defenseless. It would be reminiscent of a figure clad in impenetrable iron armor descending into a swarm of ants. Despite their multitude, the ants, with their feeble mandibles, would be incapable of breaching even a fraction of that formidable defense. In the vast cosmos, Earth's technological prowess barely registers as average, especially since humanity has yet to venture beyond its own confines. Chapter 88. A disagreement. Please accompany me, Silver Glide stated, descending slightly, yet maintaining an unperturbed tone. In an instant, a sphere of lightning magnified rapidly in his sight. Silver Glide reacted just in time, narrowly evading the attack, and regarded Mose with a hint of confusion lacing his calm demeanor. Mortal, what are you doing? Mose, enveloped in crackling lightning, had his eyes obscured by electric fury. The lightning sphere was indeed cast by him, as evidenced by the numerous orbs, each akin to dumplings, still resting in his outstretched palm. Did I ever indicate that you could take her? His words, though delivered with a veneer of indifference, dripped with audacious arrogance. The mysterious guest, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of adrenaline as he munched on skewers of Wagyu beef, approaching Mose to stand by his side. Gazing at Silver Glide in midair, the mysterious guest cracked his neck, his greasy lips parting with fierce words. Boss, shall we confront him? Simultaneously, his free hand began to gather green magical energy, ever prepared for combat. The mysterious guest felt no trepidation. He had already become a solitary figure in this new world. Although his acquaintance with Mose was brief, the time spent together had revealed that this young man was quite amicable, with a strong character and formidable abilities. The mysterious guest felt fortunate to have encountered such an individual upon his arrival in this realm. Thus, when Mose prepared to engage in battle, he stood unwaveringly by his side. From his elevated position, Silver Glide contemplated the two before him. They were not weaklings, and in direct confrontation, his chances of victory were slim. Raising his hand, he coalesced silvery radiance into a sphere of energy the size of a human fist. Humanity possesses a critical vulnerability. Being overly concerned with one another, by sowing chaos, he could seize Ganata amidst the turmoil. Though the energy sphere appeared modest, the energy contained within could easily obliterate a city housing tens of thousands. The Silver Glider was devoid of emotion. He cared not for the casualties his energy sphere would inflict. His sole objective was to accomplish his mission and abduct Ganata. This was his purpose. and all that obstructed him were mere obstacles to be eliminated. As the energy sphere descended slowly, its destructive potential was immense. Yet it would barely register as a mere tickle to Ganata. Hence, he harbored no concerns regarding any harm it might cause her. Before the silver energy sphere could reach the ground, a silver-red crescent, several meters long and trailing an elongated tail, surged towards him. This crescent obliterated the energy sphere, hurtling directly towards the silver glider. He raised his hand to block, yet the intensity of this crescent far exceeded his expectations. A direct strike sent him soaring beyond the atmosphere. The Silver Surfer, whose features had remained stoic until now, finally exhibited a flicker of change. He glanced down at his form, noting the silver substance enveloping him that had significantly faded due to the impact. Such a formidable slash. It had cost me nearly 30% of my cosmic energy merely to deflect it. The Silver Surfer absorbed the energy contained within his surfboard, replenishing the diminished silver upon his body. Although he had encountered adversaries before, none had compelled him to exert more than a fraction of his strength. Yet now, a single blow from Moser had drained almost 30% of his cosmic energy. What terrifying power that must entail. On Earth, Moser observed the Silver Surfer being ejected into the void, his demeanor unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of alteration. In his grasp was a long blade forged from pure lightning. Though the dark sword had been lent to Stark, it was no challenge for Moser to conjure a weapon from lightning. Nearby, the enigmatic figure watched this spectacle, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. He glanced from Moser to the magical energy in his possession. After several contemplative moments, he dissipated his magic, returning to his seat with a complex expression. What a joke. Moser's strike had effortlessly launched the opponent from the atmosphere, placing him on an entirely different level of existence. What a farce. He might as well roast some meat while waiting for Moser to return. Boss, give it your all. I'll prepare some meat for you, cheering you on until your return. The enigmatic figure called out. Moser regarded the descending Silver Surfer, the lightning blade poised at his side as he stepped into the air, swiftly positioning himself before his foe. I have spent these past few days entangled in various events. Though resolved, I harbor a great deal of frustration. Regardless of the veracity of your claims, your attitude is exceptionally irksome. Do you truly wish to annihilate this city? As he uttered these words, a voice echoed in his mind. Mission initiated. Collect cosmic energy from the Silver Surfer. Achieving 100% will reward you with a time travel card. A time travel card? Moser's eyes lit up, and with a gesture of his hand, the surrounding space rippled. He employed the space gem to seal this realm, ensuring that even the most tumultuous disturbances within would remain undetected by those outside. This was also to prevent the Silver Surfer from escaping. Should he flee, Moser would be unable to gather the cosmic energy from him. Chapter 89. Playing for fun, how am I to collect it? Should I utilize the blacklight virus for absorption? Moser pondered within. Indeed, if you find it insufficiently secure, you may employ the space gem as an adjunct, the system replied. Understood. Moser gazed at the Silver Surfer not far away, gripping the lightning blade with his left hand at his waist, while his right hand hovered above the hilt. Human, you. The Silver Surfer attempted to speak, but Moser had no intention of engaging in dialogue. With a flash of lightning, his form vanished. In that instant, a gentle rumble of thunder reached the Silver Surfer's ears. He turned sharply, only to be met by a blinding flash hurtling toward him. 1/Flow, Deadly Thunder Lion Song. This is the enhanced version of Zoro's swordsmanship previously acquired by Moser, built upon the foundation of the original Dead Lion Song. It has evolved into the Dead Thunder Lion Song through the power of the Thunder Fruit, significantly amplifying the potency of its techniques. The Silver Glider is no ordinary foe. In that fleeting moment, immense energy converged upon his arms, forming a circular shield for defense. A thunderous boom resonated through the air, as a visible ring-shaped shockwave emanated from the two combatants. The surrounding white clouds were dispersed within a 100-meter radius by this circular shockwave. While it absorbed most of the damage from the Thunder Lion's song, the residual force still sent the Silver Glider soaring over 100 meters before he could regain his footing. Moser swiftly darted forward, seizing the opportunity while the Silver Glider was reeling, and grasped his surfboard. The Darklight virus began siphoning energy from its surface, and fearing the virus might be overwhelmed, Moser quickly utilized the space gem to create a small chamber specifically for storing this energy. What are you doing? The silver glider sensed the energy being absorbed from his surfboard and hastily broke free, flying off in another direction. Is it really necessary to be so anxious over a mere fraction of your energy? Moser caught a glimpse of the progress displayed in the upper right corner of his vision. Current progress, 13. There is still much to be done. With a twist of his sword's hilt, the silver glider's visage reflected upon the solidified lightning blade. It was clear that directly allowing the opponent to absorb energy was unfeasible, leaving only one option: to incapacitate the adversary and then seize the opportunity to absorb it amid the chaos. I do not wish to become your enemy. I only seek to take Ganata away. Please do not obstruct me further, the silver glider implored. You claim not to desire conflict, yet your previous attack suggests otherwise. Moser retorted with a cold laugh, advancing with his blade drawn towards the silver glider. The two clashed instantaneously. When Moser fought, he would occasionally make contact with the silver glider, each touch allowing him to absorb considerable energy. The silver glider wished to prevent this act of thievery. But just as he attempted to strike back, he was met with Moser's ferocious barrage of lightning strikes. Thus, he was compelled to defend against these assaults, leaving him vulnerable to Moser's opportunistic energy siphoning. This left the silver glider feeling both furious and powerless. On the rooftop, the mysterious guest watched the aerial battle with great interest, seemingly muttering to himself. Upon closer inspection, one could hear him exclaim, "Wow, boss, that sword strike is sharp." Yes, attack his lower flank. Incredible! Ganata, beside him, looked on with exasperation, bemused by the mysterious guest's nonchalance amidst such a fierce confrontation. Where did you find this character? Truly a peculiar being, Ganata remarked. The mysterious guest, unabashed, replied, "Thank you for the compliment." The aerial duel did not last long. In less than 2 minutes, both combatants descended. Moser returned to the rooftop, while the silver glider knelt half-crouched upon his surfboard, his body marred with numerous varying-sized gashes, each differing in depth. Though these injuries did not threaten his life, it would be disingenuous to claim they did not cause him pain. The Silver Surfer could discern that Mephisto did not genuinely intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would not have continuously struck at him. The adversary was well aware that his energy stemmed from the surfboard beneath him, yet he displayed no inclination to target it, opting instead to strike at the surfer directly. In essence, it was merely an emotional release, a playful engagement. The Silver Surfer could only serve as a punching bag, mercilessly absorbing the blows. He had attempted to retaliate, but any energy attacks he unleashed were deftly redirected by Mephisto using the Space Stone, resulting in explosive repercussions that detonated near the Silver Surfer. The more ferocious the initial assault, the more devastating the counterattack became. The Silver Surfer was reluctant to unleash a widespread attack utilizing the energy from his surfboard, fearing that it would ultimately rebound upon himself. The Space Stone was exceedingly potent. Thanos squandered its capabilities merely for opening portals. Mephisto silently lamented the Thanos he knew, wondering how such a useful artifact could be so underutilized. Had Thanos employed the Space Stone more strategically in the previous Avengers film, no one would have dared approach him. Unless one possessed an even greater power to counteract the spatial restrictions imposed by the stone, there was simply no solution. With a faint smile, Mephisto regarded the Silver Surfer, inquiring if he would continue to fight, expressing no objection to absorbing a bit more of his energy. He considered himself merely an executor. Even if the surfer were to incapacitate or slay him, it would bear no significance. The Silver Surfer's tone softened slightly, as the assorted black spots on his form gradually became enveloped by the silver substance emanating from his surfboard. Goddess Ganata has a more pressing mission. If you forcibly retain her by your side, it would be detrimental to the entire universe. Chapter 90. Journey to Another Realm. Mephisto disregarded him and turned to Ganata, asking, "Do you wish to depart?" Ganata nodded silently, acknowledging that if it pertained to divine conflict, she must return. Mephisto fell into contemplation. When he had initially invited her to remain with him, he had not given it much thought, merely desiring a protective charm. He had not anticipated that she would bear such a significant responsibility. "Very well, go. Once you have resolved your matters, return," Mephisto said gently. "Understood," Ganata replied, stepping forward as a radiant white light cascaded from above. transforming her attire back to the purple ensemble she wore upon her arrival on Earth. I shall return to visit you. Ganada cast a lingering gaze at Mephisto before soaring into the sky, vanishing in a flash of light. Observing Ganada's swift departure, the Silver Surfer understood her urgency. She feared that hesitation might lead her to remain. He glanced back at Mephisto, nodded, and followed in the direction of Ganada's flight. After a considerable time, Mephisto, still fixated on Ganada's exit, regained his senses. Come, let us resume our feast. Huh? The response from the mysterious guest left him momentarily bewildered. Boss, shouldn't you be heartbroken that your girlfriend has left? You seem rather indifferent. Who said she was my girlfriend? Mephisto shot a peculiar glance at the mysterious guest. Oh, are you not? This time, the mysterious guest was taken aback, having always assumed they were in a romantic relationship. Not at all. Moser took a bite of grilled wagyu. The unique aroma instantly filling his mouth, it was merely a friendship. Why then, did you part so reluctantly? She lost a long-term benefactor, and I lost a talisman. Nothing more. Indeed, your relationship is quite transparent. The mysterious guest, speechless, quietly savored the barbecue, realizing there were numerous aspects of this world he remained oblivious to. The departure of Ganada did not significantly affect Moser. It was not a final farewell. The mere thought of a heart-wrenching goodbye sent shivers down his spine. That would truly be unsettling. After engaging in casual conversation, they finished their meal and tidied up, each returning to their respective rooms to rest. Leaning against the moonlight on the windowsill, Moser softly called out, System, task settlement. Task settlement. Successful absorption of silver glider energy has reached 100%. Reward, 1 traversal card. A card adorned with an illustration of a black hole appeared out of thin air, grasped tightly by Moser. The card bore no remarkable distinctions, golden edges, a white background, and the words traversal card inscribed at the top. System, to which world does this traversal card lead? There are 3 worlds currently available for selection. 1. The Age of Exploration, a world teeming with pirates, where you may acquire devil fruits and hockey-like abilities. 2. The Era of Swords and Magic, where you can enhance your swordsmanship and magical prowess. 3. The Multiverse Earth, where angels, demons, gluttons, and deities have descended, and the people of Earth are valiantly resisting alien invaders. Here, you can obtain advanced technology, referred to as divine power. The 3 options presented themselves, and Moser swiftly absorbed the information. These worlds correspond to those of One Piece, Sword Art Online, and the Super God Academy, correct? Although Moser was not a typical otaku in his previous life, he had indeed watched these renowned anime and manga. The terminology was unmistakably indicative of their respective worlds. Unmistakably iconic. Rubbing his chin, Moser's gaze repeatedly swept over the selections. The world of One Piece did not pique his interest. He already possessed the Thunder Fruit and a one-sword style, and he sought not to acquire more fruits or abilities. Too much would be overwhelming. The realm of Sword Art Online seemed somewhat superfluous. The skills of his one-sword style would undoubtedly be at a high level within this game, making it unnecessary for him to venture there. Ultimately, Moser's gaze lingered on the 3rd option, the Super God world. This world intrigued him quite a bit. It resembled Earth in the Marvel Universe, also besieged by alien invaders. Though superheroes emerged to confront the threat, it was not a Marvel-esque superhero world. Stronger beings undoubtedly existed. The Earth lay in devastation, once thriving cities now reduced to ruins. Moser felt compelled to lend a helping hand to the suffering citizens of the Great Xia. This urgency was absent in the other 2 worlds. Moser inquired, System, if I were to go there, how does the flow of time between that realm and here compare? The temporal ratio between the other world and the main world is 2 to 1. 2 days in the other world equals 1 day in the main world. You may embark on your journey to the other world with confidence. This is indeed reassuring, thought Moser. He feared that if he were to be absent for too long, the Marvel Universe might undergo drastic changes. It is splendid to have a world with a slower flow of time. This affords him ample opportunity to diligently hone his abilities. Content. Moser presented the traversal card before him, and a towering portal materialized in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into it. The journey to the other world commenced. Chapter 91. Sacrifice for Justice in the Super God World, during the night in the Great Xia. Wow. A figure plummeted from the sky at breakneck speed. The elongated exclamation echoed until he struck the ground, creating a significant crater. Damn this system for placing my teleportation point in the sky. Thankfully, I am resilient. Otherwise, I could have met my demise upon landing. Moser emerged from the crater, brushing off the swirling dust and coughing repeatedly. He had anticipated the teleportation point would be on solid ground, not suspended in midair. Before he could finish his complaints, he had already crashed to the earth. Surveying the barren landscape around him, Moser felt a sense of bewilderment. Where am I? Current location, suburb of Huangshe City. The system's prompt appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. Huangshe City suburb? Moser racked his memory, recalling the original plot he had only partially grasped. It seemed that the characters appearing at this plot point were Rose and Liang Bing. As images of these two captivating women flashed through his mind, Moser's interest peaked. Both were remarkable figures within the super god world, particularly striking in appearance. Rose was a super soldier adept in spatial wormhole combat. Her abilities akin to a diluted version of the Space Stone. What she could accomplish, Moser could replicate using the Space Stone. Even more formidable was Liang Bing, the daughter of an angel, a demon known as the fallen angel Morgana. She was not only pleasant in demeanor, but also exceptionally beautiful and held a fondness for Rose. The reason for this connection lay in the temporal genetic code she had created, which was implanted within Rose, amplifying her interest in the latter. A mission has been issued. Create a combat engine belonging to the host before departure. The system will not reclaim it, and it may be taken back to the main world. The so-called combat engine is the apparatus through which the deities of this world primarily wield divine power. To an ordinary observer, the forces exhibited by these celestial beings and extraterrestrials, with their every gesture, are considered legendary divine powers. In truth, this represents an advanced technology, a formidable computational device. In battle, the competition lies in who can compute faster, hastening the application of negative effects on the opponent or enhancing oneself to obliterate the adversary. A combat engine? How am I supposed to create one? I am unfamiliar with the technology of this world. As soon as Moser voiced his concern, a light screen descended before him. Engine name, not set. Engine effects, not set. Energy source, not set. The screen that appeared was a template for the engine Moser could utilize, yet it was entirely blank. With nothing established, can I freely set this data? Moser inquired of the system. For details, please consult the existence of this world. The system will not provide answers. The dismissive response left Moser with no choice but to click his tongue in frustration. Very well, I shall seek answers myself. Having arrived in this world, I must inevitably interact with its inhabitants. When the time comes, I shall discern who possesses knowledge in this area and seek their counsel. Although situated in the outskirts, the vicinity was dotted with dilapidated houses, as if ravaged by some form of artillery. Moser ambled along the road, aimlessly advancing. He was uncertain whether to move forward or backward, thus he chose a direction and pressed on, hoping to encounter fellow humans. Is that gunfire? Moser turned his gaze to his right, from which faint gunshots could be heard. He crouched down, his palm lightly grazing the ground. The assassins and bodyguards he had absorbed earlier endowed him with the ability to discern sound and location. This extraordinary sense was amplified in his enhanced physique. With a powerful leap, Moser propelled himself off the parched earth, causing spiderweb-like cracks to fissure the ground beneath him. His form soared like an arrow released from its bow, skimming close to the ground, with each step doubling his speed. For the first time actively traversing this other world, a twisted smile of exhilaration crept across Moser's lips. Ahead, soldiers of the Great Xia sought refuge behind several boulders, using the cover to shield themselves from the demon's energy and mount a counterattack. Captain, this is futile. We cannot possibly defeat this monster, exclaimed a smaller soldier, clutching a Type 95 rifle, relentlessly firing at the demon not far away. The demon stood in the open, allowing the bullets to strike it without flinching, laughing heartily. Its skin had become significantly hardened, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective against it. Even armor-piercing rounds would require hundreds to bring it down. Yet, they fought on. If they did not vanquish it today, they would perish here. The dark muzzle of their weapons continuously belched flames, especially striking in the night. The man referred to as Captain kept pulling the trigger, unleashing all their firepower upon the demon in the sky. Ha ha ha! Foolish mortals, submit to me, and we shall become eternal demons, gaining everlasting freedom. The demon, arms outstretched, reveled in the sensation of invulnerability, cackling maniacally. I'd rather die than become like you. A soldier spat vehemently, removing a grenade from his belt, pulling the pin, and hurling it at the demon. Boom! The grenade exploded but failed to hit the demon, which deftly evaded the blast. The other soldiers remained undeterred by the demon's taunts, their faces resolute as they intensified their fire. Behind them, 200 meters away, lay a camp of ordinary people, huddled together in fear. They could not retreat. Nor would they. Then perish. The demon gathered a purple energy in its hand and hurled it toward the group. A few individuals barely escaped. Yet the residual shock waves from the energy blast still sent painful tremors through their internal organs. Gasping for breath, one soldier regained his composure first. He beheld the approaching demon. A sinister smile etched upon its face, and despite the agony, he gritted his teeth and shakily rose to his feet. It appeared he had resolved to undertake a perilous act. He produced a bundle of 7 or 8 grenades tightly bound together, removed the safety pins, and charged directly towards the malevolent creature. No. The other soldiers immediately grasped his intentions and shouted in alarm. Undeterred, he pressed on with his final reserves of strength, advancing to confront the demon. Gazing into the grotesque visage before him, when he felt no fear, instead, a sense of vindication washed over him. Die, you wretch. The demon realized the imminent danger, understanding that it could not withstand the magnitude of such an explosion. Just as it contemplated fleeing, when he had already reached its side, the explosion erupted with a deafening roar. The remaining soldiers from the Great Xia stood in stunned silence, eyes fixed on the devastation before them, helplessly witnessing their comrade perish in the blast. Some clenched their fists tightly, unable to bear the sight any longer. Mourning at this moment seemed premature. In their shock, they turned to see a boy they had never encountered before, a gentle smile gracing his face as he regarded them. To his left stood one he, looking utterly bewildered.